9 Sun God King Chapter 1687 to Chapter 1740. Sect meeting. Qin Yun cursed in his heart. He thought that the roasted pig was waiting for him to return before eating. He never expected that they had already eaten several of them. Who said I don't have good food? Qin Yun laughed mischievously and said, I killed the dark dragon on the road, ha ha ha. I have dragon meat in my hands, your pork is too weak, it can't be compared to my dragon meat, I don't want to eat it. As he spoke, he released the floating cloud pagoda and went inside to rest. The black donkey was the fastest to react. It immediately blocked him and laughed. Boss, you're the best. We all acknowledge that. This pig was roasted a long time ago. We specially left it for you to eat. Brother, all the dark inscription beasts we encountered were killed by the little black donkey. He was in a hurry to roast them, so he didn't wait for you. Moreover, he ate the most. He was the one who had no conscience. Xiao Yuemei immediately ran to Qin Yun's side and said with a charming smile. Qin Yun pinched her face and said with smile, Yuemei, you haven't even wiped the oil off your mouth. You dare say that you didn't eat much? The little black donkey wanted to say something, but Xiao Yuemei glared at it and it didn't dare to continue. Qin Yun rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, I just happen to be hungry, then let me eat this pig alone. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Boss, please go ahead. Anyway, we're all full. You can enjoy it yourself. Xiao Yingying took out a lot of delicious fruit juices and placed them on the side. She said with a sweet smile, Brother Xiao Yun, quickly drink it. I specially prepared this for you. I haven't even given it to them. Xiao Yuemei walked over and caressed Xiao Yingying's face. She said with angry smile, Sister Yingying, you are so biased. You only let big brother drink and not me. Qin Yun said with smile, Come, let me introduce you to some new friends. He got Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, Momo, and Little Jade Rabbit to come out. Xiao Yingying had seen Momo and Little Jade Rabbit before. When she saw the two cuties, she happily ran over and played with them. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi were also relatively famous immortal kings in the Moon Palace. She was extremely powerful. Momo is helping Pippi Pig evolve the runes within his body. Pippi Pig is very respectful towards Momo, the high priest. He calls her big sister. Finally, Qin Yun let Yang Yang come out. He didn't know much about Yang Yang. When Yang Yang came out, she was a very small and beautiful sparrow, but the fire on her body caused people and beasts to feel an inexplicable sense of fear. This is the ninth heaven sparrow, the black donkey cried out. Sun Soul, ninth heaven Xian sparrow. Baizhe also cried out in surprise. When Yang Yang came out and saw the roasted pig, she flew over without saying a word. Then, she became very big and bit off more than half of it. F***CK. You can eat even more than me. The black donkey was astonished. Boss. When did you get this thing? It's too scary. Heishu was a bit scared because he was more afraid of bird-type mythological beasts. Qin Yun said with smile, Don't worry, Yang Yang is very obedient. The black donkey saw that Yang Yang ate the roasted pig in a few bites without even spitting out the bones. It muttered in low voice, Not as obedient as me. Soon after, Qin Yun took out the 3 dragon tigers. They have already been roasted and Yang Yang is very happy to share them with everyone. Then he told everyone how he killed the 3 dragon tigers, causing everyone to exclaim in admiration again and again. Because they were able to eat 3 dragon tigers, Xiao Yuemei and the black donkey became crazy with joy. They kept shouting Yang Yang is invincible. Shui Tianzi lightly groaned and said, That Chu Mingyu, she actually said that little brother Yun is infatuated with her, why didn't she take a look at herself? When she was in the safe city, she was bragging everywhere, serves her right to die. After knowing that Chu and her family besieged Qin Yun, everyone became very angry. They wished they could kill their way into the inscription world and settle the debt with their families. Yang Yang only spat out fire to roast the 3 dragon tigers, she did not add any seasoning. Xiao Yuemei and the others are the most experienced in this aspect, they also cooperated and sprinkled all kinds of seasoning on the dragon tigers. Yang Yang turned into a small and beautiful sparrow and landed on the back of the little black donkey. The little black donkey looked at Yang Yang and asked, Big sister, can you transform into a human? Yang Yang nodded her head. Qin Yan is somewhat amazed and said, Yang Yang, you can transform into a human? Quickly transform and see. Bai Zhe said with smile, some beasts are not used to transforming into human. They won't transform into human unless it's absolutely necessary. Yang Yang's body suddenly emitted a burst of purple golden light. A 2 to 3-year-old adorable little girl wearing a purple skirt appeared. This little girl looks like she was carved from jade, her long purple golden hair draped over her shoulders. She is wearing a purple skirt that looks like it was woven from purple feathers. It is very beautiful. She sat on the back of the little black donkey and said in her childish voice, Little donkey, quickly run. Little donkey, quickly run. I am not a donkey. Others might not know, but how could you, the 9th heaven Xian sparrow, not know? The little black donkey helplessly said, causing everyone to laugh. He doesn't dare to act out against the 9th heaven Xian sparrow because those 3 dragon tigers were killed by Yang Yang. If he wants to eat their meat, he must look at Yang Yang's face. What a cute little girl. Xiao Yingying hugged little Jade Rabbit and ran over to Yang Yang and said, I am Xiao Yingying, this is a small pastry I made, it's for you to eat. Yang Yang took the pastry and stuffed it into her mouth. She very cutely ate it. After tasting the delicious taste of the pastry, her face revealed a sweet smile and she very happily jumped up and down. On her back, there is a pair of purple golden wings that allow her to fly very quickly. Xiao Yingying hugged Yang Yang and kissed her cute little face. She said with smile, so cute. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi are very fond of this cute Yang Yang. They walked over and touched her cute little face. If Xiao Yuemei was not applying seasoning, she would have also gone over to play with Yang Yang. Xiao Hua chuckled and said, our inscription gate is truly powerful. With so many divine beasts gathered, there is no need to fear those dark royal race or emperor race. Mountain God laughed heartily and said, of course, our inscription gate is invincible in the 9 desolate. Shiman Dazhuang sighed with emotion and said, each and every one of them are divine beasts, heavenly rune beast, sun rune beast and so on. My Pippi Pig is too embarrassed to show his face. Your Pippi Pig is arrogant and unparalleled under the heavens, it is also very awesome. Mountain God said with smile. Old Mountain, you ate so many sacred mysterious silver crystals, how are you now? It seems like you have not changed at all. Qin Yan asked. Great change. But it is not reflected in the large amount of divine fruits. The entire divine mountain has become even more sturdy, sacred mysterious silver crystal fruit trees can be grown. Instant space immortal iron trees are also transforming into instant space sacred iron trees. This is good, this is good. Qin Yan said with very satisfied smile. It is just that divine fruits that can increase cultivation have not appeared yet. Now the most powerful divine fruits can only allow people to become immortal king from 9th layer heavenly immortal. Any higher and it won't work. Mountain God sighed and said. It doesn't matter, as long as we have a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystal fruits, it will be fine. Xiao Yuemei said. We will be a bit more diligent in the future and specially hunt dark inscription beasts to eat, then we will be able to break through. Right, eat eat eat. Yang Yang is eating a divine fruit and very happily shouted. Yang Yang looks like he is only 2 or 3 years old but he is very formidable. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, little cutie Yang Yang, prepare to eat. While eating, we will discuss the future development direction of Inscription Gate. Qin Yan said, how about we call Xiao Ding and Grandpa Wei over? Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror and Wei Zhongxing are also members of Inscription Gate. No need, several people said in unison. Qin Yan looked at them and realized that they are those foodies. They must be worried that if they called Wei Zhongxing and Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror over, they would eat another portion of 3 Dragon Tiger. Alright, I will talk to them later. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled, then began cutting the meat of the 3 Dragon Tiger. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi helped Yang Yang and Xiao Yingying cut large pieces of meat and gave them to Yang Yang and Xiao Yingying to eat. While eating, Qin Yan said, I want to rebuild the Magic Mirrors Formation Foundation. With the Magic Mirrors Formation Foundation, the Magic Mirror can be used again and we can obtain many resources through the Magic Mirror. Brother, can you really make it? I heard that it is very difficult. Xiao Yuemei said. Xiao Ding said before that it took you a very long time to set up the magic mirror's formation foundation in your past life. Xiao Hua nodded and said, the magic mirror's formation foundation is very complicated. Xiao Ding and I discussed this matter together. Qin Yin said with smile, it indeed requires some time but now is different from the past. I have even better spatial runes in my hands. No problem, I will definitely be able to make it. Inside this divine rune mountain, there is very good instant space sacred iron. It is something that I evolved. Adding the large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals I ate, it can provide a lot of energy. Mountain God said. Everyone is very clear about the matter of the magic mirror. Moreover, it is something that many people want to restore. There was a period of time in Immortal Desolate because of the magic mirror, it became very convenient. Qin Yin said, if we can make the magic mirror, we will be able to have a certain amount of authority in Immortal Desolate through the magic mirror. There is another big reason why he wants to make the magic mirror, it is to find that dragon. He believes that the floating cloud heavenly seals dragon can certainly transform into a human. If he releases a message saying that he wants to find that dragon and it happens to be seen by that dragon, maybe it will come knocking on his door. Originally, Qin Yin thought that he would be able to find that dragon in the forest. But now he discovered that the dragon is in the direction of the heavenly crater. Since he has to go to the heavenly crater to face the emperor race, he can only temporarily come back and look for it later. Although the 3 dragon tigers are very big, they are all very strong immortals, so they finished eating very quickly. Yang ate the most, moreover, the dragon heart with the most energy was given to her. After she finished eating, she began snoring loudly. Moreover, she did not turn into a bird and sleep next to Xiaoying. Qin Yin lightly sighed, he can only place Yang in the 9 Sun Divine Soul. He doesn't know whether Yang ate too much and wanted to sleep or because she used up all the core fragments. Yuemei, take a trip to Guanghan Palace and call Sister Linglong and the others over. We will begin setting up the magic mirror's formation foundation. Qin Yin said. All right. Xiao Yuemei immediately took action. Lu Jiayan went to Nether Sect to find Immortal Emperor. Devil Mirror. And Xiao Hua also went to inquire about the Emperor race. Qin Yin is inside the floating cloud pagoda, holding his god seat, he is trying to contact Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Not long after, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master responded. Fool, I thought you were dead. I could not contact you these past few days. Qin Yin said in a bad mood. How can I be dead? I am the strongest invincible sacred master in Immortal Desolate, even the Emperor race have to give me some face. Brat Qin, do you know where I am now? Immortal Desolate Sacred Master laughed loudly and said. Where? Qin Yin asked. Emperor Clan Temple. The Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate was created by the 9 Yang Divine Palace back then. He was also an old fox who had lived for several epochs. It was not strange for him to be able to hook up with the D clans. What about the fellow from the Emperor clan? Is he easy to get along with? Asked Qin Yin. He was worried that the D clan was a very barbaric fellow. After all, he had 3 Sun Soul in his hands, so it was easy for him to be targeted. The Sacred Master of Immortal Desolate smiled and said, it's all right, it's all right. When I rushed to the bottom of the heavenly cavern, I helped them escape. Even though they are from the Imperial clan, they were still polite to me. Oh. Qin Yin secretly felt relieved. He asked again, are the dragon race's 2 powerful immortal emperors also in the Imperial Race Divine Palace? And there is also Guanghan Palace's Xian Rujing. Some people from Nether Sect were invited to Emperor Race Divine Palace. Immortal Desolate Sacred Leader said with smile, Holy Sun Ancient City's fence-sitters are also at Emperor Race Divine Palace. Knowing that Xian Rujing is safe and is in the Emperor Race Divine Palace, Qin Yin felt relieved. He continued to ask, is the Emperor Race Divine Palace under the Heavenly Pit? The sinkhole was huge, over 1,000 miles wide. It was more than enough to contain a huge palace. The Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate said, yes. The Emperor clans and their Emperor clan's divine palace were all sealed beneath the sinkhole. That sinkhole led to the Dark Wasteland. I heard from the Emperor clans that the 9 Desolates had once been attacked by the Darkness Royal clan of the Dark Wastelands. The Emperor clans chased after them, and then they were trapped in the Heaven Pit. The sovereign race chased after the dark royalty and brought the entire sovereign race divine palace with them? Qin Yan was somewhat alarmed. The imperial clans were truly ambitious. That was the lair of an imperial clan, yet they threw it all into the sinkhole. They said that they wanted to kill the dark royal race and invade the dark wasteland. That was why they moved their headquarters there. Who would have thought that they would be tricked by the dark royal race and be sealed in the middle of the passage? The sacred master of Immortal Desolate said, it took many years for them to grind away the seal and create that huge heavenly pit. Are all the imperial clans in the divine desolate and sacred desolate the same? Qin Yan asked. I think so. The sacred master of Immortal Desolate suddenly said solemnly, Brat Qin, you better stay far away from the D clan and don't come into contact with them. I don't know if these guys will target you or not. Qin Yan is so famous and he has so many good things in his hands. There were so many people in the imperial clan. Even if the big shots of the imperial clan did not want Qin Yan's son's soul, the other juniors might covet it. After all, most young people didn't have any apprehensions. Moreover, they were competitive and liked to challenge those famous peers. If he tried his best not to come into contact with people from the emperor clans, he would be able to avoid conflict with them. Then, in the current power structure of the Immortal Desolate, are there only the Dark Royal race and the Imperial race? Qin Yan asked, what about your Immortal Desolate temple? What is its position? My Immortal Desolate palace and the Emperor clan are allies. In short, the Imperial clan is currently understanding the matter of the Immortal Desolate through the people from the Holy Sun Ancient City. They have already arranged for the people from the Holy Sun Ancient City to contact the big shots of the various powers to discuss. The Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate said. What's the relationship between Holy Sun Ancient City and the Imperial clans? Qin Yan asked curiously. Holy Sun Ancient City once belonged to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and the relationship between the Imperial clan and the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is not shallow. It is said that the people of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and the Divine Inscription Palace are all descendants of the Imperial clan. The Sacred Master of Immortal Desolate said, that's why, I have some relationship with the Imperial clan. After all, I was created by the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The Imperial clans are indeed very powerful. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace and the Divine Inscription Palace are both powerful forces in the Nine Desolate. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace had already left the Nine Desolate, but the Divine Inscription Palace was still there. The Immortal Desolate's Divine Inscription Palace retreated into the Divine Inscription world. The families in the Inscription world should be the descendants of the Imperial clan. They all have the bloodline of the Imperial clan in their bodies. It's just that their bloodline isn't that pure. What about the Darkness Royal race? Qin Yan asked. The Xianxia race and the Darkness Royal race are in cahoots. The Darkness Royal race came to the Immortal Desolate through the Heavenly Crater. The Heavenly Cavern was originally a passageway. However, it was blocked in order to seal the Imperial clan. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, the Imperial clan Divine Palace flew out of the Heavenly Cavern and the passageway is clear. This is similar to what Qin Yan guessed. The Darkness Royal race and the Xianxia race are of the same race. The Xianxia race being able to create those Xia suns was most likely related to the Dark race. The goal of the Dark Royal race is to control the Nine Suns and the Nine Desolate is the territory of the Imperial clan. That is why these two powers have been at odds for so many years. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said again, Qin Brat, if the Imperial clan invites you to a meeting, you must not attend. Of course, they won't be able to find you. I know. Qin Yan sighed lightly, this Imperial clan is truly a colossus. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master nodded and said, that's right, so you must be careful. The Divine Inscription Palace and the Dragon race under the banner of the Imperial clan are both very powerful. The dragons of the Dragon race are all loyal and devoted to the Imperial clan. I know that. Qin Yan originally thought that his relationship with the Red Sun Dragon Mother is pretty good. He even saved the Dragon race warriors before, so he felt that his relationship with the Dragon race is very good. But now it seems that if he and the Imperial clan were to oppose each other, the Dragon race would most likely stand on the Imperial clan's side. Now, it would be best for Qin Yan to disappear and secretly develop. Let his inscription gate become stronger and then go out to wander. Otherwise, if he was targeted by the imperial clan, it would be very dangerous. With the Sun Soul in his hands, he is definitely the #1 target of the Dark Royal race. Furthermore, there is also the Nine Suns sect. If he was truly targeted by the imperial clan and the Dark Royal race, it would be difficult for Qin Yun to survive in the Immortal Desolate. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with a smile, "Qin brat, don't panic. You are after all the king of the gods, the sun gods. Divine position is still in your hands. So what? The divine position is also related to the imperial clan, they might be able to take it back." Qin Yun shook his head and sighed. That's impossible. The imperial clan is still unable to command the gods of the divine desolate. The Nine Yang Divine Palace left the Nine Desolate and handed everything over to the gods of the Divine Desolate. The gods of the Divine Desolate once protected the Nine Desolate for a very long time. No one can take back their divine position. Qin brat, you might not know this, but no one can interfere with the operation of the Nine Desolate. The Nine Suns, Nine Desolate and the Divine Position are all one and are controlled by the power of nature. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master's words made Qin Yun think of many things. For example, the Nine Suns falling down to destroy the world is a kind of self-protection method to not be controlled by evil forces. Did you find a rather special dragon at the bottom of the heavenly crater? Qin Yun recalled the floating cloud Heavenly Seal's dragon and hastily asked. Special dragon? I didn't find it. There are too many dragons in the dragon race, they are densely packed and messy. Moreover, we are fighting with the Dark Royal race at the bottom of the heavenly crater, it is very big. I only saw a small portion of the dragons. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. The dragon I am looking for is not a dragon from the dragon race. Qin Yun said again. Not a dragon from the dragon race? Dragons belong to the dragon race. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, even mixed blood dragon beasts belong to the dragon race. For example, dragon tiger, dragon eagle, dragon wolf, they all obey the orders of the dragon race. Qin Yun has never seen the floating cloud Heavenly Seal's dragon, so he has no way to describe it. He is also very puzzled as to why the head of the floating cloud Heavenly Seal is a dragon that is running all over the place. Brat Qin, you better not expose the fact that you are the reincarnation of the sun god, don't let the imperial race know. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master warned, your deity position is the deity position of the King of Gods, it is the most awesome thing in the Nine Desolate. Really? How come I didn't discover it? Qin Yun looked left and right, he feels that it is just a small statue, there is nothing special about it. That is because your level is not high enough. Wait until your level is high enough, you will know how awesome the God position is. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with smile, enough talking, I want to go eat and drink. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, you damned head, why are you eating? Although I am refined, I also have a sense of taste. Eating delicacies is a kind of enjoyment, you don't understand. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master finished speaking and then cut off the connection. Qin Yun let out a long sigh, I don't know if the appearance of the imperial race is a good or bad thing. My dragon is inside the imperial race divine palace, if this guy doesn't want to follow me, what should I do? It is a very important part of my floating cloud Heavenly Seal. Old uncle, boss uncle, I have something to talk to you about. Shiman Dazhuang shouted from outside. Qin Yun immediately walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and asked, Dazhuang, what's the matter? I have to leave for a while, my master is looking for me for an urgent matter. Shiman Dazhuang said with sad expression. Your master? Qin Yun said with smile, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered. Your master is Tian Daozi, right? Tian Daozi inside the Heavenly Law altar is also a very mysterious guy. Shiman Dazhuang nodded his head, curled his lips and said, Master said that he moved the Heavenly Law altar to the Heavenly Province and is now heading towards the Heavenly Crater. He wants me to go accompany him. Then go, be together with him and broaden your knowledge. Qin Yun said with smile. He is also secretly amazed that Tian Daozi also wants to go to the Imperial Race Divine Palace above the Heavenly Crater. I am afraid that old bastard will trap me again and make me comprehend that damned Heavenly Dao. Boss, you are the best, I love Inscription Gate the most. Shiman Dazhuang said. Dazhuang, I have a very difficult mission for you. Qin Yan patted Shimin Dazhuang's shoulder and said, "Go with your master, you should be able to reach the Imperial Race Divine Palace. Help me inquire about a floating cloud heavenly seal dragon. After this matter is done, I will not treat you unfairly." "Is it very important?" Shimin Dazhuang asked. Very important." Qin Yan solemnly nodded. "All right, but you must promise me that you will bring that girl Shimin Qinglian to Inscription Gate," Shimin Dazhuang said. "Why?" Qin Yan felt a headache just thinking about this female hoodlum. That girl Qinglian has mastered a part of the Titan God Totem. Adding the part one have mastered, it will be complete. This way, our Inscription Gate will have complete Titan God Totem. Shimin Dazhuang said with mischievous smile. "Dazhuang, selling out your family like this is not very good." Qin Yan feels that this is somewhat inappropriate. "It doesn't matter, I can't inherit Shimin family's patriarch position anyways, selling out is selling out." Shimin Dazhuang waved his hand and said with smile. "Ah? Why? Isn't your father Taidan the patriarch?" Qin Yan said. "Because all the elders of the family oppose me inheriting the patriarch position. Many people reject me." "Humph," Shimin Dazhuang said in a very bad mood. Shimin Dazhuang used Pippi Pig's smelly fart to insult people all day long, yet he was only rejected. He was not beaten to death. It can be seen how benevolent Shimin family people are. "Alright, I will recruit Qinglian. You can rest assured and go find that swindler Tian Daozi, remember the mission I gave you." Qin Yan also agreed to Shimin Dazhuang's request. Chaos and Divine Desolate Qin Yan warned Shimin Dazhuang again, telling him to go to the Emperor Race Divine Palace. As long as he sees those dragons, he should say that they are seal-head dragons and pay attention to their reaction. After Shimin Dazhuang memorized it, he told Qin Yan about Shimin Qinglian and warned him to bring Shimin Qinglian to the Divine Inscription Mountain. Shimin Dazhuang left with Pippi Pig. His Pippi Pig is very strong, and after MOMO evolved its runes, it became even more powerful. Even the mountain god is shouting that he is invincible. Pippi Pig is following him. Shimin Dazhuang is very safe by himself. If he encounters an immortal emperor, Pippi Pig will release a fart and run away. After Shimin Dazhuang left, Qin Yan returned to the floating cloud pagoda. Other people of the Inscription Gate are busy with their own matters. Baizhe already left to meet other inscription beasts because Qin Yan told them to collect dragon heavenly runes. Inscription beasts with dragon heavenly runes are all very strong dragons. Dragon race has so many dragons, but only a few have dragon heavenly runes. Yet Azure Dragon has it. It is clear that dragon heavenly runes are very rare. Collecting complete 9 dragon heavenly runes will be very beneficial to the Inscription Gate. When setting up a formation, adding 9 dragon heavenly runes will make it even more powerful, especially when setting up a killing formation. After arriving at the 20th floor, Qin Yan took out the large golden devil horn. "Evil God, how is the situation in Divine Desolate?" Qin Yan asked. "Don't talk about it, those damn Dark Royal Race and Emperor Race are fighting, we are the fish in the moat." Evil God sighed and said. "What? Is the battle intense?" Qin Yan asked in amazement. "Divine Desolate's Dark Royal Race and Emperor Race are much more ferocious than Immortal Desolates, they are actually fighting. Of course it's intense. We gods with divine position can only stand on the Emperor Race's side." Evil God said. "Alright, I won't bother you anymore. Be careful, don't die. When I go to Divine Desolate, I will come find you to eat and drink." Qin Yan said with smile. "I won't die. Don't look down on me." Evil God curled his lips and said. Qin Yan stored away the devil horn, then took out the nether spirit sacred blade and shouted towards the altar, "Big Sister Star God." Star God did not immediately appear. Qin Yan shouted a few times and waited for a while. Only then did the bewitching and enchanting Star God appear on the altar. She was wearing a set of battle armor and her hair was a little messy. "What happened?" Qin Yan said in astonishment. "Was there a battle just now?" The Star God nodded his head and said, "That whatever Dark Royal Clan and Emperor Clan, you should have seen them in the Immortal Desolate, right? I fought with people from Dark Royal Race. I haven't met people from Emperor Race and I don't want to meet them." Qin Yan said. The star god sighed, the divine wasteland is in chaos right now, and is undergoing a great reshuffle. I took advantage of their chaotic battle to go in and reap some benefits. Qin said with a smile, did you get anything? The star god shook his head and said with a smile, the dark royalty and emperor clans are not easy to deal with. I was targeted by the experts of the dark royal family. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. But it doesn't matter, there will be plenty of opportunities. Big sister star god, I will sacrifice a wave of souls for you. Qin controlled the nether spirit sacred blade and released the collected souls. At the same time, he informed the star god of the situation in the immortal desolate. After the star god heard this, she was also very worried for Qin. She warned, Xiaoyun, you must hide your son's soul well. Whether it is the dark royal race or the emperor race, they all want the sun's soul. They are all very powerful races. Why do they keep staring at my sun's soul? Qin said helplessly. The sun's soul of the 9 suns is very rare. Although it can be reborn after being obtained by someone, the sun's soul does not often fall into the 9 desolate. If the sun's soul falls into the 9 desolate and is not obtained by anyone, it will return to the sun when the sun is reborn. The star god said. Qin understood. The 9 desolate had experienced many eras but not many people had obtained the sun's soul. And it was extremely rare for a person to possess 3 sun souls. In addition, there was also the 9 sun divine spirit. That was something comparable to the sun's soul. Qin had obtained the 9 sun divine spirit for so long but he had yet to unleash the true power of the 9 sun divine spirit. He did not even know how strong the 9 sun divine spirit was. However, it was definitely a very powerful thing. After the star god absorbed the remnant soul of Qin's death sacrifice, she said with a satisfied smile, little brother Xiaoyun is so good, always thinking about me. With the appearance of the emperor race and the dark royal race, I can obtain quite a few good things. Next time, I'll send you some good things. Qin nodded and said, the core fragment from before was very useful. It would be great if there were more. I'll try my best to get more for you. The star god said, there are still core fragments in the divine desolate. I'll think of a way to collect more for you. Sister star god, what's going on with the dark royal race? Qin asked, they seem to be very strong. I don't have much information at the moment. I only know that the dark royal race and the emperor race appeared in the 9 desolate during the imperial race era. The star god said, the emperor race is a righteous faction and the dark royal race is an evil faction. However, the bloodlines in their bodies have something in common. This is great. The emperor race and the dark royal race will definitely fight to the death in the various desolate lands. Qin shook his head and said, in order to become stronger, they will definitely plunder resources everywhere. Qin is very worried that his divine inscription mountain will be targeted. The potential of that divine inscription mountain is very great and it can grow all kinds of formidable divine fruits. Especially now, it can grow sacred mysterious silver crystal fruit and instant space sacred iron fruit. This is simply heaven-defying. Xiaoyun, I'll go out and fish first. Kiss me, goodbye. The star god smiled charmingly, made a kissing gesture towards Qin and then disappeared. Qin counted the number of core fragments he has left, there are still 5,000. Always using core fragments is not the way. Qin said with frown, I need to quickly cultivate my own sun. Qin also doesn't know how to quickly cultivate his own Sunday. He took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow and looked at the runes on it in a daze, trying to sense the things inside. They all cultivated sun core, why can't I? Qin very much hopes that his sun-suppressing divine arrow can come back to life. After all, it is a very powerful divine weapon. He worked hard for 2 days but made no progress at all. Xiao Yuemei also returned. Yuemei, where are Sister Linglong and others? Qin saw that Xiao Yuemei returned on her own and asked with frown. They are not in the Guanhan Palace. Xiao Yuemei puffed up her cheeks and said, brother, I was a bit late, they are already on their way to the Emperor Race Divine Palace. Why are they going to the Emperor Race Divine Palace? Qin said in amazement. They are going to collect runes. Sister Shuiru, Jingmeng and others are also going. Xiao Yuemei stamped her foot and pouted coquettishly that Emperor Race Divine Palace is really. Qin caressed her face and said with smile, It's fine, wait for them to come back before we begin. Mountain God said, A3. Our divine inscription mountain can't be too close to the emperor race. If they know our secret, those guys will definitely keep an eye on us. Xiao Yuemei said, oh that's right, I saw Big Sister in the Guanghan Palace. Yuelan is in the Guanghan Palace? She returned? Qin Yan very happily said, where is Sister Kiru? Sister Kiru and Big Sister Master are together, I don't know what they are doing. In short, Big Sister, Yu Shaoling and Big Sister Yi have all returned. Xiao Yuemei said. Qin Yan pinched her face and said with smile, then why didn't you let Yuelan come find me? Big Sister is resting in the Guanghan Palace, she said she will come find you as soon as possible. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, brother, Big Sister is in a very good mood, she also wants to see you very much. I will wait for her. Qin Yan entered the floating cloud pagoda and continued researching sun-suppressing divine arrow. He also hopes that Xiao Yuelan will come quickly, he wants to ask her how she cultivated sun core and then conveniently ask about Yao Feng. Yao Feng's avatar Liu Shuyan has gone to Divine Desolate. Divine Desolate is in chaos now, it makes him very worried. Moreover, he wants to know whether or not Yao Feng has changed. How is her cultivation of 9 sun world extermination scripture? Qin Yan stayed inside the floating cloud pagoda for half a day, Xiao Yuelan also arrived. Xiao Yuelan came here on her own, Xiao Yuemei gave her teleportation talisman and soul-chasing talisman to find divine inscription mountain. Qin Yan walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and saw Xiao Yuelan holding a fruit in her hand and eating it. She is wearing a simple and elegant white dress, her high ponytail hair makes her look fresh and pretty. After eating the delicious fruit, her face is filled with a sweet smile, she is so happy that she squinted her eyes and laughed lightly. Big Sister Yuelan, there's juice here, drink it. Xiao Yingying brought over a large cup of juice and handed it over to Xiao Yuelan. Sister, I am going out to patrol. Xiao Yuemei is riding a very large divine bee, she said with charming smile, I am leaving. Xiao Yuelan saw Qin Yan walk over, she also handed over the half-drunk juice to Qin Yan and drank a mouthful. After Qin Yan drank a mouthful, he took a bite of the fruit in her hand and said with smile, Yuelan, I don't think I have seen you enjoy delicious food, you also seem to like eating. Xiao Yun, although I am your wife, you and I have not been together for a long time, so you don't completely understand me. Xiao Yuelan said with light smile. Xiao Yingying is busy with her matters, she wants to learn inscription from Xiao Hua. As for Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi, they are helping Xiao Hua and Xiao Yingying refine materials. They are very proficient in refining materials, Yao Feng taught them before. Later on, they went to the Guanghan Palace and often hung out with Jian Linglong and the others. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuelan into the floating cloud pagoda and arrived at the 20th floor. There are so many delicious things in this place, no wonder that little girl Yuemei doesn't want to leave. After Xiao Yuelan finished drinking and eating, she praised with smile and said, the fruit and juice are very sweet. Your mouth was originally very sweet, now it must be even sweeter, come let me kiss you. Qin Yan hugged Xiao Yuelan and said with mischievous smile. I will kiss you. Xiao Yuelan smiled and directly kissed Qin Yan. The young husband and wife affectionately kissed each other for a while, they happily hugged each other, lying on the same bed and saying small words of love. 1690 Chapter 1690 Armament Divine Mountain. When Qin Yan saw Yu Shaoling, the Sun Fairy, he knew that she is a rogue fairy. Back then, he was almost taken by Yu Shaoling. Of course not, I have always been like this. Xiao Yuelan gently patted Qin Yan's cheek and said with a smile, Xiao Yun, you didn't use the memories of your previous life, you naturally don't know what I am like. Qin Yan curled his lips, pinched Xiao Yuelan's thigh and scolded, bullying me for not awakening my memories. You are bad. Xiao Yun, do you want to try and see if you are cursed like your previous life in this life? Xiao Yuelan's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of flirtatious charm, it is very provocative. Qin Yan's previous life was cursed, he could not have a wedding night with a woman, he could not even kiss a woman. Therefore, he lived for a long time in his previous life and even when he died, he maintained his virginity. It was a great tragedy. Can I do it now? Qin Yan is somewhat excited. Why not? Today, no matter what happens, it can't stop us husband and wife from having our wedding night. Xiao Yuan smiled tenderly. She tore off Qin Yan's clothes and slowly took off her outer clothes. Ling Yin'er is extremely nervous at this moment. She has been waiting for this moment for a long time. She is the same as Qin Yan, she doesn't dare to breathe loudly. Xiao Yuan looked at Qin Yan affectionately. The usually ice-cold and murderous witch is now gentle and charming. This made Qin Yan love this slightly mysterious wife even more. Yuan, I love you. Qin Yan hugged Xiao Yuan and said with a deep smile. Xiao Yun, from today onwards, you are my real husband. Xiao Yuan smiled slightly. Husband, my wife, I will eat you today. The 20th floor of the floating cloud pagoda is suddenly filled with a strong aura of love. The young couple has experienced 2 lives and lived and died together. At this moment, it is finally their wedding night. Half a day later, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan are soaking in the bath. That's great. The vicious curse from my previous life didn't follow me in this life. Qin Yan said with a silly smile. As a husband for the first time, he is also very happy. He has never experienced such a beautiful feeling. Xiao Yuan said with a smile, do you feel that you suffered a lot in the past? I heard that you have many opportunities to interact with those beauties. Of course not. You are my wife, but we have not consummated our marriage. I have always felt very guilty. Qin Yan said with smile, Yuan, I am a good person. Scoundrel, just now. So bad. Xiao Yuan rebuked Qin Yan and then giggled, you don't know anything. You don't understand either, yet you're still laughing at me. Qin Yan reached out and pinched Xiao Yuan's face as he giggled. Qin Yan suddenly took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow and said, Yuan, my sun-suppressing divine arrow is still dead, what about yours? Xiao Yuan's sun-suppressing divine arrow is red and it carries a dense killing intent. At this moment, she also took it out. It flickered with a red light, as if it was filled with a very strong energy. Xiao Yun, you actually didn't cultivate the heart of the sun. Xiao Yuan is somewhat shocked. I can't cultivate it. Qin Yan sighed and said, how do you cultivate it? Soon after, Xiao Yuan talked about how she cultivated the heart of the sun. It sounds very simple. She just had to comprehend the sun-suppressing divine arrow and then follow the guidance of the sun-suppressing divine arrow and naturally cultivate it. Damn it, I worked so hard for so long but the sun-suppressing divine arrow didn't guide me. Qin Yan cursed in low voice. Could it be that the time is not ripe? Xiao Yuan said with frown, Xiao Yun, next time you see Sister Yang, ask her what's going on. She understands these things better. Speaking of Yang Shiriyue, Qin Yan recalled something and said, Yuan, Sister Yang cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with me and used that divine fusion technique. That is the 2nd level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Xiao Yuan smiled naughtily, there is still the 3rd level, it is too. Hee hee. Qin Yan also suddenly understood what the 3rd level is. Yuan, when you were with Sister Yao Feng, did she have any other reaction? Qin Yan asked. No, it's still the same as before. Xiao Yuan thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, why are you asking this? Soon after, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan talked about Lu Yu's Shuyan matter. After Xiao Yuan finished listening, her expression is calm. Qin Yan caressed her face and said, Yuan, you and Sister Yao Feng seem to have multifaceted personalities, you two are very similar, you can't be Sister Yao Feng's avatar, right? Of course I am not. Xiao Yuan leaned on Qin Yan's shoulder, gently stirred the water in the bath and said, Xiao Yun, you should be able to guess that Sister Yao Feng has God position. Qin Yan hugged the beauty in the water and nodded, she can create avatars, she must have God position. That's why I think you and Wei are her avatars. She is Slaughter God. Xiao Yuan said, and me and Wei are her disciples. In order to let us not die and reincarnate, she gave me and Wei one soul and one spirit. You and Wei both have one soul and one spirit? Qin Yan said in shock. She temporarily placed us in our souls, raised us and accepted us as disciples. Xiao Yuan said, she didn't let me tell you these things. Why? Qin Yan said with frown. Why don't you guess? Xiao Yuan said with charming smile, you are my little husband, that's why I told you. Qin Yan rubbed her face and said, you hid it from me for so long, truly. Xiao Yuan stuck out her tongue and said with smile, "Little husband, you must promise me not to tell Sister Yao Feng about this." "I won't tell her. You are my little wife, I promise you." Qinyan kissed Xiao Yuan's forehead and said with smile. "Then is she Yao Feng, Feng Yueyao, or Lu Yushuyan? If you want to call her Sister Yao Feng, call her Sister Yao Feng. If you want to call her Lu Yushuyan, call her Lu Yushuyan. She is the same person anyway." Xiao Yuan giggled and said. "Little wife, can you tell little husband why Sister Yao Feng told you to hide it from me?" Qinyan is very curious and asked with smile. "I also don't know," Xiao Yuan said, "but I suspect that this is related to your dispute in Divine Desolate. Big Sister Master and Sister Kiru have known each other for a long time. Big Sister Master calls Sister Kiru Xiao Ro. Their relationship is very good. And Sister Kiru is Moon God." Qinyan carefully thought about it and said with nod, "They must have had a dispute with my King of Gods in Divine Desolate. Could it be that I bullied her in Divine Desolate?" "Don't say any more, Big Sister Master doesn't hate you anymore," Xiao Yuan said with naughty smile. "Do you want me to help you test her and see how she feels about you?" "Little wife, don't cause trouble for me." Qinyan pinched her nose. "I am your first wife, Big Sister Master might become your second wife in the future, of course I have to check." Xiao Yuan giggled and said, "Little husband, you know so many beauties but you don't want them, I want them." Qinyan is somewhat speechless and said, "When you were with Sister Kiru and the others, did you see the heaven leaping shuttle? Did Sister Kiru obtain nether sun spirits?" Qinyan has 2 nether sun spirits. "I found 2 nether sun spirits. Sister Kiru said that there is a problem with those 2 nether sun spirits. They need to be stabilized in her 9 divine spirit for a period of time before they can be given to you. Sister Kiru and Big Sister Master will now go and find your heaven leaping shuttle together. That place is very dangerous, they won't let us go," Xiao Yuan said. "What about little Nianyun?" Qinyan asked. "Little Nianyun and Sister Kiru are together, they are very awesome, especially when they fuse together, their strength is very scary," Xiao Yuan said with an envious expression. "Having avatars is very good." Qinyan also exclaimed in admiration again and again. "Xiao Yun, how is the progress of your floating cloud heavenly seals dragon?" Xiao Yuan asked. A3. It's hard to explain in a few words. How did my floating cloud heavenly seal encounter such a dragon? It runs around blindly all day, causing me to have a hard time looking for it. Now it is in some emperor race divine palace. Qinyan shook his head and sighed. Xiao Yuan said, "It's fine, we will definitely find it. At that time, we will be going to Cloud Dragon Mountain Range." A3. Cloud Dragon Mountain Range might be targeted by Dark Royal Race. Ah. If Dark Royal Race is going to Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, will Emperor Race also go there? Qinyan very worriedly said. That's for sure. Xiao Yuan's expression turned cold and said, "We must become stronger, whoever dares to snatch the thing we are looking for will die." Qinyan said, "Yuan, follow me for a period of time. If we cultivate together, we will become stronger even faster." "All right." Xiao Yuan nodded and said with smile, "This way I can also protect you. However, I want Yu Shaoling to follow me. If she is not with me for a day, she will be unhappy." "That immoral elf." Qinyan curled his lips and said. "Yu Shaoling is also very awesome. She is a sun elf. With her help, you might be able to cultivate sun core." Xiao Yuan said. "That's true." Qinyan nodded. Xiao Yuan left the bath and put on her clothes. Qinyan combed her hair into a ponytail and then sent her out of the Divine Inscription Mountain to find Yu Shaoling. Originally, he wanted Xiao Yuan to call Yi Yaoxue along, but Yi Yaoxue also went to the Emperor Race Divine Palace. Qinyan is inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. He is looking at the sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand. He wants to quickly cultivate Sun Core. With the sun-suppressing divine arrow and 9 heavens dragon lion cannon, he will be able to deliver a fatal strike. Even if he is facing a slightly stronger opponent, he will still be able to kill them. Old Mountain, how is the defense of the Divine Inscription Mountain now? Can it withstand the attack of immortal emperors? Qinyan asked. If those immortal emperor ancient city people attack me again, I will certainly be able to resist. As for those emperor race, I don't know. Mountain God said. The defense of the divine inscription mountain is strong enough, but it doesn't have strong enough attack. Boss Sect Master, I think we can refine some weapons for this mountain. Xiaohua said. Mountain God's attack can only collide and devour, but it can be easily avoided. If someone attacks the mountain and the divine inscription mountain has an effective counterattack method, it will be able to beat up the attacker. How about we refine some cannons? Or something that can spit fire, then make some formidable killing formations. Qin Yan said with smile. Darkness attack, divine mountain itself is a very large energy source, it can provide an unending stream of energy. If there are many killing formations and all kinds of offensive weapons on the divine mountain, they can use the energy source of the divine mountain to burst out with very strong might. Even if they encounter a very strong person besieging them, not only can the divine mountain have very strong defense, it also has very strong counterattack power. The reason why the divine mountain was besieged by those immortal emperors before was because it didn't have enough powerful counterattack method, it had no choice but to flee. This is indeed a good idea, but can the equipment you refine deal with those powerful immortal emperors? Mountain God is also very happy, he said with smile, if it can kill those immortal emperors besieging them, then it will be invincible. This is hard to say. I have to carefully ponder over it. Qin Yan said with frown, Old Mountain, the energy released by this divine mountain needs to have immortal emperor power. I already have immortal emperor power, but it is not easy to use it. Mountain God said, I have devoured so many sacred mysterious silver crystals, plus I have devoured so many divine mountains, I have a lot of energy inside. What I need to do now is to let them evolve and become stronger. The existence of this divine mountain is very special, the energy stored inside is indeed very strong. However, the mountain god is unable to use it through the divine mountain. It is equivalent to a person with extremely high cultivation and formidable power, but without good martial skills, they are unable to dig out the greatest power. Alright, then let's properly discuss this. Qin Yan also took advantage of this moment to discuss with Mountain God and Xiaohua what kind of things they should make to arm the divine mountain. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi are also listening from the side. When the time comes, they will also need to help refine some materials. They are not proficient in carving runes, but they are very proficient in refining materials. For example, refining formation pillars, making flag formations and so on. This will be of great help. After discussion, they decided to refine 9 huge dragon cannons on the divine mountain. Dragon cannons can condense energy and shoot out. They can also be filled with refined powerful artillery shells or shot out a large number of cannon arrows and so on. Qin Yan has a lot of holy oil. When the mountain god saw the holy oil, he is certain that after he eats it, he will be able to condense a holy oil spring inside the divine rune mountain. He can absorb the power of the sun or the sacred profound silver crystal fruit to continuously regenerate the holy oil. This way, the 9 dragon cannons can absorb the holy oil and combine it with the formidable immortal emperor power to produce a very strong power. It could even spew out very strong flames. To withstand an extremely strong power, you need at least holy level materials, right? Zi Qingqing said, 9 giant dragon cannons. This requires a lot of holy level materials. Qin Yan said with smile, that is not a problem. The biggest problem is how to refine it. This is a very large project. We don't have enough manpower. Xiaohua said, let's wait for Old Wei and Little Ding to come over first. They are both immortal emperors. With their participation, it should be easier. Shui Tianzi said, Old Xiao, I heard that you can go to the inscription world. Do you want to ask someone from the inscription world for help? Xiaohua shook his head and said, I've considered it before, but the inscription world itself is the divine inscription palace, and the relationship between the divine inscription palace and the imperial clan is very good, so I'm not at ease. If the people of the inscription world were to target Qin Yan's son's soul and call the people from the imperial clan over, they would be in trouble. We have to use our own people to be at ease. Zi Qingqing said, I wonder if the imperial clan has any plans to deal with the divine inscription mountain. Don't worry, even if they want to deal with us, it won't be that easy. The mountain god laughed and said, I have become very strong now. If the divine inscription mountain also has equipment, I can let them experience my invincible might. Qin Yan said, all of you wait here. He ran into the floating cloud pagoda and contacted the star god. Because the star god has received many sacrifices and obtained a large amount of sacrificial power, she has become stronger and stronger. In addition, there are many sun divine stones in the divine desolate, so she can obtain many good things. She is one of the top gods. Even though her enemies are all over the divine desolate, she can still obtain many resources. Xianxia called out to the small and exquisite star god altar. After waiting for more than 4 hours, the star god finally responded. After the star god appeared, the charming and moving her looked slightly tired, making her look even more miserable and moving. Xianxia could not help but reach out to fiddle with her somewhat messy hair. However, he could not touch it because it was only the illusory image of the star god. Sister star god, are you injured? Xianxia asked anxiously when he saw that the red armor on the star god's body was somewhat damaged. No, I just met some strong fellows. The star god smiled and said, Xiaoyun, what's the urgent matter? I need some materials. Xianxia told the star god about the 9 great dragon cannons he wanted to refine. After the star god heard this, she said, the reason you are refining these things is to unearth the power of the divine inscription mountain. And if the divine inscription mountain can continue to evolve, it might even be able to come to the divine desolate in the future. Sister star god, do you have any suggestions? Xianxia asked. My suggestion is that when refining the equipment of the divine inscription mountain, the materials used must be divine level. If it's only saint level, then it won't take long to go to the sacred desolate. The star god said. But this requires a lot of divine level materials. Xianxia sighed and said, moreover, it's also very difficult for us to deal with divine level materials. I'll help you guys. The star god smiled and said, I fished up a lot of good things in the chaotic battle. Really? What did you get? Xianxia asked in pleasant surprise. The corpses of some divine level beasts. There are also many damaged weapons. Although those weapons are damaged and they are not good quality divine weapons, they are still very powerful for you guys. After melting them, you can use them to make divine level cannons. The star god laughed. That's great. Sister star god, you've helped us a lot. Xianxia is very happy. Originally, he only planned to find the star god to get some divine iron powder. I also picked up a lot of corpses of divine level beasts. Those corpses and whatnot should be of great use to you guys. The star god said again. After Xianxia was happy, he asked worriedly, then how do we get them? It won't be easy to get so many things, right? Didn't the space god open a special spatial passageway for me? I'll put those things into my storage magic tool and then send my storage magic tool to you. The star god said, the space god is now helping the imperial race in battle. The other gods are very busy. I can take advantage of this time to get more things for you. Normally, when a large amount of things were transmitted from the divine desolate to the lower realms, it would be sensed by many powerful gods and the 9 sun sects would also know. However, a great war has broken out in the divine desolate, the imperial race and the dark royal race are fighting very fiercely, they simply can't care about these things. Alright. Xianxia knew that the star god is very resourceful. Xiaoyun, wait a bit longer. I'll go get 9 divine level dragon corpses. When the time comes, I'll directly refine the dragon heads into cannons. It might be better. The star god said with smile, I'll rest first, wait for my news. The dragons of the divine desolate are all divine level, if he could get those huge dragon heads to use as dragon cannons, he wouldn't need to refine them at all. He would just need to carve runes on them. Xianxia was worried about how to refine the cannon barrel but after contacting the star god, he felt that it was not a problem at all. Xianxia walked out of the floating cloud pagoda in an extremely good mood. Boss. Did you contact the star god? Xiaohua asked. He knows that Xianxia is following the star god. There's good news. The star god said that it will be of great help to us. When the time comes, we might not even need to refine those cannons. Xianxia chuckled and said, we only need to set up killing formations and defensive formations. Shui Tianzi said with smile, refining formation pillars and formation flags is relatively easy. Just as Xianxia's mood is extremely good, Xiaoyuemei flew back in panic. The divine bee she is riding on has a few broken legs. What's wrong? Qin Yan asked anxiously. Xiaoyang race, no, it's the Dark Royal race, they found us. I don't know how they found us, they are surrounding us from all directions. Xiao Yuemei said anxiously. Qin Yan and company's expression immediately became gloomy. Yuemei, send a message to Yuelan, tell her not to come for now. I'll let her come after seeing the situation. Qin Yan said. All right. Xiao Yuemei nodded. Old Xiao, send a message to Xiao Lu and others, tell them not to rush to Divine Inscription Mountain, wait until we know how many Dark Royal race people are here, then we will contact them. Qin Yan said to Xiao Hua. Lu Jiayan went to find Wei Zhongxing and Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror. And Little Black Donkey went to find Black Rat Baizé and told them not to come back for now. If the Dark Royal race attack the mountain and they come back, they will have to face the Dark Royal race, maybe they will be besieged. Qin Yan also ordered Little Black Donkey to go to Nether Sect and ask them to scout for information about the Dark Royal race. Mountain God said, Boss, when can I start moving the Divine Mountain? Xiao Yuemei hastily returned after sending the message to Xiao Yuelan. Brother, there are many Dark Royal race people. There are many giant lizard dragons in the sky and dark beasts and dark warriors on the ground. Xiao Yuemei very angrily said, these bastards are truly repulsive. Old Mountain, you can start running. It would be best if they can sense the Divine Mountain. We want them to keep chasing and attacking, we need to take advantage of this time to refine counterattack equipment and then kill them all. Qin Yan said. With the help of Star God, Qin Yan is confident that he can quickly refine a powerful counterattack equipment and let the Divine Mountain possess a powerful weapon. All right. Mountain God nodded and immediately controlled the Divine Mountain to move. The Divine Mountain is not moving horizontally on the ground, rather it suddenly moved several 10,000 meters in an instant. This way, the Dark Royal race can sense it one after another. Qin Yan took out Saint Oil and other materials and said, start refining formation pillars and flags. Not only we want to exterminate these bastards who are besieging us, we also want to show the Dark Royal race some color and let them feel the might of our inscription gate. Black Tortoise Great Formation Qin Yan and the others are very cautious towards the Emperor race. After all, their Divine Inscription Mountain is a very special existence in Immortal Desolate. Everyone knows that Divine Inscription Mountain can devour other divine mountains to quickly evolve. This kind of divine mountain is also something that every faction wants to occupy. Furthermore, Divine Inscription Mountain can grow a large number of divine fruits. Moreover, Qin Yan is the master of Divine Inscription Mountain. He already has Sun Soul, so he is even more important. Now that Emperor race is mentioned, Qin Yan is also very worried. Because Emperor race is very friendly with all the major factions, for example, Guanghan Palace, Nether Sect, Immortal Desolate Holy Palace. And these factions have very good relationship with him. Dark Royal race came to find us first, I wonder if Emperor race will come. Zi Qingqing said. Even if Emperor race comes, what can they do? It is impossible for them to touch Divine Inscription Mountain. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, what kind of storm has Divine Inscription Mountain not seen before? We are not afraid of Emperor race. It is impossible to say that they are not afraid because Emperor race can mobilize the entire dragon race. Qin Yan said, we are still safe now. We will know the attitude of Emperor race very soon. Guanghan Palace and Nether Sect will definitely stand on Divine Inscription Mountain's side. Emperor race has just broken the seal, moreover they will have to face the powerful Dark Royal race, they will definitely not want to provoke us. Shui Tianzi said. Qin Yan nodded, he also feels the same way. Even if Emperor race really wants his Sun Soul, if they attack now, they will have to consider the consequences. Qin Yan destroyed 2 sun altars and took down Xiaoyang. Although he provoked many enemies, he has now intimidated many factions. For example, the Immortal Emperor Ancient City was almost destroyed because they attacked Divine Inscription Mountain. Qin Yan's decision to attack the Immortal Emperor Ancient City is very correct, it will be a great deterrent. He returned to Floating Cloud Pagoda, took out his divine position and contacted Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. Not long after, he contacted Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. It is already dark, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master should be resting. Are you still in the Emperor Race Divine Palace? Qin asked. Yes. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with smile. Qin, Emperor Race Divine Palace had a meeting in the past 2 days. This is also what Qin wants to know. What did they say? Asked Qin anxiously. Although the Emperor clan broke the seal, they did not completely suppress the Dark Royalty. The Dark King race escaped through the cracks in the ground. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said solemnly. In other words, many Dark Royal race people from the Immortal Desolate have come. Qin said, that's right, even the Dark Royal race attacked my Divine Inscription Mountain. How did these guys find me? The Dark Royal family went to find you? It seems like they most likely want to obtain the Sun Soul. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master exclaimed. What about the Emperor clans? Do you have any designs on my Sun Soul? Qin asked. Hard to say. The Sacred Master of the Immortal Desolate Land took a deep breath and sighed, half and half. There are also several factions within the Imperial family. Some people want you to hand over your Sun Soul, some want you to lend your Sun Soul to them. There are also some who don't want to provoke you. Then what was the result? Asked Qin. It's hard to say. In short, there are people in the Emperor clan who want to snatch your Sun Soul. Be careful, the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said. Oh right, help me find a special dragon related to my floating cloud heavenly seal. Qin told the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master about the situation of his floating cloud heavenly seal. After the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master heard this, he said, this is difficult. That dragon definitely doesn't want to go back. Why? Qin asked. That's a living dragon. Don't tell me it will become a part of your floating cloud heavenly seal all day long? That's impossible, the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master laughed. In any case, if it was me, I definitely wouldn't do it. Help me find it. Qin said. Alright, the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master also agreed. Thank you first. Qin said, I'm being watched by the Dark Royal race. I have to think of a way to get rid of these guys. The Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said, the Dark Royal race and the Imperial race have been fighting for a long time. The Imperial race's intention is to stop fighting with the Dark Royal race for a period of time and then develop their own strength. Let them. Anyways, as long as they provoke me, I will make them bleed. Qin said. If they stop fighting, the Imperial race and the Dark Royal race will jointly establish the rules of Immortal Desolate and everyone will have to abide by them, the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said again. What about you? You are the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, are you just going to let them do whatever they want? Qin curled his lips and said. I will be in charge of management, the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master said with mischievous smile. The Imperial race still gives me a lot of face. Up to you. After cutting off the connection, Qin went out to refine formation pillars and flags with everyone. Xiaoyuemei said, brother, Little Black Donkey said that his Xianwu totem is very strong, especially when used for defense. It is indeed very good. Qin nodded. How about this, when we set up the defensive formation, we will use Xianwu totem as the main. Xiaoyuemei said. Alright, but it would be best if we can transform this mountain into Xianwu. Qin looked at the mountain god and said with smile, can you transform? Transform into that donkey? The mountain god said with disdainful expression, I won't transform. Of course not. Xiaohua said with mischievous smile. Then he took out a portrait of a mighty giant tortoise and a large snake coiled around it. Xiaoyuemei said, Old mountain, you can transform the inscription Divine Mountain into a large tortoise. The mountain god said somewhat unhappily, large tortoise? This is not too good. Wouldn't it be a kind of turtle retreat? It doesn't matter, as long as the defense is strong enough, it will be fine. Qin said with smile, wait until we kill them all, let's see who will laugh at us for being a turtle. Indeed. We will surely kill those Dark Royal race. Bastards. Xiaoyuemei said with mischievous smile, Old mountain, quickly start transforming. The mountain god can transform the inscription Divine Mountain, so he can only transform into a large tortoise. From outside, it looks like a small tortoise-shaped mountain. Naturally, this small mountain can travel through space, it will be very difficult for those lizard dragons to catch up to it. the mountain god is now controlling the inscription Divine Mountain to travel through space, letting those dark royal race bastards chase after it. Within the Immortal Desolate, only the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master can surpass the Immortal Emperor realm, the others can only reach the Immortal Emperor realm at most. With the inscription Divine Mountain's current defense, as long as it is not facing the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, it can run away. Wait for little black donkey to come back, I will make it the foundation of the Black Tortoise Great Formation. Xianxia said with smile, we can't let this guy eat and drink for free. Xiaoyuemei said, brother, how did little black donkey become like that? It doesn't look like a black tortoise at all. Who knows, after it comes back, it will have to work. Xianxia shook his head and smiled, then released a large amount of saint oil to smelt all kinds of materials. 3 days passed by and the little black donkey returned. He used the soul-chasing talisman to catch up to the inscription Divine Mountain. Seeing the inscription Divine Mountain transform into a tortoise, he felt a very familiar feeling. Old Mountain, you really know how to transform. You are truly invincible after transforming into this form, little black donkey said with mischievous smile. Brother Donkey, they want to set up some Black Tortoise Great Formation to defend. Mountain God said. Is that so? This is a very wise choice. My Black Tortoise Great God's totem will be very useful. Little black donkey very happily laughed and said, with me, Black Tortoise Great God, this great formation will surely become even stronger. Xianxia said with smile, so you will become the foundation of the formation. When the Great Formation needs defense, you will release energy to make the Black Tortoise Great Formation even stronger. Little black donkey is somewhat unwilling, it muttered, I am a grand Black Tortoise Great God, how can I do this kind of work? I am not tired and I still have something to eat, why not? Xiaoyuemei said with charming smile. That's true, little black donkey became very excited just thinking about having something to eat. There are also many formation pillars and flags. Xianxia began carving black tortoise totems on them. When he is carving, he fused the needle spirit with the floating cloud divine needle. This way, he can carve the black tortoise totem which will transform into a dragon, making it even more powerful. Since he has totem inscription spirit and beast king inscription spirit, the black tortoise totems he carved caused the little black donkey to become dumbstruck. Especially when it saw the dragon transformation runes, it found it even more unbelievable. Because the black tortoise totems carved by Xianxia are much more powerful than the ones on its back. Xianxia spent a few days to finally complete the formation. Then, he handed over the formation pillars and formation flags to the mountain god. He asked him to place them in appropriate locations inside and outside the Divine Inscription Mountain and then connect them to the energy source inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. This formation is also controlled by Mountain God. When needed, little black donkey can join in and let the Black Tortoise Great Formation display even more powerful defense. The defensive formation is ready, next is the killing formation and the counterattack dragon cannon. Mountain God said with mischievous smile. He secretly tested the Black Tortoise Great Formation and can feel that its defense is very strong. With a strong enough defense, Xianxia will have enough confidence when facing Xiaoyang. His goal is to kill Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang can also travel through space, moreover, the energy source inside him is very powerful. Inside his floating cloud pagoda, there is an energy source inside Xiaoyang. That energy source is what he needs to activate the heaven leaping shuttle. Xianxia entered the floating cloud pagoda and contacted Star God. Star God did not disappoint Xianxia, he gave Xianxia 10 god-level giant dragons, as well as many broken weapons and armors. All of them were made from god-level materials in the Divine Desolate. There are also many arrows and spears, this way, Xianxia doesn't need to make those cannon arrows anymore. On the prairie inside the Divine Rune Mountain, there are 10 giant dragon corpses and a large pile of broken weapons from the Divine Desolate. This made Xiao Hua and the others dumbfounded. The giant dragon's body has been cut, its head has been chopped off, it seems like it is a dragon from the dark royal race. Let's eat first. Little black donkey shouted excitedly, this is dragon meat from the Divine Desolate. Xianxia immediately pulled him back and said with a smile, can you roast this level of dragon meat? That's true. Boss, you are the best, you must have a way to roast this dragon meat. Little black donkey said anxiously. Strike again. Xianxia shook his head with a smile and said, of course I have a way. However, we can't do it now. Let's refine the dragon cannon first. After we get it out, we can have a feast. These words also stimulated the black donkey and the others. All of them were filled with vigor. Then, everyone started to tidy up the dragon heads. 9 dragon heads are enough. Qinyan left one for himself. He wants to use it to strengthen the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon. However, he believed that even if the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon was fused with the dragon head, it would still require a very strong frost power to cool it down. As for the specifics, he had to discuss it with the star god. Due to the lack of manpower, Qinyan planned on contacting Black Rat by Zhe to get them to return to help. Wei Zhongxing and Demonic Mirror Immortal Emperor were also called over to help set up the killing formation. And Qin Yun is mainly responsible for carving runes on the huge dragon head. He needs to carve a lot of runes. First is the 9 dragon totem, moreover, it is the 9 dragon totem rune for dragon transformation. Then he also needs to add the sacred fire totem. The dragon head is very large, so there is no need to carve runes on it. However, because it is a god-level dragon head, it is very strenuous to carve it. If Qin Yun did not have many kinds of inscription spirits, it would be impossible for him to be qualified for such a difficult task. Although his progress is very slow, he is still continuing. All he needed now was time. In order to place these 9 dragon head cannons, the mountain god will have to make the divine inscription mountain very big. When needed, the 9 dragon head cannons could be extended out from the inner space and fired. A deity-level dragon head could withstand an even stronger explosion of energy. This determined that the power that could be unleashed would be even stronger, although Qin Yun's 9 heavens dragon lion cannon is very strong. Because of the materials used, it often overheats and has no choice but to cool down before it can be used. However, there was no need for this dragon head cannon. It was just that the dragon head cannon was too big, and the huge dragon head could not shrink. The dragon skull is very sturdy. Although only the skull is left, it is still very mighty and frightening. Especially after the runes were carved on it, there is a very strong dragon aura. Everyone was busy setting up killing formations while Qin Yun was busy carving runes. The entire inscription gate was busy and moving about. They all wanted to teach the dark race royalty a lesson, so they worked very hard. Even if it was hard, they gritted their teeth and endured. Their enemies were not only the dark royalty, but also the emperor clans. Some people in the imperial clan expressed that to snatch Qin Yun's son's soul meant that they had to go against the inscription gate. Qin Yun was certain that sooner or later, he would come into conflict with some people from the imperial clans. As long as the inscription Divine Mountain had enough defensive and offensive methods, they wouldn't be afraid of the imperial clan's attack. Xiao Yuelan originally wanted to come, but in order to understand more about the imperial race, she went to the imperial race divine palace with Yu Xiaoling, the sun elf. The imperial race is currently not on guard against the Guanghan Palace, so Xiao Yuelan wants to take this opportunity to understand the imperial race and prepare to clash with them in the future. Qin Yun would contact the immortal desolate sacred master from time to time. He did not receive much news because it was impossible for the imperial family to tell the immortal desolate sacred master everything. The only thing they knew was that the imperial clans and the dark royal clans had actually reached a tacit agreement to stop fighting for a period of time. They would discuss how to divide the immortal desolate, the big and small powers in the immortal desolate. When faced with the emperor clans and dark royal clans, these two colossal beings, they could not say anything. So no one could say anything about how to divide it. Even if he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to voice it out. What made Qin Yun somewhat surprised is that the Holy Sun ancient city has completely surrendered to the imperial race and is now under their control. Although the imperial race has the dragon race and the Holy Sun ancient city joining them, the dark royal clan is not weak either. They originally had the evil sun race and then joined forces with many other powerful powers in the immortal desolate. Their overall strength is not weak either. Therefore, if these two colossal beings were to fight, it would definitely be as chaotic as the divine desolate. The reason why the star god picked up so many good things in the divine desolate is because the divine desolate's imperial race and the dark royal clan are fighting to the death. 3 months passed. During this period of time, there was no great battle between the imperial race and the dark royal clan in the immortal desolate. Instead, there would be small-scale conflicts from time to time. The immortal desolate is so peaceful, it made many people feel at ease. However, the matter of the divine inscription mountain being chased by the Dark Royal clan is something that the entire immortal desolate knows about. The divine inscription mountain teleported everywhere, it went to the Earth province and the Xian province, it was also encountered by many people. Every time they saw the divine inscription mountain, a large group of Dark Royal clan people would chase after them. Especially those thousands of giant lizard dragons, they are majestically flying high in the sky, their bodies are releasing evil aura, giving rise to waves of anger in the sky. It is a very shocking scene. Jian Linglong, Lan Fengjin and other female inscription masters who returned from the Divine Palace have been brought into the Divine Inscription Mountain. Yu Shetian and Lu Jingming have also been brought here. The reason they came here is to build the Magic Mirror Formation Foundation. This requires a large number of outstanding inscription masters. After Xiang Yalan and Nangong Shuiru arrived, they studied the divine trees and divine fruits inside the divine mountain. Qin Yan told them to move a few trees back to plant. Nangong Shuiru used the Sun Moon Divine Bowl to plant the mysterious Sun God tree. It has already grown very well. The flowers that have condensed out look like a small sun. Since there are no results, Qin Yan told Nangong Shuiru to continue planting the Sun God tree. Nangong Shuiru is an inscription pill master, but she can also participate in building the Magic Mirror Formation Foundation. Qin Yan obtained many powerful space runes and totems from the space god. After Qin Yan explained them to Xiao Hua and the others, they were able to master them. Then they began constructing the Magic Mirror Formation Foundation together. The Magic Mirror Formation Foundation can not only cover the entire immortal desolate to transmit information, it can also transmit some things through the formation inside the magic mirror. Previously, the magic mirror could absorb immortal jade beads. Qin Yan also wants to do the same. This way, he can control the transmission of information from the magic mirror and cause a lot of interference to the enemy. The 9 dragon cannons have already been refined. The mountain god is now familiarizing himself with them, he will need some time to adapt. And the little black donkey is also familiarizing himself with the black tortoise great formation. The Magic Mirror Formation Foundation that Qin Yan wants to refine is also gradually on the right track, the core of the formation has been completed. Next, it will be a lot easier, he only needs some time to adjust the runes, check the errors and then modify it. It took him more than 2 months to complete the core, now he still needs some time to complete the details. Qin Yan asked Jian Linglong to bring back the Guanhan Palace's female inscription masters because the Guanhan Palace also needs to defend against the Dark Royal race's sneak attack. Qin Yan gave them some broken divine tools, they were picked up by Star God from the battlefield of Divine Desolate, they are also very useful things. Xiao Yuelan returned, she brought back the tall and enchanting Sun Fairy. Yu Xiaoling's head is full of golden hair, she is wearing a bright red long skirt, her voluptuous body is completely covered up. After she arrived, Xiao Yuemei pestered her to play with her. Xiao Yuemei likes to play with fairies the most, she likes those fairies who have wings, for example Yu Shetian and those flying divine bees. After Xiao Yuelan returned, she said, the Emperor race's attitude towards you is very vague. This is the same as Immortal Desolate's sacred master. Qin Yan nodded, don't worry about them. Our current target is the Dark Royal race, these bastards have been chasing us for several months, they are truly not tired at all. Xiao Yun, the Dark Royal race's main camp is above the 2 Xia Suns. In 3 days, the 2 Xia Suns will fly to the Emperor Race Divine Palace, they want to discuss the matter of dividing the Immortal Desolate and sign a truce agreement. Xiao Yuelan said, at that time all the big shots of the major powers will go and participate. Qin Yan said with frown, if it is decided that the Immortal Desolate will be controlled by the Dark Royal race and the Emperor race, what will my inscription Divine Mountain do? Xiao Yuelan held Qin Yan's hand and said in grave tone, Xiao Yun, the Emperor race and the Dark Royal race might join hands to deal with you. Everyone in the Immortal Desolate knows that you have 2 sun spirits in your hands. Sun spirits are also very important to the Emperor race. Yuelan, how much do you know about the Emperor race after staying in the Emperor race Divine Palace? Qin Yan asked. There are 3 factions within the Emperor race. Because these 3 factions have different methods of nurturing their descendants, their characters are also different, so they often have differences. However, when faced with common interests, they will join hands. Xiao Yuelan said. Then what do you think our inscription Divine Mountain should do? Qin Yun is in the 20th floor of the floating cloud pagoda, looking at his own divine position and walking back and forth. Xiao Yun, you are the sect master of the inscription gate. Xiao Yuelan chuckled and said, how the inscription gate will go in the future, it will all depend on you. You are the sect master's wife, I also have to listen to your opinion. Qin Yun gently caressed Xiao Yuelan's face and said with smile, although Yue Mei is the grand elder, your decision as the sect master's wife is more important than hers. Xiao Yuelan chuckled a few times and said, Xiao Yun, if it was me, I would take advantage of their negotiation to attack the Dark Royal race and give them a taste of my power. I think so too. Qin Yun rubbed his fist and said, right now, everyone in the Immortal Desolate is saying that the inscription Divine Mountain has turned into a turtle and is being chased all over the Immortal Desolate. Xiao Yuelan said, then use action to prove that the inscription gate is not a turtle. Qin Yun said with smile, Yuelan, I want to take down a Xiaoyang. I feel that only by doing this will we be able to intimidate the Imperial race and also teach the Dark Royal race a lesson. If you can do it, that would be the best. But isn't it very difficult? Xiao Yuelan said. We will know after we try. Qin Yun said with smile. Then let's take action quickly. Xia Yang is going to the Imperial race's divine palace, we will take this opportunity to attack them. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yun walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and yelled at Mountain God, Old Mountain, how is the practice of the 9 dragon cannons? It's almost done. We can start actual combat now. Mountain God said with smile. Old Xiao, how many lizard dragons are there outside? Qin Yun asked. More than 1,000. 3,000 evil dragon warriors, 500 dark dragon warriors. Xiao Hua said. Qin Yun nodded, then looked at Mountain God and said, can we kill them all? Hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone in the inscription gate became extremely excited, because the inscription gate is about to attack. Yes. Mountain God laughed loudly and said, no problem at all. Then can we take down a Xiaoyang? Qin Yun asked again. The inscription gate shows its might. Qin Yun wanted to kill Xiaoyang, this was something he had wanted to do for a long time. Previously, the divine inscription mountain had been attacked by the evil Yang race. Fortunately, he was able to bring a large group of dragons from the dragon race over in time, causing the evil Yang race to suffer quite a bit. And now, the evil Sun race led by the Dark Royal race had launched such a large-scale attack on the divine inscription mountain in order to snatch the Sun soul. Qin Yun had been secretly developing for a few months. Now was the time to counterattack, Xiao Hua said, Headmaster, what about us? Should we attack? He Shu, Bai Zai, and the little black donkey were all restless. Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan took out their weapons. Their beautiful eyes are filled with killing intent. Of course we have to attack. What we have to do is not let them escape. Kill all the Darkness Royal race members surrounding us, don't leave a single one alive. Qin Yun's killing intent surged. The divine inscription mountain was located on a plain and in the sky from all directions, there were many giant lizard dragons that covered the sky. They released waves of black evil energy, causing the entire plain to become incomparably dark. Around the plains were evil dragon generals, dark dragon warriors, and some dark royalty members. The main leader was a member of the Darkness Royal family, the little black donkey, Xiao Hua, Wei Zhongxing, and the demonic mirror immortal emperor were all very strong. Their mission was to chase after the Dark Emperor. Other than the Dark Royal race people who have been chasing after the divine inscription mountain, many other major powers have sent scouts to follow them because they want to know whether or not the divine inscription mountain will be captured by the Dark Royal race. All the major powers in the Immortal Desolate knew very well that the reason why the Dark Royal family chased after the divine inscription mountain was to capture Qin Yun and snatch his son's soul. This was something that all the major forces were paying close attention to. If the Dark Royal clan obtained Qin Yun's son's soul, their strength would definitely increase by a large margin. They would be able to rely on the son's soul to suppress the Imperial clan. Other than the spies sent by the various major powers, many busybodies followed behind to watch. They wanted to see how the divine mountain would be breached in the end. The divine mountain of inscription could teleport, but the distance of each teleportation was not far. It could be sensed by others. Furthermore, after teleporting, he would pause for a period of time before continuing. Actually, the mountain god did this on purpose. The mountain god's teleportation distance wasn't long, and he needed to rest for a while after teleporting. This also made the people following the inscription Divine Mountain feel that this was the weakness of the inscription Divine Mountain. The Divine Mountain suddenly stopped teleporting. The huge lizard dragons in the sky seized the opportunity to launch a series of ferocious attacks on the Divine Mountain. Boom boom boom. The giant lizard dragons spat out balls of black and red energy from their mouths. They flapped their huge wings and shot out waves of violent blood-colored lightning. In an instant, a bloody light covered the world. More than 1,000 giant lizard dragons with wings spanning hundreds of meters flashed with a bloody light. They shot out violent lightning bolts and bombarded the Divine Mountain crazily. The ground trembled from the violent energy, the plains were torn apart in an instant. As for the Divine Mountain that had turned into the shape of a giant tortoise, it was enveloped by a continuous barrage of lightning that resembled a violent waterfall. The people in the distance could only see that the area was like a sea of blood-colored lightning, and it was surging violently. The Divine Inscription Mountain is finished this time. After being chased for so long, we finally stopped. The energy of the Divine Mountain must have been used up. Can the Dark Royal family capture Xianxia alive? I have to say, this Divine Inscription Mountain is truly capable. The Dark Royal family used so much power and spent so much time to hit them now. Sigh, if the Dark Royal family takes down Xianxia and obtains the Sun Soul, then we can only rely on the Dark Royal family. A Dark Royal family with a Sun Soul is definitely stronger than an Imperial family. This Imperial family is really something. Could it be that they are just going to watch helplessly as the Dark Royal family takes down Xianxia and obtains the Sun Soul? The people watching from afar all felt that it was a pity. As they discussed, they all sighed. The Divine Inscription Mountain and Xianxia were both famous existences in the Immortal Desolate. Now, they were going to be captured by the Dark Royal family. The Divine Inscription Mountain was completely fine. The little black donkey was controlling the black tortoise formation to block the energy. As for the mountain god, he was cooperating with the little black donkey to absorb the energy of the group of lizard dragons. One had to know that Xianxia had carved the nether sun totem into the black tortoise formation. Furthermore, it was complemented by other runes. Therefore, while the black tortoise formation was resisting the violent attacks, it could still absorb most of it. The mountain god stored most of the energy and then counterattacked through the 9 dragon head cannons. After a large number of lizard dragons attacked for more than an hour, they finally stopped. What was shocking was that there was a whirlpool in the center of the Divine Inscription Mountain. The blood-colored lightning that enveloped the Divine Inscription Mountain formed a whirlpool and was being rapidly devoured by the Divine Inscription Mountain. This immediately caused a burst of exclamations. The spectators in the distance all thought that the Divine Inscription Mountain was finished, but now, not only was the Divine Inscription Mountain not finished, it was even able to devour the energy of the attacks. Not long after, the energy was completely devoured by the Divine Inscription Mountain. On the back of the giant tortoise-shaped Divine Inscription Mountain, 9 dragon skulls suddenly appeared. The dragon skulls flickered with a faint golden color. Those people in the distance could see many strange runes on the surface of the dragon skulls with their telescopic tools. Although those inscriptions were intricately carved on the surface of the dragon skulls, they looked as if they had perfectly fused with the dragon skulls, as if they were formed by nature. There was a mysterious charm within it, causing the dragon skulls to become even more powerful, bringing with it a frightening, ferocious and arrogant aura. Old Mountain, you can start killing. Xianxia and company could see everything outside from the space inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. At this moment, they were looking at the group of lizard dragons in the sky. To hell with you evil things! The mountain god laughed. The 9 dragon head cannons were fired at the same time. The dragon skull that was as large as a small mountain flickered with a golden light. Suddenly, it spat out a ball of golden air. Boom, boom. Boom, the huge golden ball of light shot into the sky and suddenly exploded like a firework. The golden ball of light did not bloom like fireworks but rather a resplendent and violent thunder and fire. The ball of light suddenly shot out a huge flower. Violent thunder and fire exploded one after another. Countless golden flames and lightning densely covered a large area of the sky. It was as if a huge net of flames and lightning had suddenly appeared in the sky. A large group of lizard dragons were hit by the violent golden flames and lightning and flew around in the air. Aoo. The group of lizard dragons let out pained and angry roars. After the lizard dragon's huge wings were hit by the violent golden flames and lightning, they were set ablaze. The cannon shells shot by the dragon head cannons gathered the violent energy they had just absorbed. Moreover, they also fused a large amount of sacred oil and sacred profound silver crystals. After being shot out, the power is extremely terrifying. Suddenly, the earth trembled again. 9 huge and mighty dragon head cannons once again shot at the sky in unison. The explosion caused a loud explosion and caused an explosion. And the sky was once again enveloped by the golden flames and lightning. Bang! Bang! The lizard dragons that were randomly flying around, their huge bodies are burning with golden sacred flames. They are like headless flies that are randomly flying around. They landed on the ground all around them, causing the earth to shake repeatedly. The people watching from afar are shocked and fearful. They are dumbstruck by the divine inscription mountain's counterattack. They are all speechless. With incomparable fear, they calmly looked at the group of lizard dragons that were shot down. The reason why the divine inscription mountain stopped was not because it consumed energy but because it wanted to counterattack. This sudden counterattack is beyond everyone's expectations, because these past few days, the tortoise-shaped divine inscription mountain has been constantly fleeing, causing the entire immortal desolate to think that they have retreated. But now, the counterattack is so terrifying, in an instant, the lizard dragon army collapsed. The dark dragon warriors and evil dragon generals are also intimidated by the divine inscription mountain's counterattack. Retreat! The dark royal race's commander suddenly shouted. However, just as they were about to retreat, the divine inscription mountain's killing formation activated. Hoo, with the divine inscription mountain as the center, a huge cyclone suddenly appeared. This cyclone covered a radius of several hundred li. The people watching from afar are also enveloped by the cyclone. Although they are not at the center, they are still enveloped by the fierce and terrifying thunder and lightning astral wind. The divine inscription mountain suddenly moved and approached the group of powerful dark dragon warriors. Along with the movement of the divine inscription mountain, the terrifying thunder and lightning cyclone also moved. As if it was sweeping the earth, it destroyed all obstacles as it moved majestically. Its might is vast and violent. Everything that approached the center of the cyclone was pulled over by a suction force. The lizard dragon that landed on the ground was also swept up by the violent thunder and lightning vortex and smashed into pieces. The dark dragon warriors and evil dragon generals are like ants in front of this huge cyclone. They were sucked into the violent whirlpool. Roar, roar! The dark dragon warriors suddenly turned into black dragons. They roared and did their best to struggle free from the whirlpool. However, after becoming big, they became the target of the dragon head cannon. Those dragons can be eaten. Xiaoyuemei suddenly shouted. Several hundred dark inscription dragons, the dragon head cannon became busy again. It madly bombarded those dark inscription dragons that are revolving all around. Ha ha ha. Invincible, we are invincible. Kill these bastards, the mountain god very excitedly shouted. The divine inscription mountain can also absorb remnant souls and store them in a certain place. These remnant souls are used for sacrifice. Get rid of the big guy, leave those small things to us. Qinyan said, the dragon head cannon is not good at attacking small targets. The thunder and lightning storm stopped, the huge dark inscription dragon's body fell to the ground and was suddenly taken away by the power released by the divine inscription mountain. A large group of evil dragon generals were all injured by the thunder and lightning. Only those 100 dark royal race people's situation is better because they have very powerful equipment and their strength is not bad. Let's go! Qin Yun shouted. Those who can fight suddenly flew out of the divine inscription mountain and rushed towards the dark royal race people. And the mountain god is also controlling the divine inscription mountain even more tightly. If they encounter any danger, he can also help them or teleport them back to the divine mountain. Qin Yun came out. Are they going to kill all the dark royal race people? Ayaya. This is too bad. The dark royal race will suffer a great loss. Maybe the dark royal race will be completely annihilated. We should quickly send the news back. Completely exterminated Qin Yun and the others finally left the divine inscription mountain to fight against the dark royal race people. Most of the Dark Royal race people were affected by the killing formation. Although they are not seriously injured, they consumed a lot of energy to resist the formation's violent thunder and lightning. The leader of the Dark Royal race is a very strong immortal emperor. They also have more than 10 immortal emperors. Their immortal emperors were the target of the Divine Inscription Mountain's attack. The Divine Inscription Mountain's killing formation did not affect most of the Dark Royal race people. Instead, it focused on the immortal emperor leaders. This way, it will be much easier for Xianxia and the other immortal emperors to deal with the Dark Royal race's immortal emperors. As for Qinyan and the others, they are going to kill those immortal kings. Qinyan used the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade to sweep across the ground a few times. He killed those evil dragon warriors who were beaten black and blue and absorbed a large number of remnant souls. The more remnant souls the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade absorbs, the stronger it becomes. When the Dark Royal race people saw Qinyan and the others fly out, they originally wanted to retreat. But now they are going to meet the attack head-on. Because they feel that they have more people on their side, they will definitely win. Xiaohua, Wei Zhongxing, and the others are not weak. They have broken divine tools from Divine Desolate in their hands. These divine tools are very powerful and can be compared to excellent sacred tools. In addition, the armor they were wearing was also a broken god-grade armor. Coupled with the powerful immortal emperor power in their bodies, they could produce a strong defense. One of the Dark Royal race immortal emperors hacked at Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor a few times, but he was not injured. Instead, he was stabbed several times by Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor. Because they don't need to worry too much about the opponent's attack, Xiaohua and the others don't need to defend too much during the battle. They can concentrate their power and attack crazily. In this way, not long after the battle started, those immortal emperors more or less suffered some injuries. Although they are fighting many, they still suffered great losses. The reason why they suffered losses is because their equipment is not enough. Xiao Yuelan summoned the Nether Realm Mad Dragon and used sun-suppressing divine arrow. She chased after the fleeing Dark Royal race people with killing intent. Xiao Yuemei cooperated with Black Mouse by Zhe and concealed herself. She seized the opportunity to suddenly attack. Yu Xiaoling used her flame sound divine bow, coupled with some slightly damaged arrows from the divine wasteland, to display an extremely terrifying killing power. She is Xiao Yuelan's fairy, so she is very cooperative with Xiao Yuelan. The two of them also have a tacit understanding. The person fighting with Xiao Yuelan would easily be targeted by Yu Xiaoling and then shot by an arrow. Then, Xiao Yuelan would use the sun-suppressing divine arrow to pierce their heads. Among the spectators, many of them fantasized that the Inscription Gate and the Dark Royal race would fight to the death and then they would go over to take advantage of the situation. When they saw how powerful the people from the Inscription Gate were, their illusions were shattered. The two of them didn't dare to have any thoughts because the people from the Inscription Gate were simply too terrifying. The 100 or so people of the Dark Royal race are all warriors with rich battle experience. They often fight with the Imperial race, but now, they were completely defeated by a few people from the Inscription Gate. Qinyan is chasing and killing Dark Royal race people. As long as someone is targeted by him, their body will suddenly lose balance and float up. That was because Qinyan used supergravity to reduce a person's weight to 0 and then float. When a person feels that they have suddenly lost gravity, it is equivalent to falling into a quagmire. They can only struggle randomly, it is extremely difficult to dodge. Only with enough power can they break through Qinyan's gravity shroud. Hula, Qinyan used the light transformation sacred pupil to flash over, chopped down with his saber and killed a third-stage immortal king of the Dark Royal race. At this time, 2 Dark Royal race immortal kings rushed over. As soon as they arrived, Ling Yuner controlled the gravity sword. The gravity sword is formless and colorless, it swiftly pierced towards the 2 immortal kings rushing over. The 2 immortal kings could feel a strange and terrifying power approaching them. They immediately brandished the weapons in their hands and struck towards the 2 swords of gravity. Their reaction is very fast, they can also lock onto the gravity sword and release extremely strong power to destroy the gravity sword. However, although the gravity sword has been dispersed, it did not disappear. Under Ling Yuner's control, the scattered gravity sword enveloped the 2 immortal kings in an instant. Seeing the 2 immortal kings floating up, Qinyan immediately rushed over and killed one of them with one saber strike. The two immortal kings who attacked Qin Yun were killed in the blink of an eye. Roar! Qin Yun suddenly summoned the Netherrealm Heavenly Lion because he saw the Dark Royal Race people fleeing. He said before that he must kill all the Dark Royal Race people who attacked the Divine Inscription Mountain. After the Netherrealm Heavenly Lion appeared, it quickly chased after the fleeing people. At this moment, the Divine Inscription Mountain also slowly moved over and released a very strong space domain. In this domain, other than Qin Yun and the others, other people's teleportation talismans are useless. Therefore, the Dark Royal Race people cannot use teleportation talismans to leave, nor can they send a message for help. Don't let them run away. Qin Yun shouted. More than 100 Dark Royal Race people, now only 30 or so are left. Leave it to me, Mountain God said. He controlled the spatial domain and teleported the people who fled to the edge back. After devouring a large amount of instant void immortal iron, his use of spatial power is very brilliant. In addition, Qin Yun gave him many spatial totems and runes, allowing him to use even more spatial techniques. 5 Dark Royal Race immortal emperors have already been killed. As for the rest, they were also resisting with great difficulty. I'm coming, Mountain God suddenly shouted. A very long stone vine suddenly appeared from the divine mountain and fiercely swung towards a fleeing immortal emperor. After that immortal emperor was hit, he fell to the ground. Wei Zhongjing rushed over and used the sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand to quickly kill him. Near the divine inscription mountain, miserable screams rang out incessantly. Especially those Dark Royal Race people who were targeted by Xiao Yuan. Before they died, they were tortured to the point of being in unbearable pain. The miserable screams they let out caused people's scalps to go numb. Xiao Yuan is the sect master's wife, Qin Yun's wife. The Dark Royal Race wants to snatch Qin Yun's sun soul. They want to break through the Divine Inscription Mountain and destroy the Divine Inscription Gate. Therefore, when she dealt with these people, she is filled with incomparable anger. During the battle, Xiao Yuan seems to have changed into a different person, as if she is killing. She has the soul and soul of the killing god. She can directly obtain a very terrifying killing power and increase her strength. The onlookers were also using their own methods to pass the news back to their families. They originally wanted to use spatial transmission, but the space here is very unstable. They suspect that the Divine Inscription Mountain deliberately created it. Let's get away from here, someone suddenly said. If those fellows think that we have any thoughts about them, they might attack us. That's right, that Qin Yun is a fearless fellow. He dares to provoke anyone. An old man nodded. When the onlookers saw that the battle was about to end, they swarmed away. They were worried that Qin Yun and company would treat them as members of the Dark Royal Race and kill them. Most of the Dark Royal Race members have been killed. Only the commander is still alive. His throat was pierced by Wei Zhongjing's sun-suppressing divine arrow and his shoulders were stabbed by Immortal Mirror's long fork. As for his head, it was caved in by the little black donkey's hooves. This commander is an immortal emperor. But now he is extremely aggrieved. They regret attacking the Divine Inscription Mountain. They also know how terrifying Qin Yun and company are. Dark Royal Race, this matter is not over yet. My Divine Inscription Gate can be said to have no grudges with you, but you came to kill us. This is courting death. Qin Yun walked over and his calm voice was filled with anger. You are not an imperial race, but you dare to become enemies with our Dark Royal Race. Don't be too arrogant. The old man said coldly, I advise you, you better let me go and give me your sun soul. Then you might have a chance to live. Qin Yun immediately laughed out loud. Then, with a slash of his saber, he beheaded the commander. You are about to die yet you are still bragging, the little black donkey curled its lips and said. Its hooves ferociously kicked the corpse a few times, causing it to explode. Prepare to go to the Imperial Race Shrine. Qin Yun looked at the Divine Inscription Mountain and said, this is just our warm-up, we have a bigger goal. Qin Yun and company returned to the Divine Inscription Mountain one after another. Inside the Divine Inscription Mountain, there are many dark inscription dragons. It will take some time for them to go to the Imperial Race Shrine. And now, Qin Yun and company are roasting those dark inscription dragons. After having a good meal, they will attack Xiaoyang. Xiao Yun, have you thought about how to attack Xiaoyang? Xiao Yuan asked. Not yet. Qin Yun said with frown, wait until we get closer, I want to see Xianyang's specific situation. The Imperial Race Shrine is located above the heavenly crater, its main purpose is to guard the passage to the darkness great desolate. Qin Yun also asked the Star God to release his divine flame to help them roast a god-level giant dragon. The Star God gave Qin Yun 10 god-level giant dragons before. At that time everyone wanted to have a taste, but because they didn't have a strong enough flame, it was difficult to roast them in a short period of time. But now with the help of the Star God's divine flame, it is much easier. The Star God's divine flame is also very strong, it can roast them very quickly. In the past, no matter how big a dragon is, it would be killed by the little black donkey and Xiaoyueme. But now, although the divine dragon meat is delicious, it is very difficult to digest. Even the little black donkey is full after eating a bit. I can't eat anymore, I feel like I can be full for a few days. The little black donkey lied down on the ground and said with smile, divine dragon meat is indeed different. Xiaoyueme burped and said with smile, brother, there is still more than half of the divine dragon meat, can I preserve some? The divine dragon meat is not easy to refine, so everyone is full after eating a bit. Of course you can, everyone divide it and preserve it, eat it when you feel like eating. Qin Yun said with smile, after we kill Xianyang, we will eat again. The mountain god said, boss, that Xianyang is very powerful. It is possible to heavily injure Xianyang, but it is very difficult to kill him. Before the attack, the inscription Divine Mountain is quickly heading towards the Imperial Race Divine Palace. Inside the Divine Rune Mountain, Qin Yun and the others were discussing how to attack Xianyang. The Dark Royal Race's experts are all inside the 2 Xianyang. They must know that the guy they sent has been killed by us. Wei Zhongxing said, if we suddenly appear near Xianyang, they will definitely attack us. Demon Mirror Mortal Monarch said, both of them are very strong, we need to end this quickly. Zi Qingqing said, how do you think the Emperor clan will react when the time comes? The Monarch race wants to stop the war with the Dark King race. If we happen to take down one Xianyang, will the Monarch race attack the other Xianyang? Shui Tianzi smiled, if that's the case, then it'll be great. Xiao Yuelan shook her head and said, it's hard to say. Those fellows from the Emperor clans were very treacherous. The only thing that can threaten them is not the 2 Xiayangs, but something from the great wilderness. Xiao Hua said, it is also possible for the D clan to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and then take action according to the situation. Who knows, they might even deal with us. The black donkey laughed. There's nothing to be afraid of. The Xuanwu formation is very strong. It won't be that easy for the Emperor races to break it. If they break through, we can still escape. Little black donkey, there are divine inscription palace and dragon race under the banner of the Emperor clan. Xiao Yueme said, for this kind of truce negotiation, experts from inscription world and dragon race will definitely appear. Qin Yun, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, Old Shan, how long can you maintain your spatial domain? It's hard to say, but it should be able to last for some time. The mountain god said, should I release the space realm and use the 9 dragon cannons to attack Xianyang? The space domain is to prevent the other Xianyang from interfering. The attack of the 9 dragon cannons should be able to damage the surface of Xianyang. Qin Yun said, when the time comes, we will indeed have to act quickly. If it doesn't work, we will quickly retreat. Xiao Hua said, boss, there is still a 9-star wild dragon formation on the Divine Mountain. If I activate the 9-star wild dragon array at that time, it will definitely have a good effect. Activating the 9-star wild dragon formation required the cooperation of a star god. There was also a 9-star wild dragon formation inside the Divine Mountain. Furthermore, it could be used repeatedly. The wild dragon stars that were summoned could also be controlled. Yu Shedian participated in the 9-star violent dragon formation. Yu Shedian is a star fairy princess, she placed many star spirits into the formation pillar. Even without star god's help, the summoning of stars will be faster and stronger. Qin Yun said, when the time comes, I will have to go inside Xianyang. His words surprised Xiao Hua and the others, and they shook their heads repeatedly. No, it's too dangerous to enter Xianyang's body. Wei Zhongxing said. There's no need to take such a risk. In any case, we have already caused the Dark Royal race to suffer great losses this time. That's enough. Mountain God also said. Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror and the little black donkey tried to persuade him not to act recklessly. Qin Yan looked at Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan did not immediately answer. Instead, she was thinking about something. I think Xiao Yun can enter Xiaoyang. Xiao Yuelan was silent for a moment. She suddenly said, it's not that easy to break Xiaoyang, or else the monarch races will not stop the war with the dark royal race so easily. Xiao Yuemei said in low voice, last time, Big Brother defeated a Xiaoyang. Xiao Yuelan said, last time, the situation is different. Old Mountain, after we get there, use the 9 dragon head cannons to attack Xiaoyang, after creating a hole, stop and retreat. Then I will rush in through the hole, I will destroy the defensive formation and barrier inside, you will come over and activate the 9-star violent dragon array to completely defeat Xiaoyang. Qin Yan said. Xiao Yuelan said, everyone, don't worry, Xiao Yun has the teleportation jade pendant, if there's any danger inside, she will be able to teleport out. Xiao Hua nodded and said, if Xiaoyang has a spatial barrier, Old Mountain will rush over and use his own spatial domain to interfere with the barrier and bring the sect master back. That's the only way. Wei Zhongxing said, Xiao Yun, you must be careful inside, it doesn't matter if you don't succeed, as long as you are still alive. Qin Yan smiled and said, I know. I do this kind of thing very often. Then everyone go and rest, Inscription Divine Mountain will be able to reach the Monarch Race Celestial Palace very soon. Let the whole Immortal Desolate know how powerful we are. Mountain God said. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan arrived at the floating cloud pagoda together. The young couple had a very sweet time together, it was supposed to be a very good thing but Yu Xiaoling that rogue elf wanted to join in. Fortunately, Qin Yan restricted Yu Xiaoling from entering the floating cloud pagoda, otherwise it would have ruined their happy moment. After the couple had a good time, Qin Yan went to find Star God while Xiao Yuelan comforted the angry Yu Xiaoling. Qin Yan told Star God about the result of the battle and expressed his gratitude to her. At the same time, he also sacrificed the remnant souls he collected during the battle to Star God. Star God knew that Qin Yan wanted to defeat Xiaoyang, so she agreed to cooperate with Qin Yan. Xiao Yun, when the time comes, activate the 9-star violent dragon array, I can sense it, I will control even stronger stars to go there. Star God said with smile. Sister Star God, it is very difficult to defeat Xiaoyang, we need to do it from the inside. I want to sneak in and destroy it, do you have any suggestions? Qin Yan asked. Sneak in? This is very dangerous. Star God frowned and said, but, since Xiaoyang appeared in Immortal Desolate, then the strongest guy inside is only peak Immortal Emperor. Qin Yan nodded and said, that is why I think it is not a big problem for me to sneak in. Xiao Yun, I have something for you. Star God thought for a while and said, go inside Xiaoyang and throw that thing out. What thing? Qin Yan knew that Star God had something good for him. Star God smiled and said, prepare to receive it. Qin Yan nodded and saw a box suddenly floating above the altar. When he grabbed the box, he felt something vibrating inside, it seems to be a very strong energy. What is inside? Qin Yan asked in shock. It is very dangerous, hold it well. Star God said, do not make any big vibrations. There is a star core sealed inside. The core of a star? Qin Yan took a deep breath. The thing that Star God gave Qin Yan was from Divine Desolate, it means that the star core is also the core of a Divine Desolate star, the power inside must be divine power. Xiao Yun, remember, after throwing it out, leave as soon as possible. Star God said again, I am worried that Xiaoyang is not as strong as I thought, if it explodes, the impact will be very big. Alright, I understand. Qin Yan nodded and said. After getting the thing from Star God, Qin Yan felt a lot more relieved. Star God said again, Xiao Yun, although there is a war going on in Divine Desolate, once the war ends, the structure of Divine Desolate will also change. Qin Yan saw Star God's worried expression and quickly asked, Sister Star God, what are you worried about? I am worried that the Space God will pledge his loyalty to the Monarch race. Then strictly control the entire Divine Wasteland space. The Star God said, if that's really the case, then it will be very difficult for me to deliver things to you. Will the Space God really do that? Qin Yan is also very worried, if Star God cannot send him anything, he will lose a channel to obtain resources. I don't know, that is why I am worried. Star God sighed and said, I will see if I can join the monarch race. N. Qin Yun nodded. Star God also stopped contacting Qin Yun. She said that she will take advantage of this period of time to collect as many resources as possible for Qin Yun. Qin Yun very carefully stored the box given by Star God. There is a star core inside. If he is not careful and explode it, it will be very dangerous. The divine inscription mountain has become very small. If they teleport inside the mountain, it will be very difficult for others to detect them. They want to secretly go to the monarch race divine palace. The monarch race divine palace is like an island. It is floating beside a huge heavenly crater. And on the other two sides of the heavenly crater, there are two huge black balls floating. They are the two Xia sons of the Xiaoyang race. Dark royal race people are inside the Xiaoyang race. They know that the people they sent were killed by the inscription gate. This caused them to become very angry. In a large hall inside the monarch race divine palace. Guanghan Palace, Dragon Race, Monarch Race, Inscription Gate, Nether Sect, these few great factions people are gathered together. Apart from the Monarch Race, other factions know Qin Yun better. They are not surprised that the people sent by the Dark Royal Race were killed by Qin Yun. Because this is Qin Yun's style of doing things, it would be strange if he was not killed. After Immortal Desolate Sacred Master heard this news, he is secretly worried that Qin Yun will attack Xiaoyang. He knows that Qin Yun's past life was the God King. Although he doesn't have the memories of the God King, his way of doing things is very similar to a God King style. This Qin Yun really has some ability. A middle-aged man from the monarch race chuckled and said, this time the Dark Royal Race suffered a big loss. They only suffered a small loss, that's all. The few people they lost are nothing. Another old man said disdainfully, Qin Yun has 2 sun souls. If he can't even deal with a few people from the Dark Royal Race, wouldn't he have wasted 2 sun souls? The middle-aged man from the monarch race said, according to the news, Qin Yun did not use Sun Soul during the battle. How can the power of Sun Soul be so easily discovered? Qin Yun must have used Sun Soul to deal with the Dark Royal Race. The old man from the monarch race said with certainty, therefore, our monarch race must obtain the Sun Soul. As long as we have the Sun Soul, we can completely eliminate the Dark Royal Race and destroy the Great Desolate. The middle-aged man from the monarch race said with sneer, Elder Yuan, you want to monopolize the Sun Soul, right? In any case, I don't want Qin Yun's Sun Soul. This person is not to be trifled with. Bloodline suspicion within the Emperor Race Divine Palace. There are many big shots who have good relationship with Qin Yun. Although they did not say anything, they are very dissatisfied in their hearts. They all felt that it wasn't easy to obtain the Sun Soul, but this imperial clan said it was theirs, wanting Qin Yun to hand it over. This was robbery. Elder Yuan, if you think that Sun Spirit belongs to Emperor Race, then go fight with Qin Yun. Our Qin family will not participate. That middle-aged man said. What? Could it be that your Qin family thinks that Qin Yun has your Qin Imperial Race's bloodline? Don't be delusional, your Qin family's bloodline has already been severed in Immortal Desolate. It is impossible for Qin Yun to have Qin Imperial Race's bloodline. Elder Yuan said with sneer. Everyone is startled hearing this. That Elder Yuan is speaking with certainty on the surface, but everyone can see that he is worried that Qin Yun truly has Qin Imperial Race's bloodline. If that is the case, then Qin Yun would belong to Qin Imperial Race. If Qin Imperial Race has Sun Spirit, then wouldn't their Yuan family be suppressed by Qin family? Therefore, Elder Yuan has been advocating snatching Qin Yun's Sun Spirit to avoid any unexpected problems. The big shot sent by Guanghan Palace is Xian Rujing. She is ice and snow goddess. Now she is secretly suspecting whether or not Qin Yun has Emperor Race's bloodline. Nether Sect sent Qin Long. Not many people know that he is Qin Yun's father. He is wearing a half mask to cover up the divine dragon totem on his face. Xian Rujing glanced at Qin Long and saw that his expression is very calm. This made Xian Rujing feel that Qin Long must know a lot of things. Qin Long gives Xian Rujing a very mysterious feeling. After all, he is Qin Yun's father. To be able to give birth to a son like Qin Yun, he is definitely not simple. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master is secretly startled. He knows that Qin Yun was once the king of gods. If he also has Emperor Race's bloodline, then it would be terrible. Dragon Race's Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother also knows that Qin Yun had immortal King Fu Yun's past life. Whether it is Qin Yun's past life or current life, he is equally formidable. Therefore, she suspects that Qin Yun has Emperor Race's bloodline. Qin family middle-aged man said with smile, Elder Yuan, you are worrying too much. If you didn't say that, I would never have thought that Qin Yun would possess the bloodline of the Qin imperial clan. Now, it would seem that I must confirm it properly so that you don't accidentally injure my Qin imperial clan's disciples. Elder Qin, you must be joking. Qin Yun is not a native of Immortal Desolate, he came from the lower realms. It is very likely that he came from the lowest level Great Desolate. Elder Yuan said with sneer, it is clear that he has investigated Qin Yun quite clearly. Elder Qin chuckled and said, then it's even more likely. There were seeds of the Qin imperial clan in every wasteland. Our Qin imperial clan was once in decline, and we could only develop in the lower wasteland. Therefore, in the low-level Great Desolate, my Qin clan has the most disciples. The Desolate Nine has already been destroyed several times. Your Qin clan's disciples are so weak. Who knows how many times they've died? It's simply impossible to pass down the bloodline. Stop dreaming. Elder Yuan sneered. No matter what, I have to find Qin Yun to confirm it. Elder Qin looked at Xian Rujing, Qin Long, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master and others and asked, I heard that your relationship with Qin Yun is very good, I wonder if you can help me contact him? Immortal Desolate Sacred Master shook his head and said, Qin Yun is a very suspicious person, moreover he has offended many people, it will be very difficult to contact him. Qin Long also shook his head and said, he is now on guard against Emperor Race and Dark Royal Race, he is worried that his son's soul will be stolen. Now that the Dark Royal Race has been destroyed, he must be hiding, it will not be easy to contact him. A3. He must know that our Guanghan Palace has come to Emperor Race, he must believe that Guanghan Palace has allied with Emperor Race, he must be on guard against our Guanghan Palace. With Qin Yun's temperament, he will not trust anyone who comes in contact with Emperor Race. Xian Rujing said. They all tacitly said that they are unable to contact Qin Yun because they don't want Elder Yuan to play dirty tricks in secret. If Elder Yuan knew that they can contact Qin Yun, he would use despicable methods to find Qin Yun through them. A3. Truly regretful. Elder Qin shook his head and sighed, after they beat back the Dark Royal Race, they must be hiding like a hive. Xian Rujing, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master and Qin Long all think so. They think that Divine Mountain will hide and develop for a period of time, only come out after they have enough power. They also decided to inform Qin Yun about the matter of Qin Imperial Race bloodline and ask him whether or not he is interested in confirming it. Elder Yuan said with sneer, Elder Qin, did you hear? Qin Yun is on guard against us. I know you want Qin Yun to join your Qin Imperial Race, even if he doesn't have Emperor Race bloodline, you will still let him join, right? After all he has Sun's soul, ha ha ha. But how can he believe you? Elder Qin's face is calm, he said in cold voice, Elder Yuan, do you really want to snatch his Sun's soul? Not snatch, I want to take back my Emperor Race's Sun's soul. Among our Emperor Race, whoever takes it back first, the Sun's soul will belong to that family. Elder Yuan coldly groaned and said. Elder Qin said with sneer, that's good, when you do this, don't use the banner of Emperor Race. It's your Yuan Imperial clan that's doing this, don't implicate us. There's no need for you to remind us. We will definitely do this for the sake of our reputation. Otherwise, your Qin family will say that you have a share in the Sun Soul. Elder Yuan laughed. An old woman with a head full of white hair slowly walked out and said with a smile, let's talk about it after you find Qin Yun. The process of this fellow exterminating the Dark Royal Race is very terrifying. Yuan family, don't capsize your boat. Elder Xiao, didn't your Xiao family plan to borrow Qin Yun's Sun Soul? Your borrowing is very clever. Elder Yuan said. We sincerely want to borrow it to take a look. Elder Xiao said. Hee hee, you borrowed it and didn't return it, right? Elder Yuan said with a smile. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in and said, the people from the Dark Royal Race are coming. Elder Qin asked, Old Qi, who from the Dark Royal Race came to talk to us? Is there enough? Old Qi said with a smile, there's enough. All of us combined are not even as good as a finger of theirs. This immediately caused people to be emotionally moved. There are many surnames in the imperial clans and Qi, Xiao, Qin and Yuan families are the strongest four. They all sent an elder to talk, their weight is very high, and all of them combined are not as good as a finger of the other side. Who is it? The Dark Royal Race's clan king? That guy should be in the Divine Desolate. On the Divine Desolate side, our clan emperor must also be discussing with their clan king. Elder Xiao said. The clan king's daughter, they sent a princess. What do you think of this weight? Old Qi said. The clan king's daughter, the clan king is the king of the entire Dark Royal race. His daughter naturally has a lot of weight. This immediately caused the people from the imperial clans to become silent. If we don't send a prince or princess, it won't be acceptable. Elder Yuan said with a frown, but the princes and princesses have all gone to the Sacred Desolate or the Divine Desolate. Our princes and princesses don't even have immortal rank cultivation. Elder Xiao said doubtfully, that Dark Divine King actually has a daughter in the Immortal Desolate, what's going on? When the children of the Dark Divine King are born, they are either sacred or divine. How can there be an immortal? Elder Qin said, there is only one possibility, she sealed a certain amount of cultivation and entered the Immortal Desolate through the Great Dark Desolate. At this time, a powerful dark aura suddenly surged in from outside. Although the hall is incomparably bright, it suddenly makes people feel a bit dark and oppressive. It is a kind of illusion that comes from the mind. Whoosh, a wave of black energy surged over and dozens of people suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall. The ones leading them are a few old men with a head full of red hair and behind them is a tall and graceful woman wearing a mask. The woman is wearing a luxurious purple-red dress, her black hair draped over her shoulders. The mask has no eye holes, so it is impossible to see her eyes. However, one can feel that she has an extraordinary might. On the side of the Dark Royal race, there are also the big shots of the Evil Sun race, Immortal Desolate Great Emperor, Devil Immortal Great Emperor and other evil powers of the Immortal Desolate. A red-haired old man from the Dark Royal race swept his gaze over them and said with a slight disdain, friends from the Imperial clan, is that all you have? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out by us? If you have the guts, then do it. Elder Qin smiled faintly. For such an important negotiation, you only sent 4 great elders. The boss of the Immortal Desolate's Imperial clan did not even show up. Isn't this looking down on us too much? Or could it be that the boss of the Immortal Desolate's Imperial clan is unable to come? The old man from the Dark Royal race chuckled. Boss is not free. If you think that my Imperial clan is weak, then feel free to continue fighting with us. We are not afraid. Old Qi chuckled and said, we haven't had enough of a fight in the heavenly pit. The red-haired old man said, since it is a truce, we will send a princess to stay in your Imperial clan as a hostage. As for your side, you must also send someone of the same status to stay in our Dark Royal race. This way, everyone can be at ease. The princess of the Dark Royal race had actually come to stay as a hostage. This was something that the Imperial clan did not expect. They did not have any disciples of the same status. As for the old fellows on the Imperial clan's side, they were suddenly worried that the Dark Royal race would send the princess to the Imperial clan to set up some sort of scheme. Just when the Imperial clan's side was in a very difficult situation, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Because a very strong spatial fluctuation rushed over. Dark Royal race, what the hell are you doing? This kind of spatial fluctuation is a very strong space barrier domain. What are you sealing? Elder Zhao's expression is gloomy as he shouted. This is your doing, right? The old man from the Dark Royal race also flew into a rage and shouted. And at this time, a few youths rushed in with panicked expression and shouted in alarm, not good, the Divine Inscription Mountain has appeared. The Divine Inscription Mountain released a very strong space barrier domain and sealed a Xiaoyang. What? The expression of the Dark Royal race's people greatly changed. The Imperial clan side is also extremely shocked. They all thought that after Qin Yun's Divine Inscription Mountain exterminated a large group of Dark Royal race people, it would definitely go into hiding. But now, it actually appeared beside the heavenly pit and even sealed a Xiaoyang. Chapter 1698, Violent Attack on Xiaoyang. All the big shots inside the Imperial Race Shrine's main hall are extremely shocked. Although they know Qin Yun's style of doing things, they never expected that Qin Yun would attack Xiaoyang. This is near the heavenly crater, the dark great desolate's passageway. The dark royal race's home is under the heavenly crater. 2 Xiaoyangs are here. Moreover, there is also a powerful imperial race. These 2 powerful races want Qin Yun's sun soul, but Qin Yun is like a moth flying into a flame. He is attacking Xiaoyang. Is it really the divine inscription mountain? Elder Yuan is also very surprised and somewhat worried. Because Qin Yun suddenly attacked Xiaoyang, he will have to face 2 Xiaoyangs and a large number of dark royal race experts. If Qin Yun is captured by the dark royal race, it will be very disadvantageous for the imperial race. It's really the divine inscription mountain. That mountain suddenly appeared and released a spatial barrier. Their defense is very strong, even the experts from Xiaoyang can't break through their defense. The young man said. This Qin Yun's actions are really surprising. Elder Qin sighed. He killed so many dark royal race experts before, it is really unexpected. Did not expect that he would not hide properly, he actually came to attack Xiaoyang. This is Qin Yun, whoever dares to attack him, he will make them feel pain for 8 to 10 years, someone said. This person is from Nether Sect's side. He is just throwing his life away, someone from the dark royal race laughed loudly. This brat Qin Yun, he came to attack our Xiaoyang, then he is ours. You imperial race experts better not interfere in this matter, an old man from the dark royal race warned the imperial race experts. Elder Qin said, just don't implicate our imperial race shrine. Elder Yuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He very much wants the sun soul. If he watches the dark royal race experts take Xiaoyang, he will die of heartache. Xian Rujing is sending sound transmission to Qin Long and Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. They all know how strong Xiaoyang is, plus there is a dark royal race expert here. It will be very difficult for Qin Yun to attack Xiaoyang. Moreover, it will be very dangerous, he might even be captured. They also knew that Qin Yun had done so. Firstly, it was to take revenge on the Darkness royal family. Secondly, it was to warn the imperial clans and intimidate them so that they wouldn't have any designs on his son's soul. Imperial race's elder Xiao chuckled and said, this Qin Yun, is he trying to kill the chicken to warn the monkey? He wants to take this opportunity to show off, and then make our imperial clan fear him? Elder Yuan sneered, so what if he killed Xiaoyang? He is still not a match for our imperial clan. By doing this, he is merely digging his own grave. Who has our imperial clan ever feared? Elder Qin said, friends of the dark royal family, why don't you go out and take a look? I will warn you imperial race once again, Qin Yun and divine inscription mountain are ours. When the time comes, don't fish in troubled waters, the dark royal race old man said in cold voice. You speak as if our emperor clans are afraid of you all. Even if we fish in troubled waters, what can you all do? That old Qi was in a bad mood, shouting. Then don't stop fighting. The dark royal race's old man said angrily and then quickly walked out. The dark royal race's group rushed out of the emperor race shrine. Suddenly black gas rushed out of the emperor race shrine that is like a huge island, accompanied by burst of frantic astral wind. Dark royal race's experts came out. Emperor race's people also came out. Earlier Xian Rujing, Qin Long, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master and others secretly agreed that if necessary, they will definitely help Qin Yun. After everyone came out, they saw a turtle-shaped mountain creeping at the edge of the heavenly crater. There are 9 mighty golden dragon heads on the turtle's back. Emperor race and dark royal race's people saw the turtle's back and the 9 dazzling golden dragon heads, their pupils shrunk, their expression changed. Dragon race's dragons cried out in alarm. That is a divine dragon skull. Where did he get it? Crimson Sun Dragon Mother cried out in alarm. There is a very strong defensive formation on the turtle's back. If I am not mistaken, it should be the Black Tortoise Great Formation. It is the Black Tortoise Divine Beast's totem. Elder Qin is extremely shocked. The runes carved on the divine dragon skull have 9 dragon totem, moreover those runes are dragon transformation runes. This guy is truly awesome. Dragon Emperor exclaimed in admiration. A very strong spatial barrier domain, even if we join hands, it will not be easy to break it. Old Qi is also extremely shocked. Is this the strength of Divine Mountain's inscription gate? Were those runes created by Qin Yun? This guy's inscription level is very high, it is truly astonishing. Elder Qin's face is filled with shock, at the same time he is also very worried. He is worried that Qin Yun will be killed by the Dark Royal race. From the bottom of his heart, he wants to recruit Qin Yun into Qin Imperial race. This kind of talent, even if he doesn't have Emperor race bloodline, he will still be a very formidable existence. Those divine dragon skulls seem to have very strong power condensed inside. Immortal Desolate's sacred master is also extremely envious. He wants to find Qin Yun and ask for some divine dragon bones to strengthen his body. Dark Royal race's people already rushed over and began frantically attacking the spatial barrier domain released by Divine Mountain. And Xianxia, who was floating on the other side of the heavenly crater, also quickly flew over to help attack the barrier domain. Berserk attacks burst out with loud vibrating sound. Rumbling trembling sound reverberated under the heavenly crater, causing the entire heavenly crater to tremble. Emperor race experts are looking at Divine Mountain from the sky. They also saw the dragon skull on the turtle back flickering with intense golden light. Qin Yun and the others finally arrived at the side of the heavenly crater. They arrived below Xianxia. Mountain God is right, the barrier released by Divine Mountain can last for a period of time. Begin attack. Qin Yun shouted. Boom boom boom, 9 dragon cannons shot out the energy that has been condensed for a long time. Looking from the distance, one can only see 9 incomparably huge light balls, bringing along incomparably dreadful power, rushing towards the huge black evil sun in the sky. The saint power released by the 9 light balls caused many experts to cry out in alarm. What is going on with this level of saint power? How did they make it? They also have very strong saint flame. It seems like they used a lot of sacred mysterious silver crystals. The most dreadful thing is that they can fuse saint power with 9 dragon totem and burst out with very strong dragon power. The bigwigs of the imperial clans were discussing in astonishment. Inside the attacked Xianxia, there were also many who ran out, wanting to attack the Divine Rune Mountain. But the light balls shot out by the 9 dragon cannons suddenly rushed up at an extremely fast speed. A large group of people were still some distance away from the light balls. They were all burned to ashes by the scorching saint flame. Finally, the 9 balls of light collided with the gigantic Xianxia. Xianxia is very huge. The energy shot out by the 9 dragon cannons is too small compared to the evil sun. It is like a grape compared to a watermelon. Rumble, rumble, 9 consecutive cannons hit the same spot. This is to create a hole on the surface of the evil sun. As long as there is a hole on the surface of the evil sun, Qin Yun can easily enter. There is a special barrier around the evil sun. It is difficult to enter and exit freely. The energy shot out by the 9 dragon cannons is very strong and they all hit the same spot. But there is no hole on the surface of the evil sun. The first round of attack has failed. Someone from the Dark Royal race laughed loudly. A bunch of fools, you are all looking down on our Xianxia. That is from the Divine Baron. Xianxia has been through hundreds of battles in the Divine Baron. He is not destroyed even after several eras. How can trash like you break through it? Ha ha ha, Divine Mountain, do you know how strong Xianxia is? Just you wait, when we break through your barrier, it will be your death. Qin Yun, come out now and hand over the Sun Soul. The people from the Dark Royal race sighed. All of them shouted angrily. Qin Yun looked at the evil sun in the sky, his face turned serious and he said, activate the 9-star wild dragon array. Boss, the dragon cannons hit the bottom of the evil sun. The 9-star wild dragon array summoned the stars of the dragon. It is not appropriate to hit the top of the evil sun. Mountain God said. Xianxia has a defensive barrier. If we focus our firepower on the top, then the defensive formation will focus its power on the top. At that time, it will neglect the other parts of the barrier. We can attack the bottom and create a hole. Qin Yun said. Mountain God nodded and activated the 9-star wild dragon array. Array activated. Suddenly, a furious dragon roar came down from the sky. The immortal emperors of the ancient city of Immortal Emperor sensed this aura and knew that it is the 9-star wild dragon array. The Immortal Emperor City Lord shouted in shock, it is the 9-star wild dragon array. Our ancient city of Immortal Emperor was almost overturned by this array. This kind of killing array should only exist in Divine Desolate, right? How did that guy Qin Yun get it? Elder Qin asked doubtfully, it is not easy to set up this kind of array, he can actually do it. It is not difficult for Qin Yun, he can carve dragon transformation runes. I suspect that he has at least 2 inscription spirits. Immortal Emperor City Lord said. Inscription spirits are very rare, one person has 2, this is a very incredible matter. Soon after, a muffled dragon roar came down from the sky. Not long after, a huge star appeared. This star is very big, it is half the size of Xianxia, it is flickering with red light, it transformed into a huge dragon head, it roared and rushed down. The people from the dark royal race who were laughing just now cannot laugh anymore. Xianxia, who is being attacked, has been locked down by the barrier released by the divine mountain, it is hard for him to move. Boom, the dragon head rushed down and landed on top of Xianxia. A fiery red light burst out, it pierced everyone's eyes, making them unable to see the center of the explosion. Xianxia was hit and sank down a bit, it was wrapped up by the fiery red light. The star that Star God helped to mobilize this time is indeed very strong, it is much stronger than when they attacked the ancient city of Immortal Emperor. Sun and moon shine together. Just the first dragon head star had descended, and its power was already so great. Then, the second dragon head star fell, and it was even bigger than the first one. The Dark King race's people attacked the spatial barrier even more furiously. Only by breaking through the barrier could they control Xianxia to escape and attack the Divine Rune Mountain. Boom, the second dragon head star crashed onto the top of Xianxia, causing another huge commotion. The surroundings of the crater were filled with broken pieces of stars and fire. The sky was filled with fire and red mist. Xianxia was really tough, even after the second dragon head star fell, the defensive array formation was still intact. The third dragon head star fell. Elder Qin and the others stood outside the monarch race's celestial palace, they were shocked as they looked at the falling dragon head star. Elder Yuan, are you still planning to ask Qinyan for the Sun Soul? Elder Qin asked, if our celestial palace is attacked like this, do you think we can withstand it? Humph. Elder Yuan snorted. Even after 7 dragon head stars fell, the top of Xianxia was still intact. The Dark King race's people also calmed down because they could tell that the 9-star Berserk Dragon Array couldn't completely destroy Xianxia. There's nothing to be afraid of, our celestial palace's defense is not any weaker than Xianxia's. Qinyan still can't break through Xianxia's defense, it seems like he's nothing much. Elder Yuan sneered coldly. The people inside the attacked Xianxia quickly took control of the array formation, focusing all the power on the top to deal with the last 2 dragon head stars. This time, it was 2 dragon head stars that fell. At the same time, the 9 dragon head cannons on the turtle's back flashed again. The dragon head cannons fired again, boom boom boom. The top of Xianxia was hit by 2 huge dragon head stars. And the bottom of Xianxia was hit by 9 consecutive cannons. The whole area within a few dozen miles of Xianxia was shrouded by all kinds of violent chi clouds. All kinds of lightning bolts flashed around, covering the entire Xianxia, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Qinyan also seized the chance and flew out of the Divine Rune Mountain, charging towards Xianxia. He could completely conceal his aura. After all, he was now filled with violent energy, no one would be able to detect Xianxia flying in the air. Just as he expected, the bottom of Xianxia was blasted open by the 9 gates dragon cannons, a few meters wide hole was opened up and the defensive shield there was also cracked. The inscription Divine Mountain took advantage of this moment to suddenly teleport away. But Qinyan was already inside Xianxia. The inside of Xianxia was very spacious, there were many passages. After Qinyan entered, he had to be very careful not to be discovered. Originally, he had planned to throw the box that the star god had given him and leave. But after giving it some thought, Zhongyu felt that it was necessary for him to enter the deepest part and retrieve the energy core from Xianxia. The rampaging energy around Xianxia disappeared, and the space domain released by the Divine Rune Mountain was also gone. Xianxia had finally broken free from the shackles released by the inscription Divine Mountain. It was quiet around the sinkhole. Qinyan left, whispered the immortal Arch City Lord. Let's go. A small hole appeared in Xianxia. Elder Qin said, the strength of the inscription Divine Mountain is indeed not bad, to be able to break through Xianxia's defense and create a hole on its surface. They did not destroy Xianxia. But the strength they displayed is enough for us to pay attention to them. Elder Zhao's expression turned solemn, he said, I will not stop any of you if you want to provoke Qinyan, but you must not use the banner of the monarch race. Elder Yuan groaned and said, "We are monarch race, yet we are afraid of a mere inscription gate." Elder Yuan, the inscription gate has great potential. A few months ago, they were still being chased by the dark royal race, but now, they have suddenly become so strong and even attacked Xiaoyang. In a few more years, do you think our monarch race shrine will be able to stop them? Old Qi said. "Humph, you bunch of cowards. If my Yuan clan obtains the Sun Soul, you won't even be able to take a look at it." Elder Yuan coldly groaned and said. Xian Rujing and the others felt a lot more relieved because it seems like Qin Yun's inscription Divine Mountain has retreated. If they were not in this place, they would have taken out the soul-chasing talisman to see if Qin Yun is in the vicinity. However, even though the inscription Divine Mountain has left, Qin Yun is still inside Xiaoyang. The inside of Xiaoyang is in chaos. Qin Yun used mysterious penetration divine ability and directly went through it. Xiaoyang's energy source is very special. Qin Yun wants to use it to create a sun and awaken a sun soul forever. It must be known that Xiaoyang came from Divine Desolate. Such a big thing coming from Divine Desolate requires a lot of energy to open a spatial passage. It can be seen how powerful the core of Xiaoyang is. The Dark Royal Race people once again returned to the Monarch Race Shrine. That red-haired old man cursed in low voice, "This damned Qin Yun, sooner or later we will capture him. Then we will line up 1,000 Dark Royal Race warriors and cut off a piece of his flesh." "Your Xiaoyang is really awesome," Elder Qin said with smile. "We were very worried for you just now." "Humph, you want our Xiaoyang to be destroyed, right?" The red-haired old man laughed loudly and said, "Qin Yun, sorry to disappoint you, although our Xiaoyang was slightly damaged, it is not affected at all." A Dark Royal Race middle-aged man said with smile, "Do you know how strong our Xiaoyang is? Are you afraid now?" And Xiaoyang Race old man laughed, "If the Monarch Race Shrine is attacked by the Divine Rune Mountain, it will not last long. Our Xiaoyang is still the strongest." These words made the Monarch Race people very unhappy. The Dark Royal Race old man said with smile, "Let's continue the negotiation. We have pledged a princess to your Monarch Race, you also need to pledge a prince of the same status." "What if we don't?" Elder Xiao said. "Then after the war, our Dark Royal Race will get a bigger share. We want Xian Province and Earth Province." The Dark Royal Race old man said. The Monarch Race people's face turned gloomy. Xian Province and Earth Province are two big provinces, either one of them is bigger than Heaven Province. The Dark Royal Race wants these two big provinces. No. The few Monarch Race elders disagreed. Then let's not talk anymore, let's continue the war. The Dark Royal Race old man laughed. "Let's fight, who is afraid of who?" Old Qi snorted, "We have been fighting for so many years, we have never been afraid of you. Since we can't negotiate, let's continue the war. Who knows if your princess is real or not? You want to trick us with a random princess?" Elder Xiao sneered. "Our princess is the real deal, and she's very strong," the old man from the Dark Royal family said with a face full of respect and pride. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed in and shouted, "Not good, there is someone inside Xiaoyang." The Xiaoyang spirit found that someone is heading towards the core of Xiaoyang. "Fuck, it must be that damn Qin Yun. Quickly send someone to kill him." A Xiaoyang Race middle-aged man cursed, "This little bastard, he actually snuck into Xiaoyang." The inscription Divine Mountain's attack on Xiaoyang is not over yet. When Qin Yun opened a gap, he already snuck into Xiaoyang and went straight to the core. When everyone heard this news, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The inscription Divine Mountain only attacked Xiaoyang to open a gap for Qin Yun to enter. They did not really want to attack the whole Xiaoyang. To attack Xiaoyang, it is best to attack from the inside. The Dark Royal Race immediately left the Monarch Race Celestial Palace. If they lost to Xiaoyang, they would not have enough capital to negotiate with the Monarch Race. The reason why they dared to fight with the Monarch Race was because they had two Xiaoyangs. Qin Yun, who was inside Xiaoyang, has already arrived at the core. The core of Xiaoyang is a white pearl, it is only the height of a human, it is emitting pure white light. This core is different from the one I got before. When Qin Yun used the floating cloud rod to pierce a Xiaoyang, something drilled into the floating cloud rod. Now, it seems like the core of every Xiaoyang is different. "Qin Yun, die." The core of Xiaoyang let out a roar. "Hoo hoo hoo." The spinning core of Xiaoyang started to blow out white gusts of wind. Qin Yan's head felt like it was going to split open, his body was also in pain. The core of Xiaoyang can actually launch strong attacks, this is also a means of self-protection. Xiaoyun, this is the spirit of Xiaoyang, the thing that controls the Xiaoyang. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun was in the huge stone chamber in the center of Xiaoyang, his body was plastered to the wall, the violent white light struck his body, causing him immense pain in both his body and mind. I can only use that move. Qin Yun suddenly roared, a black moon appeared on top of his head, it is the nether moon. And above the nether moon, there is an incomparably black thing, it is the nether sun. The nether sun suddenly became bigger, it is much bigger than the nether moon. Qin Yun took out the Gemini treasure mirror, shined it on the nether sun, then controlled the nether moon to move towards it. With the help of the mysterious fusion heavenly rune, the nether sun and nether moon suddenly fused together, the nether moon entered the nether sun. The moment the nether moon and nether sun fused together, a golden light burst out. Sun and moon shine together. Qin Yin shouted in his heart, destroy that Xiaoyang spirit. The fused sun and moon burst out with an extremely strong golden light. The evil sun spirit screamed, feeling incomparable pain. But not long after, the core of Xiaoyang calmed down. After the black nether sun and nether moon fused together, they turned into a huge golden light ball and burst out a very dreadful power. This state of fusion did not last for long, the sun and moon separated again. When they separated, Qin Yin felt extreme pain in his soul and body. Fortunately, this pain did not last for long, Qin Yin can endure it. He rushed towards the core of Xiaoyang and stored it inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul, then he threw out the box given by Star God and used the teleportation jade pendant to leave the Xiaoyang. After the core of Xiaoyang was taken away by Qin Yun, the entire Xiaoyang slowly fell down, all kinds of defensive formations are gone. Core Crystal Mother the Xiaoyang's core was taken away by Qin Yun, everyone inside and outside of the Xiaoyang could see it. Especially those who were outside of Xiaoyang, they could see that the initially powerful Xiaoyang had suddenly turned lifeless and was even descending. The arrays and enchantments around Xiaoyang also disappeared in an instant, boom, inside the Xiaoyang, a deep rumble came out. Hearing the rumble, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Not only did Qin Yun take away the core, he even planted something inside to blow up the Xiaoyang, this was insane. One had to know, even if the Xiaoyang fell to the ground, as long as the damage wasn't too great, Xiaoyang could still come back to life by planting a core inside. In the entire Xiaoyang, the core was important, but not as important as the Xiaoyang. Because to create such a huge and sturdy Xiaoyang, it required a lot of time and materials. These Xia Suns were the result of many years of hard work by many talented inscription blacksmiths, only then did they become as powerful as they were today. But now, two of them were going to be destroyed. Xiaoyang had been in the Divine Baron for so long, it had never been destroyed before, at most, it was only injured and could recover quickly. Ever since Xiaoyang came to the Immortal Baron, it had lost two, the rumble came from the center of the Xiaoyang. The Xiaoyang was so huge, the core was so sturdy, yet the sound of the explosion could be heard from the surface, one could imagine how powerful the explosion inside was. The power of the explosion had only exploded in the center. It had not yet spread to the surface, but it was already very soon. It was like water ripples, spreading out wave by wave. Boom, another rumble came from inside the Xiaoyang, but this time, the surface of the black Xiaoyang finally showed some movement. The slowly falling Xiaoyang suddenly had cracks on its surface. Looking at the cracked Xiaoyang, the dark royal race members' eyes turned red, they had nowhere to vent their anger, they could only roar and curse at Qin Yun. Boom, the third rumble came from inside the Xiaoyang, and the cracks on the surface of the Xiaoyang suddenly burst into flames, the inside of the Xiaoyang was filled with fire. The Star God's star core might not be big, but it was so powerful that Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat. Qin Yun was already teleported to the Divine Rune Mountain far away, they could see the gigantic Xiaoyang cracking as it fell. Those in the Monarch Race Celestial Palace had their eyes widened as they stared at the falling Xiaoyang in shock. On the surface of the cracked Xiaoyang, waves of fierce flame burst out. After that kind of flame rushed out, it released an incomparably scorching heat current. The heat wave surged in all directions. Even though the people in the surroundings were quite far away, they could still feel the terror of the flames. Is that divine flame? Imperial clan's elder Qin cried out in alarm. How did Qin Yun create divine flame? Everyone knows that Qin Yun's divine inscription mountain controls many sacred flames. But now, he could even create a divine fire. It's not divine flame, it's just a bit of divine flame aura, but it's powerful enough. Immortal Desolate's sacred master said. He also didn't expect Qin Yun to have so many dreadful things in his hands. Elder Yuan's expression is unsightly because Qin Yun is not as easy to deal with as he imagined. Rumble, Xiaoyang finally landed beside the sinkhole, bursting into a sea of flames. The damaged fragments were engulfed by the fierce flames. Many fiery fragments fell into the sinkhole. Magma gushed out from the gigantic Xiaoyang and covered a large area of land beside the pit. Xiaoyang has been destroyed, it's Qin Yun's doing again. Qin Yun had killed Xiaoyang before, and now he had killed another one. He destroyed 2 altars and defeated 2 Xiaoyangs. This will once again shake every great desolate. This kind of shocking ability, even the big shots of the Imperial clan are shocked. Dark Royal Race's people are about to explode in anger, but they can't do anything because they can't find Qin Yun. Qin Yun's voice suddenly came from afar. Dark Royal Race, this is the result of you attacking the Divine Inscription Mountain. War is like this, you attack us, we will also fight back. My inscription gate is not weak, not just anyone can bully and humiliate us. This is the result of going against us. I hope everyone can take this as a warning. This is not over yet, the other Xiaoyang, we will take him down sooner or later. Hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone is shocked. Qin Yun actually wants to get rid of the other Xiaoyang. The Imperial Race's people are also shocked by the Inscription Gate's power. The Inscription Gate dared to challenge the Dark Royal Race and even destroyed Xiaoyang. This is something not even the Imperial Race can do. The Dark Royal Race facing a Monarch Race is already difficult enough, but now they have to face such a terrifying Inscription Gate. Imperial Race's elder Qin suddenly said, Inscription Sect Master, our Monarch Race has never thought of becoming enemies with you. Before the apocalypse, we have a common interest. We should try our best to benefit from the resources bestowed by the 9 suns and become stronger. After saying that, he looked at Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan let out a long sigh and nodded his head. If it was only his Yuan royal race, they are not a match for Xiaoyang, let alone the Inscription Gate that can destroy Xiaoyang. That's for the best, we will mind our own business. Qin Yun replied. The Monarch Race's words are also a clear statement, they will not snatch Qin Yun's son's soul. But Qin Yun will not really believe it, he always keeps an eye out for everything. The Dark Royal Race's side has suffered a great loss. Now that Xiaoyang has been defeated, it is not good for them to ask for too much territory from the Monarch Race because if they fight, they will definitely be at a disadvantage. What worries the Dark Royal Race the most is that if the Inscription Gate and the Monarch Race join hands, then the remaining Xiaoyang will be defeated very quickly. Originally, the Dark Royal Race and Monarch Race equally divided the land in the Immortal Desolate, but now that the Inscription Gate has appeared and directly defeated Xiaoyang, the power structure of the Immortal Desolate has changed slightly. Because in the Immortal Desolate, the Dark Royal Race and Monarch Race are not necessarily invincible. Although the Inscription Gate's scale is not as big as them, the power they have displayed is enough to make them fear. Sect Master Qin, the Dark Royal Race wants to negotiate with you. The one who spoke is the daughter of the Dark Royal Race's king, the princess of the Dark Royal Race. She has been in the Monarch Race's palace for so long, she has not spoken a single word because no one can see her face and eyes, no one knows what kind of person she is. In addition, the Dark Royal Race wants to pledge her to the Monarch Race, so people think that she is not very strong and her position is very ordinary. But now it seems that she has a very high position, otherwise she would not be able to make such a decision. The people of the Monarch Race secretly nodded. The Dark Royal Race and the Inscription Gate's negotiation is very clear. Otherwise, the remaining Xiaoyang might be defeated one day. You can make the decision? Qin Yun heard a woman's voice and is somewhat surprised. I am the daughter of the Dark Royal Race's king, Princess Yi. Of course I can make the decision. Princess Yi said. I don't want to negotiate with you. Qin Yun said, although my Inscription Gate is not as strong as your Dark Royal Race, you can't do anything to us and we can still cause great losses to you. Qin Yun directly spoke out his thoughts. He has already obtained a Xiaoyang core, he still wants to obtain another one. If they agree to negotiate, how are they going to do it? Everyone is in an uproar. Qin actually refused to negotiate. His intention is very clear. He clearly wants to do something big to the Dark Royal race. Everyone knows that the Xiaoyang core suddenly disappeared. It must have been taken by Qin. That core is very precious. There is still another Xiaoyang here, the more the better. Then what do you want in order to stop the war? Princess Xianxia asked coldly. It was your Dark Royal race who first came to find trouble with us. It was you who first declared war on us. Now you are asking for peace. You have to show some kind of expression. Qin said. What do you want? Although Princess Xianxia's voice sounds calm, it makes people's hair stand on end. I want the heads of Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor. Will you give them to me? Qin said with sneer. When Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor heard this, their hearts trembled. They don't belong to my Dark Royal race. I can't give them to you. Princess Xianxia said. Princess, these two great emperors are extremely strong, an old man said in low voice. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Devil Immortal Great Emperor can live for so long, they must have very strong strength. If they are forced into a corner, the consequences will be very serious. If you can't give them to me, then forget it. Qin coldly groaned. Princess Xianxia said, I have a Sun Core Crystal Mother in my hand. It's much better than your fragments. The Core Crystal Mother can absorb the power of the 9 suns for me to recover. This way, if you want to use the Sun Soul, you won't need to accumulate so many core fragments. As your cultivation gets higher and higher, the number of core fragments needed to awaken the Sun Soul will increase. In the future, you will need tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of core fragments to become a god. Can you collect that many? If you can't collect them, your Sun Soul will sleep forever. With that said, Qin was secretly tempted. He had 3 Sun Souls. In the future, he would need more and more core fragments. And now, he did not know how to cultivate a sun. He felt that before he became a god, it would be very difficult to cultivate a sun. And what surprised him was that Princess Xianxia actually knew so much about the slumber of the Sun Soul. This meant that Princess Xianxia most likely also had a Sun Soul. Of the 9 Sun Souls, Qin had 3 in his hands. The whereabouts of the other 6 were unknown. It was also very likely that they were obtained by others. I want 2 Core Crystal Mother. Qin said. I can only give you 1. If you don't think it's possible, then there's no need to talk about it. Let's continue fighting. My Darkness Great Desolate can send an army to support us at any time. Qin, if you have the ability, then defeat another Xiaoyang. Princess Xianxia said. Alright, just 1 Core Crystal Mother. Qin also agreed. It was too important to awaken the Sun Soul. Chapter 1701 Peace Negotiation. Qin really wants to know how powerful the Core Crystal Mother is. If it is a very deceptive thing, he is not willing to negotiate. The specific situation will have to wait until we see the Core Crystal Mother. Qin said, Princess Xianxia, can you come and talk to me alone? The Divine Inscription Mountain also suddenly appeared on the ground far away. Everyone saw the Divine Inscription Mountain suddenly teleport and they are all secretly shocked. Such a big mountain can actually appear and disappear unpredictably and quickly teleport. Even Xiaoyang would find it difficult to do this. Princess, don't go. That guy is crafty and cunning, rumor has it that he is very lecherous. It is too dangerous for you to meet him alone, a Dark Royal race middle-aged man quickly advised. Princess, that Qin is a big sex fiend. If you go, he might taint your chastity, a Dark Royal race middle-aged woman said. Qin can hear the middle-aged man's words and cursed in his heart. There are actually rumors saying that he is a big sex fiend. This is really hard for him to accept. Do I look like a sex fiend? Qin said in a bad mood. Xiao Yuan and others who are at the side cannot help but laugh out loud. Princess Xianxia said loudly, Qin, I guarantee that there is no problem with my Core Crystal Mother, you don't need to worry. How about this, our Dark Royal race is about to negotiate a truce with the Imperial race, are you interested in participating? Imperial race Elder Qin said with smile, Sect Master Qin, you don't need to worry, our Imperial race still has credibility. I don't trust you. Qin shouted, Credibility is not just talk, it has to be done. How can you prove that you have credibility? Sect Master Qin, being cautious is a good thing. But being too cautious is not good for cooperation. Elder Qin said. I am an honest person, if I was not afraid of being cheated, would I be so cautious? You huge monsters love to cheat honest people like me, of course I have to guard against you. Qin Yun said. Everyone despised Qin Yun, this kind of guy actually calls himself an honest person. Especially the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Xian family, and Xiaoyang race. Before and after they entered the ancient garden, they were completely tricked by an honest person like Qin Yun. Princess Yi said, Qin Yun, it is rumored that you are an extremely lecherous pervert. Naturally, I can't talk to you alone. You're guarding against us, so shouldn't we be guarding against you? Humph, don't think that just because you're a princess that I like you. Even if you strip naked, I won't even bother to look at you. Don't think too highly of yourself. Qin Yun said in a very bad mood, then let's not talk anymore. You powerful fellows are already very guarded against. You actually don't want to cooperate with me. The Dark Royal Race people are furious, Qin Yun's words are simply humiliating their Dark Knight princess. You bastard. Princess Anya said angrily. Forget it if you don't want to talk, goodbye. Qin Yun said. Wait. Princess Yi said, I can sign a soul contract with a notary to guarantee that I won't hurt you. If Elder Qin of the Imperial clan is easy to talk to, I will sign a soul contract with him. How about it? No, you signed a soul contract with the Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master. This guy should be the strongest here, you can't kill him. Qin Yun said. After signing a soul contract, if the other party was killed, there would be a way to break the contract. Alright. Princess Yi looked at the Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master. The Immortal Desolate's long golden hair fluttered in the wind. He has a fat head and big ears, he is very easy to recognize. You can sign a soul contract with me, the Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master said. After Princess Yi and the Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master signed the soul contract, Qin Yun dared to come out. He brought Xiaohua and flew to the top of the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. What caused Qin Yun to be surprised is that the people from the Xiao family are actually on the Imperial Clan's side. The Xiao family was originally a very ancient inscription family. Previously, they were very close to the Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and the Immortal family. Now, they have actually sided with the Imperial Clan. Qin Yun is wearing a blue robe. The robe is carved with dragon transformation runes. This is proof that he is a dragon transformation inscription master. He and Xiaohua landed on a platform above the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. Seeing Qin Yun, the big shots of the Dark Royal Race and Imperial Clan are all shocked. They knew that Qin Yun is very strong, but after seeing him, his cultivation is much weaker than they imagined. On the Dark Royal Race's side, the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and the Devil Immortal Great Emperor are also extremely shocked when they saw Qin Yun's face. Because Qin Yun is very similar to the Immortal King Fu Yun they know. Of course, Immortal King Fu Yun has been dead for a long time and they killed him with their own hands. Now that they see Qin Yun, they only suspect that Qin Yun is related to Immortal King Fu Yun. Elder Qin very carefully stared at Qin Yun because he suspects that Qin Yun has the bloodline of an imperial clan. Let's talk here. Qin Yun looked at the masked Princess Yi and said, take out your core crystal mother and let me take a look, it must be useful. Princess Yi took out a thumb-sized golden crystal and said, this is the core crystal mother. It's so small, is it useful? Qin Yun said with a frown, can it really awaken the Sun Soul? You can give it a try. Princess Yi threw the core crystal mother to Qin Yun. Qin Yun received it and took out his 9-sun divine hammer. The 9-sun divine hammer is a faint golden red hammer. Now it is already asleep, there is no luster on its surface, it looks lifeless. When everyone saw the hammer, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and jealousy. This is one of the Sun Souls, the 9-sun divine hammer. Other than this hammer, Qin Yun also has a pair of Sun Soul. There is also a pair of heaven-trampling divine boots, which is also one of the Sun Souls. A person possessing 2 Sun Souls is indeed very enviable. Everyone only knows that Qin Yun has 2 Sun Souls. They don't know that his 3rd Sun Soul is the 9th Heaven Xian Sparrow. If they knew, they would definitely explode from jealousy. Just leave the core crystal mother on your body. You can activate the energy inside the core crystal mother and transfer it to your sun's soul. You can awaken the sun's soul. Princess Xianxia said. Qingyun gave it a try and saw that after the 9 sun divine hammer absorbed the energy of the core crystal mother, it really did wake up. It released a very scorching light, as if it was close to the sun. Especially the aura that the 9 sun divine hammer burst out with, it caused people to feel fear. This is the power of the sun soul. Just in the hands of an immortal king, it is already so powerful. If it was controlled by an even more powerful god, wouldn't it be invincible? Good, I am very satisfied. Qingyun said. Within 100 years, our dark royal race will not attack your divine inscription mountain and you are not allowed to attack immortal desolate Xianxia. Princess Xianxia said. What if it is some other small fight? You dark royal race people are so overbearing. Some of them don't like me and will secretly attack me. Don't tell me I won't fight back? Qingyun asked. In a large area, it is very difficult for us to guarantee. If someone from the dark royal race really attacks you, then you can fight back. In short, my dark royal race's Xianxia and the dark royal race's army will never attack the divine inscription mountain. Princess Xianxia said, with so many people from the dark royal race, it is hard for me to guarantee that someone will not attack you. Qingyun nodded and said, if there is really a dark royal race attacking the divine inscription mountain or attacking me, it is not your intention. It is all their willful actions. We can fight back, right? Princess Xianxia nodded and said, yes. What I can guarantee is that the dark royal race will not launch a large-scale attack on the divine inscription mountain and you. Then let's sign the soul contract. Qingyun glanced at the devil immortal great emperor and the immortal desolate great emperor. Their faces are covered with masks and it is impossible to see their faces. However, he can feel that they have a very powerful aura. Qingyun and Princess Xianxia signed the soul contract and smiled in satisfaction. Alright, goodbye. Qingyun turned around and was about to leave but was stopped by Elder Qin. Sect Master Qin, please wait. Elder Qin said with smile, I suspect that you have my Qin imperial race's bloodline in your body. Are you interested in testing it? Hearing him say this, the expression of the dark royal race people slightly changed. Qingyun's surname is Qin and there is a very powerful Qin imperial race in the imperial race. This immediately made people feel that the Qin imperial race wants to recruit Qingyun. Even if Qingyun doesn't have the bloodline of the imperial race, they would still say that he does. This way, Qingyun can join the imperial race and also obtain the protection of the Qin imperial race. Qingyun looked at the masked Qin Long and asked for his father's opinion. Elder Qin said again, there are many surnames in the imperial race and the strongest of the 4 imperial race are the Qin imperial race, Shao imperial race, Yuan imperial race and Qi imperial race. In the immortal desolate, among the 4 great inscription aristocratic families, other than the Shiman family, the other Qin family, Shao family, and Qi family all have extremely thin bloodline of the imperial race. Back then, at the edge of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, there were also 3 families with these surnames. These 3 families are the descendants of those who came down from the immortal desolate when the immortal graveyard was built. In other words, Qingyun's body most likely has the bloodline of the imperial race. Then Xiao Yuelan, Xiao Yuemei, and Qi Meilan might all have the bloodline of the imperial race. Qin Long secretly transmitted his voice to Qingyun and said, Xiao Yun, agree with that Elder Qin. This guy is very easy to talk to. Elder Qin has the appearance of a middle-aged man. He has a square face and when he smiles, he looks righteous and awe-inspiring. He indeed gives people a good impression. Of course, Qingyun will not judge a person by appearance. After all, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Dad, is this Elder Qin really reliable? Qingyun asked through sound transmission. Of course he is reliable. Qin Long said, I hope that you can understand some things inside the imperial race. Dad, you are saying this because you are certain that I have the bloodline of the imperial race? Qingyun is shocked in his heart. Indeed. You and I both have the bloodline of the imperial race, even though it is very thin, we are all descendants of the imperial race. Qin Long said. What about you? Are you not joining the imperial race? Qin Yan asked. I have other things to do in the Nether sect. Qin Long said with smile, Xiao Yun, you must understand as many things as possible inside the Qin imperial race, it will be very helpful to you in the future. Qin Yan thought about it, he also wants Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan to join the imperial race. However, he can only think about it after he understands. The imperial race. Bloodline crystal. Seeing that Qin Yun was interested in learning more about it, Elder Yuan felt very jealous and secretly clenched his fists. Because regardless of whether Qin Yun had the bloodline of the Qin imperial clan or not, the Qin imperial clan would still accept him. After all, he was someone who grasped the Sun Soul, and he also grasped a very high level of inscription technique. The Dark Royal clan is also secretly jealous of this matter. The reason why they attacked the Divine Inscription Mountain before was because they did not wish for the Sun Soul to fall into the hands of the Imperial clan. But now, Qin Yun is going to become a member of the Imperial clan. Elder Yuan said, there's no need to confirm. No matter what, you are a member of the Qin Imperial clan. Who asked you to be surnamed Qin? Everyone could hear the sourness in Elder Yuan's voice. The old granny, Elder Xiao, said with a smile, Sect Master Qin, if you really become a member of the Qin Imperial clan, you will be able to enjoy very good treatment in the Imperial clan Divine Palace in the future. Old Qi also laughed, as long as you have the bloodline of our Imperial clan, you will be a member of the Imperial clan. You have the Sun Soul, we will not think of snatching it away. To be able to obtain the Sun Soul, you must have obtained the recognition. It will not be easy to snatch it away, we know this. Although Old Qi's words were rather straightforward, Qin Yun felt very relieved when he heard them. Elder Qi, Elder Xiao. It seems like you are already certain that he is a member of the Imperial clan. Elder Yuan's face was filled with a hypocritical smile as he said, since that's the case, then there's no need to test the bloodline of the Imperial clan. Just directly announce that he is a disciple of our Imperial clan. Qin Yun said to Elder Qin, how do we test the bloodline? Elder Qin took out a crystal and said, this is the bloodline crystal of our Qin Imperial clan. If you drip blood on this crystal, if you do not have the bloodline of the Imperial clan in your body, the blood will pass through the crystal and land on the ground. If you have the bloodline of the Imperial clan in your body, then your blood will flow in the crystal. Elder Xiao added, even if the bloodline has been passed down for many years and has become very thin, your blood can still stay in the crystal. Elder Qi said, if the bloodline is very pure, then the crystal's blood light is very strong. If the bloodline isn't pure enough, when the blood enters the bloodline crystal, it will be like a drop of water falling into a basin. The crystal will be unable to emit light, but as long as the blood can be preserved in the bloodline crystal, it means that you have the bloodline of an emperor clan. Qin Yun said, I am willing to try. Princess Xianxia suddenly said, Leader Qin, if you join the Emperor clan, our contract is still valid. During the agreed time, you are not allowed to attack our Xiaoyang. She was also worried that after Qin Yun became a monarch race disciple, he would be arranged by the monarch races to fight against the Dark Royal race's Xiaoyang. We've already signed the contract. I can't attack Xiaoyang even if I want to. Don't worry. Qin Yun smiled and took out a saber. He dripped a drop of blood, and what was surprising was that the drop of blood actually carried a faint golden glow. A very strong sage physique. Elder Qin exclaimed. Everyone was moved and exclaimed in admiration when they saw the blood of this grade. There were many powerful immortal emperors present, but their sacred bodies were not as strong as Qin Yun's. How did you cultivate it? Princess Xianxia was also surprised. He's cultivating with a woman. The reason why I have such a strong sage physique is because of the help of many women. Qin Yun said with a mischievous smile. Pervert. Princess Xianxia cursed. Everyone also secretly despised Qin Yun, he is really a sex fiend like the rumors say. What Qin Yun said is the truth, the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra played a huge role in his cultivation, it is also true that many women helped him cultivate it. Everyone is now staring at the bloodline crystal. Qin Yun's blood is red but it is flickering with golden light. After it entered the bloodline crystal, it suddenly dissipated. What is shocking is that the bloodline crystal turned black. Qin Yun's blood can be preserved inside the bloodline crystal but it did not emit blood light, instead, it turned the crystal pure black. The big shots of the Emperor clan are all dumbfounded, their eyes are filled with shock. The bloodline crystal of the Emperor clan is black, could it be that this guy is? Princess Yi is very shocked, she shouted in fear, this bastard, what a tragedy. What? What does this mean? Qin hastily asked. Nothing. Sect Master Qin, you are a disciple of our Qin Imperial clan, this is for sure. Elder Qin said with smile, but his smile is very forced. He walked over, patted Qin shoulder and said, I am an elder of the Qin Imperial clan. In the Qin Imperial clan, the clan king is the most powerful, but normally he does not manage the clan affairs. I have the authority to accept you. On behalf of the Qin Imperial clan, I warmly welcome you to join the Qin Imperial clan. First tell me, what does the black bloodline crystal represent? Qin Yun is very curious and asked. Princess Yi said with sneer, Qin Yun, it is better if you don't know. I won't say it, lest you say I am cruel. This is your fate decided by the heavens. Accept your fate. Elder Yuan wanted to speak, but he saw Elder Qin's expression suddenly become gloomy and cold, so he did not continue speaking. He only snorted and said, I already said, don't test his bloodline, directly let him join the Qin Imperial clan, if you don't listen to the elders, you will suffer. Sect Master Qin, do you believe that fate is decided? Elder Qin's expression is very serious as he asked. Of course I don't. My fate has always been grasped in my own hands. Qin Yan said with calm smile. That's right. If you accepted your fate, you would not have today's achievements. For a person like you who does not accept fate, the heavens will not decide your fate. Elder Qin chuckled and said. Qin Yan also feels this way. After all, he is an enemy of the heavenly Tao, he does not believe in heresy. He suddenly thought of Tian Daozi. Tian Daozi brought Shimen Dazhuang here, but he only saw Shimen Taidan, he did not see Shimen Dazhuang and Tian Daozi, that swindler. Elder Qin patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, you only need to know that you have the Qin Imperial clan's bloodline in your body. Moreover, it is very pure. Don't know anything else for now, I am worried that it will affect your mood. Although Qin Yan is very curious, he feels that this Elder Qin is indeed very good. He clearly knows that the black bloodline crystal is a very bad result, yet he is willing to accept him. Clearly, he thinks very highly of him. Now he can also feel Elder Qin's sincerity, he has decided to enter the Qin Imperial clan and become a member of the Qin Imperial clan. I am willing to become a member of the Qin Imperial clan. Qin Yan also agreed. Elder Qin is very happy, he nodded and said, welcome, welcome. Xiao Hua suddenly said, Elder Xiao, I am Xiao Hua from the inscription aristocratic family Xiao family. Do I have Xiao family's bloodline in my body? Xiao Hua is our inscription gate's inner cabinet great elder and great protector, inscription gate's chief great venerable, divine mountain's mountain guardian king, inscription gate's vice sect master, inscription gate's vice grand elder. Qin Yan promptly said. Sect master, you left out one, I am also the outer sect's great elder and technique imparting elder. Xiao Hua added with smile. Right. Qin Yan said with smile. Xiao Hua indeed has so many titles. This is Xiao Yuamei's big sister. When she has nothing to do, she would randomly make up some awesome sounding titles to reward Xiao Hua, Black Mouse by Zay and the others. However, it is completely useless because the inscription gate only has a few people. Qin Yan also doesn't remember how many awesome sounding titles Xiao Yuamei gave to the inscription gate people. So powerful. After Elder Xiao heard this, he said excitedly, then let's test it out. If you really have the bloodline of the Xiao Imperial clan, then you will also receive very high treatment in the Imperial clan. Xiao Hua smiled in satisfaction. He is secretly grateful to Xiao Yuamei, this big sister, for giving him so many awesome titles. Now, it seems that they are indeed very useful. After the test, the bloodline crystal in Elder Xiao's hand emitted a slightly stronger blood light. Elder Xiao is rather surprised and said excitedly, Aya, this bloodline is quite pure, it's pretty good. What does the purity of this bloodline have to do with it? Qin Yan asked curiously. What does it have to do with? It's hard to say. In our Imperial clan, there are many disciples whose purity is not as good as Xiao Hua's. Elder Qin shook his head and said, this is a very illusory thing. So it's like that. Qin Yan planned to pull Xiao Yuelan and her sister, as well as Xiao Xianqing to test it. There was also Qi Malian and Yuan Yenying. Of course, there are too many people now. He did not want Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei to be exposed because they are from the Guanghan Palace. Princess Anya said, "Friends from the imperial clan, can we talk about the truce now?" "Alright, let's talk here. Anyway, it will be very fast." Elder Xiao said. "If you insist on the Earth Province and the Xian Province, then there's nothing to talk about." Old Qi chuckled and said, "Everyone take a step back, we don't need Princess Anya to pledge to the imperial clan." A red-haired old man from the dark royal race said, "The pledge is necessary. Only in this way can everyone be at ease. But our imperial clan emperor doesn't have an imperial prince in the immortal desolate." Elder Xiao said. "We don't need your imperial prince. You four elders, just send a pure bloodline disciple to our dark royal race." Princess Anya said. The four elders also secretly discussed with voice transmission. After a while, they all nodded in agreement. Elder Qin said, "We have already discussed the matter of the pledge, what about the division of the immortal desolate territory?" The dark royal race elder said, "We want the Xian province, you want the heaven province. And the earth province belongs to everyone in the immortal desolate, none of us can control the earth province." Because Xia Yang was killed, the dark royal race can only take a step back. Letting the Earth Province become a chaotic buffer zone is something that everyone can accept. Alright, it's settled. After discussing with Elder Qin and the others, they also agreed. Qin Yan said, "Elder Xiao and I will first return to the Divine Inscription Mountain to take care of some matters, we will come back again." Elder Qin nodded his head. Someone with Princess Anya's status actually volunteered to be a hostage in the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. This clearly shows that she has some kind of purpose. In other words, there is something inside the Imperial Clan Divine Palace that is worth Princess Anya taking the risk. Qin Yan is also very interested in the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. He wants to know what purpose Princess Anya has in sneaking into the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. Solar Storm Qin Yan wanted to join the Imperial race and enter the Imperial race Divine Palace because he wanted to find that dragon. For that dragon to be able to be in the Imperial Clan, it must have also joined the Imperial Clan, and it had quite a good position. He wanted to know just how strong that dragon was. After all, it had existed for many years. Qin Yan and Xiao Hua returned to the Divine Inscription Mountain and told Xiao Yuelan and the others about him possessing the Qin Imperial clan's bloodline. After Xiao Yuemei finished listening, she said with smile, "In that case, me, Sister Yingying and I all have Imperial race bloodline?" "Yes." "Do you have any plans to enter the Imperial race Divine Palace?" Qin Yan asked. "Xiao Imperial race's elder is an old granny, she's pretty good." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Elder Xiao will definitely give us good treatment." "Alright, let's also enter the Emperor Clan Shrine. However, I plan to go in a few days and secretly join." Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. The mountain god said, "Now that we can finally settle down, I'll take this opportunity to go to those holy lands and see if there's anything to eat." Qin Yan said to Magic Mirror Immortal Emperor, "Xiao Ding, the Magic Mirror's formation foundation is almost complete. I will leave it to you to adjust and operate it. We need to restore the Magic Mirror's operation as soon as possible." "Alright, I'm the best at making adjustments." Immortal Emperor Demonic Mirror laughed, "That's great. I, Immortal Emperor Magic Mirror, have returned. As long as the Magic Mirror's formation base is adjusted, they can start selling Magic Mirrors again, and then the news of the entire Immortal Desolate can be transmitted in a timely manner." After settling the matters of the Inscription Gate, Qin Yan and Xiao Hua returned to the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. And the Divine Inscription Mountain is still near the Imperial Race Divine Palace. Xiao Yuelan and the other two have to wait a few days before heading to the Imperial Race Divine Palace. They don't want too many people to know. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi, on the other hand, were inside the Nine-Yang Divine Soul with Momo. The two of them were also diligently cultivating inside. Qin Yan has many sacred Xian silver crystal fruits, they can help them break through very quickly during cultivation. After Qin Yan and Xiao Hua flew up to the platform of the Emperor Clan Divine Palace, the people of the Dark Royal family have already left. Only the masked Princess Anya remained. There must be a purpose for Princess Anyi to enter the Divine Palace of the Emperor Clan. The four great elders of the imperial clan Divine Palace would definitely be able to think of this, but they still let her stay in the imperial clan Divine Palace, which meant that they would be on guard. Princess Yi, you are not completely free in the Divine Palace of the Emperor clan. You cannot run around. In the Imperial Palace, there are many restricted areas that you can't go to. Elder Qin said with a smile. Of course I know. What, could it be that you think I'll cause trouble in the Emperor clan Divine Palace? You think too highly of me, don't you? I don't have that kind of strength. Princess Anya snorted softly. Very well, we will arrange for you to stay in a place with a good environment. Follow me. An old man filled with dragon chi said with a smile. The old man waved his hand. The Scarlet Sun Dragon Queen and the Dragon Emperor followed behind him and entered the spacious palace. Qin Yin whispered, Elder Qin, what status does a dragon have in the imperial race's divine hall? Is there anyone with the surname Long among the imperial clans? Elder Qin said, of course. Half of the Dragon Emperor's body is dragon vein. The dragon race has an extremely high status in the Imperial Clan Divine Palace, but they are only responsible for the safety of the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. They don't care about managing miscellaneous matters. Xiaohua nodded and said, it seems like the dragon race fights, similar to an army, right? More or less. Old Qi said with smile. Qin Yin asked, people like us who suddenly joined the Imperial Clan Divine Palace, will we be ostracized? Elder Yuan replied, as long as you don't bully people, it's fine. Our Imperial Clan Divine Palace mainly becomes stronger through competition. There will be things like being ostracized, but you are definitely not afraid of being ostracized, right? Everyone else dispersed and returned to the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. As for the four Grand Elders, they brought Xiaohua and Qin Yin to a hall. In front of the hall, there was a small mountain placed on the altar. It was only a few meters tall, and it was unknown what it was. A necessary ceremony to recognize one's ancestors and return to the clan. Elder Yuan said, this mountain is called Emperor Mountain, it is the ancestral mountain that gave birth to the Imperial clan. The ceremony is very simple, it is just a drop of blood on that very small Emperor Mountain. Then, Elder Yuan recited some words, saying something about recognizing one's ancestors and returning to the clan. He even burned a lot of things. It is a ceremony. After the ceremony, Qin Yin and Xiaohua are members of the Imperial clan. Qin Yin said, I have a few friends. They are surnamed Xiao, Qi, and Yuan. Can I pull them over to test their Imperial clan bloodline? Of course you can. Elder Xiao immediately said, call them over as soon as possible. Elder Yuan also said, the more the better. Our Imperial clan welcomes the return of the Imperial clan's disciples. Qin Yin is somewhat surprised. He heard that this Elder Yuan wanted to snatch his son's soul, but from the looks of it, it seems like it is not bad. Qin Yin still doesn't understand the internal situation of the Imperial clan. However, he can tell that the Imperial clan is lacking people. Xiao Yuelan and the others had originally planned to come back after a period of time, but now that the Imperial Clan Divine Palace is lacking people, Qin Yin asked Xiaohua to call them over. Not long after, Xiao Yuelan, Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yingying arrived. Yu Xiaoling is Xiao Yuelan's fairy, she also came. After knowing that they are all surnamed Xiao, Elder Qi and Elder Yuan are somewhat dissatisfied. Didn't you say that there is someone surnamed Yuan? Elder Yuan said, why are they all from the Xiao clan? And the one surnamed Qi? Elder Qi said with a smile, brat, don't tease us. We sincerely welcome the disciples of the Imperial clan. They are not in the Divine Inscription Mountain. Wait a few more days. Qin Yin said. He planned to let Qi Malian and Yuan Yening give it a try. Elder Xiao said with a happy smile, all right then, let's begin the test. Grandma Xiao, brother said that during the test, the bloodline crystal turned black. What is the reason? Will I also turn black? Xiao Yuemei asked curiously. Little girl, don't think too much. No matter what the result is, I will accept you. Elder Xiao also likes Xiao Yuelan and the other two girls very much. Xiao Yuemei dripped a drop of blood on the bloodline crystal. The bloodline crystal immediately flashed with a bloody light. The four elders were immediately dumbfounded and then they cried out in alarm. This is a peerless bloodline. Elder Xiao is overjoyed and shocked. How is this possible? The imperial clan was no longer in the 9 desolate lands in the First Era. After so many eras, how can they still maintain such a pure bloodline? Elder Qi and Elder Yuan are extremely jealous as they looked at Elder Xiao with envy. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. Could it be related to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range? Or is it related to the Immortal Graveyard Diagram? Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan's birth mother had once obtained the Immortal Graveyard Diagram and died because of it. The two sisters had come into contact with the Immortal Graveyard Diagram, and later on, it was also in Xiao Yuelan's hands. The Immortal Graveyard Diagram is very strange. Even now, Qin Yun is unable to see through the inscriptions hidden inside. He needs 4 complete Immortal Graveyard Diagram to have a reaction. Qin Yun, Qi Malian, and Xiao Yuelan all have a portion of the Immortal Graveyard Diagram in their hands, and then Xiaqiru has a portion. After the 4 elders recovered from their shock, they suppressed the shock in their hearts and continued the test. Next was Xiao Yingying's test. Her bloodline level is about the same as Xiao Hua's. Although it is not as exaggerated as Xiao Yuemei's, it is considered above average in the Xiao family, and this is also relatively normal. Then it was Xiao Yuelan's turn to take the test. After Xiao Yuelan dripped her blood on the bloodline crystal, the crystal suddenly turned black. It's another black bloodline crystal. When the 4 elders saw this, their expressions immediately turned grave. Strange, bloodline crystals turning black is very rare. Why did 2 of them appear all of a sudden? Elder Qi said with a frown. Yuelan is Qin Yun's wife. The 2 of them have already consummated their marriage. What does it have to do with this? Yu Xiaoling said. Xiao Yuelan secretly grabbed Yu Xiaoling's thigh and then rolled her eyes at her. It has nothing to do with this. Elder Xiao coughed twice and said, Yuelan, don't worry, it's nothing. Let nature take its course. Xiao Yuemei asked, Grandmother, what are the benefits of pure bloodline? The higher the purity of the bloodline, the more energy one can absorb when cultivating in the Emperor Clan Divine Palace. The energy bestowed by the Emperor Mountain. Elder Xiao said. Elder Qi pulled Qin Yun and said with a smile, Brat, you promised to help me get a Qi clan disciple, don't forget. And mine. Elder Yuan also walked over. Elder Yuan, you wanted to snatch his son's spirit before, why are you so thick-skinned to ask him to recommend a disciple? Elder Qi curled his lips and said. I said it before, Sun Spirit belongs to the Imperial Clan. Qin Yun is now a disciple of the Imperial Clan, so I don't need to snatch it anymore. Elder Yuan snorted, Elder Qi, there are so many Qi family members in the Inscription Aristocrat family, your Qi Imperial Clan should have recruited enough new members, right? Those bloodlines aren't too good. Those recommended by little brother Qin, their bloodlines must be pretty good. Elder Qi chuckled. They will be here in a few days. They are all women and they are from the Guanghan Palace. Qin Yun said. All right, we welcome you at any time. Elder Qi said. Qin Yun was worried that when Qi Malian was tested, she would also use a black bloodline crystal. As for Yuan Yenying, he did not know if she had the bloodline of an imperial clan. Can I go with Xiao Yun? Xiao Yuelan walked to Qin Yun's side and asked. You are all rather special, it's better to be together. Elder Xiao nodded and said, anyway, you are all in the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. Xiao Yuemei originally wanted to follow Qin Yun, but after knowing that Elder Xiao had a lot of delicious food, she pulled Xiao Yingying along and wanted to go with Elder Xiao. Soon after, Xiao Yuelan and the other 2 also underwent the ceremony and officially became members of the Imperial Clan. Elder Qin said, the great storm is coming. We need to absorb the disciples in the Immortal Desolate as soon as possible and return to the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. What great storm? Qin Yun asked. Sunstorm. In short, when the sunstorm appears, many great changes will occur in the Immortal Desolate. Elder Qin said, this is also the reason why we want to stop the war. Imperial Dragon List Solar Storm? Is it very windy? Xiao Yuemei asked. Yes, the sun eruption storm might blow down a lot of things. Elder Xiao said with smile, Yuemei, when the time comes, don't run around randomly, you will be blown away. Xiao Yuemei pulled Elder Zhao's hand and said with smile, Grandma, quickly take me to eat something good, I can't wait any longer. Elder Xiao chuckled and left with Xiao Yuemei, Xiao Yingying, and Xiao Hua. As for Qin Yun, Xiao Yuelan, and Yu Xiaoling, they left with Elder Qin. The Emperor Clan Shrine was a huge palace, built on a floating island. Inside the palace, there were many magnificent buildings, gardens, buildings, and courtyards. Within the Emperor Clan Divine Palace, one could sense an ancient feeling. After all, this was a palace that had existed for many years. It could be said that it had existed since the first great era of the Nine Wastelands. Under the heavenly crater, the Arch race's divine palace had endured countless years of attacks from the Dark Royal race, but it was still able to stand tall. It could be seen just how sturdy it was. The inscription Divine Mountain has already left. The mountain god wants to bring the inscription Divine Mountain around to see what he can devour. Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror is in the Divine Inscription Mountain. As long as he can repair the Devil Mirror's array foundation, he can immediately contact Qin Yun through the Devil Mirror. The Qin Imperial Clan. In a very large villa to the east of the Imperial Clan Sacred Hall. Yu Xiaoling had a head of blonde hair and wore tight clothes. Her extremely fiery figure was clearly outlined, and her pair of blue eyes flickered with a seductive light. Xiao Yuelan also saw that the Sun Fairy is too eye-catching, so she asked Qin Yin to put her into the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Originally, Yu Xiaoling was clamoring about not entering the Nine Yang Divine Spirit, but when she thought about Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi, the two peerless beauties, she was very willing to enter. For this rogue elf, as long as there were beauties, she would be very happy to go. She was the same as Ling Yuner, she liked beauties the most. These two rogue female elves were really similar. After she entered the Nine Yang Divine Spirit, she was very happy to see Momo, the High Priest of the Fairies. She really liked this cute little thing. Elder Qin brought Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan to a secluded garden in the villa. There were some flowers and trees planted in the garden. There was a unique wooden building. This is where you will be staying. Go and rest first. You guys must be exhausted after dealing with that Xia Yang. Elder Qin said with a smile. Can we walk around? Xiao Yuelan asked. Don't walk around for now. If I don't come tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to bring you around the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. Elder Qin said, I still have urgent matters to attend to right now. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan sent Elder Qin to the entrance of the small garden before returning to the small building. After Xiao Yuelan entered, she hugged Qin Yun and said with a smile, Xiao Yun, it's really good to be with you. Qin Yun kissed her forehead and carried her to sit on a chair. Qin Yun tightly hugged the delicate beauty in his embrace and gently caressed her lily-white hands. He said in low voice, Yuelan, when we tested the Imperial Clan bloodline, the bloodline crystal turned black. What do you think? I think this might be related to us having the immortal graveyard diagram. Xiao Yuelan said, in a few days, when little Malian comes over to test it, we'll be sure. If Qi Malian also tested black bloodline crystal, it will prove that it is related to the immortal graveyard diagram. Will Aunt Xiao also come? Qin Yan asked. Aunt has Xiao family bloodline. It should be very pure, but I don't know if Yening truly has Yuan family bloodline or not. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, I always feel that the people from the borderlands are very pure, Emperor Clan bloodline is very pure. Dad is still in the Imperial Clan Divine Palace, I really want him to test it. Qin Yan said with smile. Xian Rujing and Qin Long are both in the Imperial Clan Divine Palace, but they won't stay for long. Now that Imperial Clan and Dark Royal race have stopped fighting, they don't need to stay here to keep up appearances. How is Yu Xiaoling inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul? Did she cause any trouble? Xiao Yuelan said with angry smile, that scoundrel, she actually dared to talk about our wedding night in front of so many people. Sister Steamed Bun and Sister Shui are being teased by her. She is indeed a rogue elf, too bad. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. I also hope that you are as bad as her, be a bit bad to me. Xiao Yuelan's face suddenly became filled with charm, her tender eyes flickered with a soul-stealing, alluring gaze. Qin Yan mischievously laughed, then carried Xiao Yuelan and walked out of the small wooden building. He released the floating cloud pagoda and enjoyed the world of two people inside. Dawn is about to break, Qin Yan woke up and looked at his beautiful wife nestled in his bosom. He is very happy in his heart. He gently caressed Xiao Yuelan's gentle and beautiful face and lightly shouted, "Yuelan, wake up." Xiao Yuelan opened her eyes, looked at Qin Yun and said with gentle smile, "Xiao Yun, go take a bath first. I will carry you." Qin Yun pinched her jade-like nose, then carried the absolutely beautiful woman and walked towards a very large bathing pool. After the two of them finished bathing, they sensed that someone is inside the small building. Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yun put on a set of clean and simple white clothes. After Xiao Yuelan tied up her hair, she walked out of the floating cloud pagoda with Qin Yun. In a small hall on the first floor of the small building, a young man wearing blue clothes and black pants is sitting. Although his appearance is ordinary, he gives people a very gentle and honest feeling. When the young man saw Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan come in, he immediately stood up and said with polite smile, "Greetings big brother and big sister. This little brother is Qin Fenchen. Did Elder Qin send you?" Qin Yun asked. "Yes. Elder Qin doesn't have time to come today, so he sent me over to bring big brother and big sister to familiarize with the Emperor Race Divine Palace. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me." Qin Fenchen said with smile. "Qin Fenchen, where is the dragon race in the Emperor Race Divine Palace?" Qin Yun asked. They are on the south side, that place is a forbidden area, we can't go there." Qin Fenchen shook his head, "There are many forbidden areas in the Emperor Race Divine Palace, only those with certain status can enter." "Then do you know who is the strongest in the Emperor Race Divine Palace?" Xiao Yuelan said with smile. "Of course it's the 4 great clan kings and Dragon Dharma King. In the Immortal Desolate, the strongest in our Qin Imperial clan is Qin Wang." Qin Fenchen said, "You want to meet Qin Wang? This is very difficult, even the elders find it difficult to meet Qin Wang." Qin Yun took out the compass used to search for the dragon and looked. Sure enough, it is pointing to the south side. The area where the dragon is should be inside the forbidden area. "Oh, that's right, have you heard of a guy called Tian Daozi who entered the Emperor Race Divine Palace?" Qin Yun asked. "Tian Daozi? I think I heard of him." Qin Fenchen frowned and pondered for a moment, then shouted, "I remember, I heard an elder say that this Tian Daozi is very powerful. The heavenly law altar he controls is as powerful as our Emperor Mountain." Xiao Yuelan also knows about Emperor Mountain. When they were carrying out that ceremony, she saw it, but she doesn't know much about Emperor Mountain. Soon after, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan asked many questions about Emperor Mountain. After asking, they found out that the very small Emperor Mountain they dripped blood on is not the real Emperor Mountain. The real Emperor Mountain is in the Divine Desolate, and the small mountain they dripped blood on is just a rock on the Emperor Mountain. Of course, it is not an ordinary Emperor Mountain rock, it is rather special. The Emperor Race Divine Palace is on a huge floating island. And the floating island is also a rock on top of the Emperor Mountain, just a rock is so huge, it can be seen that the Emperor Mountain must be very magnificent. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan also understood the use of Emperor Mountain. When cultivating, one can absorb the energy inside the Emperor Mountain. And the energy inside the Emperor Mountain, on one hand, is obtained by absorbing the 9 suns, on the other hand, it can be produced by itself. After absorbing the Emperor Mountain's energy to cultivate, the immortal power and body within one's body will become even stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, it can allow people to advance by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, the Emperor Mountain's energy has the effect of quickly healing and can also strengthen the soul. If one's bloodline purity is higher, they can absorb more energy from the Emperor Mountain and absorb and refine it even faster. Within the Emperor race, bloodline purity is divided into 18 levels. First level is the lowest, 18th level is the highest. Qin Fenchen said, as long as one has 10th level bloodline purity, it can be considered excellent. Fenchen, during the bloodline test, the bloodline crystal turned black. What's the reason? Qin Yun asked. This is also something he and Xiao Yuelan are very curious about. Princess Anya knows, the 4 elders also know, but they didn't say anything about this. Usually it's because the bloodline crystal and the bloodline have a conflict. Just change it to another bloodline crystal, it's no big deal. Qin Fenchen said with smile. Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yun are somewhat astonished, they looked at each other in dismay. The disciples of the Emperor Race Divine Palace actually don't know what the black bloodline crystal means. This is clearly a secret of the clan. What made them puzzled is that Princess Anya actually knows about this. Tian Daozi is inside the Dragon Manor. We can't enter the Dragon Manor, it's an important military area. Qin Fengchen knows that Qin Yin wants to see Tian Daozi. Tian Daozi and Shimen Dazhuang are together inside the Dragon Manor. And that Princess Anya is also inside the Dragon Manor. Xiao Yuelan asked, Fengchen, is there any way to enter the Dragon Manor? Qin Fengchen thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, it's very difficult. The Dragon Manor is filled with dragon race disciples, there are dragons and there are also dragon people. As long as one has dragon bloodline, they can enter the Dragon Manor. So that's how it is, then why can Tian Daozi go in? Qin Yin said, this guy shouldn't have dragon bloodline, right? He is an honored guest invited by the dragon race. So he can go in. Qin Fengchen thought for a moment and suddenly said, these guys from the dragon race are rather inflexible. The rule they set up is that outsiders are not allowed to enter the Dragon Manor. But in the rules they set up, there are also times when outsiders can enter the Dragon Manor. Quickly speak. Qin Yin said with smile, when can we enter the Dragon Manor? The top 10 of the Emperor Dragon list will be invited to enter the Dragon Manor. However, the top 10 of the Emperor Dragon list are occupied by the dragon race. It's very difficult for our other clans to enter the top 10. Qin Fengchen shook his head and sighed. Emperor Dragon list? Qin Yin and Xiao Yuelan looked at each other. If it was a fight, it wouldn't be difficult for them. Dragon Lady of Dragon Manor Xiao Yuelan asked, how can I raise my ranking on the Emperor Dragon list? A fight? There must be something in the Dragon Manor that attracted Princess Anya and the dragon that Qin Yin was looking for. Although Qin Yin had already asked Shimen Dazhuang to understand the situation, he could not rely on Shimen Dazhuang. Therefore, he wanted to personally enter the Dragon Manor to take a look. Even Qin Fengchen didn't know much about the situation in Dragon Manor. It was obvious how mysterious that place was. The Dragon Clan indeed had a very special position in the imperial clans. They did not care about the internal and external affairs of the imperial clan divine palaces, but when the imperial clan divine palaces were attacked, they would fight and protect the imperial clan. Look, the top 10 are all celestial emperors. You guys are only celestial kings, it will be very difficult for you to enter the top 10. Qin Fengchen slid the crystal board down. He pointed at Qin Majia, who was ranked 17th, and said, this is our elder Qin, he is only ranked 17th. Who is ranked the highest among the 4 elders? Asked Qin Yun. It's Elder Qi. Qi Wuyang is ranked 12th. Qin Fengchen said, Elder Xiao is ranked 15th, and Elder Yuan is ranked 20th. Qin Yin said in astonishment, in that case, the 1st to the 11th are from the dragon race? The 11th ranked one was surnamed Long. Qin Fengchen nodded, yes. Xiao Yuelan frowned and said, among the top 20, only 6 are not from the dragon race. The rest are from the dragon race. This dragon race is really powerful. Of course, it's the dragon clan after all. Qin Fen smiled and said, it's normal for us humans to be unable to defeat the dragon clan. Half of our clan emperor's body contains dragon blood. Qin Yin said with a smile, are there any rewards for ranking high? Most of the people on the Imperial Dragon list are immortal emperors. As for the Celestial King realm, the highest ranking was only at the 80th position. The higher one's ranking is, the more Emperor Essence heavenly pills they will obtain. Qin Fengchen said with a look of yearning, the Emperor Elemental Heavenly Pill is a type of pill nurtured by Mount Monarch. It's naturally produced and very useful. What's the ranking to obtain it? Qin Yin asked. Both he and Xiao Yuelan are extremely tempted. Those ranked from 101 to 200 will receive one every month. 51st to 100th place, 2 pills a month. 20 pills per month for the first 10, 10 pills per month for the 11th to 30th, 5 pills per month for the 31st to 50th. When Xiao Yuelan heard this, she knew that the D-Essence Heavenly Pill is very useful. As long as she stabilized her ranking, she would be able to get more every month. Is there any effect after eating it? Xiao Yuelan asked. Of course it's to improve my cultivation. But I heard that because the seniors at the top are very strong immortal emperors, they don't eat it and only let the juniors eat it. Qin Fengchen said. Qin Yan said, if you want to be ranked at the top, you have to keep fighting, right? Qin Fengchen shook his head, no. The ranking of the Emperor Dragon list was based on the accumulated points. Whoever had more points would be able to continue rising up the ranks. I don't know the specifics because it's too far away for me. Xiao Yuelan said, we don't need to face those powerful immortal emperors. Qin Fengchen said with a smile, if Big Brother and Big Sister want to participate in the Emperor Dragon List tournament, you can find out more from Elder Qin. Alright. Qin Yun nodded. Oh, that's right, Fengchen, how did you survive in the heavenly crater for so many years? Xiao Yuelan is very curious. I don't know, that's how everyone came here. Fortunately, we have the protection of Emperor Mountain, so we can unceasingly obtain formidable energy. Qin Fengchen said with a smile, in short, the barrier ceiling is suddenly loosened, then we can contact the dragon race outside. Qin Yun and others all know what happened next. The heavenly crater appeared, a large number of powerful beasts rushed to the heavenly crater to help the emperor race escape. The dragon race's dragons are now in the Dragon Manor. Qin Fengchen also said that the Dragon Manor is very big, moreover, it has an underground layer that can accommodate many people. In the Dragon Manor, they can also absorb even more energy from the Emperor Mountain. The dragon race's dragons have now obtained the reward they deserve. Qin Yan took out the dragon scale Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother. Gave him and tried to contact her. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother is inside the Dragon Manor. If Qin Yan can contact her, maybe he can enter the Dragon Manor through her. Not long after, Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother responded. Grandma Scarlet Sun, I am Qin Yan. Qin Yan sent voice transmission through the Scarlet Sun Dragon scale. Xiao Yun? I heard you joined the Emperor race, many people are talking about you. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother said with smile, I will go meet you now. Alright. Do you want me to pick you up? Qin Yan is very happy. No need, I can directly fly over to find you. You have the Scarlet Sun Dragon scale, I know where you are. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother said with smile. You can fly inside the Emperor Race Divine Palace but you can't fly randomly. However, Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother is a very strong dragon, she can fly randomly. Qin Fengchen already left the small garden. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are waiting for Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother here. Not long after, an awe-inspiring old granny in crimson armor descended from the sky. Hello Grandma Scarlet Sun. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan promptly walked over and politely greeted. Yuelan, you are also together with this guy in this life? It is truly fate. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother saw Xiao Yuelan and said with deep emotion. Grandma, I am his wife. Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile. I haven't been to the Guanghan Palace for a long time, how is Grandma Gong? Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother asked. She is very good, she is now a very strong immortal emperor. Xiao Yuelan nodded and said. Grandma Gong is the Grandma Qin Yan met when he went to the moon. She has been guarding the ruins of the Guanghan Palace, waiting for Yang Shiriyue to return. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother said with smile, this is good, this is good. Seeing all of you familiar faces from many years ago, I really miss them, they make me feel a lot younger. You youngsters really know how to cause trouble. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan both laughed. Especially you have already died once, in this life, you should be a bit more honest. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother poked Qin Yan's head and scolded with smile, you are also very awesome, you actually got a Xiaoyang. I have to say, your divine inscription mountain is really awesome. Qin Yan being able to kill a Xiaoyang is something many people have seen with their own eyes. However, after everyone found out that Qin Yan is an immortal king, they all felt that it was mainly because of the divine inscription mountain and the sun soul in Qin Yan's hands. They don't really approve of Qin Yan's own strength. Because many powerful immortal emperors can't do it, Qin Yan can't do it alone, so he must have relied on that very powerful divine mountain. Now everyone understands that divine inscription mountain very well, it can operate independently, it has its own consciousness, its defense is extremely strong, it can attack and defend. If Qin Yan didn't have that divine inscription mountain, he would still be relatively weak. Grandma, we want to enter the Dragon Manor. Can you bring us in? Xiao Yuelan said. It's very difficult. If I had the final say in the Dragon Manor, there would be no problem, but the Dragon Manor is not my territory, our dragon race is only stationed here. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother shook her head and said. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are somewhat disappointed. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother said with smile, you two little troublemakers, what do you want to do in the Dragon Manor? Don't tell me you want to mess with Princess Anya? Or do you want to cause trouble inside? Grandma, we are very honest. We don't have that kind of idea. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, the troublemaker is not me, it's that little girl Yuemei. She is in the Xiao Imperial family's manor. Humph, don't think that I'm senile, I remember that you and Yuemei are the same kind of wild girl. Especially that little girl Yuemei, she is very wild, she follows that floating cloud brat to swindle people all day long. Xiao Yuelan stuck out her tongue. Qin Yan also did not expect that Xiao Yuelan's past life was also a troublemaker. Qin Yan said earnestly, Grandma, I want to find a dragon. It's the dragon on the floating cloud heavenly seal, do you know it? After Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother heard this, she said with frown, your floating cloud heavenly seal? The dragon on it? Indeed, do you know? Qin Yan hastily asked. That dragon is also in the Dragon Manor? Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother is very shocked. You don't know? Xiao Yuelan asked. Of course I don't know. That dragon is very reckless, if it is really in the Dragon Manor, it would be terrible. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother cried out in alarm. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan glanced at each other, they are somewhat astonished. That dragon is even more astonishing than they imagined. Grandma, do you know that dragon? Qin Yan asked. How can I not know? That dragon is my granddaughter, how can I not know? That damned girl, she never came back to see me for so many years, now she has infiltrated into the Dragon Manor, she still doesn't want to see me. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother very angrily said, she is infuriating me to death, I have to beat her up a few times. Qin Yun is even more astonished, the head of the floating cloud heavenly seal is actually a female dragon. Grandma, what's going on with that dragon? Why did it become a part of the floating cloud heavenly seal? Qin Yun is very curious. I also don't know, in short, she followed you back then. This matter is very complicated, she is a part of your floating cloud heavenly seal. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother said. Qin Yun remembered that Xiao Yuemei once said that she went to the dragon race's lair and stole a dragon sculpture to make the head of the floating cloud heavenly seal. He did not expect that she is actually Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother's granddaughter. Qin Yun looked at Xiao Yuelan shook her head, in my past life, only Yuemei was with you. I don't know much about the floating cloud heavenly seal. Yuemei also doesn't know much, only that brat Fuyun and that damned girl know about this matter. I will go find her now. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother is very angry. Qin Yun thought about it carefully and also felt that this dragon girl is very troublesome. After infiltrating the Dragon Manor, she actually did not meet with her grandma who has been separated for so many years and even hid among the dragon race. This damned girl, she must have done something to sneak into the Dragon Manor. Xiao Fuyun, wait for me, I will immediately capture her. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother wanted to fly away but Qin Yun grabbed her. Qin Yun took out the compass and handed it over to Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother. He said with smile, Grandma, use this to find out where she is. No need, I know she is in the Dragon Manor, I will find her. Wait for my news. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother flew away. Diyuan Heavenly Pill Xiao Yuelan pulled Qin Yun back to the small building and asked doubtfully, Xiao Yun, what is going on with the head of the floating cloud heavenly seal? I thought it was just a puppet dragon or something else, I didn't expect it to be a living dragon. Qin Yun nodded and said, I also thought so before, I didn't expect it to be Grandma Qi Yang's granddaughter. I remember Yuemei saying that in my previous life, I once infiltrated the dragon race and stole the heavenly dragon statue to use as the head of the floating cloud heavenly seal. How could the heavenly dragon statue be Grandma Qi Yang's granddaughter? We can only wait for Grandma Qi Yang's news. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, Dragon Girl is also not bad. I like it. You like all kinds of women, you are as bad as you Xiaoling. Qin Yun curled his lips and said. To be honest, I don't really want to be with you. It would be great if we were in the Guanhan Palace, there would be many beautiful sisters. Sigh, Chu Qian's little wife must miss me a lot. and Yao Xue, she seems to be your little wife. Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile. Qin Yan pinched her face and said with smile, Yao Xue is not my little wife. Xiao Yuelan said with angry smile, I don't care, I think she is, she is. Not long after, Qin Fenchen returned. Fenchen, why are you back? Didn't we tell you to rest today and come back tomorrow? Qin Yan looked at Qin Fenchen who walked in and said with smile, tomorrow, bring us around again. Qin Fenchen said, big brother, big sister, I suddenly learned of a big matter, that's why I came to tell you in a hurry. Xiao Yuelan is very curious and hastily asked, what big matter? Aren't you very interested in the Emperor Dragon list? Qin Fenchen asked. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan looked at each other, then nodded in response. Qin Fenchen said, you want to participate in the Emperor Dragon list mainly because you want to obtain the Diyuan Heavenly Pill, right? But with your current cultivation, it is not suitable for you to participate in the Emperor Dragon list. Apart from the Diyuan Heavenly Pill, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are also very curious about the situation inside the Dragon Manor. Qin Fenchen paused slightly and continued, in order to make their allies stronger quickly, the Emperor clan joined forces with the Immortal King City to create an Immortal King ranking. At that time, the Immortal King Ancient City will fly to the vicinity of the Emperor Clan Divine Palace, and the Immortal Kings of the Emperor Clan can also participate. If there was a ranking, he would be able to receive a considerable amount of Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills every month, and there would also be rewards from the Immortal King Ancient City. I suggest that Big Brother and Big Sister participate. Through the Celestial King ranking list, they can obtain the Heavenly Divinity Elixir and quickly become Celestial Emperors. Then, they can challenge the Sovereign Dragon list. This will take a long time, right? Qin Yan wanted to hurry up. Not long. If it was in the past, it would have taken at least tens of thousands of years. But now, it is not necessary. It may only take 1 or 2 years. The premise is that we have the Diyuan Heavenly Dan, Qin Fenchen said. Xiao Yuelan said, alright, we will participate when the time comes. Right, even Immortal Kings can participate? In that case, will the Immortal King level dragons of the Dragon Clan also participate? Qin Fenchen nodded, that's for sure. Therefore, it is rather difficult to rank among the top. Qin Yan also wants to see how strong the dragons of the Emperor Clan Dragon Manor are. Thank you for providing us with this information. Qin Yan said with smile. You're welcome. If there is any new information, I will come again. After Qin Fenchen finished speaking, he quickly left. Qin Yan took out the Scarlet Sun Dragon scale and tried to contact Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother, but he did not succeed immediately. After he tried for a while, Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother replied, Xiao Yun, wait a moment, I have a problem here. After Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother finished speaking, she cut off the connection. Xiao Yuelan said, that dragon girl's matter is not that simple. Could it be that she caused a great disaster? Grandma Scarlet Sun, if you need help, you must contact me as soon as possible. Qin Yan left a message through the Scarlet Sun Dragon scale. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are rather worried that the dragon girl caused a disaster. Dragon girl is the key part of the floating cloud heavenly seal. If something happens and the floating cloud heavenly seal is not complete, they won't be able to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Xiaqiru said that the floating cloud heavenly seal is the key to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range and open the mysterious immortal graveyard. At noon, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are patiently waiting for Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother's news. At this time, Elder Qin finally arrived. After Elder Qin arrived, he said with a smile, I heard from Fenchen that the two of you are very interested in the Emperor Dragon list, especially the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill. Elder, who is Qin Fenchen? Xiao Yuelan asked curiously. One of my grandchildren. Elder Qin said with a chuckle. Although Elder Qin only has the appearance of a middle-aged man, he has lived for a very long time. I can't tell, this kid is very modest. Qin Yan said with a smile, he also didn't say that he is your grandson. I forbid him to go around saying it, lest he uses my name to run amok. Elder Qin said, took out a jade bottle and poured out 2 milky white pills. This is the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill, try it out. Elder Qin said with a smile. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are pleasantly surprised. They had already guessed what effect the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill would have. They never expected to obtain one now. We will eat it later. Xiao Yuan said with a smile, "Thank you, Elder." Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan kept the 2 pills. Elder Qin also sat down and said, "It's still too early for you to participate in the Emperor Dragon list. You need to have at least a 5th level Immortal King cultivation to be able to raise your ranking. If you participate too early, you will suffer a great loss." Qin Yun said, "Elder, Fenchen told us about the Immortal King list, you must know more than him, right?" Speaking of the Immortal King list, Elder Qin slightly frowned and said, "The Immortal King list is jointly organized by Holy Sun Ancient City, Dark Royal Race and Imperial Race." What? The Dark Royal Race is also participating? Xiao Yuan said in shock. Yes. The rewards obtained by the top rankers will be provided by Holy Sun Ancient City, Dark Royal Race and Imperial Race. Among them, Holy Sun Ancient City will provide 20% of the rewards, Dark Royal Race and Imperial Race will each provide 40%. Elder Qin nodded and said, "If the top rankers are mostly members of our Imperial Race, then we will make a profit. If all the Immortal Kings participate, then it will be very difficult for us, who have just become Immortal Kings, to enter the list." Qin Yun sighed. "Therefore, you must raise your cultivation as soon as possible. As long as you are at the 3rd or 4th level of the Immortal King realm, it is still possible to enter the top 100. Elder Qin said, "If you enter the top 100, there will be rewards every month." Qin Yun felt that if he controlled a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals and those Emperor Origin heavenly pills, he would be able to quickly become an immortal emperor. With the strength of an immortal emperor, entering the immortal graveyard would definitely be very safe. "Elder, is the sunstorm that you are worried about coming?" Xiao Yuan asked. "Not yet. If it is coming, we will inform you in advance." Elder Qin said, "We are still discussing some rules regarding the Immortal King list. When it begins, I will inform you." "Elder, what exactly is going on with the Dragon Manor? Why aren't people allowed to enter?" Qin Yun very much wants to enter the Dragon Manor to take a look. The Dragon Manor is very mysterious. This is the ancient teachings of the Imperial Race. The Dark Royal Race's Princess Xianxia was held hostage in the Imperial Race Divine Palace but was invited to the Dragon Manor. This is very abnormal. Elder Qin said, "What the Dragon Race wants to do, we have no right to interfere." In short, for many years, when protecting the Imperial Race, the Dragon Race has always been at the forefront. They will not harm the Imperial Race. Xiao Yuan asked, "Elder, the Dark Royal Race and the Imperial Race have stopped fighting. During the period of the ceasefire, are they going to cooperate or something? I have a feeling that the matter of the ceasefire is not that simple." Elder Qin laughed and said, "Yuan, your intuition is really accurate. There are 2 reasons for the ceasefire between the Imperial Race and the Dark Royal Race. One is to deal with the sunstorm. The other is more important. The Dark Royal Race and the Imperial Race have been fighting for control of the 9 Desolate for a long time. And the 9 Desolate is also gradually known by many people outside the 9 Sun domain. In the past, even if the Imperial Race and the Dark Royal Race suffered heavy losses, no other power would come to take advantage of them. But now it is different. If the Imperial Race and the Dark Royal Race suffered heavy losses, they might be completely annihilated." Qin Yun said in shock, "The person who came to take advantage of them is very strong? Is it a power from the outer realm?" Elder Qin nodded and said, "According to the information we have gathered, the power from outside the 9 Sun heavenly domain is very strong. As long as the Imperial Race and the Dark Royal Race do not suffer heavy losses, the power from the outer realm won't dare to act recklessly. The powers from the outer realm came from the distant starry sky of the universe. They are not within the system of the 9 Suns and 9 Desolate. Now in the Immortal Desolate, there are many such small-scale powers from the outer realm, such as those fellows from the heavenly Tiger Star. The universe is vast and boundless, there are definitely many more powerful powers. The 9 Suns and 9 Desolate are also attractive enough to attract powers from outside the 9 Sun heavenly domain to plunder." Elder Qin suddenly received a message and left in a hurry. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan began eating the 2D Origin heavenly pills. They ate inside the floating cloud pagoda and after eating, they began to cultivate together. They are husband and wife. When they cultivate together, they will also use the third level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Only after the wedding night, their relationship will become even more intimate. Their body, mind and spirit will completely fuse together. Only then can they cultivate the third level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan embraced each other. When cultivating the third level, they can directly enter the second level of the divine fusion technique. Their bodies are cultivating together but their minds can fuse together. Xiao Yun, that D-origin heavenly pill is really amazing. If we cultivate together at the third level, maybe it will allow you to break through to the peak of the second level of the immortal king realm. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. After their mental worlds fused, Ling Yuner also appeared. The appearance of Ling Yuner caused Xiao Yuelan to be very surprised. These two female hooligans hated each other for not meeting sooner. After meeting, they unscrupulously took advantage of each other in front of Qin Yun. Have you guys played enough? I want to cultivate. Qin Yun coughed dryly and shouted. Qin Yun wants to practice those martial arts and martial skills. Xiao Yuelan can accompany him to practice, this is also very good. The two of them cultivated together for half a day and refined the D-origin heavenly pill's medicinal effect. Qin Yun indeed broke through, he also felt that the D-origin heavenly pill's effect is extremely strong. Of course, this is also because he cultivated the third level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Xiao Yuelan's cultivation is also the same as Qin Yun's. Xiao Yuelan helped Qin Yun put on his clothes and said, Xiao Yun, your sun-suppressing divine arrow has not awakened yet. There must be a problem with cultivating the sun core. Do you want Yu Shaoling to help you take a look? Spirit Mind Cultivation. Yu Shaoling was a sun elf. She had lived in the sun for many years and had a certain connection with the heart of the sun. Although she was not inside the sun and could not sense the heart of the sun, she definitely knew a lot about the cultivation of the heart of the sun. Yulan, I remember that this sun elf is residing in your soul. Can't she be separated from you? Asked Qin Yun. Not really. The main thing is that we can't be separated for too long. Xiao Yuelan also put on her clothes and said with a smile, quickly let her out. Qin Yun released Yu Shaoling. Yu Shaoling's tall and slender body was fiery and gorgeous. She simply covered her waist and upper body. Her long golden hair was twirling with a faint golden splendor. Her jade-white ears were pointy, her skin was creamy, and her appearance was beautiful and charming. After she came out, a charming smile appeared on her face. Then, she hugged Xiao Yuelan and kissed her. Her nose twitched as if she was sniffing something. Io, the young couple is very loving. I can tell that this is the sour smell of love. Yu Shaoling said with a face full of jealousy, you two are carefree and happy, but you forgot about me. Damn it. Yu Shaoling, who was sitting on the bed, extended out her jade-white slender beautiful leg. Her delicate jade-like leg slowly extended towards Qin Yun's stomach, it is extremely alluring. However, who would have thought that she would suddenly kick Qin Yun's stomach? Qin Yun retreated a few steps from the kick. He felt displeased in his heart. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Yu Shaoling's jade foot. Then, he took out a feather and scratched the bottom of her foot. Yu Shaoling immediately giggled. She wanted to struggle but was suppressed by Qin Yun's supergravity. Who told you to randomly kick me? Qin Yun scolded with a smile. Yulan. Save me. I'm going to die of laughter. Yu Shaoling laughed and shouted. Xiao Yuelan pinched Yu Shaoling's jade waist and said with a smile, I'm not going to save you. Who told you to bully my little husband? I'll let you suffer some punishment. Soon after, Xiao Yuelan also scratched Yu Shaoling's body, causing her to laugh non-stop. You husband and wife, you're so infuriating, so infuriating. Yu Shaoling laughed as she shouted. Xiao Yuelan pinched Yu Shaoling's belly and scolded with a smile, I told you to kick my little husband. I'll let you off this time. Qin Yun also stopped messing around. Yu Shaoling also laughed until she was gasping for breath. She looked at Xiao Yuelan with hidden bitterness. After she caught her breath, she pounced on Xiao Yuelan and the two of them hugged each other and played around. Yu Shaoling pinched Xiao Yuelan's body a few times and only stopped after taking a little advantage. Humph, dead Yulan, with little husband, you forgot about me, your good sister. Yu Shaoling scoffed as she tidied up her messy blonde hair. Xiao Yulan is also at the side, smiling tenderly as she tidied up the few pieces of cloth on Yu Xiaoling's body because they were almost torn off. Little Ling, can't you wear a little more? Qin Yan said with a smile, it's not like you don't have clothes to wear. I don't like wearing clothes at all. I don't even wear clothes in the Guanghan Palace. Yu Xiaoling laughed, little husband, didn't Yu Lan tell you about this? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, what's there to talk about? This Yu Xiaoling is truly a very coquettish rogue fairy. Qin Yan also has lingering fear in his heart. Previously, he fell into Yu Xiaoling's hands and was almost eaten by her. Yu Xiaoling looked at Qin Yan and smiled charmingly. Coupled with her extremely alluring demeanor, she is filled with an extremely strong charm, causing Qin Yan's mind to ripple. Little husband, between me and Yu Lan, who is prettier? Yu Xiaoling shook her pair of fairy wings and looked at Qin Yan with her charming eyes. Of course it's Yu Lan who is prettier. Qin Yan took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow and said with a smile, oh right, I forbid you to call me little husband. Who is your little husband? Yu Xiaoling immediately puffed up her cheeks, looked at Xiao Yulan and said, Yu Lan, look after him. He doesn't recognize me. Didn't you say that your little hubby is my little hubby? Xiao Yulan glared at Qin Yan and said, isn't it just a title? Why not? It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. Alright, whatever you want. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. Yu Xiaoling's face is filled with pride, she said with a smile, little husband, Yu Lan said that you are unable to cultivate the sun core, right? Qin Yan nodded, then sat on the bedside and handed the sun-suppressing divine arrow to her. Yu Xiaoling took it, her charming jade-like face is filled with a charming smile, I can help you cultivate it but you bullied me just now, I won't help you. How can you be like this? You were the one who kicked me first. Qin Yan said unhappily, you were the one who bullied me first, I'm just giving you a small punishment. But I'm angry. Yu Xiaoling said with a charming smile, you have to compensate me. How? Qin Yan glanced at Xiao Yulan and asked. You also bully Yu Lan like that? Yu Xiaoling smiled naughtily. No way. I won't bully her. Qin Yan immediately refused. Xiao Yulan said with a smile, Xiao Yun, come. Qin Yan understood that Yu Xiaoling only wants to play around. Soon after, Qin Yan also scratched Xiao Yulan's feet. Yu Xiaoling also smiled and scratched Xiao Yulan's entire body, causing Xiao Yulan to laugh non-stop. After Yu Xiaoling had enough fun, she is also satisfied. Then, she tidied up Xiao Yulan's messy hair, helped her comb it and tied it up into a ponytail. Then, she kissed Xiao Yulan on the cheek. It can be seen that their relationship is extremely good and they are very playful. Can we begin now? Qin Yan said. Yu Xiaoling held Qin Yan's sun-suppressing divine arrow and carefully looked at it for a while. She said with a frown, little husband, there's a problem with your sun-suppressing divine arrow. There's a problem? Qin Yan is somewhat astonished and hurriedly asked, what problem? How come I didn't notice? Generally speaking, the sun-suppressing divine arrow will guide the owner to cultivate the sun core, but your sun-suppressing divine arrow doesn't have any spiritual will to guide cultivation. Yu Xiaoling's jade-like face is filled with seriousness as she said, this is a very big problem. Behind Yu Xiaoling, Xiao Yulan combed her shoulder-length blonde hair and said with a frown, Xiaoling, do you have a way to let him cultivate it? The sun-suppressing divine arrow is very powerful. If he can't wake up, he will be crippled. I know, I will help him. I have a way. Yu Xiaoling said, but I want to study this sun-suppressing divine arrow, is that alright? No problem. Thank you, Xiaoling. Qin Yan said with a smile. You are my little husband, why are you being polite? Yu Xiaoling's charming eyes are smiling, her voice is sweet and charming, she has an extremely flirtatious look. Little husband, how are you going to thank Xiaoling? Xiao Yulan said with a charming smile. How do you want me to thank you? Qin Yan is startled and said with a smile. Kiss me. Yu Xiaoling pointed at her rosy and beautiful face and said with a charming smile, Yulan allows it. Xiao Yulan pushed Qin Yan. Qin Yan could only lean over and kiss Yu Xiaoling's face. What surprised him is that after he leaned over and kissed her, a very strong wild fragrance suddenly rushed over. This Yu Xiaoling's face is very fragrant. Yu Xiaoling is very happy, she giggled and said, let me go inside. You two little husband and wife continue your sweet time. Qin Yan placed Yu Xiaoling inside the 9-sun divine spirit and let her study the sun-suppressing divine arrow. This coquettish fairy. Qin Yan licked his lips and said, she smells so good. That's right, her whole body smells so good, I love kissing her the most. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, you and I both have a little fairy. Qin Yan is very helpless, that Ling Yaner is also a hoodlum. Xiao Yun, you and I are both second-level immortal kings. Xiao Yuelan spoke and then condensed a white immortal king power in her palm. There are 2 different types of tiny king crystals inside. Qin Yan nodded and said, with our strength, we should be able to defeat a 3rd-level immortal king. If we go fight that immortal king ranking, we will definitely be ranked. As long as we have a ranking, we will be able to obtain the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill and quickly break through and become stronger. I really want to go quickly. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, we cultivate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together, 1 pill can be used as 3 pills, it's really good. Qin Yan kissed Xiao Yuelan's face and said, Yuelan, have you informed the Guanghan Palace? I have. Big Sister Yang said that she will let little Malian, Yening and Qiafeng come over. Xiao Yuelan said. Qiafeng will also come? Qin Yan is somewhat astonished. Long Qiafeng has dragon bloodline in her body and she also has dragon and phoenix twin martial spirits. Qin Yan carved dragon totem in her body, he doesn't know how she is now. Qiafeng has dragon bloodline in her body, if she is willing, she might be able to enter the dragon matter. Xiao Yuelan smiled mysteriously, at that time, we can let Qiafeng investigate the situation inside the dragon matter. That's true. Qin Yan nodded and said with smile. Qiafeng is one of us, she is very trustworthy. Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile, moreover, she is very beautiful. You helped her before and even saved her. Her heart is all yours. My wife, then please help me take good care of her in the future. I can't take care of her. Qin Yan said with smile. I know, you heartless man. Xiao Yuelan said with angry smile. After they tidied up their clothes, they walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. Today, they planned to go out for a walk and take a look at the Emperor Race Divine Palace. They arrived at the hall and waited for Qin Fen. This brat Fen Tian came a bit late today. Qin Yan looked at the sky and said with frown, it's almost noon. Maybe he has an urgent matter? Xiao Yuelan said with smile. She drank the sweet divine honey tea, her appearance is very charming and beautiful. Qin Yan can't help but kiss her again. Noon, Qin Fen finally arrived. He is wearing a black tight-fitting outfit, it looks wrinkled, his complexion is also somewhat ugly, corner of his mouth and eyes are a bit swollen, his hair is somewhat messy and his expression is flustered. Big brother, big sister, I ran into something, I came late. Qin Fen lowered his head and said timidly. Fen Tian, were you beaten up? Xiao Yuelan said, who beat you? Your grandfather? Were you bullied? Qin Yan said with frown. No. I fought with someone and lost. Qin Fen said with bitter smile, my skill is inferior. Gate battle platform, although Qin Fenchen is Elder Qin's grandson, he is not arrogant at all. Moreover, he is very humble, he is indeed a very good person. Qin Yan said with smile, little Fenchen, you are now a 3rd-level immortal king. What is the cultivation of the person you are fighting? Also a 3rd-level immortal king. Qin Fenchen scratched his head and said, I have a fire attribute immortal martial spirit, my immortal king power is flame. The person I'm fighting against is of the water attribute, he's restraining me to death. That's because your fire is not strong enough. If your fire was strong enough, you would be able to burn water into mist. Xiao Yuelan said with smile. Indeed. I am indeed too weak. Qin Fenchen sighed and said. Let's go, let's fight again. I guarantee that you will win. Qin Yan said with smile, in passing, bring us around this palace. You can't cheat in battle. Qin Fenchen said, Big brother Qin Yan, I know you are very capable but if you cheat, you will anger them. Of course I'm not cheating. Qin Yan said with smile, let's go. Qin Fenchen can only bring Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan out of the garden to find the person who defeated him. I remember that they walked out of the gate of the Emperor Race Divine Palace. Could it be that they are fighting outside? Xiao Yuan said in shock. They are fighting in the plaza outside the gate. Because they are fighting with the Dark Royal Race. Qin Fengchen said. Fighting with the Dark Royal Race? Very good. Xiao Yuan immediately became excited. She took out a mask and put it on. She said with smile, Princess Anya wears a mask, I also want to wear a mask. Princess Anya arranged for the Dark Royal Race to fight with us. Qin Fengchen said again, Princess Anya is a very strong immortal king. It is said that after she entered the Dragon Manor, she challenged a dragon warrior with higher cultivation than her. In the end, that dragon warrior lost miserably. Qin Yin said in shock, is there such a thing? Is this true? Qin Fengchen nodded and said, it's true. She challenged 3 very strong immortal king-level dragon warriors and defeated them all. What is her cultivation? Xiao Yuan said with frown, I heard that Princess Anya might have come from Sacred Desolate. She suppressed her Sacred Realm cultivation. She's not at the saint rank. It said that she was already at the Celestial King realm when she was born. She was sealed the moment she was born and only broke the seal after being sealed for a long time. Then, she slowly grew up, said Qin Fengchen. Then what's her cultivation level at the Immortal King realm, asked Qin Yun. I heard from the Dragon Manor's dragon warrior that she's at the 6th level of the Celestial King realm. Qin Fengchen said in a low voice, Big brother and big sister, don't provoke that woman. She's very terrifying. Xiao Yuan said, when I reach the 5th level of the Immortal King realm, I will challenge her. I want to defeat her and then take her in. Qin Yun and Qin Fengchen were stunned, then they looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan chuckled and said, what are you looking at? Let's go. As they walked towards the entrance of the Imperial Race Divine Palace, Qin Yun quickly carved runes on Qin Fengchen's palms and fused them into his flesh and bones. There were many people outside Emperor Clan Divine Palace's gates, it was extremely lively. Outside the gate was a very wide platform, and there was a battle stage with array pillars and barriers. The warriors of the Dark Royal Clan and the Emperor Clan all surrounded the fighting platform, watching the intense battle on it. What surprised Qin Yun is that Shimen Dazhuang is actually here. He is holding a harmless-looking and extremely adorable little pig, chatting and laughing with the people beside him. Qin Yun is here, someone suddenly shouted. Not many people have seen Qin Yun, but among the several thousand people around the battle stage, there are still some who have seen Qin Yun. Qin Yun's name is very resounding. Knowing that he has arrived, everyone looked around and then looked towards the entrance of the Divine Palace. Qin Fengchen brought Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan out. Xiao Yuan is wearing a mask, but because she is wearing a tight-waist dress, it is possible to see that she is a woman. Only Shimen Dazhuang can sense a very familiar aura. He immediately knew that it is Qin Yun's very powerful wife. Uncle Qin. Shimen Dazhuang shouted with a smile from far away, Boss, I'm over here. Qin Yun wished he could send Shimen Dazhuang flying with a punch, he actually called him uncle again. Hearing someone call Qin Yun uncle, everyone found it very funny. After all, he is so young and handsome, being called uncle by someone is truly comical. At this time, a bald youngster suddenly jumped out from the crowd. This bald youngster is wearing black clothes, his face is filled with battle intent, he is none other than Su Xiaoba. Master. Su Xiaoba very happily laughed and said, I finally get to meet you, master. Ha ha ha. I did not expect that you were only 2nd level Immortal King, I am now 4th level Immortal King, I can defeat you with one hand. Su Xiaoba has world extermination spirit inside his body. Later on, Qin Yun carved many totems and runes on his body, making him even more powerful. Brother Badian, this Qin Yun is your master, someone shouted in shock. Holy shit. Is this true? Why didn't you say anything? You actually have such an awesome master. Brother Badian, you can defeat same-level dragon warriors. Your master must also be very strong. Oh, that's right, Brother Badian, is your master really only 2nd level Immortal King? Can you defeat him? Su Xiaoba frequently challenges people everywhere, he is a very good fighter of Nether Sect, he is very famous in Immortal Desolate. Qin Long is Nether Sect's representative, he also brought Su Xiaoba to the Emperor Race Divine Palace. These days, Su Xiaoba has defeated many emperor race experts in the Divine Palace, so his reputation has spread far and wide. Just now, Su Xiaoba defeated same-level Dark Royal race experts, even Dark Dragon warriors who are one level higher than him were not his match. Therefore, there are also Dark Royal race people who were shocked just now. Everyone respectfully calls Su Xiaoba Brother Badian. This Brother Badian dares to say that he can hang up and beat his own master. It is very admirable. Su Xiaoba, Su Xiaoba, you have lost to me so many times, why haven't you learned your lesson? Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. Master, please call me Su Wudi Badian. Su Xiaoba laughed loudly and said, Master, today is different from the past, disciple has defeated master many times, you don't need to feel sad. Brother Badian, old boy Renyun stabbed Xiaoyang up, destroyed the altar down, even almost destroyed Holy Sun City, he is much stronger than you should restrain yourself a bit, the person who ran out to speak is Murong Daran. That slut Murong Daran can become an immortal king, this caused Qin Yan to feel very amazed. That is because master used equipment. Who doesn't know that he is a very strong inscription master, so this is nothing. If we were to fight barehanded, he would not be my match. Su Xiaoba very proudly said. An immortal king from the immortal king ancient city said in a strange tone, Qin Yan is just relying on powerful equipment and Sun Soul, plus he was lucky enough to obtain a divine mountain. That's why he can stab Xiaoyang up and dismantle the altar down. If he doesn't rely on these things, he is nothing. The Dark Royal race people are also very unhappy with Qin Yan, they said with sneer, this guy destroyed my Xiaoyang by relying on a star core from Divine Desolate, it is not his own strength. After Xiaoyang was destroyed, the Dark Royal race people investigated and found out that it was caused by a star core from Divine Desolate exploding inside the Xiaoyang. Therefore, many people think this way and followed the trend to ridicule Qin Yan, saying that Qin Yan relied on external objects. Qin Yan's expression is indifferent, he said with smile, Xiaoba, master is only a second-level immortal king, it is normal for me to not be able to defeat you. Su Xiaoba said with smile, Master, who here is someone you want to teach a lesson to? I will help you teach him a lesson. I want to teach Princess Anya a lesson, can I? Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Come. Princess Anya said with smile, I want to see how Brother Badian will teach me a lesson. Master, aren't you making things difficult for me? That Dark Knight female mad tigress is very powerful. Su Xiaoba lowered his voice, changed to another one. Princess Anya coldly groaned, she gnashed her teeth in anger. She also wants to teach Su Xiaoba a lesson. At this time, someone from the Dark Royal race said, Yo, isn't that Qin Fen? I heard that he's the grandson of the Qin imperial clan's elder Qin. Isn't he a little too weak? Qin Fen immediately lowered his head. Who defeated Qin Fen just now? Qin Yun yelled. A youth wearing black clothes, face filled with arrogance, walked out and yelled, it was me who defeated him in 3 moves. What about it? Qin Yun, are you going to replace him? Qin Yun said with smile, I gave him pointers on 2 moves, I guarantee that he won't be restrained by your water attribute immortal power. On the way here, Qin Yun quickly carved a few sets of special star runes. He imprinted them on Qin Fenchun's palms so that his flames would no longer be afraid of water. Hearing his words, everyone present roared with laughter. Princess Anya said with smile, Qin Yun, I didn't expect you to be such a braggart. Now I understand you a little bit more. A dragon warrior from the Dragon Manor solemnly said, that's impossible. The reason why Qin Fen lost so quickly is because his flame was restrained by water. This is very normal, it is very difficult to not be restrained. He is just bragging, he is not the one who went up to fight anyways, a Dark Royal race person said with smile. That's right. The one who went up to fight is Qin Fen, the one who was beaten is not Qin Yun, what does it matter if he is bragging, someone from the Emperor race said with smile. Su Xiaoba suddenly recalled that Qin Yun has mastered all kinds of good runes. Moreover, he can fuse runes with immortal martial spirit and body. This is an extremely brilliant method, so he believes that Qin Yun's pointers are very formidable. Master, the Dark Royal race people really like to gamble, why don't you just gamble with them? Su Xiaoba said with smile. Gamble with what? Qin Yun said. Gamble with your Sun Soul, a Dark Royal race person shouted. Then do you have Sun Soul? You don't have Sun Soul, why should I take out my Sun Soul to gamble? Qin Yan chuckled and said, his laughter is filled with ridicule, I am not belittling you, to be honest, all of your lives added together are not enough to exchange for my Sun Soul. You want me to take out my Sun Soul to gamble? The dark royal race people are very angry but they can't refute. Sun Soul is very precious, they really can't gamble. Princess Anya said, Qin Yan, I will gamble with you. I have 2 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills in my hands. I bet that my dark royal race people can defeat Qin Fen. I don't have Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills. Qin Yan spread out his hands. You don't have Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills but you have runes. If you lose, you will give me 2 sun runes. Princess Anya said. Great teacher's guidance alright, it's just 2 sun runes. Let's bet. Qin Yan is very confident in Qin Fenchen, if he can win, he will get 2 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills. Then let's begin. Princess Anya said to a youth, Zhe Yuan, you go up. You defeated that guy in 3 moves before, you can definitely do it now. Qin Fenchen was defeated by me in 3 moves before, his injuries should not be light, I can definitely defeat him now. Zhe Yuan proudly smiled and jumped onto the stage. Qin Yan is now peak 2nd level Immortal King, if he eats another pill, he will most likely break through to 3rd level. At that time, participating in the Immortal King ranking will be a lot smoother. Qin Fenchen is still injured, he was defeated in 3 moves, it is indeed a big joke, so much so that he is now somewhat afraid. However, Qin Yan gave him great encouragement, moreover he carved runes on his palms, telling him the trick to deal with water attribute Immortal King power. Qin Fenchen wants to give it a try, to see if it is really that useful, so he mustered up his courage and jumped onto the stage. Zhe Yuan is tall and big, his imposing manner is much stronger than Qin Fenchen's. Qin Fenchen lost once before, moreover he lost very quickly. His complexion has not recovered yet, it is clear that his injuries are still there. Even in such a situation, he still went up to fight, this caused many people to shake their heads. Qin Yan, you are not being kind and honest. If Qin Fenchen is seriously injured and left with some hidden injuries, can you take responsibility? Someone from Qin Imperial family said with frown. Qin Yan, we all know that Qin Fenchen has been arranged to be your guide, to let you familiarize yourself with the Emperor Race Divine Palace. But you can't use flowery words to make him go up and risk his life. Quickly make him come down, for 2 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills, it is very likely that you will ruin Qin Fenchen's future. With this kind of disparity, even if Qin Fenchen can defeat his opponent, he will definitely be seriously injured. Emperor race people are all criticizing Qin Yan one after another, actually they are also worried for Qin Fenchen. Qin Yan said, you guys just watch. Fenchen will definitely win. An immortal king from the ancient city of Immortal King sneered, Qin Yan, Qin Fenchen and Zhe Yuan's battle just ended not long ago. How can he win now that he brought him into the battle? Zhe Yuan didn't even use his full strength to win. It can be seen that Qin Fenchen isn't his match at all. Ignoring that person, he shouted, get ready to start. Princess Anya shouted coldly, begin. When the battle started, Zhe Yuan's body overflowed with a very strong Immortal King's power. Walala, in an instant, the Celestial King power transformed into a large expanse of water, condensing into a huge palm, and slapped towards Qin Fenchen. Qin Fen dodged immediately. His movement technique was pretty good. He was able to dodge the sudden sailor palm, bang, the huge sailor's palm slammed on the platform, creating a muffled sound. On the other hand, Qin Fenchen, who had dodged to the side, pushed his palms out. Scorching Immortal King energy overflowed from his palms, and 2 flames shot towards Zhe Yuan. Using fire to draw water? Ridiculous. Zhe Yuan mocked. Only to see a water wall suddenly appear in front of him. The water wall is very thick, flowing with very strong Immortal King power, it wrapped around Zhe Yuan's body. Everyone saw Qin Fenchen use fire to attack water, they all shook their heads and laughed. However, the 2 flames Qin Fenchen shot out suddenly transformed into lightning. The lightning struck the water, Zhe Yuan's expression changed, his whole body is in pain from being struck by the formidable electric current, causing him to let out a roar. Walala, the water wall wrapped around Zhe Yuan's body suddenly dispersed, seeing Zhe Yuan's painful expression, everyone immediately understood that it was the flames Qin Fengchen shot out earlier, causing Zhe Yuan's whole body to be in pain. Qin Fengchen's palms have two kinds of star runes, one is lightning star rune, the other is water-repelling star rune. Just now, Qin Fengchen used lightning star rune, letting his flame immortal king power bring along formidable electric current and attack Zhe Yuan through water. Qin Fengchen is an imperial family descendant, moreover he is elder Qin's grandson, he must have obtained a lot of resources. His immortal king power is not weak at all. Because he can only use flame immortal king power, he was restrained by the opponent's water. And now, Qin Fengchen can use the star rune carved by Qin Yun to transform the formidable immortal king power into electric current, which can effectively attack water. Qin Fengchen is wild with joy in his heart, he is even more in admiration of Qin Yun. One must know that before, no matter how strong his flame was, it was unable to break the opponent's water wall. But just now, after adding the lightning star rune's electric current, it made Zhe Yuan cry out in pain. The spectators outside the battle platform are all extremely shocked, many people looked at Qin Yun. They hope he can explain what is going on. The imperial family descendant just criticized Qin Yun, but now he doesn't dare to say anything. Just from Qin Fengchen's move, which made the opponent cry out in pain, it is clear that Qin Yun's guidance to Qin Fengchen is very effective. Qin Fengchen used equipment? Impossible, there is a barrier above the battle platform, if he used equipment, it would be detected. Then what is going on? How can this guy Qin Fengchen suddenly use formidable lightning immortal king power? It must be Qin Yun's help. I have to say, Qin Yun really has some tricks. Some people are discussing spiritedly. Princess Anya lightly shouted, Zhe Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly take him down, if you lose, I will give 2D origin heavenly pills to Qin Yun. Zhe Yuan frowned and suddenly roared. On the huge battle platform, inside the barrier, water suddenly surged in all directions. A large amount of water suddenly gushed out from all directions, covering the entire battle platform in a short while. The surrounding battle platform is dozens of meters deep and it is very clear, like a transparent fish tank. Zhe Yuan and Qin Fengchen are now at the bottom of the water. Zhe Yuan's move is very powerful, in his water domain, no one can move. Qin Fengchen's flame can't be released at all. The water released by Zhe Yuan all contains very strong immortal king power. Qin Fengchen can't move in the water, he is also being attacked. Qin Fengchen can't fight back, it is also difficult for him to break free, he will lose for sure. Outside the battle platform, everyone can see that Qin Fengchen is being attacked by the water with strong immortal king power from all directions. However, Qin Fengchen is very calm. Next, a shocking scene occurred. Qin Fengchen's body suddenly released a very strong flame, his body is wrapped up in flame, the flame contains very strong immortal king power. Water fire, this amazing scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Most shocking thing is that Qin Fengchen can suddenly move very fast in the water. His whole body is covered in flame as he charged at Zhe Yuan. Hua, Qin Fengchen's flaming fist is flickering with electric threads, it ruthlessly smashed on Zhe Yuan's face. Releasing flame can make Qin Fengchen's fist have even stronger impact. When he attacked Zhe Yuan, lightning burst out, violent electric current attacked Zhe Yuan's body. Qin Fengchen's fists quickly danced, he hit Zhe Yuan's body with a set of fist technique, causing Zhe Yuan's face to be filled with pain. Blood crazily flowed out of his nose. A large amount of water on the battle platform was suddenly taken back by Zhe Yuan. Zhe Yuan released a large amount of immortal king power from his body and condensed it into water, so his body is extremely empty. Qin Fengchen seized the opportunity to beat Zhe Yuan up. Qin Yun said with a smile. Everyone secretly nodded. Zhe Yuan did not expect that Qin Fengchen could release such strong flame in the water. This is truly too miraculous. I concede. Zhe Yuan can no longer stand up, if this continues, he will be crippled. Qin Yun looked at the black-masked Princess Anya and said with proud smile, I won, where are your Emperor Essence heavenly pills? You have some skills. Princess Dark Knight took out 2 white pills and shot them from a distance through her fingers. Qin Yun extended his hand and grabbed the 2 Emperor Essence heavenly pills and handed them over to Xiao Yuan. After Princess Anya saw this, she groaned in a very bad mood. Because Qin Yun actually gave the precious Emperor Essence heavenly pills to the woman beside him. Moreover, that woman is also wearing a mask. There are not many people who know that Xiao Yuan joined an imperial clan. Back then during the ceremony, only a few elders were present. Qin Fenchen won. He very happily walked down and said with smile, "Many thanks big brother for the pointers. Fenchen, if you meet people who use water to restrain you in the future, just go ahead and ruthlessly beat them up." Qin Yan said with smile. "As expected of my master, truly awesome." Just now Qin Fenchen was knocked down in 3 moves, now he is screaming like a pig being butchered. Su Xiaoba laughed loudly and patted Qin Yan's shoulder. Speaking of butchering pigs, Pippi Pig who has turned into a little pig and is being hugged by others feels a bit scared. Princess Anya is very unhappy. She is wearing a mask and her eyes are not visible, but everyone can see that she is currently glaring at Qin Yan and gritting her teeth. On a tall pagoda inside the Imperial Clan Divine Palace, Elder Qin is also looking at the battle stage and said with smile, "This Qin Yan is truly skilled. How did he guide Fenchen? He actually made Fenchen so strong in a short while." Elder Qi said with frown, "I suspect that Qin Yan used runes. Formidable inscription masters can carve runes into people's body and make them perfectly fuse with flesh and bones, as if they were born with it. Is this possible?" After Fenchen was defeated, he went to find Qin Yan and brought him out. Qin Yan did not have time to carve runes for Fenchen. To carve runes into flesh and bones, it will take a very long time. Elder Qin doubtfully said. "Let's go ask him." Elder Qi said with smile. On the battle stage, a square-faced middle-aged man walked towards Qin Yan. His expression is filled with arrogance. "Qin Yan, Qin Fenchen who received pointers from you is indeed very formidable. You are now 2nd level Immortal King, do you dare to fight with me?" "I am also 2nd level Immortal King. I came from the Immortal King ancient city. I cultivated in Sacred Desolate before. I heard that you cultivated a very strong sacred body. I want to experience it." An Immortal King from Sacred Desolate, because he cultivated in Sacred Desolate, he must have cultivated a very strong sacred soul sacred body. The cultivation technique he used is also very strong. Heavenly pills obtained an Immortal King from the Immortal King ancient city and born in the Sacred Desolate, he must have some good things in his hands. Although Su Xiaoba is rather arrogant, he is very restrained in front of Qin Yan. Now he is also fishing for some things for Qin Yan. Others might not know, but Su Xiaoba is very clear about how terrifying Qin Yan is. "Forget about fighting, I'm too lazy to fight. Fighting and killing all day is very tiring. Besides, I'm an inscription master, I don't like fighting." Qin Yan shook his head and sighed. "Humph, you must be afraid." The square-faced middle-aged man from the Immortal King ancient city sneered, "Although I, Zhou Lei, am not the strongest Immortal King in the Immortal King ancient city, I am still one of the best among the 2nd-level Immortal Kings. Even a 3rd-level Immortal King would not be able to defeat me that easily. It's normal for you to be afraid of me." Su Xiaoba mocked, "My master is afraid that you are too poor to gamble." Zhou Lei laughed loudly, "I come from the Sacred Desolate. Any piece of trash in the Sacred Desolate can make you people from the Immortal Desolate bleed. How could I be poor? Those who think I'm poor are mostly brainless fellows. Bastard, do you believe that I won't beat you to death?" Su Xiaoba snorted angrily. "Humph, if I had your cultivation, I would be able to kick an arrogant guy like you to death with 2 kicks. I don't know how many arrogant brats like you have been kicked to death by me in the Sacred Desolate." Zhou Lei laughed loudly. Morong Darren said, "Brother Yun has something like a sun's soul, why would he take a fancy to your Sacred Desolate's trash? Stop bragging." Zhou Lei snorted, "Who doesn't know that Qin Yan's sun's soul is in a half-dead state and can't be used for a long time? What's there to be smug about?" As he spoke, he took out a red saber and said, "This saber of mine is ranked in the top 100 sacred sabers in the Sacred Desolate. Qin Yan, if you defeat me, this saber will be yours. If you lose, give me those 2 Heavenly Emperor Essence pills." Zhou Lei's goal is still the 2 Heavenly Emperor Essence pills. Zhou Lei raised the domineering blood-colored sacred saber in his hand and the people nearby immediately retreated. This was because that saber truly gave off a very powerful pressure. Normally, only a saber that had gone through hundreds of battles and killed countless people would have this kind of pressure. Seeing that blade, even Su Xiaoba is speechless because he also believes that this blade is very strong. Master, accept the challenge and get rid of this guy. Su Xiaoba said in low voice, with your strength, you can deal with him within 10 moves. Qin Yun, come out and fight. This saber is more valuable than those 2 Diyu and heavenly pills. Princess Yi also shouted, this is a rare sacred tool. Your sun soul can't be used often. You should have a good sacred tool. Princess Yi also hoped that Qin Yun could fight. This way, she could see Qin Yun's cultivation. That's why she praised the saber as very strong. Qin Yun, who had been silent all this while, shook his head and said, this saber is too inferior, I don't like it. The crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone knew that Qin Yun had a sun soul, so it was normal for him to have high standards. However, this saber was a ranked sacred artifact in the sacred desolate land. Zhou Lei laughed loudly and said, Qin Yun, I can tell with a glance that you don't dare to fight. That's why you said that. Forget it, after all, you can only rely on external objects to be strong. I can understand that you are not good at fighting barehanded in an open and aboveboard battle. First of all, I don't lack good weapons. Secondly, this saber of yours is really bad. What sacred desolate ranked sacred saber, I don't believe in this kind of thing. Qin Yun said with a sneer. Ridiculous. The sun soul transformed into a divine weapon is indeed powerful, and the strongest under the sun soul is only a sacred tool. You have a good weapon in your hand, how good can it be? What kind of good weapon can you get in the immortal desolate? Zhou Lei said with a disdainful smile, everyone knows that there are so many resources in the sacred desolate to be able to create powerful sacred tools. Xiao Yuelan took out a slender red saber and said in a hoarse voice, let's exchange blows. Her saber carried a faint killing intent. Only Qin Yun could sense that the killing intent was being suppressed by Xiao Yuelan with all her might. Come at me. Zhou Lei raised the huge and mighty red saber in his hand. In contrast, Xiao Yuelan's saber was extremely weak. Everyone was also curious as to who the woman beside Qin Yun was. She seemed to have some strength. Qin Yun knew that Xiao Yuelan was confident, so he did not say anything. Princess Xianxia also approached. Everyone looked at Xiao Yuelan and Zhou Lei. After the beginning, Zhou Lei and Xiao Yuelan attacked at the same time. Clang, the two sabers collided and the resulting shockwaves were not small. When the blades collided, a red light flashed. After the red light disappeared, everyone was somewhat shocked. A large dent appeared on the blade of Zhou Lei's saber, but Xiao Yuelan's saber was completely fine. Qin Yun shook his head and said with a smile, I told you, your saber is very weak. Xiao Yuelan kept her saber and returned to Qin Yun's side. Zhou Lei stood there in a daze. He was both angry and heartbroken. That was his weapon, and it was actually broken by a woman's weapon. Now, everyone felt that Zhou Lei was bragging before. Just now, he was talking about how powerful his saber was, but now it was broken by a woman's saber, causing many people to mock him. Go home and kill pigs. Your saber is not suitable for fighting. Su Xiaoba mocked and laughed loudly. Zhou Lei was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, but he did not dare. He did not expect that there would be so many good weapons in the immortal desolate. At this moment, a white-clothed old man walked out of the Emperor Race Divine Palace. The white-clothed old man laughed and said, Qin Yun, the immortal kings of my immortal king ancient city are not weak. With the same cultivation level, if it was a human, not many would be able to defeat the immortal kings of the immortal king ancient city. Aren't you being too absolute? Qin Yun looked at the white-clothed old man. Dozens of immortal kings from the immortal king ancient city immediately walked over and respectfully shouted, Greetings, city lord. The white-clothed old man is the immortal king ancient city's city lord. I dare say that you can't defeat Zhou Lei. I watched Zhou Lei grow up, I am very clear about his level. The immortal king city lord faintly smiled, I am talking about fighting without using weapons. Su Xiaoba said, Old man, don't talk nonsense. Take out 2 Emperor Essence heavenly pills and my master will immediately fight with that Zhou Lei. If you are so confident, just take out the Emperor Essence heavenly pills. What's the use of talking so much? Just fight and you will know. Immortal King Ancient City's people angrily looked at Su Xiaoba. A young man shouted, Why do you need to take out something to fight with Qin Yun? What gives him the right to fight? Who does he think he is? Isn't it you bunch of idiots who want to fight with my master? Who is my master? My master is Qin Yun, whose name shakes the entire immortal desolate. Any random cat or dog comes to challenge my master and he has to accept the challenge? Su Xiaoba said with sneer. Princess Anya said, to challenge a famous expert, one must pay a little price. Otherwise, defeating some weaklings would just be a waste of strength. If it were me, I would also not fight. Isn't it just 2 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills? We can afford it. Immortal King City Master said with smile, Zhou Lei, defeat Qin Yun. I will give you 2 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills. Come, let all the great powers of Immortal Desolate see how powerful our Immortal King Ancient City is. The Immortal Kings of the Immortal King Ancient City are very strong. Because there are Dark Royal Race and Imperial Race Immortal Kings present. Even some Dragon Warriors acknowledge the strength of the Immortal Kings of the Immortal King Ancient City. The reason why the Immortal King Ancient City is holding the Immortal King ranking is because their Immortal Kings have a certain level of strength. When Qin Yun thought about how he is preparing to obtain 2 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills, he immediately jumped onto the large battle stage. Yuelan and I will consume 4 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills and cultivate together. We should be able to step into the 3rd level of Immortal King Realm. Moreover, we should be close to the 4th level of Immortal King Realm. Wonderful. Qin Yun said in his heart. Zhou Lei also got onto the battle stage. His face is filled with arrogance, as if he can defeat Qin Yun at any time. But in his heart, there is even more anger because his saber was broken by someone beside Qin Yun. Everyone will be able to personally see how strong Qin Yun is today. According to legend, Qin Yun doesn't need to rely on weapons, his strength is still very strong. Really? Really, many people have seen him fight on the battle stage, his strength is very strong. That is definitely nonsense. I have never heard of an inscription master with very strong battle strength. Zhou Lei untied his clothes and revealed his explosive muscles. He yelled, what famous shakes the immortal desolate? In my eyes, it is all bullshit. You should properly hide and fiddle with your runes. A weak chicken like you is not suitable for the battle stage. Su Xiaoba yelled, Master, beat that guy until his teeth fall all over the ground. The Immortal King City Master suddenly yelled, begin. After the battle began, Qin Yun immediately disappeared. Zhou Lei is stunned, he hastily released formidable mental power to investigate all around. Voila, a large amount of lightning suddenly shot out from a distant place. This is the lightning released by Qin Yun's lightning lock sacred pupil. A large amount of lightning jumped around on the battle stage, rushed towards Zhou Lei and wrapped around his body. The lightning is like a chain, it locked Zhou Lei up, making him unable to move. Qin Yun, who disappeared, suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Lei and chopped down with his palm like a wild saber. Boom, a violent vibration burst out, as if the sky is shaking, majestically pressed down and enveloped Zhou Lei's body. This is Heaven Extermination 9 style, heaven shaking. After Zhou Lei, who was wrapped in lightning, was hit by the palm, his body immediately split open. He screamed again and again, blood flowed from his 7 apertures, he howled and rolled on the ground. I admit defeat. Zhou Lei sensed the ferocious aura condensing on Qin Yun's body and shouted in alarm. This is Qin Yun's strength without relying on weapons, it caused everyone to be stunned. Zhou Lei cultivated sacred spirit sacred body but he was actually unable to withstand a single blow from Qin Yun. In other words, Qin Yun's strength is extremely terrifying within the same level. Because Qin Yun did not even use his full strength to defeat Zhou Lei, Qin Yun did not use his full strength but he also knows that Zhou Lei's injury is not serious, it is just that his body is in pain. If not for Zhou Lei's powerful sacred body, other people would have been smashed to pieces by that palm. Unusual bloodline. The Immortal King City Master's expression is somewhat unsightly but he has no choice but to smile and say, Qin Yun's reputation is indeed well-deserved, awesome awesome. Qin Yun walked down the stage, took the 2 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills and handed them over to Xiao Yuelan. The matter of him being able to carve dragon transformation runes is no longer a secret. And carving dragon transformation runes is something that many inscription masters find difficult to accomplish. It requires many years of painstaking study to master. However, Qin Yun is able to carve it and his battle prowess is so formidable. This caused many people to be extremely puzzled. Under normal circumstances, people who painstakingly study runes would not have time to study battle. However, from Qin Yan's actions just now, it can be seen that his battle prowess is extremely solid. In fact, the majority of people in Immortal Desolate know that Qin Yan is very terrifying in battle. However, the Imperial race, Dark Royal race and people from Sacred Desolate don't believe it. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they don't believe it is true. Fenshin, let's go. Qin Yan said. He is very satisfied with obtaining 4 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills. Now that these people know that he is not weak, they definitely won't dare to use Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills to gamble again. Princess Anya snorted. She is filled with displeasure because she lost 2 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills. Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills are very precious, especially for immortal kings and immortal emperors. It is something that can allow them to advance by leaps and bounds. Qin Fenshin is also very happy because his strength has increased by a lot. He brought Qin Yan into the Imperial race's palace. Not long after they entered, they saw Elder Qin and Elder Qi arrive. Little brother Qin, how did you guide Fenshin? How did you make him suddenly become so powerful? Elder Qin directly asked after seeing Qin Yan. I carved runes on Fenshin's palms. Qin Yan said with smile, it's not a difficult matter. Elder Qi said with smile, it seems like I guessed correctly. Elder Qin said with frown, this will take a long time, right? No need, it is very easy to do. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. This? Elder Qin and Elder Qi are very astonished. Big brother Qin, you are truly a very powerful inscription master. Carving runes on human flesh and bones, this is something only a very high-level inscription master can do. Qin Fenshin said. You guys continue shopping, we'll go back first. Elder Qin said. Qin Fenshin brought Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan to continue touring the Imperial Race Divine Palace. Then he told them the stories and legends of the Imperial Race Divine Palace. The places they visited were not forbidden areas, so they could see some people walking around on the road. Suddenly, Shiman Dazhuang caught up with Pippi Pig in his arms. After Shiman Dazhuang saw Qin Yan, he said with a smile, Boss, did you forget something? Didn't you order me to do something? Qin Yan told Shiman Dazhuang to find the dragon. He also wanted to ask but he felt that Shiman Dazhuang would not be able to see the dragon. I don't think you have made any progress, so I didn't ask you. Qin Yan said with smile. Boss uncle, why are you looking down on me so much? Shiman Dazhuang said with dissatisfaction, I have made some progress. What progress? Asked Qin Yan with a smile. What about what you promised me? Did you bring Qinglian over? Shiman Dazhuang asked. Well, not yet. The Magic Mirrors Formation Foundation is ready, it will be very easy to contact Qinglian. Qin Yan said with smile, I will look for her when the time comes. Shiman Dazhuang is very happy to know that the magic mirror is about to be completed. Shiman Dazhuang said, I saw that dragon, it's a woman. You are indeed worthy of being boss, that dragon girl you told me to find, her chest is very big. Boss is boss, he actually knows that kind of dragon girl. Qin Fenshin is somewhat astonished hearing this from the side. Qin Yan actually knows Dragon Matters dragon girl. What did you say to her? Qin Yan asked. She said, she doesn't want to see you, she said she hates you. Boss, don't be discouraged, she is a woman, just coax her a bit, coax her back after a period of time. Shiman Dazhuang said with smile, I can only do so much. Qin Yan said with frown, she hates me? Xiao Yuan said with smile, Xiao Yun, this dragon girl must have a lot of stories. It seems like you have to think of a way to meet her. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother went to find that dragon girl but there is no news. Forget it. Qin Yan sighed. He has no way to deal with that dragon because he can't enter the dragon matter. Alright, I will go to the platform at the gate. That brother Badian and Murong Shaoran are pretty good, I got along well with them, I will think of a way to swindle them. Shiman Dazhuang finished speaking, then ran away with Pippi Pig. Only Shiman Dazhuang can do such a thing. Qin Yan is not worried that Murong Darren and Su Xiaoba will be swindled. These two guys are very crafty, maybe it will be Shiman Dazhuang who will be swindled. It is evening, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan have been strolling around the Emperor Race Divine Palace for a long time. They have a general understanding of the Emperor Race Divine Palace. What they are most concerned about is how to absorb Emperor Mountain's energy. Qin Fengchen also said that to absorb Emperor Mountain's energy, they must first cultivate the Emperor Race's cultivation technique and then obtain the Emperor Mountain's approval. The Emperor Race Divine Palace is built on top of a huge Emperor Mountain rock. It contains almost limitless Emperor Mountain's energy. Absorbing that energy can allow one to become stronger faster and increase one's cultivation very quickly. However, not everyone can absorb that kind of energy. Generally speaking, one needs to stay inside the Emperor Race Divine Palace for a period of time to sense a trace of Emperor Mountain's energy and then quickly absorb it. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan are anxious to become stronger. Only this way can they obtain a large amount of Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills even faster. They return to the small garden. It is already dark. They did not stay in that small building, instead they stayed inside the floating cloud pagoda. This way it will be relatively safe. Xiao Yun, what do you think of that Princess Anya? Xiao Yuan took off her mask, took off her clothes and walked into a bath. She said with an angry smile, quickly come down, let's take a bath together and then eat the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill. Qin Yun laughed mischievously and also entered the bath. Inside the warm bath, he hugged an absolutely beautiful woman who was as beautiful as jade. Princess Anya must hate me. Her Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill was obtained by me and I even gave it to you. Qin Yun said with smile. We will be able to reach her realm very soon. If she also participates in the Immortal King ranking battle, I will definitely be able to defeat her. Xiao Yuan said. It's hard to say, she might also be able to break through very quickly. Qin Yun said, the reason she entered the Emperor Race Divine Palace is probably to absorb Emperor Mountain's energy. Xiao Yuan said with frown, then how can we absorb Emperor Mountain's energy? Must we cultivate Emperor Race's cultivation technique? Qin Yun kissed Xiao Yuan's face, hugged her and said with smile, when we tested the bloodline crystal, it turned black, do you remember? Little Fengchen also said that absorbing Emperor Mountain's energy is related to the purity of one's bloodline. Xiao Yuan lightly groaned and said, why didn't they tell us what the black bloodline crystal means? Qin Yun said with smile, don't worry about this. Xiao Yuan looked at Qin Yun and said with charming smile, then let's kiss. Ling Yun'er said excitedly, I also want to kiss, you guys hurry up and get down to business, quickly cultivate together, come play with me. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan each ate 2 Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills and then the two of them began cultivating together in the bath. After fusing with the mental space, they also saw the very excited Ling Yun'er. Ling Yun'er can sense many things through Qin Yun. After all, her mind is fused with Qin Yun's. Yuan, after the 3rd level of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, is there a 4th level? Ling Yun'er asked. Why are you asking this? Xiao Yuan said with smile, then rubbed Ling Yun'er's face. I'm curious. Ling Yun'er said with smile. Yes, but I won't tell you. Xiao Yuan said with a mischievous smile. Qin Yun began practicing his martial arts on the side. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Xiao Yun, you are so diligent. Whenever you have time, you start practicing. Ling Yun'er said, the martial arts cultivation technique he is learning is something that Big Sister Yang worked very hard to help him organize. If he learns it well, the next time he sees Big Sister Yang, he will be able to display it once. My beautiful Big Sister Yang, knowing that Xiao Yun is working so hard, she will definitely be very happy. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Xiao Yun, cultivate well. Leave the matter of refining the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill to me. During the day, Qin Yun also asked Qin Fengchen why the Immortal King City Master and Princess Anya have the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill. Qin Fengchen said that the Immortal King Ancient City's construction material is Emperor Mountain Stone. Therefore, the Emperor Mountain Stone of the Immortal King Ancient City can condense Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill. And Princess Anya came from the Dark Desolate. In the Dark Desolate, there is also Emperor Mountain Stone. The Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill is condensed from Emperor Mountain Stone. The process of Pill God is very strange. Now that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan are cultivating together, they can better feel the benefits of the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill. One day passed, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan both broke through, they are already at the 3rd level of Immortal King Realm, the two of them woke up from their cultivation and are still in the bath. Breaking through cultivation is a very happy thing, so they are very sweet and affectionate. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are now only hoping that the Immortal King ranking list will quickly begin. Their joint cultivation can bring out the greatest effect of the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill. Even if they don't obtain many Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills, it will still greatly benefit them. They put on their clothes and walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. They arrived at the small building to see if anyone is waiting for them. What surprised them is that as soon as they arrived at the small building, they saw a beautiful and dignified woman sitting on a chair, lightly sipping tea. "Aunt!" Xiao Yuelan shouted. Xiao Xianqin arrived. She is wearing a white dress, her beautiful oval face is filled with a gentle and beautiful smile. "Yuelan, Xiao Yun." Xiao Xianqin put down her teacup. With a gentle and enchanting smile on her face, she stood up and walked over. "Aunt Xiao, where's little Malian? Didn't she come?" Qin Yan asked. "She's here. She's with Yueme." Xiao Xianqin smiled gently and said, "That little girl Yueme is pulling little Malian and not letting go. She wants little Malian to play with her." "Then what about Qiaofeng and Yening? Are they also being pulled by Yueme?" Xiao Yuelan held Xiao Xianqin's arm and walked to a chair, letting her sit down. The storm arrives. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan had already guessed that Qi Malian's bloodline would definitely be extraordinary. However, they never expected that Yuan Yening, Xiao Xianqin and Long Qiaofeng would also be extraordinary. "What kind of phenomenon happened during little Malian's bloodline test?" Xiao Yuelan asked. "The bloodline crystal is black." Xiao Xianqin said, "Those people didn't tell us what the black bloodline crystal represents." Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yan looked at each other. This was what they had expected. "We also have black bloodline crystals," Qin Yan said with a frown. "This is even more proof that they possess the immortal graveyard diagram. That's why the bloodline crystal turned black during the bloodline test." Xiao Yuelan asked again, "Aunt, what about the results of your test?" "I am the same as Yueme. My bloodline crystal shines with a very strong red light. Yening's red light is also very strong. She possesses a very pure Yuan imperial clan bloodline." Xiao Xianqin said, "But Qiaofeng is different." After she dripped her blood on the bloodline crystal, the illusory image of a dragon and phoenix appeared inside. Then, the light is golden red. Dragon and phoenix? This is indeed a phenomenon. Elder Qin and the others are really something. You guys came and yet you didn't let us see the process of the bloodline test. Qin Yan is very astonished. After Qiaofeng's situation happened, she was immediately sent to that Dragon Manor. In short, those four elders said that Dragon Manor will definitely nurture Qiaofeng as a key disciple. Xiao Xianqin said with a smile, "And I am now the same as Yueme. I will be heavily nurtured by the Xiao Imperial clan." Xiao Yuelan said, "Where's Yening?" "She's the only one in the Yuan Imperial clan." "Isn't it very boring? That elder Yuan promised me that he wouldn't restrict Yening. We can meet often. Yening is now going to the Yuan Imperial clan's Yuan Manor to receive all kinds of inheritances." Xiao Xianqin said with a light smile, "I was going to receive the inheritance but I want to see you guys first." Qin Yan said, "Aunt Xiao, try your best to inquire about the black bloodline crystal in Xiao Manor." Xiao Xianqin nodded and said, "Got it. I will bring little Malian and Yening to see you in a while. These two girls haven't seen you for many years." "All right." Qin Yan nodded and smiled. "All right, I'll return to Xiao Manor first." Xiao Xianqin stood up and walked towards the door. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan also sent her away from Qin Manor. On the way back, Xiao Yuelan smiled and said, "Xiao Yun, I should have let you and Aunt be alone." Qin Yan frowned and said, "Alone? What are you talking about? Although you call her Aunt Xiao, you and her previous life Xue Qin have a very good relationship." Xiao Yuelan smiled and said, "Don't look at Aunt like this. I know very well what she is thinking in her heart." Qin Yan pinched her face and curled his lips. "Yuelan, don't talk nonsense about your aunt." Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, "Xiao Yun, you've interacted with Aunt before. You know her better than me. You're still saying that I'm spouting nonsense." Xiao Yuelan pulled Qin Yan and ran back to the small building. They were waiting for Qin Fen to come over. Qiaofeng went to Dragon Manor. I wonder if she'll be able to come out often in the future. Qin Yun said. Xiao Yun, I feel that the purity of the imperial clan bloodline has a lot to do with the martial spirit and soul. It doesn't have much to do with the blood in the body. Xiao Yuan sat at a table, picked up a fruit and started eating. Qin Yun nodded, I think so too. Could it be that the inheritance of the imperial clan bloodline is mainly the inheritance of the soul and martial spirit? Xiao Yun, my martial spirit and yours both have black martial spirit. This is not a coincidence. Xiao Yuan said, that immortal graveyard diagram is very mysterious. When I was with Master, Big Sister, and Sister Kiru, I tried to coax and pester them but they refused to tell me more. Really? You guys pestered them but you didn't get anything out of them? Qin Yun is somewhat astonished. He thought that Xiao Yuan knew many secrets about the immortal graveyard diagram. Of course, it's too hateful, especially Big Sister Master. She clearly knows a lot of things but she refuses to say anything. Xiao Yuan puffed up her face and pretended to be angry. Xiao Yun, when you take her in, maybe she will tell you. Qin Yun slightly frowned. Yuan, why do you always have this kind of thinking? She is your master's big sister. Xiao Yuan stuck out her tongue and said with smile, in your past life, you knew Master and Big Sister very early on and then you met us. At that time, you had us running around in circles. Qin Yun spread his hands and said helplessly, my past life is my past life. Oh that's right, Qiafeng was not born in the border area, why is her imperial clan bloodline so strange? Xiao Yuan said, I only heard that you once helped her find her phoenix martial spirit and even carved many totem runes inside her martial spirit. Qin Yun nodded and said, it's indeed like that, could it be related to this? It doesn't matter, Qiafeng is ours anyway. No matter how strong she becomes, she will always be ours. Xiao Yuan said with charming smile. Every day, Qin Fen would come to the small building to sit for a while. If he didn't see Qin Yun, he would leave. He came again today. Qin Fen looked refreshed as he walked in with a happy smile on his face. When he saw Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan, he greeted them politely. Fenchen, are you sure about the Immortal King ranking? Xiao Yuan asked. She can't wait to participate. It's confirmed. I'm going to the Immortal King Ancient City to participate. Qin Fenchen smiled and said, I'm also signing up. Qin Yun asked, what are the specific rules? There were so many Immortal Kings, how were they supposed to fight? How is this ranking calculated? I don't know the specifics. In short, the Immortal King board will not give out so many DUN heavenly pills for nothing. They will definitely make the Immortal King pay something, Qin Fenchen said. That's right, after all, D-Origin heavenly pills don't fall from the sky. Xiao Yuan said with a smile, those great powers, even if they don't earn, they won't lose. The ancient city of the Immortal King would fly over, so when the time came, the people of the Emperor clans and Darkness Royal clans wouldn't need to run too far. The Immortal King board also allowed the Immortal Kings of the major sects and families to participate. Qin Fenchen came to inform Qin Yun and others about the Immortal King board and then left. Just as Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan entered the floating cloud pagoda, Qin Fenchen returned. This time he brought a woman with him. That woman is tall and slender, she is wearing a pure and holy white skirt. Her temperament is cold and arrogant, her absolutely beautiful face is covered by a veil. Her pair of bright eyes flickered with bone-penetrating cold air. Xian Rujing has arrived. Qin Yun can sense her ice-cold immortal power inside the floating cloud pagoda, it has a very strong divine power aura. Qin Yun immediately walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and let Qin Fenchen leave. Xian Rujing arrived beside Qin Yun, her exquisite nose slightly moved, she smelled something, then lightly groaned and said, Yuan is with you, how come I don't see her? Qin Yun is puzzled, why are these women's noses so sensitive, they can always smell the body fragrance of other women from his body. Sister Rujing, I am here. I missed you so much. Xiao Yuan ran out with smile and hugged Xian Rujing. Qin Yun also saw that while hugging Xian Rujing, Xiao Yuan's hands actually touched Ice Goddess' body a few times. She is indeed a female rogue, no wonder Xian Rujing always said that Xiao Yuan is very bad. Let's go inside and talk. Qin Yun coughed dryly. Xian Rujing said in slight anger, Teacher Qin, look at your wife, you don't care about her. Qin curled his lips and said, "Can't you just bite her once?" Xianrujing touched Xiao Yuelan's face with gentle smile and said with smile, "How can I bear to bite such a juicy beauty?" "Then why do you keep biting me?" Qin entered the floating cloud pagoda and said in dissatisfaction. "That is because the incomparably beautiful ice goddess wants to eat my little husband." Xiao Yuelan said with smile and then arrived at the 20th floor. Xianrujing grinned, patted Xiao Yuelan's butt and said in low voice, "Don't talk nonsense, how can I dare eat your little husband? You are a demon-killing god, you will kill me." Qin curled his lips and said, "I am just a smelly man, what is so delicious about me? Big sister ice goddess, why did you come here to find us?" Xiao Yuelan sat beside Xianrujing and placed her hand on Xianrujing's thigh. Xianrujing said, "The Emperor Ray Shrine is preparing to deal with solar storm, do you know about it?" Qin and Xiao Yuelan nodded. "Elder Qin told us about it but we don't know the specific situation." Qin said. "When solar storm appears, many strange phenomena will appear in the 9 desolate great earth. As for what kind of strange phenomena, I am not sure but I heard that solar storm has already swept through the divine desolate." Xianrujing said. "So it is like this. Then I will ask evil god." Qin took out the large golden devil horn and tried to contact evil god but failed. "Damn it, don't tell me this guy is in seclusion," he said with frown. Xianrujing looked at the 18-layer altar and said, "Then contact your big sister star god." "What, my big sister star god?" These words. Just as Qin was about to walk towards the star god altar, he saw a red-clothed beauty with coquettish figure and flirtatious face appear there. Star god is wearing very little, moreover she is wearing translucent gauze dress, it is very alluring. "Little sister ice goddess, are you jealous?" Star god said with charming smile. "Demon, restrain yourself a bit. Xiao Yan's wife is here." Xianrujing lightly groaned and said. "Hello big sister star god." Xiao Yuelan's eyes are shining, she said to star god with smile. She is looking at star god with eyes filled with even more passion than Qin's. "Hello Yuelan." Star god also said with smile. Qin asked, "Is solar storm descending on divine desolate?" Speaking of this matter, star god immediately became serious, the smile on her face disappeared. "Solar storm has descended. Some damn thing has appeared. I heard that before world extermination, there will be chaos, did not expect that after personally experiencing it, it will be even more chaotic than the legends." "What damn thing is it?" Qin said with frown. "I am not too clear, in short, after the solar storm appeared, I went into hiding. I only learned from Star God that many dreadful things have appeared in Divine Desolate. You must be careful, very soon they will appear in Immortal Desolate." Star God said. Xianrujing asked, "Is Guanghan Palace affected?" Star God shook her head and said, "It is hard to say. But don't worry, Guanghan Palace's barrier became even stronger after I helped them set it up." "How long has the solar storm appeared in Divine Desolate?" Qin asked. "About 3 days. It should be arriving at Immortal Desolate soon. As long as you see the sky covered by golden fog, it means that the solar storm is about to descend." Star God said. Sun life forms hearing Qin Fengchen shout, Qin immediately replied, "Fengchen, I know. You should return first." Qin Fengchen hastily returned, he wants to inquire more about the sun storm. Qin and others are not surprised that the sun storm is coming because they just learned from Star God that it is coming. "Big sister, what is the situation in Divine Desolate? Are Emperor Race and Dark Royal Race still fighting?" Xianrujing asked, "Are you alright?" "Divine Desolate is temporarily stable. Emperor Race and Dark Royal Race have finally reached a conclusion. Most abominable thing is that all space channels have been restricted." Star God said. Xianrujing frequently obtained things from Star God inside Guanghan Palace. If the space channel between Divine Desolate and Immortal Desolate is restricted, it will be very difficult to transport things in the future. "What is going on? Is it Space God's doing?" Qin asked. "The spatial god also has no choice. There are many gods in the divine wasteland who know that I have transformed the 2 sun altars into star god altars. They can all sense that I frequently transport large amounts of things to the immortal wasteland. The star god cursed in a low voice, so that group of bastards, they all complained to the emperor clans. Can we still transport things in the future? Xianxia asked. Yes, I can, but not much. During the transportation, the spatial storage artifacts are restricted from passing through the passage. Star God sighed and said, I heard that those 8-9 sun sects are now relying on Emperor Race's side. Emperor Race also listens to their opinion. Star God is being hunted down by several 9 sun sects, especially Daoyang Divine Sect and Heavenly Mountain Tyrant Sunday. Their sun altars have been dismantled by Qin Yun and turned into Star God altars. Therefore they hate Star God the most. Then will we be affected if we perform death sacrifice for you? Qin Yun asked. It will not be affected. After all, the rules of altars and God position are not that easy to change. Storm is coming, you should prepare to deal with it. If there is any situation, we will contact you again. Star God said. Big sister, you must be careful. Xianxia warned, she is very worried about Star God. I know, I will definitely live and wait for you all to come to Divine Desolate. Star God smiled coquettishly and said, Goodbye, Yuelan, kiss me, goodbye. Xiao Yuelan smiled gently and made a kissing gesture. Clang clang clang. The Emperor Clan Divine Palace suddenly emitted a melodious bell sound. I will go take a look. Xianxia said, Don't wander around for the time being, don't leave the Emperor Race Shrine by any means. N. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan nodded in response. Xianxia left the floating cloud pagoda and headed towards the direction of the bell sound. Thick golden mist floated in the sky, and faint golden light flickered. It was very strange. Qin Yun stood at the top of the floating cloud pagoda and looked at the sky. He frowned and said, Is this the solar storm? I thought it would be very destructive, but it seems to be quite peaceful. Big Sister Star God said that she would bring some damned things. Could it be that when a solar storm appears, a living being from the sun will descend? Xiao Yuelan said in shock. Many divine sunstones had descended before the sun, which could be considered a type of solar storm. I don't know. In short, there will be something very powerful. Qin Yun looked at the sky, he can no longer see the 3 remaining suns, they are all covered by the golden mist. The entire sky above Immortal Desolate is shrouded by this golden mist. Majority of people don't know what is happening. Even the big shots of the great factions only know about the solar storm from the Emperor Race or Dark Royal Race. As for the specific situation, nobody knows. Qin Yun took out his divine position and contacted Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master is inside the Emperor Race Shrine, he must know something. Brat Qin, the solar storm is coming. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master promptly sent voice transmission. I know, I was just about to ask you, what will happen when the solar storm arrives? Qin Yun said. It's hard to say, in short, good and bad. The good thing is that many resources will descend along with the solar storm. The bad thing is that some living beings inside the sun will descend to the Immortal Desolate. I also don't know what it will be. I recuperated in the Great Dragon Desolate domain for several epochs, I don't know what is happening outside. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master said. The Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master was clearly hiding in the Great Dragon Desolate domain, but he said that he was recuperating inside. This is exactly as Xiao Yuelan guessed, there will be living beings coming down from the sun. Then what are you doing now? Qin Yun asked. We are discussing the matter of joining forces. After the solar storm arrives, many powerful sun creatures might appear. Moreover, outside the sun heavenly domain, there might be some fellows who will take advantage of this to appear. Immortal Desolate's Sacred Master said, Princess Anya is also in the Emperor Race Shrine's main hall. Princess Anya represents the Dark Royal Race, the Dark Royal Race definitely knows a lot of things. Princess Anya discussing this matter with the people from the Imperial Race will be of great help. Qin Yun put away the divine position and said to Xiao Yuelan, It seems like there really are living beings inside the sun. Yuelan, your guess is really accurate. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, It was Xiaoling who told me. She is a sun elf, she told me about the inside of the sun. That's right, why didn't I think of you, Xiaoling? She is a sun elf. Qin Yun slapped his thigh and said with smile. I don't believe that you didn't think of her. Xiaoling's body is a bit better than mine. Xiao Yuelan bit her lips and snorted. Who said that? Yuelan, your body is much better than hers. No matter how good her body is, I won't randomly look at her body. Qin Yan said with smile. I know you're being honest man. Xiao Yuelan laughed and reached out to touch Qin Yan's cheek. She said, quickly let Yu Xiaoling come out. I want you, an honest man, to see how I touch a beautiful elf. Qin Yan let Yu Xiaoling come out. Yu Xiaoling's voluptuous and tall body is only covered by a few pieces of cloth. Xiaoling, I missed you so much. Xiao Yuelan hugged Yu Xiaoling and kissed her cheek. You have little husband to accompany you, why do you miss me? Yu Xiaoling's bright eyes flickered. She gently glanced at Qin Yan and said with a charming smile, my good Yuelan, I also missed you, enough, hurry up and get down to business. Qin Yan shook his head and said, Xiaoling, when the solar storm descends, some creatures inside the sun will appear. What will they be? Little husband, kiss my face and I'll tell you. The charming and flirtatious sun elf smiled mischievously at Qin Yan. Her eyes are filled with charm, they are extremely alluring. Qin Yan can only kiss Yu Xiaoling's fragrant, jade-like cheeks. He secretly praised a few times in his heart. Yu Xiaoling's innate natural body fragrance is simply intoxicating. Qin Yan was almost bewitched to the point of losing his soul. And Xiao Yuelan seems to be infatuated with Yu Xiaoling's natural intoxicating fragrance. Little husband kissed me again, I'm so happy. Yu Xiaoling's smile is enchanting, her eyes are filled with affection as she looked at Qin Yan. Her soft and boneless lily-white hands are also gently holding Qin Yan. Xiao Yuelan is hugging Yu Xiaoling's waist. The two women have their arms around each other's shoulders. They look very intimate and they are also smiling coquettishly. Qin Yan is very anxious and urged, quickly tell me. Yu Xiaoling walked to the side and sat on a chair. Then, she coquettishly crossed her pair of snow-white slender legs. Her actions are very provocative to Qin Yan's every nerve. Qin Yan feels that no matter how firm his willpower is, sooner or later, he will be broken through by these fairies. Xiao Yuelan and Yu Xiaoling are squeezed on that chair. One is hugging the slender waist of the charming fairy and leaning on her shoulder. Her other hand is also touching the arm of the absolutely beautiful fairy. There will be a total of 7 solar storms. This should be the 3rd time. Yu Xiaoling said. The 3rd time. Qin Yan said in shock. If that's the case, then there was one in the Immortal Desolate a long time ago. Xiao Yun, you haven't even come to the Immortal Desolate yet. Xiao Yuelan said, the 2nd time was when the Sun Divine Stone descended. My beautiful Xiaoling also came at that time. After saying that, she kissed Yu Xiaoling's face again and smiled sweetly. Then the 3rd time is now? Qin Yan said with a frown, I thought that after the Sun Divine Stone descended, resources would also descend. Yu Xiaoling said, the previous 2 times were both very light. It was just some movement on the surface of the sun. And this time, it's the movement inside the sun. Then what will there be? Qin Yan asked, are there any more Sun Divine Stones? It's not Sun Divine Stone but Sun Divine Crystal. However, there will be relatively few of them. As for the specifics, we'll know when the time comes. Yu Xiaoling said. Xiao Yuelan asked, what kind of creature will appear inside the sun? Yu Xiaoling combed her long golden hair that hung in front of her chest with her fingers and said with a chuckle, the beasts and humans inside the sun might all descend. Qin Yan said in shock, there are humans inside the sun? Yu Xiaoling nodded, of course there are. And they're not weak either. It's also possible that they won't descend. What are the specific uses of those Sun Divine Crystals? Qin Yan asked, can they awaken my sun soul? Although he had obtained a core crystal from Princess Xianxia, he felt that it was not enough. No. The Sun Divine Crystal only contains energy inside. It has no effect on the core. Yu Xiaoling shook her head. Xiaoling, how is the matter of the sun-suppressing divine arrow going? Xiao Yuelan asked. It's almost done. Yu Xiaoling kissed Xiao Yuelan's face and said with a smile, don't worry, I will definitely let our little husband cultivate the sun core as soon as possible. Xiao Yuelan stood up and pulled her, saying with a smile, it's been hard on you, Xiaoling. Qin Yan said, Xiaoling, Are you tired from tormenting the sun-suppressing divine arrow? Yu Xiaoling sighed faintly. I'm a bit tired, but it doesn't matter. Who asked you to be my little husband? This time, Qin Yan did not need to call her. He directly went over and kissed Yu Xiaoling's face. Yu Xiaoling is very happy and then entered the nine-sun divine spirit. Xiaoling is so beautiful, as alluring as big sister star god, isn't she? Xiao Yuelan said with a smile. Yes. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, these demonesses, each one is more deadly than the other. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, there's also big sister master. She's also a peerless soul-seducing demoness. Have you seen her before? Immortal King Ancient City Qin Yun brought Xiao Yuelan to the next level and took out some tools. Xiao Yun, what are you doing? Are you preparing to refine? Xiao Yuelan asked. I plan to make some talismans. Qin Yun said, if the sunstorm really brings a large group of powerful beasts, I'm afraid that even the Imperial clan won't be able to hold on. Xiao Yuelan said with a frown, Xiao Yun, aren't you underestimating the Imperial race too much? The Imperial clan's dragon manor is still very powerful. We should be very safe in the Imperial clan shrine. Qin Yan shook his head and said, I know that the Imperial race is very strong, but we have to be prepared for both sides. We can't count on the Imperial race divine palace to defend. That's true. You've experienced many dangers over the years. In this aspect, I'm indeed not as thorough as you. Xiao Yuelan nodded and said, our understanding of Imperial clans is not enough. We can't believe that they are reliable just because they are legendary powerful Imperial clans. Qin Yan said with smile, Yuelan, don't worry, I am here. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Xiao Yuelan's heart immediately warmed up. She said with smile, this reminds me of when I was little, you risked your life to save me and almost fell into devil Dao because of it. Luckily Sister Kiru was able to suppress your devil nature. I was able to protect you when I was young. I'm very happy when I think about it now. Then, he kissed Xiao Yuelan's face. He also discovered that her face is even more fragrant because it was kissed by Yu Xiaoling earlier. At this time, Qin Yun used the mother crystal core to forge an even stronger talisman paper and talisman tool. He also gave Yu Xiaoling more than 10 talisman arrow, all of them were carved with very strong and useful totems, and there was even a storage space inside, which could hold a large amount of holy oil. When needed, she could shoot out a large sea of holy flames with one arrow. Yu Xiaoling had a flame sound bow in her hands, and those talisman arrows were also very useful to her. This made her so happy that she shouted out her thanks to her husband. 2 days passed. The Emperor Clan Divine Palace was very peaceful. The sky was still shrouded in a golden, luminous mist. Even at night, the earth was illuminated by that golden, luminous mist. Qin Yan finished refining some talismans and talisman weapons, as well as cannons and arrows. He stopped when he felt that it was about time. The mother crystal core was indeed very useful. It could wake up the 9-sun divine hammer for a very long time, and after the internal energy was exhausted, it could still accumulate energy again. The mother crystal core needed to accumulate a very strong amount of 9 suns energy. This kind of energy could be replenished by the 9-sun divine spirit absorbing the sacred profound silver crystal. However, the replenishment time was relatively long, and it would take several days to fill up. Qin Yun estimated that he would need over 100 million profound Saint Silver crystals to replenish his energy. Fortunately, he had several billion profound Saint Silver crystals on hand, so he wasn't in a shortage for the time being. If it really wasn't enough, he would go to the Divine Rune Mountain and pluck those sacred profound silver crystal fruits. The mountain god bragged that he could make the sacred mystic silver crystal fruit grow into a sacred mystic gold crystal fruit. Qin Yun didn't know if it was true, but he was looking forward to it. Even though the Emperor Clan Divine Palace and Immortal Desolate were extremely calm, not much happening, everyone was still alarmed. Everyone knew that the solar storm was coming, but the Immortal King Board still had to fight. Qin Yan entrusted Qin Fengchen to help him and Xiao Yuelan register. They only need to go to the Immortal King Ancient City to get a jade token. Qin Fengchen has been waiting for Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan in the small building since early morning. Big brother and big sister, the Immortal King Board ranking battle is about to begin. Qin Fengchen said with smile, you can go to the Immortal King Ancient City to get your jade token today. What are the rules? Xiao Yuan asked. The rules are rather simple. Qin Fengchen began explaining the rules of the ranking. In the Immortal King Ancient City, there are a total of 5 battle platforms. They are located in the east, south, west, north and center. First and second level Immortal Kings go to the eastern battle platform. Third and fourth level Immortal Kings go to the southern battle platform. Fifth and sixth level Immortal Kings go to the western battle platform. Seventh and eighth level Immortal Kings go to the northern battle platform. Ninth level Immortal Kings go to the central battle platform. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan are third level Immortal Kings, so they want to go to the southern battle platform. If you want to quickly get on the stage and fight, you need to use profound Saint Silver crystals to buy a spot. Whoever has more profound Saint Silver crystals will be able to get on the stage as soon as possible. Qin Fengchen said. After getting on the stage, who has the final say on the challenge? Xiao Yuan asked. Holding an Immortal King Jade token on the stage, it will randomly sense the third or fourth level Immortal Kings near the stage. The sensed Immortal King will have to go on the stage to accept the challenge. If you lose, you will lose 1 point. If you win, you will get 1 point. If you can defeat an Immortal King whose cultivation is higher than yours, you will get 2 points. If you lose to someone whose cultivation is lower than yours, you will also lose 2 points. Qin Fengchen said. Qin Yan said with smile, so the ranking is based on points, right? Qin Fengchen nodded and said, those who are ranked at the top will get Emperor Origin Heavenly Pill every month. As for how many, it has not been announced yet. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, it has not been announced yet, it will definitely happen. When the time comes, we will see. I have seen this kind of trick many times. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Xiao Yun, if it is based on points, we should be able to quickly fight our way up. Within the same level, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan are indeed the strongest. Even if their cultivation is higher than theirs, they will still lose. Big brother, I remember that your disciple brother Badian is a 4th level Immortal King. If you meet him, will you be able to win? Qin Fengchen said. Qin Yan said with smile, I will definitely win against that guy Su Xiaoba. He even boasted that he could beat me with one hand, it is still not certain who will beat who. Xiao Yuan said, I wonder if Yueme will participate? She will definitely participate, maybe she has already gone. Qin Yan took out the spirit-chasing talisman and looked at it. He said with smile, my words are very accurate, isn't she in the direction of the Immortal King Ancient City? Yes. Qin Fengchen said. Alright, let's hurry over. Qin Yan said. The solar storm arrived but it seems like nothing powerful has appeared. Qin Yan feels that the matter is not that simple, the calmer it is, the more serious the situation is. After they flew out of the Emperor Race Divine Palace, they saw a huge city floating beside the heavenly crater. That huge city looks even bigger than the Emperor Race Divine Palace, it is the Immortal King Ancient City. They entered the Immortal King Ancient City, went to a place to get jade tokens and then went to the southern battle stage. Oh that's right, what is Princess Anya's current cultivation level? Xiao Yuan asked. It seems like she is level 7 Immortal King. When she entered the Dragon Manor, she was only level 6. Qin Fengchen said. Although Princess Anya is being held hostage in the Emperor Race Divine Palace, she can still participate in the Immortal King ranking. What is this woman's goal in sneaking into the Dragon Manor? Qin Yan thought in his heart. If Princess Anya was level 7 Immortal King, she would not have met them and would have gone to another battle stage. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan followed Qin Fengchen to the southern battle stage. The southern battle stage is very big, it is like a super large plaza. There are many huge and majestic pillars erected on it. There are coiling dragon carvings on the pillars, it is very domineering. This kind of formation pillar must be very strong. After all, it is an Immortal King battle stage. If the protection is not enough, no matter how many Immortal King ancient cities there are, it would not be enough to destroy it. After arriving at the battle stage, Qin Yan took out the spirit-chasing talisman and sensed Xiao Yueme. What made him puzzled is that Xiao Yueme is not near the battle stage. Damn it, could it be that this little girl still hasn't broken through? Or is she still a level 1 Immortal King? Qin Yan said with a frown. He turned his body and after determining the direction, he is somewhat astonished. Because the spirit-chasing talisman is pointing to the west, that is the western battle stage, the battle zone for level 5 or 6 immortal kings. Yuemei is a level 5 immortal king? Xiao Yuelan is also very astonished. One must know that she and Qin Yun ate several D-origin heavenly pills and also cultivated the 3rd level of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together. Yet, they are not as fast as Xiao Yuemei. Qin Yun said with a smile, maybe she is just going to take a look, she might not really be a level 5 or 6 immortal king. Xiao Yuelan is wearing a mask, she snorted and said, this won't do, I have to go find this little girl. She might really be a level 5 immortal king. Oh right, let's see if Aunt Xiao is here or not. Qin Yun looked around and discovered that Xiao Xianqin is also not here. I'll go find them, Xiao Yun, wait for me here. Xiao Yuelan wanted to go over but was pulled by Qin Yun. No need to go over. Qin Yun took out a magic mirror and said with a smile, use this to contact her. The magic mirror's formation base has not been completed, but within a short distance, Qin Yun's special magic mirror is still very useful. Yuemei, are you on the west battle platform? Qin Yun asked with spirit transmission. That's right, I am a level 5 immortal king. Brother, are you on the south battle platform? Xiao Yuemei's voice transmitted into Qin Yun's mind through the magic mirror. Ah. How did you break through so quickly? Qin Yun is extremely astonished. Xiao Yuemei is 2 levels higher than him and Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan saw Qin Yun's astonished expression and realized that her little sister is truly a level 5 immortal king. Xiao Yuemei said with charming smile, Grandma Xiao gave us a lot of delicious food, we broke through very quickly. Aunt, Sister Ying also broke through. Fuck, Elder Qin is not kind, he actually did not give us anything good. Qin Yun is secretly envious of Xiao Yuemei and others. Oh that's right, is Qiaofeng on your side? Qin Yun asked. Qiaofeng is even more awesome, she is on the north battle platform, 7th or 8th level immortal king battle zone. Xiao Yuemei said. What? Qin Yun said with frown, I heard that Qiaofeng is only 2nd or 3rd level immortal king, how did she break through so quickly? He is thoroughly shocked. Both of them entered the Emperor Race Divine Palace, he and Xiao Yuelan only obtained 2D Essence heavenly pills from Elder Qin, the rest were all fought for by himself. Dragon Manor is rich and overbearing, they don't lack that kind of stuff. Qiaofeng is being praised by Dragon Manor to be that imperial dragon princess. Xiao Yuemei said this with jealousy and envy. What about little Malian? Do you know her situation? Qin Yun asked again. Little Malian? She is also very good, she is with me. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, Yening is also with me. Qin Yun shook his head and said with sigh, there is no justice in this world, I thought me and Yuelan are very fast, how come you are even faster than us? Brother, let's not talk anymore, I want to go on stage. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. After Qin Yun informed Xiao Yuelan, she became very envious because she also wants to quickly enter 7th or 8th level Immortal King realm and fight against Princess Anya. I really didn't, on the southern battle platform, people have already started fighting. The Immortal King of the ancient city of Immortal King obtained the qualifications to go up on stage. He is a 3rd stage Immortal King, he chose a 4th stage Immortal King as his opponent. After obtaining the qualifications, one can choose a 4th stage Immortal King or a 3rd stage Immortal King as their opponent. This is also the newly changed rules. Previously, one could only choose randomly, this is very unfriendly to ordinary 3rd stage Immortal Kings. The Immortal King of the ancient city of Immortal King's opponent is a 4th stage Immortal King from a small sect in the Immortal Desolate, he looks very old. And the Immortal King of the ancient city of Immortal King looks like a middle-aged man. Although he looks old, he is not necessarily weak. However, if he looks old and doesn't have a powerful aura, then he is most likely a lamp that has run out of oil. The old man from the small sect on the stage looks very weak, now he is being suppressed by the Immortal King of the ancient city of Immortal King. In just a short while, the old man from the small sect admitted defeat. The Immortal King of the ancient city of Immortal King can defeat opponents with higher cultivation than him and get 2 points. The old man from the small sect originally didn't have any points, so he won't get a negative score. Next, the auction for the qualifications to go up on stage will begin. The immortal king of the ancient city of Immortal King has already gone up once, they need to fight 3 times before they can participate in the auction again. Qin Yan has many sacred mysterious silver crystals, he and Xiao Yuelan can buy the qualifications. The sacred mysterious silver crystals contain sacred power. When Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan cultivated together, they had many sacred mysterious silver crystals beside them. It is very helpful to their cultivation. However, if they have the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill, then they don't need to consume a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals. The energy inside the sacred mysterious silver crystals can only assist in cultivating formidable sacred power. Therefore, during cultivation, the sacred mysterious silver crystals can assist in cultivating the Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill. It is quite useful. The auction began, everyone started bidding, each time the minimum increment is 1 gene of sacred mysterious silver crystals. In the Immortal Desolate, sacred mysterious silver crystals are very rare, most people don't have them. Only imperial clans, dark royal race and immortal kings from the ancient city have them. As for the other great powers, maybe only the clans from the inscription world have them. Otherwise, even those great powers don't have many sacred mysterious silver crystals. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan secretly observed the bidders. Most of them are from the dark royal race and immortal king ancient city. Then there are the imperial clans. Soon, the price was raised to 100 caddies. Sure enough, the immortal king board also wanted to earn sage profound silver crystals. Yuelan, who will go up first? Qin Yan asked. You go first. Xiao Yuelan whispered. Qin Yan nodded and joined the bidding. I bid 110. Qin Yan yelled. This amount of sacred Xian silver crystals is nothing to him. This immediately caused a lot of people to be dissatisfied, because other people only added 1 or 2 caddies, but he added 10 caddies in one go. This was too much of a bluff. When they looked at the bidder, many of them recognized that it was Qin Yan. After learning that it was Qin Yan, everyone was secretly startled. Everyone knew that Qin Yan was very strong and had many sacred profound silver crystals. The Celestial King role wasn't just a competition of strength, it was also a competition of wealth. Only with enough profound saint silver crystals could one obtain more opportunities to ascend the stage and obtain more points. Of course, he had to win consecutively. Otherwise, if he lost the right to go on stage, it would be a huge loss. 112. The person who shouted was a youth from the dark royal race. 120. Qin Yan said lightly. 122, a young immortal king from the immortal king ancient city shouted. 130. Qin Yan very calmly increased the price. He has several billion sacred profound silver crystals in his hands, moreover, the divine inscription mountain can grow unceasingly. 135, the youth from the dark royal race shouted. 200. Qin Yan directly increased the price to 200. Everyone let out a burst of exclamation. In the previous bidding, it was only 180 but Qin Yan directly shouted 200, moreover he did not feel any heartache at all. 300, the youth from the dark royal race clenched his teeth and shouted, Qin Yan, if you have the guts, continue increasing the price. 300, this is very high. The youth from the dark royal race firmly believed that Qin Yan would follow up, that is why he kept increasing the price. 400. Qin Yan indeed increased the price. The youth from the dark royal race said with sneer, 500, 600. Qin Yan still increased the price. Someone said, Qin Yan obtained 1 billion sacred profound silver crystals as compensation from the immortal Emperor City Master. This guy is overflowing with wealth. Although many people know about this matter, the majority of people from the dark royal race and Emperor race do not know about it. Now that someone mentioned it, it caused people to salivate. Qin Yan actually has 1 billion sacred profound silver crystals, he is unparalleled. 1000, the youth from the dark royal race chuckled, Qin Yan, if you have the guts, follow up. 10,000. Qin Yan indifferently said. The surroundings of the huge battle stage immediately became completely silent. The qualification to go up to the stage actually cost more than 10,000 genes of sacred profound silver crystals. 20,000. The youth from the dark royal race knows that Qin Yan has 1 billion sacred profound silver crystals. He also knows that Qin Yan will keep increasing the price, so he very calmly raised the price. 50,000. Qin Yan said with smile. Worthy of being the Qin Yun whose name shakes the entire immortal desolate, truly extravagant, the youth from the dark royal race laughed loudly. However, in terms of wealth, you can't compare to me. 100,000. The youth from the dark royal race continued increasing the price. Everyone is stunned. Because this is no longer fighting for the qualification to go up to the stage, this is fighting for face. Youngsters are full of vigor. It must be known that Xianxia of the dark royal race was killed by Qin Yun. Princess Xianxia even compensated Qin Yun and admitted her wrongs. So even if Qin Yun spoke rudely to Princess Xianxia, she could not do anything. Therefore, all the youngsters from the dark royal race hate Qin Yun very much. 150,000. Qin Yun said with smile. 200,000. The youth from the dark royal race also very calmly shouted. Someone said in low voice, the dark royal race is truly full of heroic spirit. Qin Yun is going to lose. Indeed, they are from the dark royal race, a powerful race that has existed since the first era of Nine Desolate. They have several 100,000 years of inheritance. How can Qin Yun compare to them? In terms of foundation, Qin Yun cannot compare to the dark royal race. Everyone discussed in low voice. At this time, Qin Yun did not continue increasing the price. The youth from the dark royal race began to panic. He was only deliberately raising the price. He does not have that many sacred profound silver crystals. After all, it is 200,000 genes. Even the young masters of the dark royal race are not willing to use so many sacred profound silver crystals to buy the qualification to go up to the stage. Xiao Yuelan, who was beside Qin Yun, laughed in low voice. I lost. Qin Yun cupped his fists towards the youth from the dark royal race and said with smile, brother is very heroic, please, 200,000 to buy the qualification to go up to the stage. This is simply inhumane. This matter immediately spread throughout the ancient city of Immortal King. Even the ninth heaven immortal kings on the central battle stage of the ancient city of Immortal King were greatly shocked by this news. They repeatedly sighed at the wealth of these little demons. The youth from the dark royal race stood motionless like a stone statue, sweating profusely. His expression is extremely unsightly. He cursed countless times in his heart, motherfucker, because Qin Yun kept following him very straightforwardly and it seems like he is very concerned about his face. He thought that Qin Yun would keep following him. He did not expect that Qin Yun would suddenly stop following him. This is truly a huge trap for him. Young master, please pay 200,000 sacred profound silver crystals. A middle-aged man said, if you don't pay the sacred profound silver crystals, your qualification will be revoked and you will never be able to participate in the Immortal King ranking battle again. My body is not good, goodbye. The youth suppressed his ugly and red face and quickly passed through the crowd and walked towards the gate of the ancient city of Immortal King. Wait, leave your jade card, the middle-aged man shouted coldly. The youth also threw the jade card far away and left with shame and indignation. The faces of the dark royal race people present are all ashen because that youth just now made them lose face. Many people present ridiculed the youth from the dark royal race and this matter quickly spread throughout the city. After Qin Yun's friends learned of this matter, they shook their heads and laughed. They all know that competing with Qin Yun will not have a good ending. You want to fight me with just this level of skill? Too young. Qin Yun shook his head and laughed. The bidding on the stage also started anew. This time, Qin Yun used 200 gene of sacred profound silver crystals to buy the qualification to go up to the stage. Compared to the previous time, everyone wanted to laugh when they thought about it. And the person in charge of the ancient city of Immortal King also secretly cursed the idiot of the dark royal race. If they had stopped when Qin Yun shouted 150,000, then Qin Yun would definitely have bought it. Qin Yun somewhat awkwardly walked towards the middle-aged man in charge of the auction. Seeing his awkward expression, the middle-aged man said with cold expression, Qin Yun, don't tell me that you don't even have 200? You should know that if you tease us, you will be disqualified. This, big brother, I really don't have 200 gene of sacred profound silver crystals. Qin Yun said in low voice. What? Everyone is incomparably shocked. If someone else said that they don't have 200, they would definitely believe it, but Qin Yun obtained 1 billion sacred profound silver crystals from the immortal Emperor City Master. Could it be? he used the sacred profound silver crystals to attack Xianxia? That's possible. Qin Yun, this fellow, is so poor that it's like jingling bells. No wonder his divine rune mountain is so powerful, it actually consumed so many sacred profound silver crystals. This guy is so poor yet still pretending, he really deserves a beating. That's right. Qin Yun, quickly go home, you don't even have 200, why are you still pretending? Scram, you are wasting our time. The middle-aged man from the ancient city of Immortal King said with unsightly expression, Qin Yun, you don't even have 200, then hand over your jade token, you are disqualified. Qin Yun took out a square sacred profound silver crystal and placed it on the ground, then said with an awkward expression, Big brother, this is 1,000,000 gene of sacred profound silver crystal. I really don't have 200 gene. The shining square sacred profound silver crystal immediately blinded everyone's dog eyes. Everyone is immediately tongue-tied, even the middle-aged man from the ancient city of Immortal King is looking at the big square crystal in a daze. This is a standard 1,000,000 gene of sacred profound silver crystal. Qin Yun really doesn't have small sacred profound silver crystals, those small sacred profound silver crystals were all used up when he was cultivating with Xiao Yuelon. Zhang Kuilong Qin Yun also just realized this problem. He has a lot of sacred Xian silver crystals, so he didn't have any misgivings when bidding. However, after bidding, he realized that he doesn't have a small piece of sacred Xian silver crystal. When he took a bath with Xiao Yuelon, he placed sacred Xian silver crystals in a special immortal pool to absorb the power inside the sacred Xian silver crystal. Small pieces are more suitable to be placed in a narrow pool, so they are all used up, only big pieces are left. Large pieces of sacred Xian silver crystal have been refined to 1,000,000 gene, square-shaped. Although they don't look very big, they are very heavy. Those people who said Qin Yun is poor, now their eyes are incomparably red. 1,000,000 gene of sacred Xian silver crystal, this is the first time many people have seen it. Everyone here are immortal kings, many of them came from sacred desolate, but this is the first time they have seen so many sacred Xian silver crystals. Even the immortal kings from imperial race and dark royal race are looking at the square-shaped sacred Xian silver crystal with wide eyes. Such a small piece of sacred Xian silver crystal is very heavy, the energy inside is also very strong. Even though it is sealed, everyone can still sense a very strong sacred power aura. The middle-aged auctioneer thought that Qin Yun can't afford 200 sacred Xian silver crystals, so his face is cold and unsightly. But after seeing Qin Yun take out 1,000,000 gene of sacred Xian silver crystal, he immediately smiled, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. It's understandable, it's understandable. This is indeed not easy to deal with. At this time, a youth hastily walked over and said with smile, Brother Qin, if you don't have a small piece of sacred Xian silver crystal, I have it, I will help you. I also have it, I will help you, a middle-aged man hastily walked over. Brother Qin, I am also from Qin imperial race, we are family, use my sacred Xian silver crystal. Use mine, use mine. A large group of people are actually fighting to help Qin Yun take out the sacred Xian silver crystal. Among these people, there are also people from Immortal King Ancient City. And there are people from imperial race with several surnames. Qin Yun is a tycoon, he took out 1,000,000 gene of sacred Xian silver crystal, so it is very normal for people to curry favor with him. How can I accept this? Qin Yun said with smile, I have sacred Xian silver crystal, I can pay myself. Thank you for your kindness. Brother Qin, please don't make things difficult for me. I can't open such a big saint profound silver crystal. The middle-aged auctioneer smiled and said, how about this? I'll allow you to owe it to me. You can return it to me when it's convenient for you. I trust you. All right. I'll pay you back as soon as possible. Qin Yun cupped his fists and said with a smile. Then, he put away his 500,000 gene sacred profound silver crystal. After Qin Yun obtained the right to go on stage, he also walked onto the stage. Through the jade token in his hand, he began to choose his opponent. On the jade token, there were 2 buttons that could be pressed. By pressing the top button, one would be able to select an immortal king with a higher cultivation than oneself. If he pressed the button below, he would draw someone with the same cultivation level as him. Qin Yun was a 3rd heaven immortal king. With his strength, he could fight evenly with a fourth heaven immortal king. Therefore, he also chose a fourth heaven immortal king to fight. After he pressed the button on the jade token, the barrier of the battle platform would release a wave of energy to sense, and then select the immortal kings around the battle platform. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, a burst of crisp sound came from the crowd. It sounded like a bell was violently ringing. Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound. There was a tall and sturdy man dressed in black beast skin clothes. On his hairy palm, the jade tablet was vibrating and making a sound. He was selected by Qin Yun. Isn't that Kuelong? That Qin Yun actually drew a fourth heaven immortal king. Moreover, he also drew our dark royal family's Kuelong. Kuelong is a dark dragon warrior. Haha, Qin Yun is out of luck. Kuelong is really lucky, he actually picked up a bargain. If he goes up and defeats Qin Yun, he will get a point. The dark royal family's people are discussing in shock. Kuelong has a fierce appearance, his whole body is emitting a threatening dragon aura, bringing along a faint evil aura. Kuelong walked onto the battle platform. An old man came over to check whether his jade token is real or not. After confirming, Kuelong's ferocious face showed a sinister and hateful expression. He put away his jade token and stared at Qin Yun with his deep dark green eyes. Kuelong's eyes under his thick eyebrows seemed to be filled with the radiance of death. Anyone who is stared at by him looks like they are about to die. It is very frightening. Qin Yun is actually very calm. It is not that he has never dealt with a dark dragon warrior before. Although he used weapons at that time, he has a certain understanding of the dark royal family's dragons. Dang dang, suddenly someone rang a bell. The battle has begun. Xiao Yuan is calmly watching from below the stage. She is not the least bit worried about Qin Yun because she is very clear about Qin Yun's strength. It has begun. Kuelong's dark green eyes suddenly flickered and turned red. And Kuelong's malevolent muscles suddenly overflowed with dragon scales. Black scales appeared on the puppet's face and head. Two sharp curved dragon horns appeared on Kuelong's head, his head also transformed into a dragon head. His dragon horns are rather special, they look like a curved bull's horn, pitch black and emitting a black fiendish aura. Roar, Kuelong roared, his bloodshot eyes shot out two red energy mist. At this time a black and red mixed liquid and energy ball gushed out from his mouth. This guy's power is truly dreadful. Qin Yun promptly dodged but the energy ball suddenly exploded. The exploded energy ball brought along a kind of blood and bitter fiendish aura, it formed a gale that enveloped Qin Yun. Ah! Qin Yun only felt pain in his body. This kind of power is very strange, it is imprisoning his body. Boom! Kuelong suddenly jumped over, he tightly clenched his fists like a sledgehammer and ruthlessly hammered down on Qin Yun's head. Hoo! A golden energy barrier suddenly appeared around Qin Yun's body. It is the body-protecting dragon handle barrier. Kuelong's tightly clenched fists ruthlessly smashed the body-protecting dragon handle barrier. With a bang sound, Qin Yun's body-protecting dragon handle barrier shattered. Qin Yun's strength is not weak, the body-protecting dragon handle barrier he released is also very strong. Although it was shattered, the resulting power sent Kuelong flying. Kuelong did not expect Qin Yun's body-protecting dragon handle barrier to be so strong. Moreover, it is a kind of power he is very familiar with. After all, it is a kind of dragon martial art. After Qin Yun sent Kuelong flying, he immediately used his sacred eye and shot out tens of lightning chains to bind Kuelong. Kuelong let out a loud roar, everyone's heart palpitated with fear and trepidation, they thought Kuelong would hammer Qin Yun to death. They never expected that Kuelong would be sent flying by the body-protecting dragon handle barrier and even be bound by Qin Yun's strange lightning chains. Kuelong roared, he is doing his utmost to release the formidable power within his body to struggle free from the lightning chains. Seeing Kuelong showing signs of struggling, Qin Yun immediately released tree vines to bind Kuelong. It must be known that Qin Yun's tree martial spirit has become very strong. The tree vines he released now are also very dreadful, tightly binding Kuelong. Want to beat me up? Qin Yun sneered in his heart, he flew over, cupped his fists and made a hammer shape, then smashed down on Kuelong's head. Rumble, Heaven Annihilation 9 forms, Heaven Quake, Berserk Vibration Power, ferocious and full of might, smashed down on Kuelong's head with supergravity. The vibration caused the battle stage to slightly tremble. After Kuilong's head was smashed, he let out a loud roar. He is in excruciating pain. Again. Qinyan once again used Heaven Quake and released explosive Absolute Yang Immortal Power. The Absolute Yang Immortal Power contained the Nether Sun's gravity, causing the immortal power to become extremely heavy. Boom, the oppressive sound made people feel the dreadful power contained within. Qinyan once again hammered Kuilong's head. This time, it caused people's hearts to palpitate with fear. One of the horns on Kuilong's head was smashed crookedly, causing his head to bleed profusely. Qinyan's fist smashed fiercely on the dragon scales, but nothing happened to them. Instead, they shattered the dragon scales. Still not admitting defeat? Qinyan shouted and once again used Heaven Annihilation 9 forms, Heaven Quake. On the third attack, the tall and mighty Kuilong's knees bent. His knees fiercely hit the ground, causing the battle stage to let out a loud bang sound. Kuilong's head is spinning from the beating, his frightening eyes are spinning, he is unable to concentrate. I admit defeat. Kuilong sensed that Qinyan's body is about to explode with formidable power, he suddenly shouted. Qinyan immediately withdrew the power that was about to explode from his body. Cries of alarm burst out from all around the battle stage. Qinyan can actually beat such a powerful dark dragon warrior. Qinyan's strength is equally dreadful even though he is unarmed. Many people said that Qinyan doesn't have a weapon and that he is trash if he doesn't rely on the divine inscription mountain. But now that they saw the strength he displayed, they know that he has true ability. Qinyan also displayed a few moves in front of the Emperor Race Divine Palace's gate, but there were not many people present to see it. Now, many people are at the scene. They also personally witnessed Qinyan's formidable power. The Dark Royal Race people gnashed their teeth in hatred. They thought that they could teach Qinyan a lesson on the Immortal King ranking, but they underestimated Qinyan's strength. Qinyan won a battle and obtained 2 points. Next, it was Xiao Yuelan's turn to participate in the auction. She very smoothly bought the qualification to go on stage with 200 sacred mysterious silver crystals. Of course, her sacred mysterious silver crystals are also owed, she doesn't have any in her hands. But everyone knows that this mysterious masked woman is following Qinyan, so she can owe Qinyan. After Xiao Yuelan went on stage, the person chosen is from the Immortal King Ancient City. He is a 4th layer Immortal King. Xiao Yuelan is wearing a mask, only revealing a pair of ice-cold beautiful eyes. As soon as the battle began, her eyes shot out 2 red light beams. Those are her sacred pupils, they can cause very strong mental attacks. The 4th layer Immortal King from the Immortal King Ancient City was hit by the sudden red light beam. He immediately felt dizzy and stood on the spot, swaying. Xiao Yuelan rushed over and blasted several palm attacks at the Immortal King, causing him to vomit blood and fly to the ground, unable to crawl back up. Sword God Inheritance, Chapter 1717, another one who challenged a higher level had won, and it was a very easy victory. The Immortal King of the Ancient City is also very puzzled. His strength is not weak at all and he has cultivated sacred body and sacred spirit. However, his soul was attacked by the opponent, causing mental damage that he cannot recover from in a short period of time. Xiao Yuelan is also a veteran of hundreds of battles. Furthermore, she has the soul and spirit of the god of slaughter in her body. Xiao Yuelan also obtained 2 points. Although she won very easily, both she and Qinyan feel that this is too slow. Not many of these guys are our match. Xiao Yuelan transmitted her voice to Qinyan. It's not difficult at all. Xiao Yuelan has also cultivated sacred spirit, sacred body. Her body also hides a very mysterious and formidable power. At the same level, only Qinyan is her opponent. There must be a trump card among the Imperial race and Dark Royal race. It's just that they didn't come. The geniuses they focus on nurturing shouldn't lack D-Origin heavenly pills, that's why they didn't participate in the Immortal King ranking. No, the geniuses they focus on nurturing can quickly reach the 9th level Immortal King realm or even higher. Xiao Yuelan said, didn't little Malian, Xiaofeng and the others obtain a lot of resources and then advance by leaps and bounds? Qinyan nodded. He planned to ask Elder Qin why they didn't get many good things. Xiaoyun, it's boring here. How about we go to the West Battle platform to take a look? Xiao Yuelan said with smile. The West Battle platform is for 5th or 6th level Immortal Kings. Xiao Yuemei and the others are all over there. Xiao Yuelan wants to fight against 5th level Immortal Kings. Yueme, little Malian, Yenying and Aunt Xiao are all over there. Let's go greet them. Qin Yan shook his head. Let's go take a look. Anyway, we still have to wait a few rounds before we can participate in the auction. Xiao Yuelan said. Not every battle ended as quickly as Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan. If they fought for a long time, everyone would have to wait for a long time. Xiao Yuelan pulled Qin Yan towards the west battle platform. Yuelan, do you think we can challenge 5th or 6th level immortal kings? Qin Yan asked Xiao Yuelan. I don't know, that's why I want to go take a look. If the rules don't say it's impossible, then it's possible. Xiao Yuelan smiled and said, should we give it a try? Yueme and the others must be fighting over the qualifications to go on stage, we won't go fight over their positions. Qin Yan also wants to give it a try. That's right, even if we win against 5th or 6th level immortal kings, we will at most get 2 points. It's basically useless, it's also very tiring. Xiao Yuelan said. Not long after, they arrived at the western region of the ancient city of Immortal King and arrived at the large western battle platform. The battle on it was very intense, it was a battle between the Dark Dragon Warrior and the Dragon Matters Dragon Warrior. The people below the stage were unable to take their eyes off it. Qin Yan used the soul-chasing talisman to sense the location of Xiao Yueme and the others. After arriving, he saw that they are all wearing a very fierce tiger head mask. They are standing on the roof of a small house behind the crowd. The few of them were also seriously watching the battle on the stage. They did not notice Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan coming over. Xiao Yuelan tiptoed over and naughtily patted their buttocks. After patting them, she secretly grabbed them. Only she dared to do such a thing. If it was anyone else, they would have been beaten to death long ago. Xiao Xianxia felt someone patting her buttocks. She turned her head and was about to flip out. When she saw Xiao Yuelan, she lightly snorted. Big sister Yuelan, you're here. Qi Malian said happily when she saw Xiao Yuelan. Qin Yan can't see Qi Malian's beautiful and adorable face, but hearing her voice, he also felt very happy. Qin Yan walked over with a smile and held Qi Malian and Yuan Yenning's hands. Brother! I missed you so much. Brother, I've finally met you. Qi Malian and Yuan Yenning couldn't help but throw them into Qin Yan's embrace. Qin Yan also hugged the two women and gently caressed her back. He said with a smile, you guys don't need to take off your masks. I know you guys are definitely even more beautiful. Everyone was seriously watching the battle on the stage, so they didn't pay much attention to what happened behind them. Did you all win? Xiao Yuelan said in a low voice. And, we each won one match. Xiao Yueme said with smile, big brother, big sister, why are you guys so weak? You are actually only 3rd level immortal king. Little girl, don't laugh at me. Xiao Yuelan said with light smile and patted Xiao Yueme's little butt. Xiao Xianxia said in low voice, Xiao Yun, is the qualification on your site expensive? At most 200. Qin Yan said. What? Only 200. Yuan Yenning is very shocked and exclaimed in low voice. How many here? Qin Yan asked. 20 to 30,000. Xiao Yueme lightly groaned and said. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. 5th or 6th level immortal kings, if they were a bit younger, they would definitely obtain more resources. Therefore, they would have more sacred mysterious silver crystals and the price would be higher. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are secretly delighted because the competition on their battle platform is not that great. That guy Su Xiaoba is also here. He's in front, I'll go slap his bald head, hee hee. Xiao Yueme pointed to the front and said. Don't mess around. Qin Yan promptly pulled her back. He's afraid of me. Xiao Yueme muttered. Do whatever you want, I will go to the northern battle stage to see Qiafeng. Qin Yan said. Oh, that's right, Boss Xia is on the middle battle stage. Sister Mengzhu will also come later. Xiao Yueme suddenly said. What? Boss Xia is so abnormal, he is actually a 9th level immortal king? Qin Yan's face is filled with shock. He learned that Hong Mengshu is coming and wants to meet this old friend of his. I heard Boss Xia obtained Sword God's inheritance. Qi Malian said in low voice, awesome. Sword God's inheritance? Qin Yun is extremely apprehensive. He suddenly suspects that Xia Wufeng has Sword God's divine position, otherwise it would be impossible for him to break through so quickly. In the past, his cultivation was higher than Xia Wufeng's by a bit, he was even a bit stronger than Xia Wufeng. But now Xia Wufeng is a 9th level immortal king, he must have experienced something. Alright, wait for me to see Chia Feng, then I will go find Boss Xia. Qin Yun nodded and said. He met Morong Darren and Qin long before but they never mentioned this matter. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan left for the northern battle stage. There are not many immortal kings on the northern battle stage. After all, they are immortal kings with relatively high cultivation, not as many as other immortal kings with low cultivation. Therefore, after Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan arrived, they immediately saw Long Xiaofeng standing among the sparse crowd. Long Xiaofeng has a long braid hanging down in front of her chest. Her hands are crossed over her chest, there is a golden red hair ornament on her forehead. Her jade white oval face is slightly cold, her phoenix eyes are filled with seriousness as she looked at the battle on the stage. She is wearing luxurious red tight-fitting battle clothes, carved with dragon and phoenix patterns. With a glance, one can tell that it is a good thing from Dragon Manor. Qin Yun has not seen Long Xiaofeng for a long time. Now that he sees her again, he almost can't recognize this woman. He and Long Xiaofeng have experienced many things together. He remembers that this woman was very afraid of death at the beginning but later on she became very brave and strong. Now, she has finally become a female expert, especially the proud domineering aura on her body, people can feel it from far away. Long Xiaofeng's figure is extremely good, especially when she is wearing tight-fitting battle clothes, it can outline her curvaceous body. Qin Yun looked at Long Xiaofeng's beautiful face from the side and can't help but recall the things he experienced with Long Xiaofeng. And Xiao Yuelan, who is wearing a mask, quietly arrived behind Long Xiaofeng at some unknown time. Then she lightly patted Long Xiaofeng's chest and secretly pinched it. Long Xiaofeng coolly stood there with her arms crossed over her chest. She slightly tilted her head and pursed her lips into a smile. Yuelan, I knew it was you. Seeing this scene, Qin Yun realized that Xiao Yuelan often does this in the Guanghan Palace. Therefore, Long Xiaofeng is also used to it. Xiaofeng, look who's here. Xiao Yuelan said with light smile. Long Xiaofeng turned her head and saw Qin Yun. Her phoenix eyes flickered with tenderness, as well as a kind of happy emotion. She gently smiled, although we haven't seen each other for a long time, I always feel that you are by my side, you are still so familiar. Qin Yun walked over with smile and said, you actually make me feel somewhat unfamiliar. Long Xiaofeng shook her head and smiled, is that so? Yes, you have changed a lot. Qin Yun said. Really? Long Xiaofeng looked at Xiao Yuelan, her expression is filled with doubt, why don't I feel that I have changed? Have I changed a lot after I came to Dragon Manor? No. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, your breasts are still so perky. Maybe it's been too long. Qin Yun said with smile. Long Xiaofeng playfully smiled, maybe but I feel that you are still the same. Xiao Yuelan looked at the battle stage and said in shock, isn't that Princess Anya? Long Xiaofeng nodded, it's her. She is my strongest opponent. Qin Yun is rather suspicious of Long Xiaofeng, he asked in low voice, Xiaofeng, did you see Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother in Dragon Manor? He wants to find that dragon lady. No. Long Xiaofeng shook her head and said, the situation in Dragon Manor is very complicated. I have only been here for a few days, I have not seen many seniors. Qin Yun nodded and no longer asked. Princess Anya is wearing a mask, she is fighting against a dragon warrior from Dragon Manor. Princess Anya is a 7th stage immortal king, her opponent is an 8th stage immortal king dragon warrior, it is very strenuous for her. Long Xiaofeng said. She is pretending to be weak. Qin Yun said. Is that so? Long Xiaofeng looked at the battle stage and doubtfully said, why can't I see it? Qin Yun used Extinction Spirit Eye and can see that there is a very dreadful energy condensing inside Princess Anya's body. That energy is still growing bigger and bigger. However, Princess Anya is constantly being beaten back by the dragon warrior, she is even receiving 2 palm strikes from time to time. This woman is very dreadful. Don't look at how she has been hit several times, she is not even far injured. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, "Look, she is preparing to erupt with a counterattack." "Xiao Feng, how did you suddenly break through so quickly?" Xiao Yuan asked. "After I entered Dragon Manor, they gave me many cultivation-increasing pills and also bestowed me with very powerful dragon blood. I broke through again and again," Long Xiaofeng said in low voice. Suddenly, a trembling sound burst out from the battle stage. Everyone cried out in alarm. Incomplete divine seat. Long Xiaofeng glanced at Qin Yun, her beautiful eyes are filled with shock. She cannot see that Princess Anyi is pretending to be defeated, but Qin Yun can easily see it. Princess Anya smiled proudly and said, "I won." The dragon warrior who had been injured by her had no more strength to fight and could only admit defeat. Most shocking of it all was that Princess Anyi was only at the 7th level of the Immortal King realm, yet she was actually capable of defeating an 8th level Immortal King realm Imperial Clan dragon warrior. That was to say, Princess Anya was really strong, and she might have a stronger power in her body. "Xiao Feng, did you come into contact with this Princess Anya before?" Xiao Yuan asked. "We spoke a few words at close range, but I could feel that she was very curious about me. She once asked me if she wanted to see my immortal martial spirit." Long Xiaofeng said, "I didn't let her see it." Qin Yin said, "Princess Anya has come down." Next, the auction for the right to go on stage began. Long Xiaofeng also has some sacred profound silver crystals, but it's not as much as the Dark Kings and Emperor clans. Qin Yin suddenly felt that the Dark Royalty and Monarch clans might have a way to regenerate the sacred profound silver crystal. In the ancient garden, the mysterious golden moon could regenerate the sacred profound silver crystal, so there was a large amount of sacred profound silver crystal in the ancient garden. His inscription Divine Mountain can also regenerate sacred mysterious silver crystals. Moreover, it's the method of planting trees and bearing fruit. It was normal for powerful ancient clans like the Emperor clans and the Dark Royal clans to grasp the method to regenerate sacred profound silver crystals. Fortunately, Qin Yin was here, so he could help Long Xiaofeng obtain the qualifications to go on stage. On this 7th or 8th level Immortal King battle platform, one could obtain more than 100,000 qualifications. Of course, Qin Yin also owed them. He took out the million gene sacred profound silver crystal and the other party couldn't open it, so they could only let him owe them. Qin Yin arrived at the northern battle platform, causing all the immortal kings here to be secretly startled. After knowing that Qin Yin helped Long Xiaofeng by the qualification to go up on stage, everyone began to suspect the relationship between Qin Yin and Long Xiaofeng. Long Xiaofeng went up the stage and picked an 8th heaven immortal king. That 8th heaven celestial king came from the ancient city of celestial kings. He was not from an emperor clan or a dark royal clan. Long Xiaofeng would be under a lot of pressure if she picked a dragon warrior. After all, she had just stepped into the 7th level of the Celestial King realm not long ago, and her foundation was not very stable. Princess Anya walked towards Qin Yun. She wore a mask and looked at the masked Xiao Yuan beside Qin Yun. "What is your relationship with Long Xiaofeng?" Princess Anyi suddenly asked. Just as Qin Yun was about to say that they are friends, Xiao Yuan replied, "Long Xiaofeng is his concubine, his woman." "Why are you asking this?" Princess Anya was stunned. Although her face could not be seen, she must be very surprised. "Impossible." Princess Anya lightly groaned, "Qin Yun, you don't know how great Long Xiaofeng's potential is, you can't be together with her." Qin Yun's expression is filled with doubt as he asked, "How great is Xiaofeng's potential?" Princess Anya wanted to say something, but she didn't. She just snorted coldly, "You know nothing." Xiao Yuan said, "The one who doesn't understand anything is you. Do you know how Xiaofeng and Xiaoyun met? How can you imagine the feelings between the two of them? You are Qin Yun's maid, right?" "Don't talk," Princess Dark Knight said. I am his first wife." Xiao Yuan said somewhat angrily, "You are the maid." Princess Anya sneered and said, "This is too ridiculous. You are the first wife, yet you allow him to have a concubine. You are truly a weak woman." Xiao Yuan also sneered and said, "It's because I like Xiaofeng that I let her be my concubine." "Weak woman? Just you wait, when I reach the 6th level of the Immortal King realm, see how I will spank your butt. You, an ordinary human, want to jump levels and defeat me?" Wishful thinking. Princess Anya sneered, you don't know, I also have the Imperial Dragon bloodline in my body. Do you know what it is? Who cares what bloodline you have, I don't believe in these things. Xiao Yuelan coldly snorted and said, you will soon see my power, just you wait. Princess Anya looked at Qin Yun and said, Qin Yun, isn't your woman too good at bragging? Qin Yun said with smile, it's not that she can brag, it's that you are too ignorant. You know nothing about her power. Princess Anya laughed loudly, you two are indeed husband and wife. Good, I will wait for her to challenge me, I will wait to see her power. Xiao Yuelan is now a 3rd-level immortal king. If she wants to become a 6th-level immortal king, she will still need a lot of time. At that time, Princess Anya might be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Just you wait for me to spank your butt. Xiao Yuelan lightly groaned and said. She is currently restraining herself and did not expose her murderous side. Otherwise, she would really scare Princess Anya. If I lose to a little girl like you, don't even mention spank your butt, I will do anything you want me to do. Princess Anya said with smile. Remember what you said. Xiao Yuelan snorted and then pulled Qin Yun away. On the stage, Long Qiaofeng is also about to win. When Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan left, he sent a voice transmission to inform her that they are going to the middle battle stage. Xia Wufeng is on the middle battle stage. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan want to go see him and ask him why he broke through so quickly. Not long after, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan arrived at the middle battle stage. The middle battle stage is the battlefield of 9th-level immortal kings. There are not many 9th-level immortal kings around the stage, only a few dozen. However, there are many other level immortal kings, they are all here to watch the battle. As soon as Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan arrived, they heard someone say that the one-armed sword immortal is very strong and that he is currently fighting on the stage. Xia Wufeng is wearing clean white clothes, his appearance is very neat and tidy. His handsome face is filled with confidence and cold arrogance. He is holding a sharp origin sword in his hand, his movement technique is elegant and swift. On the wide battle stage, only 2 silhouettes can be seen flashing back and forth, they are very fast. On the battle stage, flashes of light burst out everywhere. That is the sound of 2 powerful 9th-level immortal kings exchanging blows while moving at high speed. People with poor eyesight can only watch the show, they can't even see the movement technique of the 2 9th-level immortal kings. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan can see it, but it is also very strenuous. Boss Xia is really strong. He clearly broke through so quickly, but he can keep up in all aspects. Xiao Yuelan said in low voice. Let's ask him how he broke through so quickly. Qin Yun said with smile, I want you to quickly become stronger and teach that Princess Dark Knight a lesson. She actually looks down on you so much. If I defeat her, I'll make her your concubine. Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, this Princess Dark Knight's body is very good, her butt is very perky. Just now, I wanted to ruthlessly pinch her. Bad. Qin Yun speechlessly smiled and patted Xiao Yuelan's butt. The one fighting Xia Wufeng is an immortal king from the Immortal King Ancient City. I admit defeat. On the battle stage, a figure finally appeared and stood motionless. Before, he was flashing back and forth. The one who admitted defeat is a middle-aged man. Just as he stopped, Xia Wufeng's sword lightly touched his shoulder. Just a bit more and it would have pierced through his shoulder. With a light flick, that arm would have been crippled. Xia Wufeng did not really want to injure his opponent. Therefore, he stopped at the right time and quickly retracted his sword. Otherwise, that sword would have definitely pierced his body. Thank you for showing mercy. I wholeheartedly accept my loss. The middle-aged man's forehead is covered in sweat. He could feel that Xia Wufeng only needed a few sword strikes to kill him. Thank you for letting me win. Xia Wufeng faintly smiled. That kind of proud and aloof attitude carried a bit of lofty sentiments. Below the battle stage, a burst of cheers also erupted. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan stood at the back, but when Xia Wufeng walked down the stage, he knew that they had arrived. At this moment, Qin Yun also saw 4 familiar people. Morong Darren, Hong Yan, Shimen Dazhuang and Hua Zhong, the few of them are collecting sacred mysterious silver crystals. They must have opened the shop and bet on Xia Wufeng's victory, so now they have a great harvest. Morong Darren and Hong Yan, these 2 hoodlums, along with Shimen Dazhuang and Hua Zhong, this is indeed a very powerful combination. Shiman Dazhuang's Pippi Pig is very powerful and has a very strong deterrent effect. If anyone dares to act shamelessly, Shiman Dazhuang will make Pippi Pig fart. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Xia Wufeng lightly swept past and arrived beside Qin Yun, he said with a low laugh. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan followed Xia Wufeng and walked for a while in the Immortal King ancient city. They arrived at a restaurant and entered a private room. Boss Xia, how did you suddenly become a 9th-level Immortal King? Xiao Yuelan took off her mask and said with a charming smile, can you teach me? Xia Wufeng faintly smiled, Yuelan, the reason why I can become so strong is all because of this. As he spoke, he took out a small light golden sword. Qin Yun looked at the small light golden sword and was immediately alarmed. Divine position. Xia Wufeng said in shock, Brother Yun, you recognize this thing? Qin Yun nodded. He can sense the special power of the divine position. He said with a frown, this is the sword god's divine position? I only recently found out about the sword god's divine position. Xia Wufeng said, I've had this divine position for a long time. Did you get it in the border area? Qin Yun asked. Yes, before I met you, I already obtained it. Xia Wufeng nodded and said, I just recently figured it out, I inherited this divine position. Boss Xia, did you awaken any memories? Qin Yun felt that Xia Wufeng might have a past life. No. Xia Wufeng shook his head and said, I obtained the recognition of this divine position, it said that I am the new sword god. Qin Yun is very puzzled because according to what he knows, when a divine position chooses a new master, it will descend into the divine desolate. However, Xia Wufeng did not obtain the recognition of a divine position in the divine desolate. Qin Yun took out his own divine position, it is his small statue. Xia Wufeng is very shocked, Brother Yun, you also have a divine position? And it's even your statue. Boss Xia, you obtained the recognition of a divine position. Do you know a lot about divine position? Xiao Yuelan asked. I know a bit, those memories are very vague but when I saw Brother Yun's divine position, I can remember a bit. Xia Wufeng said. Qin Yun is certain that Xia Wufeng does not have a past life. He only used a very strange method to inherit the sword god's divine position. Boss Xia, do you think there's anything strange about my divine position? Qin Yun asked. Divine king position. Xia Wufeng said with a frown, I only know this and this is not complete. Ancient era experts according to the inheritance I obtained from sword god's deity position, your deity position is not complete, it is still lacking something. As for what it is, I am not sure. Xia Wufeng said. Boss Xia, can you let me see your deity position? Qin Yun asked Xia Wufeng. Xia Wufeng handed over the small golden sword to Qin Yun. Qin Yun took it and carefully looked at the tiny runes on its surface. He said, this is the deity position totem. Sword god totem. But my sword god totem is not completely formed yet. Xia Wufeng nodded and said, this is all thanks to Brother Yun carving runes on my origin sword, allowing me to establish a connection with the deity position. Not completely formed? Qin Yun's face is filled with amazement as he asked, could it be that the sword god totem can continue to grow? Xia Wufeng said with smile, I am a new god, my cultivation is still very low, the deity position totem will continue to grow along with my cultivation. Otherwise, with my current cultivation, I would not be able to control the deity position formed by the totem. Qin Yun returned the small sword to Xia Wufeng and said, that's right. My deity position does not have a single totem, it is really strange. Brother Yun, your deity position is very special. The totem does not appear on the surface. Xia Wufeng picked up Qin Yun's small statue and said, as for what the situation is, I am not too sure, it might be related to the incompleteness of the deity position. What part of my deity position is missing? This is really strange. Qin Yun said with frown. Wait until you go to Divine Desolate, you will know what it is. Xia Wufeng said. Alright, my deity position situation is very complicated anyway, I can only figure it out later. Qin Yun said with sigh. He feels that Xianxia must know but she did not tell him. I will go to the central battle stage to watch the battles of other 9th Heaven Immortal Kings, it will be very useful to me. Xia Wufeng said with smile. We will also go back, it is almost time for the auction. Qin said, Boss Xia, do you have enough sacred Xian silver crystals? If not, I have some here. Xia Wufeng stood up, waved his hand and said with a smile, I also have quite a few. I also entered the ancient garden earlier. The people of the Nether sect had obtained many good things after entering the ancient garden. The fact that Xia Wufeng was able to purchase the qualification to go on stage showed that he had a lot of profound saint silver crystals in his possession. That's good. Qin said with smile. Xia Wufeng returned to the middle battle platform. Qin and Xiao Yuelan returned to the south battle platform. After returning to the south arena, they went to look for Qin Fengchen. Qin Fengchen has been watching the battle. When he saw Qin and Xiao Yuelan return, he said, Big brother, you will soon be able to buy the qualifications to go on stage again. Qin could only participate in the auction after 3 rounds. This was also to prevent wealthy experts from buying the qualifications to go on stage consecutively. The battle on the south fighting platform was also coming to an end. 2 fourth heaven celestial kings from the Darkness royal tribe were fighting to the death. Seeing this, many people shook their heads. For the sake of a single point, they were actually killing each other. The battle finally came to an end. Qin was also preparing to bid for the right to go on stage. However, an old man from the ancient city of immortal kings suddenly jumped onto the battle platform and said loudly, I announce that the rules will be changed. Everyone was immediately dissatisfied. This sudden change in the rules made many people feel that it was disadvantageous to them. Many friends are complaining that it is difficult to go on stage to fight, the old man said, therefore, our ancient city of immortal kings will add more battle platforms. This news caused everyone to burst into cheers. Although there are not many immortal kings, there are still quite a few. They are all fighting to go on those battle platforms. It is indeed very difficult to obtain points. Another thing is that you can challenge someone from a higher platform. The old man said again, for example, 3rd or 4th level immortal kings can go to the west battle platform to challenge 5th or 6th level immortal kings. And the points will also be doubled. If a 3rd level immortal king challenges a 5th level immortal king, if they win, they will get 4 points, if they lose, they will lose 1 point. If a 5th level immortal king loses to a 3rd level immortal king, they will also lose 4 points, if they win, they will only get 1 point. This is also quite reasonable. If a 5th level immortal king loses to a 3rd level immortal king, they will not be able to survive. They deserve to have so many points deducted. Under normal circumstances, it is already very difficult for a 3rd level immortal king to fight a 4th level immortal king, let alone a 5th level immortal king. There are 5 war zones in the ancient city of Immortal King. Each zone has a battle platform, 10 medium battle platforms and 20 small battle platforms. Each battle platform retains the right to auction, this is the rule. From now on, the new rules will take effect. The old man shouted. It is the same for other war zones, new rules have just been announced. Xiao Yuemei immediately contacted Qin Yun and said excitedly, Brother, the rules have been changed. I want to challenge even stronger immortal kings. Yuemei, don't act recklessly. You must be careful, understand? Qin Yun warned. I know, do you and Big Sister want to come to Western War Zone? Xiao Yuemei asked. Not for now. Qin Yun said. Xiao Yuelan said to Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, I will go to other battle platforms to bid, this way we can quickly obtain points. Qin Yun nodded, as long as he and Xiao Yuelan can win 1 battle, they will get 2 points. Moreover, buying the right to go on stage here is not very expensive. There are not many people left on Southern War Zone's largest battle platform. Qin Yun is still here and the auction is not that intense. Basically, as long as you pay 1 or 200 sacred Xian silver crystals, you can go on stage. It is the same as before, after 1 battle, there will be a gap of 3 battles. Qin Yun entered the second battle and very quickly defeated his opponent, obtaining 2 points. He now has 4 points. On the Jade token, one can see his points. To see the ranking of Immortal King ranking, one must go to the center of Immortal King Ancient City. There is a large light screen there, one can see it very clearly. In one day, Qin won more than 10 battles, he has a total of 24 points. Xiao Yuelan has 2 points more than him. And now the highest ranking on Immortal King ranking are Dark Royal Races Dragon Warrior and Landlord Dragon Warrior. The Princess of the Dark Knight was ranked 3rd, with 50 points. What the hell, how did she get so many points? Qin did not pay attention to the situation of other war zones. It is night time, but because of the arrival of the solar storm, the sky is shrouded in faint golden mist, so the sky is not dark. Qin and Xiao Yuelan are in the center of Immortal King Ancient City. Looking at the Immortal King ranking, only the top 50 are released. Qin and Xiao Yuelan are not on the ranking list. The 50th place had 27 points. In other words, they are very close to top 50. Could it be that Princess Anya's rank is so high because she jumped levels to challenge? She is a 7th stage Immortal King, yet she fought a 9th stage Immortal King? Qin said in shock, this woman is truly reckless. 9th stage Immortal Kings are truly pitiful. If they win a battle, they will at most get 1 point. Moreover, they will be used by powerful low-level Immortal Kings to gain points. Xiao Yuelan shook her head and said with smile. If they meet Boss Xia, they will just be giving him points. Qin said with smile, Yuelan, let's go back first. Anyway, it will take a month to get the reward. Qin said. Although it is night time, the Immortal King Ancient City is still very lively. Many Immortal Kings are planning to fight through the night to get more points, enter top 50 and receive the reward. The reason why Qin and Xiao Yuelan returned to the Imperial Clan Divine Palace is also because they are concerned about the resources given by the Qin Imperial Clan. Xiao Yun, I am your wife. I came with you to the Qin Imperial Clan and can be considered a member of the Qin Imperial Clan. They should give me a share. Xiao Yuelan said. I will go ask Elder Qin. Qin nodded and said. Qin Zhuang, Qin arrived at a very large house in the middle. Elder Qin is inside. Knowing that Qin has arrived, Elder Qin immediately came out and brought him and Xiao Yuelan into a very imposing hall. Elder Qin, Yuelan, and the others have obtained many good things. They have all advanced by leaps and bounds. I remember that you only gave each of us 1 essence heavenly pill. Xiao Yuelan muttered. I know. Elder Qin said with smile, because the sunstorm is coming, in order to prepare, I was delayed. This is my fault. As long as you have something to give. Xiao Yuelan revealed a smile. Wait a moment, the other elders are coming. Elder Qin said, they want to come here to discuss the matter of the sunstorm with me. After Qin sat down, he asked, Elder Qin, how much do you know about the sunstorm? Dragon Manor's dragon has already gone to investigate and we have also sent our own spies to investigate. Elder Qin said, we have quite a harvest. Is the problem serious? Xiao Yuelan asked. It's hard to say. In short, this sunstorm has caused many things to happen. Elder Qin sighed and said, there are good and bad things. The good thing is that there will be things like sun god crystals that will drop. This is a good thing for cultivating spirit. Anything else? Qin asked. This is something he already knew. Also, the races inside the sun might appear in the Great Desolate one after another. We don't know what they want to do. In short, this group of fellows are very strong. Elder Qin said. What about the bad thing? Xiao Yuelan asked. The bad thing is that there are many vicious and barbaric creatures inside the sun. As for the specifics, we still don't know. In short, they have already arrived in the Immortal Desolate one after another. In the future, there will be more and more. Elder Qin said. Xiao Yuelan and Qin had already expected this, so they are not too surprised. There's another bad thing. This time Sunstorm will allow those ancient era experts to appear. Elder Qin said, this is something we just discovered. What are ancient era experts? Xiao Yuelan said with a frown. It's the last era or the era before that. In short, they are the fellows who survived the world extermination of each era. Most of them are hiding in the depths of the Great Desolate. When these fellows sense the appearance of the sunstorm, they will come out to collect divine crystals. Elder Qin said. Suddenly, someone entered the hall. It is Elder Qi. Elder Xiao and Elder Yuan also arrived one after another. Emperor Blood Pool Qingyun and Xiao Yuan listened from the side. Elder Yuan cursed in low voice, Sun Hunter race bastards, they still haven't perished. Sun Hunter race, Qingyun suddenly recalled that back in the ancient garden, a sun soul was obtained by a tree. That tree had a Sun Hunter race life form within it. The Sun Hunter race can seal the power of the sun, moon and stars, they are also very terrifying existences. What kind of people are coming from outside the sun heavenly domain? Elder Qin asked. Dragon Manor is in charge of investigating the matters outside the sun heavenly domain. Elder Xiao said with a frown, I only know that the dragon race from outside the heavenly domain will come to the imperial race divine palace. As for whether or not they will join our imperial race, it's hard to say. Qingyun heard from Red Sun Dragon Mother before that the dragon race has many dragons. They are all in the star sea of the outer realm and would occasionally return to the Nine Desolate to take a look. Those guys are most likely here for the Sun God Crystal. Elder Yuan groaned and said, the dragon race from the outer realm is very arrogant. No matter what, they still belong to the imperial race. Elder Xiao sighed. With Dragon Manor supporting the matters outside the Nine Sun heavenly domain, we don't need to worry too much. Elder Qi said, what we need to pay attention to is the Sun Hunter race and the races inside the sun. Xiao Yuan and Qingyun did not interrupt. The impact of the sun storm is much more terrifying than they imagined. Elder Qin said, we need to arrange for people to investigate clearly what this sun storm brought from the sun. Qingyun, aren't you going to fight the immortal king ranking? Elder Qi suddenly asked. They are here to collect resources. Elder Qin said with a smile, I was too busy before and personally went to investigate the situation outside, so I forgot to give them resources. Elder Xiao took out 2 Emperor Essence heavenly pills and handed them to Xiao Yuan. She said with a smile, Yuan, you are from my Xiao imperial race. Although you followed Qingyun to Qin Manor, I still have to give you some. Then, she handed over 2 Emperor Essence heavenly pills to Qingyun and said, Qingyun, you helped our Xiao imperial race pull in so many pure bloodline disciples. This is my thanks to you. This is for you. Elder Qi said with smile. He also took out 2 D Essence heavenly pills and gave one to Qingyun and Xiao Yuan. Elder Yuan's Yuan imperial clan was also very happy to obtain Yuan Yining's pure bloodline. Therefore, he also gave Qingyun and Xiao Yuan a D origin heavenly pill each. In this way, Qingyun and Xiao Yuan obtained a total of 8 D Yuan heavenly pills. This is already a lot, they also thanked these elders profusely. Xiao Yuan is very happy in her heart. She feels that after eating those D Yuan heavenly pills, her cultivation will definitely break through very quickly. After the other elders left, Elder Qin said with a smile, I'll give each of you 5 pills. After you eat them, you will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Also, I will bring you to the Emperor Blood Pool to cultivate. Elder Qin said. Elder, when we tested, the bloodline crystal was black. What does that mean? Xiao Yuan asked curiously. I don't want to tell you. I'm worried that it will affect you. Elder Qin said with an awkward expression, in any case, it doesn't matter if you know or not, so I'll choose not to tell you for now. Qingyun pulled Xiao Yuan and said with a smile, Elder, quickly bring us to the Emperor Blood Pool to cultivate. Elder Qin nodded, then brought Qingyun and Xiao Yuan underground through a secret passage. What surprised Qingyun and company is that there is a spacious and bright white underground hall underneath Elder Qin's residence. The Emperor Blood Pool is in the middle. Xiao Yuan and company originally thought that the Emperor blood was red, but after coming down, they realized that it is golden and dazzling. You guys cultivate by the side of the pool and eat the D Yuan heavenly pill to cultivate. The Emperor Blood Pool will be able to absorb the energy of the Emperor Mountain and help you break through quickly. Elder Qin said with a smile, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go out first. After you guys are done cultivating, directly open the door and come out. After Elder Qin left, Xiao Yuan said with a smile, Xiao Yun, we have so many D Yuan heavenly pills, what realm do you think we can break through to? It's hard to say, it's hard to say. Qingyun shook his head. You should release Xiaoling, Sister Qingqing and Sister Qianzi. Xiao Yuan said, cultivate together with them, it will be faster and it will also help them break through. Alright. Qin Yan nodded and released Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Yu Xiaoling. Qin Yan rubbed Zi Qingqing's face a few times and began cultivating together with them. Yu Xiaoling said, "Little husband, I want to take this opportunity to help you cultivate the sun core. Yuelan has already cultivated it, I can use her sun core to help you cultivate the sun core. Little husband, do you think it will be better if we take off our clothes and cultivate in the emperor blood pool?" Shui Tianzi said with a charming smile. She also imitated Yu Xiaoling and called Qin Yan little husband. "Do you want to give it a try?" Yu Xiaoling said with a charming smile and was about to tear off the few pieces of cloth on her body. "Don't act recklessly, the elders didn't let us enter the emperor blood pool." Qin Yan promptly shouted, "Someone can come in here at any time. Can't we just block the door?" Shui Tianzi said with a smile. "Wait until I ask the elders, we will still have a chance in the future," Qin Yan said. Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, "Xiao Yun, you are afraid that you can't stand us, right?" Qin Yan let out a long sigh and said with a stern expression, "Be quiet, we have to be serious." He felt that it would be difficult for his mental power to not be strong if he were to face this kind of mental and soul temptation test all day long. Qin Yan's body is the strongest, so he is also the one eating the Emperor Origin Heavenly Pills. 18 Emperor Origin Heavenly Pills, in addition to the Emperor Blood Pool and Emperor Mountain's energy. Qin Yan doesn't know what realm he will be able to break through to in the end, but he is certain that it will be very soon. What's going on? Not long after, Qin Yan shouted in alarm because he sensed a wave of violent and ferocious energy rushing into his body. They are right beside the Emperor Blood Pool. The golden liquid in the Emperor Blood Pool suddenly began to boil, releasing a golden mist. The mist surged violently and whistled, pouring into Qin Yan's back. "Everyone pay attention," Xiao Yuelan said anxiously. "They are cultivating together, so the energy Qin Yan absorbed will also enter their bodies. After they circulate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, the energy will become even stronger and even more berserk." "I only ate 2 Emperor Origin Heavenly Pills," Qin Yan said in alarm. "The Emperor Blood Pool's energy rushed into my body." Hoo! The Golden Emperor Blood Pool suddenly emitted a wave of black gas. The black gas transformed into a black furious dragon and rushed into Xiao Yuelan's back. "Yuelan!" Qin Yan cried out in alarm. "I'm fine," Xiao Yuelan said in low voice. "It might be related to the black bloodline crystal we tested." Yu Xiaoling said with a frown, "What's going on with you guys? The 2 types of energy you absorbed fused together and turned into white. Maybe you guys should cultivate the 3rd layer of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra." Zi Qingqing's jade face is slightly red as she said in low voice. "How about this, you guys cultivate the 3rd layer of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra and we will touch your bodies from the side. We will also cultivate the 1st layer of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together," Yu Xiaoling suddenly said. "No way." Qin Yan immediately refused. "Little hubby, what are you afraid of? This'll be good for you guys," Yu Xiaoling said with a look of anticipation. "That's right." Shui Tianzi also giggled. "Absolutely not, this place is not suitable." Qin Yan promptly shook his head and refused. Qin Yan's palms were pressed against Xiao Yuelan and Yu Xiaoling's. At this moment, Yu Xiaoling suddenly stopped. "Little hubby, let's begin." Xiao Yuelan smiled and pounced towards Qin Yan, then tightly hugged him. "Yuelan, you female rogue, don't act recklessly, how can you do this?" Qin Yan struggled for a while and discovered that Yu Xiaoling and Shui Tianzi are pressing down on his shoulders. Zi Qingqing also has a look of helplessness as she placed her palms on Xiao Yuelan's back. The energy gushing out of the Emperor Blood Pool entered Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan's body respectively. Then, through the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra cultivation, they became extremely powerful. Qin Yan also can't describe the feeling in his heart. Very quickly, the energy of the 2 pills was completely refined. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan both stepped into the 4th level of the Immortal King realm. They were previously at the peak of the 3rd level of the Immortal King realm, so it is very normal for them to break through with 2 pills. The biggest advantage of the Emperor Blood Pool and the Emperor Mountain's energy is that it is very fast. Qin Yan and a few women cultivated together and it only took them more than an hour to completely refine it. Shui Tianzi and Yu Xiaoling are at the side, they are looking at Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan with coquettish smiles. Their hands are also pinching Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun ate the remaining Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills in one go. He wants to finish this cultivation as soon as possible. As their cultivation level increases, the more Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills they need, the more they will need. And Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan's cultivation path is not a normal one, so their breakthrough speed is relatively slow. However, it can make the immortal king power within their bodies even stronger. 2 days passed, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan both stepped into the 6th level of the immortal king realm. Yu Xiaoling's cultivation is the same as Xiao Yuelan's, she is also an immortal king flowing water realm. As for Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi, they are at the 8th level of the immortal king realm. After the cultivation ended, Qin Yun put on his clothes. Yu Xiaoling and Shui Tianzi helped him with a charming smile and then took the opportunity to pinch his body. The Emperor Blood Pool and the Emperor Mountain's energy is really special. It can allow us to quickly refine it. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, otherwise, according to the normal speed, we would need at least a few days to refine it. It's 2 or 3 times faster. Qin Yun extended his hands and pinched Shui Tianzi and Yu Xiaoling's coquettish faces without letting go. He said, "You two demonesses, it's my turn to pinch you. We haven't gone to fight for 2 days, this time we will definitely fall behind." Xiao Yuelan groaned and said, "We have to quickly fight back." That's right. Qin Yun is also very anxious, then he stored Yu Xiaoling and the others into the 9 Sun Divine Soul. He and Xiao Yuelan went outside and hurriedly rushed to the Immortal King Ancient City. After arriving at the Immortal King Ancient City, they heard that there are very strong immortal kings participating, wanting to dominate the rankings, and those immortal kings are all powerful immortal kings from Imperial Clan or Dark Royal Clan. For example, within the Imperial Clan's Emperor Dragon ranking, there are some immortal kings who can enter the rankings. Now they are also here to join in the fun. This way, they can obtain the Emperor Dragon ranking and Immortal King rankings Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan arrived at the center of the Immortal King Ancient City and saw that most of the top 50 immortal kings have the surname Long. To be chosen. Motherfucker. The first rank guy has more than 400 points? How did he get it? Qin Yun is very shocked. It's only been 2 days. The first rank is a 9th level immortal king, he can't jump ranks to challenge, it means that he can only get 1 point for every match he wins. He has to fight 400 matches. Xiao Yuelan is also very surprised. Xiao Yuemei, Xiao Shanqin and Long Qiafeng are also on the Immortal King ranking list, they have more than 90 points, they are all in the 40s. And Su Xiaoba's name, Su Wudi Hetian also appeared in the 40s, he has more than 100 points. Xia Wufeng is ranked 7th, Princess Anya also has more than 200 points, where did she get so many points? Are they fighting day and night? Qin Yun said with frown. Impossible, the rules must have changed. Let's go find Fenchen and ask. Xiao Yuelan said. Very soon they found Qin Fenchen. The rules have not changed, they just added some rules. For example, they can go on stage and bet their points. If they win, they can get the other party's territory. If they lose, they will lose a lot of points. This is what Dragon Manor's Dragon Warriors requested. Dragon Manor's Emperor Dragon ranking also has a similar way of playing. So long as they go all out and win one match, they can get the other party's points. This way, they can get a lot of points very quickly. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are very happy in their hearts. This way, it will not be very difficult for them to get more points. They are very confident in their own strength. After that, the two of them went to change the cultivation base that they had registered for the registration. They were 3rd level Immortal Kings before and now they are 6th level Immortal Kings in just 2 or 3 days. This caused the old man in charge of registration to be dumbstruck. In order to make it more convenient, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan went to a place in the Immortal King Ancient City that is in charge of exchanging sacred mysterious silver crystals. They opened up 2 million Jin sacred mysterious silver crystals and exchanged them for many smaller ones. Then they will pay off the sacred mysterious silver crystals they owe. Xiao Yun, we will split up. Xiao Yuelan said. Alright. Qin Yun nodded. There are many battle stages in Western War Zone, there are 10 middle battle stage. Even if Xiao Yuemei and the others are in Western War Zone, they will not run into each other. Qin also discovered that Xiao Yuemei and others are not on the biggest battle stage, instead they went to other small and medium battle stages. This is also to avoid picking familiar people. When Qin arrived at the Western War Zone's largest battle platform, someone had just bid for the right to go on stage. That person was a dragon warrior from Dragon Manor. He looked very young and was a 5th Heaven Immortal King. This Long Baoxing is also ranked in the 100th on the Imperial Dragon list. Someone from an Imperial clan shouted in shock. Over 100 on the Imperial Dragon list. What kind of standard is that? He asked doubtfully. It's okay. In other words, there are thousands of people participating in the ranking battle of the Imperial Dragon list in the Sacred Hall of the Sovereign Tribes, and he's ranked in the 100th. His cultivation isn't high. He's only a 5th Heaven Celestial King, which means he has great potential. Really? Looks like this Long Baoxing should be able to make it to the top 50 of the Celestial King leaderboard very quickly. He went up a long time ago. He's ranked 48th with more than 80 points. After Qin heard this, he is secretly alarmed. This Long Baoxing is truly formidable. Long Baoxing looked like a young man. After he went on stage, his handsome face was full of arrogance. He said with a slight smile, I hope I can draw a guy with a higher score. The betting could only be carried out if both sides were willing. Otherwise, they could only follow the original rules. Long Baoxing picked up the jade card in his hand and began to draw. He chose a 6th Heaven Immortal King. Qin suddenly felt the jade card in his hand tremble and then let out a clear and melodious sound. Everyone immediately looked at Qin, who was standing in the back row. Isn't that Qin? Is this guy a 5th Heaven Immortal King? No, Long Baoxing's opponent must be a 6th Heaven Immortal King. Looks like Qin is a 6th Heaven Immortal King. It's only been a few days, right? This guy has become a 6th Heaven Immortal King from a 3rd Heaven Immortal King? That's too fast. A group of people looked at Qin. Qin was also secretly happy that he could fight on stage without having to go through an auction. He quickly walked up. Qin? I've heard of you. It's great to be able to meet you. Long Baoxing laughed and said, I want to defeat a big shot whose name shakes the immortal desolate. This is even better than getting points. Long Baoxing was a 5th Heaven Immortal King. If he could defeat Qin, who was a 6th Heaven Immortal King, he would indeed become very famous. Qin said, betting points? I only have 24 points. Betting? Why not? You only have 24 points, I'll also bet 24 points with you. Long Baoxing said with smile, if you agree, we'll give the points to the referee. Qin nodded, then walked towards the referee beside the stage with the jade card in hand. He and Long Baoxing gave 24 points to the referee. The referee had 48 points, whoever won would get it. Qin felt that if this went on, it wouldn't take long for him to reach first place. Qin, don't think that you're very powerful just because you've stepped into the 6th Heaven Immortal King realm. It won't be that easy for you to defeat me. Long Baoxing said with smile, although I'm a 5th Heaven Immortal King, even an ordinary 7th Heaven Immortal King would find it difficult to defeat me. Qin said with smile, I'm not an ordinary Immortal King, don't look down on me. Long Baoxing shook his head and said, you were only a 3rd Heaven Immortal King before and now you've become a 6th Heaven Immortal King in just 2 or 3 days. You must have eaten the Emperor Origin Heavenly Pill and cultivated through the Emperor Blood Pool. Although I can break through very quickly, my foundation is not stable. The Immortal King power cultivated with 6 kinds of King crystals is not bad, but they are very weak. I need a certain amount of time to consolidate and stabilize the King crystals. Only then will I be able to bring about very formidable power. Qin said with smile, you really know a lot. Long Baoxing said with mischievous smile, if I wanted to break through quickly, I would have already used this method to become a 9th Heaven Immortal King. But this is meaningless, it will cause my foundation to be unstable, so we have to take it slow. Qin is very clear about how strong the Immortal King power within his body is. Therefore, he is very puzzled as to why cultivating through the Emperor Blood Pool is like this. He feels that it shouldn't be like this because his and Xiao Yuelan's Immortal King power is very strong, there is no sign of weakness. Even Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Yu Shaoling, who are cultivating together with them, have very solid immortal king power. He suspects that it might be because of the imperial clan bloodline. They tested black bloodline crystal and also used the third level of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to cultivate. Qin Yun, in my eyes, you only have the strength of a fourth level immortal king. Therefore, when we fight later, you better be careful, don't let me seriously injure you. Long Baoxing very confidently said with smile. Many thanks for the reminder. Qin Yan said with smile and cupped his fists. The imperial clan people all agree with Long Baoxing's words. Because they all know that eating the Emperor Origin Heavenly Pill and entering the Emperor Blood Pool to cultivate can allow one's cultivation to increase very quickly, but their foundation will be very unstable. Qin Yan heard many imperial clan disciples below the stage discussing this matter. He also understood why the Emperor Blood Pool is empty. It turns out that no one is willing to enter to cultivate. The referee rang a small bell and shouted, "Begin." At the beginning, Long Baoxing roared, his body erupted with a burst of berserk dragon energy. That whistling immortal king dragon power brought along a terrifying energy, it whistled on the battle platform. Just this kind of imposing manner is very astonishing. Indeed very strong. Qin Yan stood at his original spot, suddenly he was blown back 2 steps by the energy. And at this moment, Long Baoxing also used extremely profound footwork, his figure flashed a few times and arrived behind Qin Yun. Voila, one of Long Baoxing's arms suddenly transformed into a very domineering golden dragon head broadsword. The broadsword chopped down with the power to split mountains and split the earth. Dragon roar shook the air as it chopped down in a domineering manner. Qin Yan exclaimed in his heart, the Dragon Manor's dragon warriors are indeed very strong. This Long Baoxing can display such terrifying power with the cultivation of a 5th level immortal king. It is enough to prove that his ranking on the immortal king list and the Emperor Dragon list is not just for show. However, Qin Yun is not weak either. Boom, when Long Baoxing's dragon saber arm chopped down, a body-protecting dragon aura cover appeared around Qin Yun's body and blocked the saber. Below the battle platform, a burst of exclamations came out. Qin Yun did not move from his original spot, he did not even turn his head. He only used the light golden energy cover around his body to block Long Baoxing's violent saber strike. Dragon and saber immortal martial spirit is indeed very strong. Qin Yun said in his heart. Long Baoxing cried out in alarm, body-protecting dragon aura cover, very strong. After he chopped down with his saber, he wanted to borrow the momentum of the second saber strike, but the body-protecting dragon aura cover burst out with rebound power. In order to offset the rebound power, Long Baoxing had no choice but to fly backwards, stabilize his body and disperse the rebound power. And just as he was flying backwards, Qin Yun's body shot out like a light beam. When Qin Yun used light transformation sacred pupil, it could be said that he only shot out a light beam, he did not have any imposing aura at all. It was not like Long Baoxing's imposing aura earlier. However, Long Baoxing can sense that Qin Yun is converging his imposing aura and gathering it inside his body. This is extremely dreadful. Condensing the power of one's whole body into one's body, gathering it together and then exploding it out, one can produce a very strong power. Run, this is Long Baoxing's first thought. However, just as he was about to run, he felt his body sink, an invisible pressure suddenly appeared and pressed down on his body. Long Baoxing reacted very quickly, he ferociously roared and shook off the supergravity. It must be said that Dragon Manor's dragon warriors are very strong. However, after Long Baoxing was pressed down by the supergravity, he was a bit slow. When experts exchange blows, victory and defeat can be decided in a split second. Qin Yun has already rushed over, his palm chopped down like a wild saber. When the palm blade fell, everyone can see the space fluctuating from the vibration, the air also exploded from the pressure of this dreadful vibration. Heavenly Extermination 9 style, Heavenly Shaker, power like heavenly wrath. Power like heavenly might, the palm blade landed on Long Baoxing's shoulder. Long Baoxing let out a loud shout, dragon scales burst out on his arm but they still cracked and his entire arm made a cracking sound. I concede. Long Baoxing shouted. Qin Yun's palm strike just now can be considered as light. If it was filled with ferociousness and violent fire, heavenly Tao power and nether sun totem appeared on his arm, it would have been enough to tear Long Baoxing into 2 halves. Are you all right? Qin Yan said with smile. Northern Battle Zone Long Baoxing lost, Qin Yan won his 24 points, adding his own points, he had 48 points. When betting points, winning or losing would not add or subtract 1 or 2 points. Only when there was no betting would it be counted. Long Baoxing, a 5th-level immortal king, losing to Qin Yan, a 6th-level immortal king was nothing to be ashamed of. He just felt that bragging about how powerful he was a bit stupid. Long Baoxing, who came from the Dragon Manor, was very suspicious of Qin Yan's strength because he was very sure that Qin Yan had used the Diyuan Heavenly Pill and the Emperor Blood Pool to quickly improve. This kind of situation was very normal in the Imperial Clan Divine Palace. Although most of the disciples of the Imperial Clan were unwilling to use this method to improve their cultivation, some people would first break through and then slowly consolidate their cultivation. Qin Yan had just broken through to the 6th level of the Immortal King realm, so he did not have time to consolidate and strengthen his Immortal King power. His situation was very abnormal, which Long Baoxing did not expect. Under normal circumstances, Long Baoxing could indeed win. When Qin Yan fought with Long Baoxing just now, he could feel that Long Baoxing was indeed very strong. With his cultivation of the 5th level of the Immortal King realm, he could defeat ordinary 7th-level Immortal Kings. How did you cultivate? This doesn't make sense at all. Long Baoxing frowned, otherwise, I wouldn't have foolishly bet with you. Because he lost more than 20 points, Long Baoxing also fell out of the top 50. Of course, with his strength, he would be able to fight back very quickly. I'm not sure either, I only know that I'm not weak. Qin Yan chuckled and walked down the stage. Although Long Baoxing was a bit arrogant, he was easy to talk to and was the kind of person who could afford to lose. Long Baoxing followed Qin Yan down the stage. He wanted to chat with Qin Yan a bit more and figure out Qin Yan's situation. Brother Qin, you are very strong, you should go to a stronger battle stage. Go to the northern battle stage, that is the gathering place of the 7th and 8th level Immortal Kings. Long Baoxing laughed, don't bully people here. After someone heard this, he also continued, Qin Yan, with your strength, no one at the same cultivation level would be willing to bet points with you. If you managed to buy the qualifications with great difficulty and no one bet points with you after you went up, then you would only win 1 point. That's right. Since we've spent a lot of Saint Profound silver crystals to get on stage, we should try to win as many points as possible. Someone laughed and said, go to the Northern War Zone. The 7th or 8th Heaven Celestial Kings there will definitely be willing to play with you. The people on the West Battle platform wished for nothing more than for Qin Yan to leave as soon as possible because it was impossible for them to defeat Qin Yan. Qin Yan was waiting on the platform. If they were to accidentally pick Qin Yan, losing 1 point would not be a big deal, but it would be a waste of the right to enter the platform. Brother Qin, let me send you to the Northern Battle Zone. Long Baoxing chuckled. Let's go, go, go. Qin Yan thought about it and felt that there was no point in staying in the Western War Zone. Therefore, he agreed to go to the Northern War Zone. Seeing Long Baoxing lead Qin Yan towards the Northern War Zone, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Furthermore, they even wished Qin Yan victory in every battle and that everything would go smoothly. They said many nice things to him and sent him off like he was a plague. Qin Yan followed Long Baoxing to the Northern War Zone. Baoxing, does Princess Xianxia get any good treatment in your Dragon Manor? Qin Yan asked. This princess from the Dark Royal race is willing to be pawned in the Emperor race Divine Palace. This is definitely not simple. Hey, this woman wants our 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Their Dark Royal Dragon race doesn't have this kind of thing. Long Baoxing said with smile, our Dragon Manor can see through her little trick. Qin Yan is not surprised that Dragon Manor has the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Qin Yan has been thinking of a way to use dragon heavenly runes to help the immortal desolate dragon race set up a true 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. But until now, he still has not collected enough dragon heavenly runes. Dark Royal Dragon race? Princess Xianxia is a dragon? Qin Yan said in shock. No, she has half dragon blood in her body. Half human, half dragon. Long Baoxing said, our imperial race's clan emperor is also half human, half dragon. Qin Yan nodded, this kind of situation is very common among the dragon race. Then tell me, will Princess Xianxia succeed? Is your dragon Manor's 9 dragon heavenly origin formation really that important to her? Qin Yan said with smile. It is extremely important. Why have the Dark Royal race been unable to defeat us for so many years? Isn't it because they don't have the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation? Long Baoxing said with smile, when our two races fought, it was mainly the dragon race from both sides who fought. Dragon Manor is the army of the Emperor race, fighting and whatnot is done by the dragon race. It is the same for the Dark Royal race. It seems like Dragon Manor will protect the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation very well. Qin Yan said with smile. Of course. Long Baoxing said with smile, Princess Anya will not succeed. Qin Yan said again, Baoxing, have you heard of a woman named Long Xiaofeng? Long Baoxing nodded and said, of course I have, she is very awesome, her imperial dragon bloodline is very pure, moreover, she also has phoenix bloodline. Phoenix bloodline? Qin Yan said in amazement. I have only heard of it. In short, she is a very special existence in our dragon manor, people call her imperial dragon princess. Long Baoxing said with grave expression. Princess Anya told Qin Yan before that Long Xiaofeng's identity is very special. Now hearing Long Baoxing's words, Qin Yan realized that Long Zhuang must have discovered something special about Long Xiaofeng. Qin Yan and Long Baoxing arrived at the northern war zone. Long Xiaofeng is not here. Long Xiaofeng went to the central war zone. As a 7th stage immortal king, she can easily defeat 8th stage immortal kings, so no one here wants to bet points with her, they can only go to the central war zone. Long Baoxing said with smile, Princess Anya also went to the central war zone. At this time a middle-aged man looked at Long Baoxing and said, Baoxing, why did you come here? Who is this person? He looks very familiar. My brother, Qin Yun. Long Baoxing laughed loudly and patted Qin Yun's shoulder. Qin Yun came to the northern war zone. The people here don't know that Qin Yun is already a 6th stage immortal king, Long Baoxing proudly said with smile, I just exchanged pointers with brother Qin and lost. So I sent him here to give you points, he now has 48 points. There are more than 100 immortal kings on the northern war zone's largest battle stage. They are very amazed to learn that Qin Yun has 48 points. If Qin Yun bet 48 points, so long as he wins, he will get 48 points. This is very impressive. Of course, ordinary people would not bet all their points on the battle stage. He can come here to fight, an old man asked doubtfully. Brother Qin is a 6th stage immortal king, he can easily beat you 7th stage immortal kings, ha ha ha, don't look down on him. Long Baoxing said with smile. At this time, the auction for the qualification to go on stage is about to begin. After learning that Qin Yun has become a 6th stage immortal king, the immortal kings of the ancient city of Immortal King are very surprised. But the Dark Royal family and Imperial family people don't think it's a big deal. Especially the Imperial family disciples, they know very well that Qin Yun used the Emperor Blood Pool and Emperor Origin Heavenly Pill to break through. Qin Yun participated in the auction and used several tens of thousands of genes of sacred mysterious silver crystals to buy the qualification to go on stage. In order to play it safe, Qin Yun did not choose to challenge 8th stage immortal kings, instead, he chose 7th stage immortal kings. Very quickly, he finished the drawing. He picked a 7th stage immortal king from the Dark Royal family, he is a fat middle-aged man. Betting points, the middle-aged man said with a sinister smile. 48 points, do you dare to follow? Qin Yun said with smile. I've let you see a joke, I only have 40 points. The fat middle-aged man said with smile, let's bet 40 points, how about it? Gambling all one's points, this is rather rare. The fat middle-aged man is so confident, he definitely thinks that Qin Yun used the Emperor Blood Pool to quickly cultivate, that's why he is very weak. Alright. Qin Yun nodded in agreement, then took out his jade card and gave 40 points to the judge. The fat middle-aged man from the Dark Royal family also gave 40 points to the judge. Long Baoxing opened the bet. Qin Yun feels that Long Baoxing can join Murong Darren and others. It must be known that Long Baoxing said how many Emperor Origin Heavenly Pills Qin Yun ate and entered the Emperor Blood Pool to cultivate, only then could he break through very quickly. He deliberately boasted about how awesome Qin Yun is. The more he boasted, the less optimistic others are about Qin Yun. Especially the imperial family disciples, they all know very well that although eating the Emperor Origin heavenly pill and cultivating in the Emperor blood pool can increase cultivation very quickly, the immortal king power will be very weak. The dark royal family people are also very clear about this matter, that's why they all bet many sacred mysterious silver crystals on Qin Yun losing. Long Baoxing opened the bet, he only bet on Qin Yun winning. If others want to bet with him, they can only bet on Qin Yun losing. If Qin Yun wins, Long Baoxing will make a huge profit. Qin Yun now understands why Long Baoxing tried to curry favor with him and even pulled him over. So it is because he wants to make a huge profit. There are many people like Long Baoxing who open the bet. For example, Morong Darren and others. Moreover, they are very professional. Su Xiaoba and Xia Wufeng's plates have allowed them to make a lot of profit. There is also the big sister Xiao Yuemei, allowing them to win for sure. They don't know that Qin Yun is here, otherwise Long Baoxing would not have anything to do with it. Stand properly, the judge shouted. Qin Yun and the fat middle-aged man from the dark royal family are standing properly, making sure that there is a certain distance between them and each other. Although the battle stage is very big, when experts fight on it, no matter how far apart they are, when both sides attack at full speed, they will collide with each other in just 1 or 2 seconds. Therefore, the battle stage is a test of one's reaction speed, one must dodge the opponent's sneak attack in a very short period of time. Alright, begin, the judge shouted. Qin Yun feels a bit pressured facing the Dark Royal Family 7th layer Immortal King. Dark Royal Family Immortal Kings are not weak, Qin Yun must be very careful when dealing with them without using any weapon. As soon as the battle started, Qin Yun did not attack, instead he took defensive measures. First he released Body Protecting Dragon Handle Barrier, then he released Gravity Domain. Although his opponent is fat middle-aged man, he is very agile, his body is as fast as lightning, he rushed forward. In total darkness originally, the fat middle-aged man wanted to get close to Qin Yun before attacking. But after he got close, he sensed the gravity domain and immediately attacked. The fat middle-aged man punched out a ball of blue fist wind, making a low whistling sound, and then immediately retreated. He discovered that Qin Yun's gravity domain is very strange, he also sensed that Qin Yun's body protecting dragon handle barrier is very strong, so he quickly retreated. Hoo, the blue fist wind didn't look very violent. Instead, it was somewhat gentle. However, this power was extremely strange. After enveloping it, it suddenly turned into a blue lump of mud. A large amount of blue mud wrapped around Qin Yun. Qin Yun is extremely alarmed because his gravity domain is unable to block this energy. In other words, the ball of mud formed by the energy had no weight, so it would not be affected by the gravity domain. Qin Yun's body trembled as he released a powerful vibration force. That burst of power caused the mud that wrapped him to swell up. Damn it, what the hell is that? Qin Yun was alarmed as he immediately cast his penetration divine power in an attempt to penetrate the barrier. However, he realized that his divine powers were unable to penetrate the barrier. Brother Qin, that fatty is using the Dark Royal family's secret technique, total darkness. It can seal any kind of energy inside. Long Baoxing shouted anxiously, no matter how strong the power you release is, it will only expand that power. Qin Yun immediately understood that the power of the absent sun technique had a special property similar to elasticity. When it enveloped a person, no matter how much they struggled, they would be enveloped by the elastic energy, unable to break free. Qin Yun, you lost. Thank you for giving me points. With your 40 points, I can quickly rush to the top 20. The fat middle-aged man laughed loudly. His body is releasing a blue mist. The mist floated out and constantly strengthened the blue mud that enveloped Qin Yun. Brother Qin, that guy is about to attack. Long Baoxing is very anxious, if Qin Yun loses, he will lose even his underwear. Boom, the fat middle-aged man quickly leaped over and descended from the sky. His fists were like a pair of raging tigers. Although Qin Yun is enveloped by the power of total darkness and is unable to sense his surroundings, he still has the body-protecting dragon aura barrier. The fat middle-aged man was a 7th firmament immortal king. The immortal king power in his body was extremely terrifying. Now, he had gathered all the power in his body and punched Qin Yun with both fists. Qin Yun, who is wrapped up, felt the body-protecting dragon aura barrier shatter in an instant. Originally, the body-protecting dragon aura barrier would produce a very strong rebounding force. However, after Qin Yun was enveloped by the power of total darkness, the rebounding force was isolated and he was unable to escape. Quite powerful. The fat middle-aged man laughed and said, "But how long can you hold on for?" The fat middle-aged man laughed loudly and attacked again. Qin Yun was wrapped up and could not leave his spot. All he could do was struggle. "Brother Qin, quickly defend!" Long Baoxing shouted. Qin Yun released body-protecting dragon aura barrier and gravity domain again. When the fat middle-aged man's fist rushed over, he also felt a strong resistance, causing his fist to be unable to directly injure Qin Yun. "Yuner, release Nether Sun Fire," Qin Yun said in his heart. Ling Yuner immediately controlled the Nether Sun and released a very strong Nether Sun Fire. The power of total darkness immediately stuck close to Qin Yun, and the Nether Sun Fire released by Qin Yun also had a very good effect. The Nether Sun Fire can dissolve any energy, crush and refine everything. After the power of total darkness was burned by the Nether Sun Fire, it quickly dissipated, turned into mist and then was swallowed by the Nether Sun. The fat middle-aged man saw that the power of total darkness is gradually weakening and is extremely shocked. Below the stage, the people from Imperial Race and Dark Royal Race burst out in alarm. The total darkness is very dangerous. Those who are familiar with it will avoid it in advance. The immortal kings of the Immortal King Ancient City have suffered many losses. In order to avoid being surrounded and beaten up, they can only admit defeat. However, Qin Yun seems to have broken through the envelopment of the total darkness power. The total darkness is a piece of blue sticky mud that wraps people inside and has a very strong elasticity. Now, the blue mud wrapping around Qin Yun is emitting a blue mist. "Don't even think about coming out." The fat middle-aged man is very anxious. He shouted loudly and rushed over again, punching towards Qin Yun's head. Nether Sun Totem appeared on Qin Yun's fist. Ferocious power roared like a dragon and thunder. Nether Sun Fire was released through the Nether Sun Totem. He punched. The Nether Sun Fire on his fist pierced through the layer of blue mud and collided with the fat middle-aged man's fist. Boom! Qin Yun's fist vibrated like the heavenly quake. He used the heavenly quake of the 9-style heavenly extermination. Moreover, it is produced through the heavenly Tao's ferocious power and Nether Sun Totem. Its might is very dreadful. The fat middle-aged man's fist cracked from the impact, and the fingers on his hand broke and flew everywhere. Crash! Qin Yun's palms emitted black Nether Sun Spirit. He tore apart the total darkness power wrapping around him. Qin Yun came out. The immortal kings below the stage are all dumbstruck. "Ha ha ha, Brother Qin is invincible, quickly get rid of him." Long Baoxing laughed heartily. Just now, he thought that he would lose. He almost cried. Although the fat middle-aged man's hand has been destroyed, his injury is not too serious. He is a 7th heaven immortal king. He will not admit defeat. If he loses, he will lose 40 points. Qin Yun immediately flew over and released tree vines. Although the tree vines appeared very quickly, the fat middle-aged man's reaction is very fast. He can dodge in advance or break the tree vines that are trying to wrap around him. Moreover, he is constantly moving around the stage, trying to avoid Qin Yun getting close to him. He knows that Qin Yun has a very strong body-protecting dragon handle barrier, as well as that strange gravity. Just now, when he exchanged blows with Qin Yun, he realized that Qin Yun's power is very dreadful. Therefore, he cannot get close to Qin Yun. He must find an opportunity to use total darkness again to envelop Qin Yun. "Don't run!" Qin Yun shouted and released gravity domain. This time, Ling Yuner controlled the Nether Sun to release an even bigger gravity domain, covering more than half of the stage. The fat middle-aged man is finally covered by the gravity domain. His body suddenly floated up. He is floating up, his body is not under his control. The moment he floated up, Qin Yun used light transformation sacred pupil and rushed over in the blink of an eye. Qin Yun's hand fell down like a fierce axe. A large area of thunder and lightning exploded along with his arm. Heavenly Extermination 9 style, Thunder Collapse. Berserk thunder and lightning exploded down like a thunderbolt. Although the fat middle-aged man released a very strong immortal king power to protect himself, the barrier was destroyed in an instant. Boom! The fat middle-aged man fell to the ground. his body was struck by the concentrated berserk thunder and lightning. Qin Yun's ferocious aura is also extremely dreadful. He raised his hand and was about to attack again when the fat middle-aged man shouted in pain, "I admit defeat. If they continue to fight, they might die. If they die in this kind of battle, they can't blame others." Qin Yun won. He now has 88 points, he can enter top 50. The Immortal King ranking in the middle of the Immortal King Ancient City is not updated, it is refreshed every hour. Long Baoxing laughed loudly and said, "Won, brother Qin won. I won. Those people who bet on Qin Yun's loss are all very unhappy." Long Baoxing earned more than 100,000 sacred Xian silver crystals this time. After Qin Yun collected his points, he walked down the stage with a smile. Long Baoxing also gave him 80,000, he did not take it all for himself. Imperial race and Dark Royal race people are very suspicious. How can Qin Yun break through so quickly and still maintain his strength? This is very unreasonable. Qin Yun took out the devil mirror and contacted Xiao Yuelan. "Yuelan, how is it on your side?" Qin Yun asked. "I have 80 points. Xiao Yun, what about you?" Xiao Yuelan asked. "Ah? You are also very fast, I have 88 points. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. "You are also in the Northern War Zone?" Xiao Yuelan said in shock. "An, are you also here?" Qin Yun asked. "Of course I am, but I am on the middle stage. I won a match in the Western War Zone and won 26 points. Then I immediately came to the Northern War Zone and bought the qualification to go on stage. After winning one match, I have 80 points in total." Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yun immediately realized that he can go on stage in many war zones. For example, if he bought the qualification to go on stage in the Western War Zone, he would need to wait for 3 matches before he can continue to buy in the Western War Zone. However, he can go to other war zones. If he has enough energy, strength and wealth, he can fight in the Western War Zone and then immediately go to the Northern War Zone to buy the qualification to go on stage. After winning, he can go to the middle stage. This way, he can fight continuously. "Xiao Yun, let's meet up, we will go to the middle war zone to take a look," Xiao Yuelan said with smile. Long Baoxing also ran back. After Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan met, he used the teleportation jade pendant and directly teleported to the middle war zone. This can save time. "Xiao Yun, are you injured?" Xiao Yuelan asked with concern. "Not at all," Qin Yun said with smile. "Let's see if we can defeat a 9th level Immortal King in the middle war zone. The guy I fought before was a 7th level Immortal King. It would be very strenuous to fight an 8th level Immortal King, it is hard to say for a 9th level Immortal King." Xiao Yuelan shook her head and said, "If we are 7th level Immortal Kings, we can give it a try. With Princess Anya here, even if they are 7th level Immortal Kings, she doesn't want to face 9th level Immortal Kings. But because everyone knows that she is Princess Anya and that she can defeat 7th or 8th level Immortal Kings with her 7th level Immortal King cultivation, no one wants to bet points with her. If she wants to bet points, she can only go all out against 9th level Immortal Kings. In other words, 9th level Immortal Kings can wait for many 7th or 8th level Immortal Kings to give points to them. Most of the people at the top of the Immortal King ranking are 9th level Immortal Kings. This is mainly because those powerful 7th or 8th level Immortal Kings are giving points to them. When a 7th level Immortal King fights a 9th level Immortal King, 8 out of 10 will lose. Even Princess Anya is fully prepared before she dares to make a bet. Just as Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan arrived, they saw an old man from the Immortal King Ancient City go on stage. This kind of old man going on stage is most likely to announce a change in the rules. Now, many Immortal Kings are satisfied with this kind of gambling rules, no one wants to change it. Furious battle. This is good news. After Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan heard this, they are secretly happy. If the two of them join hands, defeating an 8th Heaven Immortal King won't be a problem. Even a 9th Heaven Immortal King might be defeated by them. The old man on the stage said again, "Apart from this, you can also directly choose an opponent to challenge, but this requires the other party's consent. During battle, you can fight many people against many people, you can also fight many people against one person, the specifics are decided by both sides. If the auction price is 100,000 sacred Xian silver crystals, Then everyone in your team will have to pay 100,000 sacred Xian silver crystals. This immediately caused many people to discuss. Group battle is indeed a good way to play, moreover, you can also choose an opponent. This way, you can make a private agreement, then buy the qualification to go on stage and gamble points. Many 7th Heaven Immortal Kings with good strength don't dare to challenge 9th Heaven Immortal Kings. If they can bring along 1 or 2 companions, they will have enough confidence to fight against 9th Heaven Immortal Kings. This way, 9th Heaven Immortal Kings can also obtain more points. This is very good news for 9th Heaven Immortal Kings. It means that there will be even more 7th and 8th Heaven Immortal Kings coming to give them points. Xiao Yun, Xiaofeng doesn't seem to be in the crowd. Xiao Yuan said with frown. Could it be that she went back to rest? Qin Yan looked at the crowd and also did not see Long Xiaofeng. Xia Wufeng and Princess Anya are here, but Long Xiaofeng is nowhere to be seen. Qin Yan went to look for Xia Wufeng. Boss Xia, have you seen Xiaofeng? Where did she go? Qin Yan asked. She is seriously injured. Xia Wufeng said with frown, she challenged an 8th Heaven Immortal King and was seriously injured. Her condition has already been stabilized and she has been taken back to rest. This is impossible. Xiao Yuan said in alarm and anger, there must be some secret behind this. Yes, that's why this matter is very strange. Xia Wufeng nodded and said, I was at the scene at the time, the first thing I did was check her injuries, I didn't see any problem. However, I know Xiaofeng's strength, even if she lost to an 8th Heaven Immortal King, she wouldn't lose so miserably. Qin Yan clenched his fists tightly. His expression was gloomy as he said coldly, who injured her? Xia Wufeng looked at an elegant, middle-aged man in white who was not far away. The middle-aged man had a beard and was dressed very elegantly. At that moment, he was chatting with a friend beside him. It's him, from the Chu family of the Inscription World. His name is Chu Hai. Xia Wufeng said, he can also be considered a member of the Imperial family. Inscription World's Chu family? Qin Yan said with a low snort, I had a grudge with them before. I must figure this matter out. Where is Xiaofeng being taken? Xiao Yuan asked. Her injuries can be stabilized, you don't have to worry too much. Xia Wufeng comforted them. Princess Anya gave her a pill, which made her feel much better, and then arranged for someone to send her to rest and heal. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan looked at the masked Princess Dark Knight and secretly thanked her in their hearts. Let's go ask her. Xiao Yuan said in a low voice. N. Qin Yan nodded, then glanced at Chu Hai and secretly clenched his fists. Chu Hai also saw Qin Yan and said with smile, Yo, isn't that Qin Yan? Chu Hai, what exactly did you do to Xiaofeng? Qin Yan said in cold voice. What are you talking about? Chu Hai said with smile, don't tell me you think that Long Xiaofeng lost because I won unfairly? It's definitely your doing. Qin Yan said angrily. Long Xiaofeng's cultivation is lower than mine, it's normal for her to be injured by me. Chu Hai shook his head and laughed. On the other hand, you often use some tricks to defeat strong people. You are just measuring others by your own standards. That's right, this Qin Yan caused my Chu family to lose an immortal king in that forest. He truly is a wretched guy. This bastard joined the Qin imperial family and is also a member of our imperial family. This is truly sad. How can our imperial family have such a guy? Qin Yan, Long Xiaofeng is just too weak. A weak woman overestimated her own capabilities and challenged brother Chu Hai who has high cultivation. It is very normal for her to be defeated. Long Xiaofeng is arrogant and stupid, she gave 90 points to brother Chu Hai in vain, ha ha ha. Qin Yan is extremely furious, he shouted, Chu Hai, do you dare to accept my challenge? A youth said with sneer, Qin Yan, you are much more stupid than Long Xiaofeng. Her cultivation is higher than yours and your cultivation is so low yet you want to challenge brother Chu Hai. Chu Hai shook his head and laughed, Qin Yan, I don't accept your challenge. It's not that I'm afraid of you, it's just that I don't want to waste time on a guy like you. What's the benefit of winning? I can only get 1 point. Brother Chu Hai is right, fighting with this kind of guy is simply a disgrace, someone at the side laughed and said. The people around the stage all focused their gazes on Qin Yan. Qin Yan is already the focus of attention. Now that he is loudly talking to someone, it also attracted the attention of many people. Princess Anya also walked over. I am a 6th heaven immortal king. Qin said coldly, also, I have 88 points, don't you want my points? Qin is a 6th heaven immortal king, he has 88 points. This caused the thousands of people present to be extremely shocked. Not all of the people here are 9th heaven immortal kings, there are many immortal kings of other realms. They are gathered here to watch the battle of the strongest on the immortal king ranking. An old man beside Chu Hai said with smile, this Qin broke through so quickly because he ate the D-origin heavenly pill and then entered the emperor blood pool to cultivate. There is nothing to make a fuss about. This is very normal among the imperial clans. All the imperial clans present nodded repeatedly. After Princess Anya arrived, she said in a low and cold voice, Qin, don't act recklessly, keep your points. That guy is very strange. Princess Anya, you are someone from the Dark Royal clan, yet you dare to say that I am strange? Chu Hai shook his head and said with smile, if I, Chu Hai, have any shameful methods on the stage, everyone will definitely be able to see through it. Someone shouted, that's right. There are so many powerful 9th heaven immortal kings here, are they all blind? Long Chafeng's skill is inferior, she lost to brother Chu Hai. It's very normal for someone with low cultivation to lose to someone with high cultivation, what are you questioning? An old man shouted. Chu Hai, do you dare to accept my challenge? Qin eyes are filled with cold light, he looked at Chu Hai and asked loudly. You are giving me points, I welcome you very much, I accept your challenge. Chu Hai chuckled and said, I will wait for you to buy the qualification to go on stage. Truly reckless, you won't even know how you will die later. Princess Anya groaned and then looked at Xiaoyuan, control your man, don't let him do stupid things. It's fine, he can win. Xiaoyuan said very confidently, just wait and see. Princess Anya lightly stamped her feet and said with snort, alright, if Qin is injured, I will also give him a pill to eat, who told me to be a soft-hearted woman. Then I will thank you first. Xiaoyuan said. The people on the middle battle platform knew that Qin wanted to challenge Chu Hai, so no one competed with him for the qualification to go on stage. Qin only used 20,000 sacred Xian silver crystals to buy the qualification to go on stage. After he went on stage, he directly stated that he wanted to gamble with Chu Hai. After Chu Hai went on stage, he said with smile, let's bet 80 points, lest you lose everything, 80 it is. Qin took out his jade card, walked towards the referee and gave 80 points to him. Chu Hai chuckled and said, my luck is really good. Long Xiaofeng gave me more than 90 points before and now another one wants to give me 80 points. If I win this time, I will be able to enter the top 10. A 6th heaven immortal king wants to defeat an 8th heaven immortal king? This guy is really confident. Someone shook his head and laughed. You can't use Sun Spirit on the stage, someone suddenly shouted. Princess Anya has Sun Spirit, she was restricted from using it before. Qin, if you don't rely on Sun Spirit, you are nothing. Chu Hai's friend below the stage laughed loudly. Qin is secretly alarmed. Princess Anya actually has Sun Spirit. She must have taken it out before and was restricted. Princess Anya nodded and said, Qin, if you use Sun Spirit, you will be judged to have lost. Because of this, I lost 30 points. Qin only wants to quickly defeat Chu Hai and then go see Long Xiaofeng. Xia Wufeng said to Xiaoyuan in low voice, Yuan, wait a moment and see clearly. Maybe there is something I can't discover. Xiaoyuan nodded. Princess Anya said, that guy's method is very brilliant, no one can discover it. You should worry about Qin first. She is much weaker than Xiaofeng. Even Xiaofeng can't block that guy's sinister move, let alone Qin. He can block it. Xiaoyuan said. Begin, the referee shouted and rang a small bell. Chu Hai came from the Chu family of the inscription world, but he is not an inscription master. As soon as the battle began, his hands overflowed with immortal king power. Inside his immortal king power, there are 8 types of tiny king crystals emitting extremely strong energy. Brat, I'll let you experience my power. Chu Hai laughed heartily and rushed towards Qin with quick steps. Seeing Chu Hai attack, many people below burst into cheers. Brother Chu Hai is indeed formidable. This kind of movement technique is simply superb. No wonder he is ranked 18th on the Immortal King ranking. This beautiful attack perfectly uses Immortal King power. Look at his Immortal King power, the King Crystal. Inside is not small. One look and you can tell that it is extremely strong. Even some 9th level Immortal Kings are not as big as his King Crystal. Chu Hai's face is filled with proud smile as he rushed towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan's expression is gloomy and cold, berserk supergravity fiercely pressed down. Chu Hai, who was flying over, did not expect this and was directly pressed down to a halt. Chu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Everyone also let out a cry of alarm. Everyone can see that Chu Hai was suppressed by a formidable power just now. Qin Yan used light transformation sacred pupil and instantly arrived at Chu Hai. He sent out a palm strike, dragon roar and lion roar simultaneously erupted. Heavenly Lion Extinction Dragon Palm, moreover it is executed using absolute yang power, its power is extremely terrifying. Bang, Qin Yan's palm heavily landed on Chu Hai's face, causing Chu Hai's body to spin and roll in the air. A large amount of blood flew out of his mouth. Soul-injuring technique Chu Hai was sent flying by Qin Yan's palm strike, which immediately caused a series of exclamations below the battle platform. Those who said that Chu Hai was very strong were now speechless. Qin Yan, a 6th Heaven Immortal King, was able to slap an 8th Heaven Immortal King. This was indeed unimaginable. Chu Hai's strength was not just for show. He was indeed very strong. The King Crystal inside his Immortal King power was not small, which meant that his Immortal King power was extremely strong. However, just as he was about to attack Qin Yan, he suddenly stopped. Then, Qin Yan flashed over and slapped him. Qin Yan's 2 fingers were filled with extremely strong finger power. One could see that the space around his fingers were rippling. He caught up with Chu Hai, gathered his finger power and pointed it forward. He used the first finger of heaven extinguishing 9 fingers, piercing heaven. It carried an incomparably strong penetrating power, as if it could pierce through the sky and hit Chu Hai. After being slapped by Qin Yan, Chu Hai is also extremely angry. When he sensed Qin Yan's powerful finger force, he was alarmed. His body immediately erupted with berserk Immortal King power. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hai's body was wrapped by many stones. Boom! Qin Yan's heaven-extinguishing heaven-penetrating heaven finger power hit the thick stone shield and sent Chu Hai's body flying. Chu Hai's body was sent flying and hit the barrier, but he did not fly out. But Qin Yan's finger power was enough to kill him. On the battle platform, a large amount of stones and soil were scattered. They were all exploded from Chu Hai's body. Chu Hai rolled on the ground. Seeing Chu Hai being suppressed by Qin Yan, many powerful Immortal Kings were alarmed. Princess Xianxia also found it hard to believe. She did not expect Qin Yan's strength to be so strong. Just now, she secretly probed Qin Yan's Immortal King power aura. She felt that it was not very strong. But now, the power that Qin Yan erupted with was terrifyingly strong. The strength of the Immortal King power was definitely not something that an ordinary 6th Heaven Immortal King could have. Princess Xianxia also knew that Qin Yan was the same as them. Because of some kind of power in his body, his Immortal King power became stronger. Chu Hai's defense was extremely strong, and right now, he was like a huge stone ball. Although a lot of stone and soil had been sent flying just now, after he released the power of the Immortal King, he was able to quickly repair it. You bastard, do you plan on hiding like a turtle? Qin Yan sneered and immediately jumped over. Chu Hai had bet his points. If he lost 80 points, he didn't know when he would be able to earn it back. Moreover, he was an 8th Heaven Celestial King. If he lost to a 6th Heaven Celestial King, he would be too ashamed to show his face in the future. Therefore, he couldn't lose no matter what. After Qin Yan went over, he pushed out with his palm and a surge of energy surged out. The violent palm force was vast and mighty, bringing with it a mighty vibration power. This was the star-shattering palm. The star-shattering palm was a type of Tao art, and it was used in conjunction with the power of vibration. Qin Yan can control a very powerful earthquake divine ability power. He can release a very terrifying vibration power. At this moment, when the star-shattering palm struck out, the violent shockwave caused the entire space above the fighting ring to fluctuate. Seeing Qin Yun's terrifying power, many of the seventh heaven immortal kings present decided not to fight Qin Yun. The power that Qin Yun, a sixth heaven celestial king, grasped was enough to kill a seventh heaven celestial king. Even many eighth heaven celestial kings felt that they would be under great pressure when facing Qin Yun. Only the Dragon Manor's dragon warriors and dark dragon warriors didn't feel any pressure. However, they were also shocked by Qin Yun's current power. Boom! Qin Yun's star-shattering palm hit the very large stone ball. The violent palm force surged in all directions like a wave. The roaring vibration wave, along with the violent palm force, penetrated the stone ball. With a muffled sound, the stone ball exploded. Chu Hai, who was inside, rolled out with his face covered in dirt. He, who was originally elegant, is now in an extremely sorry state. Qin Yun immediately released supergravity and fiercely pressed down on Chu Hai. Then, the lightning lock sacred eye and tree vines appeared at the same time and wrapped around Chu Hai. Chu Hai shouted angrily, "Qin Yun, you used a dirty move. Screw you." Qin Yun shouted coldly and flashed in front of Chu Hai. He used the heaven-extinguishing 9 fingers piercing heaven and attacked Chu Hai's head. Boom! The finger force shook and exploded. Chu Hai's forehead was hit and a bloody hole appeared. However, it couldn't penetrate Chu Hai's head. It could only create a 2-finger-wide hole. This caused people to be shocked. Chu Hai's head has a hole but it doesn't seem to be affected at all. Moreover, it is quickly healing. Qin Yun is also extremely alarmed. His finger force just now contained a very strong mental power. Even if it couldn't penetrate Chu Hai's head, that powerful mental power was enough to destroy Chu Hai's soul. However, Chu Hai's soul doesn't seem to have suffered any serious damage. Chu Hai's expression is sinister. He shouted sternly, "Qin Yun, you have angered me." Hoo! At the same time Chu Hai roared, a violent black gas gushed out from his mouth. That black gas is very strange. At the same time Qin Yun dodged, he released a violent palm wind to disperse the black gas. However, the black gas didn't disperse. Instead, it rapidly rushed towards Qin Yun. After rushing towards Qin Yun, it quickly disappeared. Everyone thought that the black gas is a very strong power, but Qin Yun seems to be completely fine after being hit by the black gas. Chu Hai used a dirty move. Princess Xianxia said in a low voice. I don't know what that black gas is." Xiaofeng was hit by the black qi he shot out before, and then gradually lost. Xia Wufeng nodded. After Qin Yun was hit by the black gas, he also had a very strange feeling. He shook his head fiercely, trying to make that strange feeling disappear. However, he didn't succeed. Boom! Qin Yun suddenly felt a pain in his back. After Chu Hai broke free, he circled around to Qin Yun's back and fiercely punched Qin Yun, sending him flying. Below the stage, waves of cheers immediately came out. Especially Chu Hai's friends, they shouted very loudly. Qin Yun looked at the people below the stage. He also saw Xia Wufeng and Princess Xianxia. However, he can't see Chu Hai. "You can't see me." Chu Hai's voice appeared in Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun quickly turned around. Indeed, he can't see Chu Hai, nor can he feel him. Chu Hai stood in front of Qin Yun. He quickly rushed over and punched Qin Yun's face. Qin Yun knows that Chu Hai used a dirty move. He is alarmed and released body-protecting dragon aura barrier to block Chu Hai's punch. Although he blocked it, he was still sent flying by the impact. "Brother Yun, how are you?" Xia Wufeng shouted. Xiao Yuan said with a frown, "Xiao Yun can't see Chu Hai. But he can see us." Qin Yun did not reply because he wanted to speak but he couldn't. He felt that something is wrong with his body. "Qin Yun, you are dead." Chu Hai's voice sounded in Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun doesn't know why Chu Hai suddenly disappeared and why he can't sense him. Ling Yuner shouted, "Xiao Yun, you have been poisoned. It is a kind of soul poison that can paralyze a person's soul, so you can't see him and you can't speak." Xiaofeng must have been poisoned by this kind of soul poison. Qin Yun is infuriated. Long Xiaofeng was indeed defeated by a dirty move. He promptly operated the one-thought Imperial Heaven Art. The formidable God-tier technique allowed his soul to release a very powerful mental power, forcing out the soul poison that had infiltrated his soul. Nether Sun cooperated with Nether Moon and slowly devoured the soul poison. Qin Yun can suddenly see Chu Hai. Chu Hai punched over. Qin Yun immediately punched. His punch is like a blazing sun, its aura is fierce and scorching. This is the Heaven Extermination 9 style, setting sun. The two fists collided, Chu Hai's fist cracked and blood flowed out. The blood was instantly burned dry by the intense flame. Boom, Qin Yun punched twice, he used the Heaven Extermination 9 style. Nether Sun Totem also appeared on his arms, the ferocious and wild flame aura is shocking. Ah! After Chu Hai's body was hit by Qin Yun's two punches, he vomited blood and screamed miserably. The clothes on his upper body have been torn apart, leaving two dents on the surface. His powerful body has been torn apart, his injuries are not light. Who told you to use dirty moves? Qin Yun said coldly, I will kill you today. Just as Qin Yun's face is filled with killing intent and he is about to kill Chu Hai's wild laughter suddenly appeared in his mind. Qin Yun, kill me as much as you want. If you kill me, Long Xiaofeng will also die very miserably. The corner of Chu Hai's mouth slightly curled up, his face is filled with sinister smile. Qin Yun also suddenly stopped condensing his berserk finger power, he just experienced Chu Hai's soul poison. Although Long Xiaofeng has been saved, that mysterious soul poison is not easy to cure. Moreover, that kind of soul poison is surely under Chu Hai's control. Long Xiaofeng is on the way. I have injected poisonous insects into her soul, I can feel those poisonous insects coming over. Wait a moment, you will be able to see her painful appearance, ha ha ha. Chu Hai's sinister and evil laughter echoed in Qin Yun's mind. Chu Hai is using mental power to transmit voice to Qin Yun. This way, he won't expose the fact that he used dirty moves. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread out, he would be in great trouble. Qin Yun is extremely furious in his heart, he can no longer continue attacking. Chu Hai's body shook, 8th layer immortal king power roared out. Qin Yun promptly retreated. Just now, everyone saw that Qin Yun could have dealt a fatal blow to Chu Hai. However, Qin Yun strangely stopped, as if he is hesitating about something. Xiao Yuelan lightly groaned and said, Xiao Yun has been threatened by Chu Hai. Xia Wufeng and Princess Xianxia can also see that Chu Hai is definitely using Long Xiaofeng to threaten Qin Yun. That bastard Chu Hai, he indeed used a very brilliant dirty move. Princess Xianxia coldly groaned and said, Xiaofeng must still have his power inside her body. After Qin Yun dodged, Chu Hai continued to attack, moreover, he is laughing wildly. Qin Yun doesn't dare to attack him, so he has nothing to fear. Long Xiaofeng arrived, her hair is simply tied up, hanging down in front of her chest. Her haggard face is filled with worry. After arriving on the battle stage, her phoenix eyes are filled with anxiety. Xiao Yun, he. Long Xiaofeng arrived beside Xiao Yuelan and said in low voice, he is in danger, quickly let him come down. On the battle stage, Qin Yun also saw Long Xiaofeng beside Xiao Yuelan. Soul poison scarab Xiaofeng is fine. Don't try to deceive me, the one who will die is you. Qin Yun replied. If I die, the soul poison sacred insect inside Long Xiaofeng's body will go out of control and devour her soul. She will also die. Ha ha ha. Chu Hai's loud laughter appeared in Qin Yun's mind. At this moment, Long Xiaofeng, who was beside Xiao Yuelan, suddenly screamed in pain and squatted down. Xiao Yuelan and Princess Xianxia immediately hugged Long Xiaofeng and injected their power to investigate her situation. It's a soul. Xiao Yuelan quickly discovered it. Princess Dark Knight took out a few tiny silver needles and quickly pierced Long Xiaofeng's head. However, Long Xiaofeng was still screaming in pain. Seal her soul. Xia Wufeng anxiously shouted, he pressed his palm on Long Xiaofeng's head and released a very strong mental power. Long Xiaofeng finally fainted. The people at the side only thought that Long Xiaofeng's injuries have not recovered. Quickly let me beat her up, otherwise her soul will scatter and she will die. Chu Hai's ice-cold voice transmitted into Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Chu Hai sneered as he charged over and punched Qin Yun in the face. Boom, Qin Yun's face suffered a heavy blow and he was sent flying. Ha ha ha. You weak bastard, you want to provoke me? Chu Hai laughed loudly and violently beat up Qin Yun. On the stage, Chu Hai seems to have gone mad as he violently beat up Qin Yun. Everyone was puzzled. Despite suffering such a brutal beating, Qin Yun did not admit defeat. Furthermore, Qin Yan had the upper hand previously. Many people felt that something was wrong. After Long Xiaofeng arrived, Qin Yan began to lose power. There were many immortal kings with extremely high cultivation levels here. At this moment, they could all see something. Chu Hai also noticed that many people below the platform had suspicious looks on their faces. He knew that if he continued, it would arouse suspicion. Qin Yan, quickly admit defeat. Chu Hai transmitted his voice. I admit defeat. Qin Yan gnashed his teeth and roared. He did it for Long Xiaofeng. Qin Yan admitted defeat. The audience was silent for a moment, then burst into cheers. When Qin Yan had the upper hand, he was suddenly beaten up and then admitted defeat, losing 80 points. Xiaoyun can win, but he's being threatened. Xiao Yuelan gritted her teeth and said in a low voice. She hugged Long Xiaofeng. Her heart is also filled with anger. That overflowing killing intent caused Xia Wufeng and Princess Anya to be shocked. After Qin Yan lost, he immediately rushed to Long Xiaofeng's side. He immediately checked Long Xiaofeng's soul and used Nether Sun and Nether Moon to exterminate the soul poison sacred insect inside Long Xiaofeng's soul. Chu Hai wiped the wounds on his body with a towel and said with a hearty smile, "Did everyone see that? Although Qin Yan is very strong, it's not enough to fight against an 8th heaven immortal king." With that said, he walked towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan was beaten up on the stage, but his sacred body is very powerful, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. Chu Hai, you used the soul poison sacred insect very well. Qin Yan said coldly. After confirming that Long Xiaofeng is fine, he felt a lot more relieved. Chu Hai saw that Long Xiaofeng has woken up and wanted to control the soul poison sacred insect to devour Long Xiaofeng's soul but failed. His expression slightly changed, but he still said with calm smile, "Qin Yan, what are you talking about? You used soul poison sacred insect on me. You also used it on Xiaofeng." Qin Yan tightly clenched his fists and said in cold voice, "Just now, you used soul poison sacred insect to devour Xiaofeng's soul to threaten me to admit defeat." Chu Hai chuckled and said, "Qin Yan, you really know how to act shamelessly. Just now on the stage, you were beaten up by me and even admitted defeat." Chu Hai's friends also criticized Qin Yan one after another. "Qin Yan, can't you afford to lose? You were originally not Brother Chu Hai's match. A 6th heaven immortal king wants to win against an 8th heaven immortal king, truly ridiculous. What soul poison sacred insect? This kind of thing doesn't even exist. Qin Yan, you must have made it up. Qin Yan, don't slander me. Quickly admit your wrongs to Brother Chu Hai. Right, quickly admit your wrongs." A large group of people shouted loudly. Chu Hai looked at Qin Yan with a smile on his face. His expression seems to be saying, "What can you do to me? Qin Yan, if you agree to bet, you must be willing to lose. You lost, you lost. You lost so many points, you can only blame yourself for overestimating your capabilities and wanting to defeat the strong as the weak." Chu Hai shook his head and said with smile, "Go back and cultivate for 2 years. With your current cultivation, don't even talk about killing me, you can't even defeat me. I don't need 2 years, I can kill you right now." Qin Yan's voice fell, his arm suddenly expanded. His bulging arm burst open his sleeves. His thick and solid arm is covered with a kind of natural golden totem. This is the Nether Sun totem. It was originally black but now it has turned golden. This kind of totem rune seems to have been formed naturally. Looking carefully, it looks like the totem of a ferocious lion. Die, his 2 fingers jabbed forward and released a frantic finger power that enveloped Chu Hai's body. Heaven extinguishing 9 fingers exploding heaven finger, boom, at the same time the explosion rang out, Chu Hai's upper body instantly shattered. The exploded fragments carried scorching heat as they sputtered in all directions. Chu Hai's friends all had their faces splattered with a large amount of charred flesh. Qin Yan killed Chu Hai. Sure enough, he didn't need 2 years to kill Chu Hai. Moreover, it was very direct, the totem on Qin Yan's arm also suddenly disappeared. Princess Xianxia is extremely shocked because she knows what totem it is. The surroundings of the middle battle platform is completely silent. Someone died. If someone died on the stage, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Qin Yan killed someone below the stage. This is the Immortal King Ancient City. It is not allowed to kill within the Immortal King Ancient City. The person Qin Yan killed is from the Chu Imperial clan, and Qin Yan himself is from the Qin Imperial clan. The people of the Immortal King ancient city only felt a headache. They never thought that such a thing would happen. Qin Yan, you killed someone. A member of the Chu family shouted with a trembling voice. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Qin Yan's expression is indifferent as he said, just now, I could have killed him but he used Xiaofeng to threaten me, causing me to be unable to do so. Now, everyone should know how strong I am, right? Qin Yan's strength is truly very strong. Just now, he was beaten up on the stage and now he killed Chu Hai in one move. Previously, many people had great doubts about Qin Yan being defeated by Chu Hai. But now, they also secretly believed that Chu Hai was using some underhanded method. No matter what, you killed someone from my Chu family, so you must pay with your life. An old man from the Chu family roared and punched at Qin Yan. Clang, a crisp sword hum appeared, bringing with it a cold light. The one-armed sword immortal attacked. No one knew when a sword appeared in Xia Wufeng's hand. When everyone reacted, they only saw that the sword in his hand was dripping with blood. As for the Chu family elder who attacked Qin Yan, his body was also cut in half at the waist. Moreover, there are more than 100 bloody holes on his body. The Chu family elder who attacked Qin Yan is a ninth heaven immortal king. Xia Wufeng was worried that Qin Yan would be injured, so he attacked. Qin Yan knew that with Xia Wufeng here, he can be at ease. This is the trustworthy boss Xia. If they kill people here, at most they won't be able to participate in the Immortal King ranking. In the ancient city of Immortal King, the strongest are Immortal Kings. And Xia Wufeng is a ninth heaven Immortal King. With his sword cultivator strength, he can kill his way out. The other Immortal Kings immediately dispersed. Many people are very clear about Xia Wufeng's strength. His sword is terrifyingly fast, terrifyingly strong. If they were to fight, who knew whether or not a few bloody holes would appear on their bodies for no apparent reason? You killed people, the judge shouted. I already said, it was Chu Hai who was in the wrong first. I don't care about the rules of your ancient city of Immortal King. I only know that this guy used underhanded methods to make me and Xiaofeng lose. Moreover, he threatened me and even wanted to use soul-poisoned saint insect to control Xiaofeng. Qin Yan said coldly. Since it was Chu Hai's fault, then the Chu family's ninth heaven immortal king wants to kill my sworn brother. If your ancient city of Immortal King doesn't do anything, then I will. Xia Wufeng's voice is like a cold and dripping blood sword in his hand, filled with arrogance and ice-cold killing intent. Princess Xianxia stood at the side in a daze. She knew that Qin Yan is a very reckless guy but she didn't expect him to be so reckless. He actually dared to ignore the rules of the ancient city of Immortal King and directly kill people. She is the Dark Royal Race's Princess Xianxia. She and the Dark Royal Race's people came to the ancient city of Immortal King to participate in the Immortal King ranking. They all followed the rules. However, Qin Yan did not follow the rules. Even if he was in the wrong, he should have settled it through negotiation and let the person in charge of the Immortal King ranking come and investigate. The Immortal King City Master has arrived. This Immortal King City Master lost the Diyuan Heavenly Pill to Qin Yan before. His strength is also extremely strong. The middle battle stage is in the middle of the ancient city of Immortal King. The Immortal King City Master's residence is also nearby. After he heard the news, he immediately rushed over. The Immortal King City Master and several dozen very strong ninth heaven Immortal Kings have arrived. Qin Yan, the ancient city of Immortal King's rules are very strict. Since you killed people here, then no matter what, I will not let you leave today. The Immortal King City Master said, if you are wise, please cooperate with us. Otherwise, you will only implicate your friends. Don't tell me you still don't understand the reason why I killed Chu Hai? Qin Yan said coldly. Don't worry, I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Before the investigation is done, please stay in the ancient city. I won't lock you up in the dungeon, just put you under house arrest in my residence, the Immortal King City Master said. Brother Yun, you guys leave, I will stop them. Xia Wufeng said. Suddenly, a burst of spatial fluctuation arrived. Qin Yan sensed that a very strong spatial barrier has been opened in the Immortal King ancient city. Xia Wufeng has nothing to do with this matter. The matter of killing that old man, put it on me. Qin Yan suddenly said. If the investigation is done and it's really Chu Hai's fault, you can leave the immortal king ancient city, the city master said. Xia Wufeng originally wanted to say something, but he knew that Qin Yun did this to avoid a fight. After all, this is the center of the immortal king ancient city, it won't be easy to escape. Xiao Yuelan did not say anything, she only secretly transmitted her voice to Qin Yun. Xiao Yun, you must quickly escape. Sun spirit race in the city master's mansion, it should be more comfortable. Qin Yun slightly smiled, he does not look worried at all. Chu family people are seething with anger. City master, what you are doing is not appropriate. According to the rules of the immortal king ancient city, whoever kills people here should be imprisoned in the dungeon and subjected to torture, a middle-aged man from the Chu family said coldly. That's right. But now there are many suspicious points, we have to investigate clearly, the immortal king city master said. Your Chu Hai indeed has a big problem. Chu Hai is an 8th heaven immortal king, defeating a 6th or 7th heaven immortal king. What's wrong with that? The middle-aged man from the Chu family said angrily. Everyone is very clear about the battle between Chu Hai and Qin Yun. Princess Xianxia said, just now, Long Xiaofeng was indeed in great pain. Clearly, she was tricked. The middle-aged man from the Chu family coldly snorted and said, Princess Xianxia, you are from the dark royal race, yet you are helping Qin Yun and Long Xiaofeng and they are from the imperial race. Don't tell me you want to sow dissension? Let Long Zhuang and Qin Zhuang deal with our Chu imperial clan? You think too highly of yourselves. Princess Xianxia sneered, you are not worthy of being dealt with by Long Zhuang. The immortal king city master said with smile, don't worry, I will definitely give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Take Qin Yun away first. Qin Yun was taken away, but he was only brought into the city master's mansion and sealed inside a small building. There is also a spatial barrier isolation, it's pretty awesome. Inside the small building, Qin Yun is studying all kinds of seals outside the small building. Xiao Yun, do you think the city master can really investigate the matter of the spirit poisoned Saint Worm? Ling Yun'er asked, if it is clear that it is indeed Chu Hai's fault, will you still be able to get points? Qin Yun said with smile, when the time comes, I will definitely take back my points and also Xiafeng's points. Then you don't plan to escape? Ling Yun'er said, Yuelan will miss you very much. Humph, Yuelan is accompanied by so many beauties, how could she miss me? Qin Yun curled his lips and said. Yu Xiaoling is in the 9 Yang divine spirit. There's also Sister Steamed Bun and Sister Water Fairy. Why don't you let them out and get intimate with them? Ling Yun'er laughed tenderly, Sister Steamed Bun might not be willing but Sister Water Fairy and Yu Xiaoling will definitely be willing. I don't have enough for them to torment me. Qin Yun curled his lips and said. In this small building, there was also a training room. Qin Yun also took the opportunity to enter the training room to consolidate his cultivation. He broke through very quickly. Although the power of the immortal king did not weaken, he realized that if he were to face someone with a very strong Wang Jing, he would still feel a lot of pressure. For example, the Dark Knight Princess, the Dragon Warriors of the Dragon Manor, and the Dark Dragon Warriors were all extremely powerful geniuses. There was also someone like Xiao Yuelan, who was also very terrifying. Although he had not met one yet, he had to be prepared. Xiao Yun, that soul-poisoned saint insect is very powerful. How did Chu Hai get this kind of thing? Ling Yun'er asked curiously. I don't know either. Qin Yun shook his head and let Yu Xiaoling come out. After Yu Xiaoling came out, she looked around and extended her lily-white hand to caress Qin Yun's handsome face. She said with a tender smile, little husband, Yuelan is not here. Are you trying to secretly eat me? I've encountered a bit of trouble and have been temporarily locked up. Qin Yun said with a smile, I want to consolidate my cultivation, so I asked you to come out and help me. Kiss me and I'll help you. Yu Xiaoling gently flung her long golden hair. She has a pair of slender jade legs and is as tall as Qin Yun. She stood and hugged Qin Yun's waist. Her beautiful blue eyes flickered with charm as she stared at Qin Yun. Qin Yun kissed Yu Xiaoling's fragrant face and said with a smile, can we begin now? Not yet. Yu Xiaoling hugged Qin Yun very tightly. She coquettishly licked her lips and pouted. Ling Yun'er urged Qin Yun, telling him to hurry up. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and pushed Yu Xiaoling to the wall and kissed her. Yu Xiaoling seems to be very happy. Her heart is beating very fast and her beautiful jade face is filled with a happy smile. After the two of them kissed, Yu Xiaoling said with a tender smile, "Little husband, our relationship has become much closer. You seem to be very familiar with it." Qin Yan curled his lips and said, "Yuelan taught me." Yu Xiaoling pulled Qin Yan's hand and said with a smile, "Is it sweet and fragrant?" Qin Yan nodded, "It's very sweet and fragrant." "Are all fairies like this?" Yu Xiaoling said with a tender smile, "It should be." "Xiao Tian, this star fairy should also be the same. If you have the chance, you'll know when you try it out with her." "Then let's begin." Qin Yan sat down. "All right, little husband, let's begin." Yu Xiaoling pulled Qin Yan's hands and said with a smile, "Do you want Qingqing and Tianzi to come out?" "If they come out, will it be of great help?" Qin Yan asked. "It should be of some help." Yu Xiaoling nodded. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi came out. When Shui Tianzi found out that Yu Xiaoling and Qin Yan had kissed before, she was extremely jealous and pestered Qin Yan to kiss her. Qin Yan had no choice but to agree to this water fairy. Zi Qingqing watched from the side with a cold expression. After Qin Yan and Shui Tianzi kissed, he smiled and rubbed Zi Qingqing's face for a while. He said with a smile, "Sister Steamed Bun, you're the best. You didn't think of taking advantage of me." "Humph, you've taken advantage of me quite a bit." Zi Qingqing snorted. "Qingqing, little husband took the initiative to take advantage of you." After Shui Tianzi heard this, she said in shock, "When and how?" Yu Xiaoling puffed up her cheeks and said coquettishly, "Why didn't little husband take advantage of me? Could it be that my charm is not enough? Sister Qingqing, teach me how to seduce little husband." The dignified and elegant Zi Qingqing's jade-like face revealed a hint of pride. She smiled charmingly, "This is my secret, I won't tell you two little demonesses. Tell me quickly." Yu Xiaoling pounced over and pushed Zi Qingqing to the ground with a coquettish smile. Then, she started to tickle Zi Qingqing's body. That pair of naughty jade-like hands made Zi Qingqing laugh loudly. Shui Tianzi also joined in and scratched Zi Qingqing's body. Seeing this, Qin Yan was speechless. "Enough. Don't bully Sister Steamed Bun." Qin Yan shouted, "Hurry up and help me consolidate my cultivation." Zi Qingqing was made to laugh non-stop. After Yu Xiaoling and Shui Tianzi were pulled apart by Qin Yan, she was able to catch her breath. Then, she let out a bitter snort. Qin Yan tidied up her hair and clothes. This caused the two demonesses' faces to be filled with jealousy and jealousy. "Little brat treats me the best." Zi Qingqing's face was filled with pride. She stuck out her tongue at Yu Xiaoling and Shui Tianzi and said with a coquettish smile, "Although he didn't kiss me, we've known each other for a long time. We've experienced trials and tribulations together." Qin Yan recalled what he had experienced with Zi Qingqing and could not help but reach out to pinch her face. "Then tell us." Yu Xiaoling pulled Qin Yan's hand and said, "We will now help you consolidate your cultivation." Yu Xiaoling is a sun elf, the 9. Sun power within her body is very strong. With her help, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi also obtained great benefits from the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. After Qin Yan and the 3 women cultivated together, he began talking about his experiences with Zi Qingqing. "There are some things that even Shui Tianzi doesn't know. Little husband, why are you locked up here? Can you still go out?" Shui Tianzi asked with some worry. "Of course I can." Qin Yan laughed and then talked about how Long Qiafeng was poisoned by the soul-poisoned sacred worm. Knowing that Long Qiafeng was tortured to such a degree, Zi Qingqing and the others are very angry. Especially Yu Xiaoling, the sun elf who loves beautiful women very much. She said with killing intent, "That bastard deserves to be killed." Little husband did well, who told him to torture Qiafeng like that. That guy called Chu Hai must have come into contact with the sun spirit race. "What? Sun spirit race?" Qin Yan said in shock. "Ah? You don't know? Sun spirit race is a race within the sun. Didn't a solar storm come? They must have followed the solar storm. Could it be that no sun spirit race has arrived in the immortal desolate?" Yu Xiaoling said doubtfully. "Are you sure that the sun spirit race has arrived?" Qin Yan said in shock. He has always been paying attention to the solar storm. However, the solar storm is the same as before. Golden mist enveloped the sky above the immortal desolate and nothing big happened. Of course I'm sure. I didn't know that the solar storm would bring the living beings inside the sun, but when you mentioned the soul-poisoned sacred worm, I knew that the sun spirit race had arrived. Yu Xiaoling cursed in a low voice, these bastards are very good at using soul-poisoned sacred worm to control people. Qin Yin said with a frown, what the hell? There's actually no news at all. Yu Xiaoling said very angrily, luckily little husband is powerful enough, otherwise he would have been controlled by them. If my little husband was controlled by them, I would have perished together with them. Seeing how much Yu Xiaoling cared for him, Qin Yan's heart felt very warm. He had heard from Ling Yuner before that Yu Xiaoling's soul and Xiao Yuelan's soul had fused before. Therefore, Yu Xiaoling's feelings for Qin Yan are as deep as Xiao Yuelan's feelings for Qin Yan. If that really is the case, could it be that the Chu Imperial clan has secretly contacted the Sun Spirit clan? Qin Yan said with a frown. Maybe it's already under the control of the Sun Spirit race. Yu Xiaoling said, otherwise, how could they control the soul-poisoned sacred insect? Qin Yan said with a solemn expression, Xiaoling, you mean, the soul-poisoned saint insects can be controlled layer by layer? Yu Xiaoling nodded, that's right. Someone is controlling Chu Hai. If Chu Hai successfully poisoned Chao Feng, then he will be able to control Chao Feng. The person who controls Chu Hai can also control Chao Feng. If Chao Feng controls you and us, then the person behind Chu Hai can control us. After Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing heard this, their faces revealed expressions of fear. This kind of ability was extremely terrifying. Qin Yan felt a chill run down his spine when he heard that. He frowned and said in a deep voice, it's too terrifying. The Sun Spirit race might be able to control most of the people in Immortal Desolate. In any case, little husband is here, we are not afraid. Yu Xiaoling said with smile, you can block the soul-poisoned sacred insects invasion, you can also help Qiafeng expel the poisonous insects. We are very safe. I have to quickly tell Yuelan and others about this so that they don't fall into their trap. Qin Yan realized that the Sun Spirit race quietly arrived in the Immortal Desolate along with the Sun Storm to control the majority of the people in the Immortal Desolate. Sent to prison these days, the so-called Sun Storm is only a kind of golden mist enveloping the sky. In the beginning, it indeed caused panic in the Immortal Desolate. But because the Immortal Desolate has been very calm these past few days, they thought that it was nothing. Even Qin Yan, because it is too calm, he often does not feel the arrival of the sunstorm. The sunstorm is coming, it does not look fierce at all, but it hides a great danger. Especially now that Qin Yan found out about the Sun Spirit race, he feels deeply worried. He has experienced the Sun Spirit race's soul-poisoned sacred insects before, he knows very well how terrifying they are. Even a powerful half-dragon immortal king like Long Qiafeng is unable to resist them. It can be seen that they can control a large number of powerful immortal kings like Long Qiafeng. Xiaoling, does the Sun Spirit race have any other methods? Qin Yan asked, how can we see if he is being controlled by the Sun Spirit race? Qin Yan used the extinction spirit eye to carefully look at Chu Hai and did not find anything abnormal about him. Yu Xiaoling shook her head and said, it is very difficult to see if he is being controlled by the Sun Spirit race. I don't know much about the Sun Spirit race, I only know that they can use a kind of soul-poisoned sacred insect to control all kinds of living beings. Generally speaking, how do they control it? Can they directly control it with mind? Qin Yan wants to know more about the Sun Spirit race. No, it is to make the soul-poisoned sacred insect cause pain to the soul to force the other party to submit. Yu Xiaoling said, little husband, you have experienced that kind of pain, you should know what kind of situation it is. Qin Yan nodded, it is indeed very difficult to bear. I can resist and even kill the soul-poisoned sacred insect, but others don't have this kind of ability. Zi Qingqing said, little brat, you should have a way to make people resist the soul-poisoned sacred insect, right? Qin Yan thought for a moment and said, the soul-poisoned sacred insect mainly attacks the soul. If there is something to protect the soul, it can avoid the soul-poisoned sacred insect. It can indeed be made, it shouldn't be very strong. Shui Tianzi said with smile, little husband is very awesome, you will definitely be able to make it. Little husband, quickly tell this matter to Yuelan and the others. Let them inform the few palace masters to prepare against the soul-poisoned sacred insect. Yu Xiaoling said. N. Qinyan nodded and said, Yuelan said that she would come and see me. Immortal King City Master also allowed her to come and see me. Let's wait for her to come. In the following half a day, Qin Yun, Yu Xiaoling and the others cultivated together, using this to consolidate the immortal king power within his body, making the Wang crystal even more sturdy and his power even stronger. Yu Xiaoling has already gradually helped Qin Yun cultivate the sun core, but he can only cultivate it through her. Only a sufficiently powerful sun core could unleash the greatest power of the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Now, Qin Yun has only awakened a portion of his sun-suppressing divine arrow's power. He has not fully unleashed it. As for Yu Xiaoling, she also needs to be together with the sun-suppressing divine arrow to cultivate her sun core and then use it to help Qin Yun. At night, Qin Yun stood at the door of the hall and looked at the sky. The sky was still covered in a thick layer of glowing golden mist. The solar storm had arrived, but it was not a crazy storm. Instead, it brought something from the sun. There weren't many of those things, so they didn't cause any commotion in the immortal desolate. This was the most terrifying thing. As for what the solar storm had brought, perhaps only those powerful forces knew. Xiao Yuelan came alone. Yuelan, is Qiaofeng feeling better? Qin Yun stood at the door of the small building's hall and looked at Xiao Yuelan. Because there is a barrier, Xiao Yuelan and Qin Yun are separated by several meters, they can't get close. Much better. Dragon Manor's elders have already come to understand the situation. Princess Anya is also accompanying her. Xiao Yuelan tenderly snorted and said, This Princess Anya is so close to Qiaofeng, does she want to kidnap Qiaofeng? Qiaofeng is a great beauty, she can't be kidnapped by her. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, Yuelan, Qiaofeng won't go with her. Didn't you say that you would take Princess Anya? This woman is not easy to take in. Xiao Yuelan said with smile. Yuelan, what's the situation outside? Did the solar storm have any effect? Do you have any news about this? Qin Yun asked. The solar storm is very calm. Xiao Yuelan took out a chair and sat down. She looked all around and said in low voice, Elder Qin has already summoned the immortal King City Master to understand that you are under house arrest. As for the Chu Imperial clan, they are pressuring the immortal King City Master to punish you or hand you over. Immortal King City Master, this guy shouldn't agree, right? Qin Yun said. Although the immortal King City Master lost the Emperor Origin Heavenly Pill to us, he seems to want to rope you in. Xiao Yuelan said. After the elders of Dragon Manor came to see Qiaofeng, did they discover anything? Qin Yun asked, do they know about the soul-poisoned sacred bug? Xiao Yuelan shook her head, they only said that it is very strange and will continue to investigate. Moreover, they blame you a bit, you should not have killed Chu Hai. This way they would have been able to obtain more clues. These guys are really, if not for me, Qiaofeng would have been in great danger and would have been controlled by Chu Hai. Qin Yun cursed in low voice. Xiao Yun, how much do you know about the soul-poisoned sacred bug? Xiao Yuelan asked. I don't know much. Qin Yun told Xiao Yuelan everything he knows about the soul-poisoned sacred bug. After Xiao Yuelan finished listening, she became silent for a while. She is wearing a mask and it is impossible to see her expression. However, one can guess that she is very shocked right now. Xiao Yun, it's best if you don't escape first. Xiao Yuelan said, I will inform the 4 elders of this matter and also inform Sister Rujing. Qin Yun said, why don't I escape first? He wants to go out and find those Sun Spirit race people, Xiao Yuelan said in grave voice. Chu Hai has been poisoned by the soul-poisoned sacred bug, it means that there are other poisoned people in this Immortal King Ancient City. Maybe Sun Spirit race people are also in the Immortal King Ancient City. Yuelan, are you worried that they will secretly harm me? Qin Yun said. Sun Spirit race's soul-poisoned sacred bug is very strong. When Qiaofeng was poisoned, Princess Anya and some elders could not discover it but you know and can even expel the poison. Xiao Yuelan said, in other words, only you have a way to fight against the soul-poisoned sacred bug. Qin Yun said, if Sun Spirit race finds out, will they use all their strength to kill me? Xiao Yuelan said, yes, it's hard to say. Sun Spirit race controls many people and the Imperial Race Divine Palace might also have some. Also, if you escape, it will be very difficult for Elder Qin and the immortal King City Master. Let them investigate clearly and then release you justifiably. I will find Elder Qin as soon as possible and inform him of this matter. As soon as possible. Qin Yun nodded. Xiao Yuan immediately left. Qin Yun is not too worried about Xiao Yuan because since she knows that the soul poison sacred bug is a thing, it will definitely defend his soul. Ling Yin'er said, if Sun Spirit Race wants to kill you, it will definitely not be them. Instead, it will be the people controlling the Imperial race. Qin Yun nodded and said, Sun Spirit Race is very sinister. If they control other people from the Imperial race to kill me, I will be discovered and I will be the public enemy of the Imperial race. Qin Yun has a pretty good feeling in the Qin matter of the Imperial race. In the Imperial race, they can obtain more resources and become stronger faster. Furthermore, they have the help of Elder Qin and the others. Furthermore, he wants to figure out what the black bloodline crystal he detected means. It seems to be hiding a great secret. In the immortal King Ancient City's City Master's mansion, in a spacious and luxurious hall, Elder Qin is facing a few angry old and middle-aged men. Elder Qin only sent a puppet clone. He is a powerful immortal emperor and is unable to enter the immortal King Ancient City. A tall and sturdy old man from the Dragon Manor is smiling as he watched Elder Qin being cursed by the Chu Imperial clan's group of people. Elder Qin, don't think that just because your Qin Imperial clan is one of the 4 great Imperial clans, you can step on my Chu Imperial clan's head. Chu Hai is such an outstanding disciple, his bloodline purity is very high, it's level 12. The old man from the Chu family said very angrily. Elder Qin said, the immortal King City Master is currently investigating this matter. They will definitely give us a satisfactory answer. I think you just want to bribe the immortal King City Master so that he will release Qin Yun. In short, no matter what, Qin Yun killed Chu Hai, he must be punished. The old man from the Chu family shouted angrily. The immortal King City Master said, this matter is very strange. If I don't investigate it clearly, how can I explain it to the Qin Imperial clan? City Master, are you colluding with the Qin Imperial clan? An old man from the Chu family said coldly, if you truly do that, I will definitely let you know the consequences. This is a matter between our 2 families, it has nothing to do with you. This matter happened in my immortal King Ancient City, how can it have nothing to do with me? The immortal King City Master shook his head and said. Pa. If it was related to you, you should have killed Qin Yun. You can't even protect the people who entered the city, what the hell are you talking about? The old man from the Chu family shouted. The immortal King City Master said, very well, do as you please. In any case, Qin Yun is under house arrest by me. Before the matter is investigated clearly, none of you can do anything to him. My Chu Imperial clan is not easy to bully. You only have 2 paths to take. Either hand Qin Yun over to us or deal with Qin Yun. The old man from the Chu family said coldly, otherwise, we will squat at the entrance of the immortal King Ancient City and start a massacre. The immortal King City Master has a difficult expression as he looked at Elder Qin. Elder Qin shook his head, waved his hand and said, City Master, do as you wish. This is your territory, you have the final say. Very well, Qin Yun killed people in the city, I will throw him into prison and imprison him for life. Seeing that his attitude of admitting his wrongs is very good and that he cooperated with our immortal King Ancient City, he will be exempted from cruel punishment. The immortal King City Master said. You will really throw him into prison? The old man from the Chu family has a look of disbelief. How about you follow me and send Qin Yun to prison? The immortal King City Master said. Soul poison attacked. The immortal King City Master nodded and said, sure. Qin Yun is in that small building. Just as he wanted Yu Shaoling to come out and cultivate with him, he heard someone calling him. Qin Yun. The immortal King City Master is calling him. Qin Yun came to the door and looked at the people outside. He saw a few fiendish-looking old men and middle-aged men and knew that they are from the Chu family. Brat Qin, you have been imprisoned for life. Elder Qin sighed. Qin Yun, just you wait to die in prison, ha ha ha. The Chu family elder laughed sinisterly, no one can save you, unless the immortal King Ancient City is destroyed. Even if the immortal King Ancient City is destroyed, it will not be able to break our barrier. A very old man from the Chu family said with a cold smile. There are also quite a few people from the Dragon Manor. They are only here to watch the show. And there are also several dozen ninth heaven immortal kings from the immortal king ancient city. They are all responsible for escorting him because they are afraid that he will run away. Elder Qin walked beside the few Dragon Manor elders and said in a low voice, Seniors of the Dragon Manor, why don't you help say a few words? Qin Yan saved Long Qiafeng, that is your imperial dragon princess, aren't you grateful? The Chu family elder laughed loudly and said, Elder Qin, that bastard Qin Yun is harming the Dragon Manor's imperial dragon princess. The old guys of the Dragon Manor wish they could tear him apart. How could they help him speak good words? Qin Yan said with a frown, Seniors of the Dragon Manor, do you really want to tear me apart? The old man from the Dragon Manor said with a cold face, we didn't say anything like that. Some dogs are barking. It's fine if you don't find it annoying, but you can actually understand the barking of dogs and believe it. The Dragon Manor elder scolded the Chu family people as dogs. This caused the Chu family people to be extremely furious. They did not conceal their anger at all, it looked like angry dogs about to bite people. The middle-aged man from the Chu family sneered, Qin Yun, you don't know how important that imperial dragon princess is, right? She is the successor favored by the clan emperor. She is not someone a little bastard like you is worthy of. Qin Yan said with a smile, since she is the successor favored by the clan emperor, your Chu Hai wants to use soul poison sacred insects on her. The soul poison sacred insects are capable of controlling people. Is your Chu imperial clan planning to control Princess Di Long so that you can control your entire imperial clan in the future? Qin Yun, if you continue to spout nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. The middle-aged man from the Chu imperial clan shouted angrily. Elder Qin and Dragon Manor's people frowned. They don't know about the soul poison sacred insect, but Qin Yun's words seemed to be true. It was extremely unusual for the Chu family to be so flustered and exasperated. The people from the Dragon Manor and Elder Qin all felt that the people from the Chu imperial clan were acting strangely. Immortal King City Master said, Qin Yun, things that have not been decided yet, don't speak carelessly. This kind of influence is not good, it will only cause unnecessary trouble for the imperial race. Qin Yun originally wanted to talk about the Sun Spirit race, but after hearing the Immortal King City Lord's words, he immediately shut his mouth. Because the Immortal King City Lord definitely grasped something, the Immortal King Ancient City was the Holy Sun Ancient City, and it was once related to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. In other words, the Holy Sun Ancient City more or less had some understanding of the solar storm. Perhaps they knew a lot more than the imperial race. The imperial race had long since been sealed in the passage to the great desolate of darkness. Thus, they had never experienced the solar storm and naturally did not know about the soul poison sacred insect. However, it was possible that the Holy Sun Ancient City knew about it. Qin Yan wanted to secretly send a voice transmission to the Immortal King City Master but discovered that there was a very strong power blocking his spirit power transmission. Xiao Yun, that was done by those bastards from the Chu family. Ling Yin'er said, as expected of the powerful Sun Spirit race, their methods are very good. They are able to block spirit voice transmission. This Chu imperial clan has obtained the help of the Sun Spirit race. There were so many people from the Chu family, they must have something in their hands that was restricting Qin Yan's spirit voice transmission. Seniors from the Dragon Manor, I know that you are very concerned about Qiafeng. However, you might not know that if it wasn't for me, the abnormal sign that shocked you all would not have appeared on Qiafeng's body. Qin Yan said with a light smile. The reason why the Imperial Dragon Princess has such talent has nothing to do with you. It is because of the strength of our Imperial Dragon bloodline, the old man from the Dragon Manor sneered. Qin Yan also believed the words of the Chu family people. The elders of the Dragon Manor truly wanted to tear him apart because he was too close to Long Qiafeng. You bunch of people will definitely come and beg me in the future. Qin Yan said with a smile, I'm not talking about Qiafeng. Don't worry, our Imperial Dragon race will never beg anyone. The old man from the Dragon Manor laughed disdainfully, Qin Yun, you should properly stay in prison. You are also a member of the Imperial race, we will miss you. Seniors of the Dragon Manor, look after your 9-dragon heavenly origin formation well, don't let Princess Anya steal it. Qin Yun chuckled. Don't worry, she won't succeed. You really know a lot, you always like to inquire about all kinds of gossip. You will die very quickly, the old man from the Dragon Manor said with a confident smile. At this moment, Xianxia also felt the friendliness of the people from the Dragon Manor. When he was in the Qin Manor, he often heard that the people of the Dragon Manor and the dragons were all this friendly. The prison of the Immortal King Ancient City is not bad, it is a small hill that is more than 10 meters tall. Behind the city lord's mansion, there is a spacious area. Although it is on a prairie, this prairie is enveloped by many powerful enchantments. After entering, the people from the Chu family said with a smile, "These cells are really not bad, they are like huge tombs. Xianxia, you will die of old age in here." The Immortal King City Lord arrived in front of a small hill and opened a thick stone door that was covered with restrictions. "Xianxia, you better take care of yourself," the Immortal King City Lord sighed. "After the investigation is done, you will be able to come out." Elder Qin nodded at Xianxia. Bang, the door closed and the Immortal King City Lord controlled many array formations to open, enveloping the prison. The people from the Chu family then took out many array pillars and flag arrays, as well as a huge array disc that covered the top of the mountain. "Your Immortal King Ancient City, don't mess with those barrier formations. If there is any movement, we will know." The old man from the Chu family said coldly, "If you let Xianxia go, then our Chu family will perish together with you. We will guard the vicinity of the Immortal King Ancient City, as long as someone enters or leaves the city, we will kill them." The Immortal King City Lord sighed and said, "Why do you have to do this?" The old man from the Chu family said in a sinister voice, "Who told Xianxia to kill our people? We must ensure that he will be punished." A middle-aged man from the Chu family looked at the elders of the Dragon Manor and said with a smile, "Seniors of the Dragon Manor, don't tell me you don't want to add a few more layers of barrier? If Xianxia comes out, your Imperial Dragon Princess will be harmed by him. The barrier of the Immortal King Ancient City and your Chu family is very good," the old man from the Dragon Manor said with a fake smile. The reason why the old man from the Dragon Manor followed them is to determine whether or not Xianxia is imprisoned. Elder Qin's expression is helpless. He glanced at the small mountain that was wrapped up by the array pillar and flag array, then shook his head and sighed. He walked out of the prairie. "Xiaoyun, those guys from the Dragon Manor are really worried that you will harm Xiaofeng." "Ha ha ha." Ling Yunno laughed tenderly and said, "You should quickly take Xiaofeng, they might vomit blood right now." "Those idiots." Xianxia curled his lips and said, "Xiaoyun, it shouldn't be difficult to get out." Ling Yunner said with a smile, "You are the king of gods. Breaking out of this prison is a piece of cake for you." Xianxia took out his deity position and tested it. He discovered that this place is completely isolated from the outside world. He can't contact the immortal desolate sacred master at all. What made him pleasantly surprised is that he can use the golden devil horn to contact the evil god. The communication between the gods of the divine desolate and the lower realms is ensured by a special spatial law. The cage that Xianxia is in is only blocked by the immortal desolate's spatial barrier. It is impossible to cut off the connection with the divine desolate. "Evil god, I contacted you before. Were you in seclusion? Why didn't you respond?" Xianxia asked. "Little ancestor, something big has happened in the divine desolate. I was hiding and didn't dare to contact the outside world." Evil god snorted and replied. "Oh?" Xianxia said in surprise, "What happened? Big sister star god didn't tell me." Evil god sighed and said, "The imperial race and the dark royal race have stopped fighting, but that damned sunstorm came. There are also people from outside the nine sun heavenly domain. Now the divine desolate is in a mess. Everyone is fighting over the sun god crystal origin." "Then why are you hiding?" Xianxia asked. "My boss is dead." Evil god said with some dejection, "My boss is pretty good, but half of his body was bitten off by a bug from the sunstorm. So miserable." Xianxia is extremely alarmed. Although evil god is a weakling, his boss is definitely not weak. He was actually killed by a bug from the sunstorm just like that. "What bug?" Xianxia asked. "Will it come to the immortal desolate?" Evil god said, "Little ancestor, you better turtle up and don't run around. Those bugs are very powerful. They are raised by the sun spirit race." Qin Yan is startled. The powerful bugs that appeared in the Divine Desolate are actually related to the Sun Spirit race. Those bugs are very powerful. They reside in the souls of living beings and devour souls. They also lay eggs on other souls. Many experts in the Divine Desolate have fallen for it. After being parasitized by the bug eggs, a person will undergo a great change. Then, they will search for the mother bug and offer their soul to the mother bug, allowing the mother bug to become stronger. Evil God's words caused Qin Yan to be shocked and worried. The evil god paused for a moment before continuing, "My boss was eaten by an adult mother insect. Do you know, after the mother bug forms a cocoon, it directly transforms into a dragon. Those dragons are very ugly but also very powerful. Does the Sun Spirit race not have a human form?" Qin Yan asked. Yes, the human form of the Sun Spirit race is the highest level imperial race. Their strength is extremely terrifying. Even the 9 sun sects have no choice but to join forces with the imperial race to fight against those bugs. Evil God said, "Little ancestor, how is the situation on your side?" Qin Yan told Evil God about his encounter. After Evil God heard this, he said in shock, "Little ancestor, you are truly awesome. Under normal circumstances, once you are infected with the soul poison, there is no hope. You can actually detoxify and kill the saint bug and even help others detoxify. The Sun Spirit race will definitely kill you." Qin Yan also understood why the Chu imperial clan disregarded everything and forced the immortal King City Master to seal him. It was most likely because they were worried that he would destroy the Sun Spirit race's plan to sow seeds in the immortal desolate. "Motherfucker, since these damned bugs have provoked me, watch how I'll take care of you," Qin Yan said with sneer. At this moment, the prison on the small hill he is in overflowed with golden mist. Soul-protecting immortal talisman. Even if Qin Yan were to die in this prison, no one would suspect the Chu imperial clan. At that time, they could only go to the immortal King Ancient City to settle the debt. The Chu imperial clan's method is truly brilliant. This must have been done by the Sun Spirit clan. Qin Yan sneered as he looked at the golden threads that surrounded him. Those threads are like very thin worms. After surrounding him, they wanted to bore into Qin Yan's head. Qin Yan immediately unleashed the One Thought Imperial Heaven technique and released his mental power to the limit. He formed a soul-protecting defensive spirit formation that covered his entire body. After those golden worms slithered over, they touched Qin Yan's spirit formation and bounced to the side. So many! Qin Yan looked at the densely packed golden worms slithering in the air and trembled with fear. If this many soul-poisoned sacred worms were to bore into his soul, it would be disastrous. Ling Yuner said, "It seems like the Sun Spirit clan knows that you can resist the soul-poisoned sacred worms. That's why they are determined to deal with you." Qin Yan nodded, then extended his hand to push away the golden worms that are slithering around him. Those golden worms are the soul-poisoned sacred worms. Each of them is half a meter long. They are densely packed as they slither around Qin Yan and slowly float. The most frightening thing is that these golden worms possess very strong mental attack power. Even though Qin Yan has released very strong mental power defense, he can still feel the powerful mental attack of the soul-poisoned sacred worms. Furthermore, the soul-poisoned sacred worms are frantically devouring his mental defense. These damned bugs. Qin Yan strengthened his mental defense. The Chu imperial clan's people want to add many layers of spirit formations outside so that they can use this opportunity to release a large amount of soul-poisoned sacred worms to attack you. Ling Yuner said, "Xiao Yun, these soul-poisoned sacred worms are much stronger than the ones in Chu Hai's hands." Qin Yan can also sense that Chu Hai's soul-poisoned sacred worms are produced from Chu Hai's soul. They are not very strong. The golden worms that Qin Yan is seeing now are most likely produced by immortal emperors. They might even be soul-poisoned sacred worms produced by the Sun Spirit clan's royal family. The golden worms wanted to bore into Qin Yan's body and seize his soul, but they did not succeed. After trying for a bit, the golden worms realized that they couldn't succeed, and began to spread out. "Xiao Yun, these things are going to run away." Ling Yuner shouted anxiously. "Do you want to run out and harm people?" "No way." Qin Yan immediately released the mental nether moon. The black nether moon floated in the air. Under Qin Yan's control, it released a mental nether moon domain that enveloped the entire prison cell. The soul-poisoned Saint Bug wanted to drill out of the prison cell, but it was restricted by the Nether Moon domain and was unable to leave. The Nether Moon domain released a very strong mental power to control those soul-poisoned saint insects and then condensed them into a ball, like a thick golden rope. There should be a few hundred of them here, right? Xianxia chuckled and said, I caught them all. The soul-poisoned Saint Bug was a soul body. Xianxia took out a very large soul-sealing pearl and sealed the soul-poisoned sacred insects inside. That's great. Those guys wanted to use these powerful soul-poisoned sacred insects to kill you, but now, they've been captured by you. Lingyuno laughed tenderly, this way, you can use it to test. Xianxia said with smile, I was planning to refine something to defend against the soul-poisoned sacred insects. Now that I have this kind of high-level soul-poisoned sacred insects to test, it is the best. He took a few talisman papers from Xianxia, they can be used to make king-grade immortal talismans. And now Xianxia wants to carve the Nether Moon totem on the talisman papers. The soul-poisoned sacred insects seem to be very afraid of the Nether Moon's power. They can be resisted and defended by the Nether Moon's power. Xianxia said, I will give it a try and see the effect of the Nether Moon totem. Lingyuner said, Xiaoyun, the sun spirit race comes from the 9 suns. I guess that the Nether Moon can defend against the soul-poisoned sacred insects and the Nether Moon can kill them. Xianxia did not release Nether Sun power earlier. He used the power of Nether Moon and Nether Sun to expel Chu Hai's soul-poisoned sacred insects. Let's try the Nether Moon totem first. Nether Sun totem is not easy to make. Xianxia said. Nether Sun totem is not fixed. Now it has appeared on the 3 types of heavenly Tao power he cultivates. They are the little heavenly lion, the little divine hammer and the little dragon. It is rather difficult to carve them on the talisman papers. But the Nether Moon totem is different. He obtained the Nether Moon totem long ago. Adding that he has the Moon Lady inscription spirit, he can carve it very easily. In a luxurious private room in a high-class restaurant in the Immortal King Ancient City, more than 10 Chu Imperial clan elders are sitting. This guy Xianxia's luck is truly good. He was devoured by 500 sun spirit race's royal sacred insects. An old man sighed and said, it would be great if I could control royal sacred insects. Xianxia is a rare genius. Someone from the imperial clan wants to seize his body. Naturally, they have to use the noble royal sacred insects. After Xianxia is taken over by the royal sacred insects, how are we going to fish him out? A young man doubtfully asked. Isn't it simple? We will say that Chu Hai used dirty tricks, then we will humbly apologize to Xianxia and request the immortal King City Master to release Xianxia, an old man said with smile. Xianxia's soul has already been taken over by the royal sacred insects. Xianxia is now one of us, haha. Another middle-aged man laughed loudly and said. While they are very happy, an old man took out a communication jade talisman and received the news. Then his expression changed greatly. What happened? Someone saw his expression is unsightly and asked anxiously. The Sun Spirit Race's prince told me that the royal sacred insects did not succeed. The old man cursed in low voice, this guy Xianxia is truly strange. He is surrounded by 500 royal sacred insects yet he is completely fine. He can drive out Chu Hai's soul-poisoned sacred insects but they are very weak. It is very normal for him to be able to get rid of them. But with 500 royal sacred insects, not to mention him, even formidable immortal emperors would find it hard to resist. A middle-aged man said in amazement. Xianxia must have mastered a method to resist the soul-poisoned sacred insects. They can completely restrain the Sun Spirit Race's sacred insects. The old man's expression became grave. The Sun Spirit Race's prince sent me a message. He wants us to think of a way to kill Xianxia. He cannot be left alive, he has a method to restrain the sacred insects. Then how do we get Xianxia out? He is now in a prison cell and there are many barriers. The young man said. Go find the immortal King City Master and have him release Xianxia. Then we will find an opportunity to attack, an old man said. No, Xianxia is very cunning. His good friend Xia Wufeng is very strong. When the time comes, we won't have any chance to attack him. If he knows that the Sun Spirit Race wants to attack him, maybe he will hide in Qin Manor or his Divine Inscription Mountain. The old man shook his head and said. Isn't it fine if he is locked in a prison cell? In any case, our barrier is strong enough, the immortal King City Master won't be able to release him. A middle-aged man said with sneer, only if we agree to remove the barrier will Qin Yun be able to come out. As long as he is sealed, he won't ruin the Sun Spirit Race's plan. The Chu Imperial Clan's people all nodded their heads and relaxed. Qin Yun is crafting immortal talismans in the prison cell. He thought that the Sun Spirit Race wanted to use soul poison sacred insects to kill him, but that is not the case. They want to seize his body and soul. Very quickly, he finished crafting a talisman. The talisman paper is made with sacred mysterious silver crystal. The Nether Moon Totem can absorb the sacred mysterious silver crystal and use it as energy to resist the soul poison sacred insects invading the soul. As for whether it will succeed or not, Qin Yun has not tried it yet. It's finally done, let me give it a try. Qin Yun took out a golden silkworm from the soul-sealing pearl. Then he activated the talisman and released a strange mental power. After the golden silkworm was released, it rushed towards Qin Yun. However, when it approached Qin Yun, it was blocked by the mental power released by the talisman. Let's call it soul-protecting immortal talisman. The effect is very good. Qin Yun folded the talisman and placed it in his bosom. The weak mental power it produced was enough to resist the golden silkworm. The power released by the Nether Moon Totem activated by the sacred mysterious silver crystal is even stronger. Ling Yin'er said with smile, this is something that can completely defend against the soul poison sacred insects. It would be great if I could kill them. Qin Yun secretly activated the formidable absolute yang power and released it through the Nether Sun Totem. Then combined with the Nether Moon mental power, he released the power of an immortal king. Huu, the immortal king power transformed into a gust of wind and blew towards the fleeing soul poison sacred insect. The soul poison sacred insect was enveloped by Qin Yun's palm wind and suddenly turned into energy mist and dissipated. Truly a very weak thing, it is just that it has some strange power that can take advantage of people's unprepared and invade their soul. Qin Yun coldly groaned and said. This is originally a very weak soul body, it just requires special power to completely restrain it. If it was someone else who doesn't understand this thing, it would be very troublesome to deal with it. Ling Yin'er said with smile, Xiao Yun, quickly make more soul-protecting immortal talisman, it will be useful in the future. Qin Yun nodded, then took out the Gemini treasure mirror and carved the talisman runes on it. It will be much easier for him to make soul-protecting immortal talisman in the future. Xiao Yun, integrate your absolute yang power into the talisman, maybe you can kill those soul poison sacred insects. Ling Yin'er said, you also saw it just now, those soul poison sacred insects are very weak in front of absolute yang power. Absolute yang power is the power released by the Nether Sun Totem. The requirement for talisman paper is very high. I will let Sister Steamed Bun and others make talisman paper that can store absolute yang power. Qin Yun said. In the blink of an eye, several days passed by. Qin Yun thought that he would have to stay inside for a month or so. He did not expect that in just a few days, the immortal King City Master would come to find him. Brother Qin Yun, how did you kill those soul poison sacred insects last time? The immortal King City Master's voice came from outside. Ah? Why are you asking this? Qin Yun is somewhat amazed, he suspects that the soul poison sacred insects are already rampant. You are right. Chu Hai used a dirty trick, he used soul poison sacred insects to sneak attack people and now many people have fallen for it. We have already sealed the city, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Moreover, we have sealed the poison people on the battle stage. Even many Dragon Manor's formidable dragon warriors have been poisoned. The immortal King City Master said. Oh. Qin Yun very coldly replied, he is secretly laughing in his heart. Dragon Manor's seniors have also arrived, we would like to consult you on how to expel the soul poison sacred insects from our souls, the immortal King City Master asked. Dilong begs for help because there were several layers of barriers, it was not easy for sound to reach Qin Yun's cell. However, Qin Yun could still hear a weak voice. He only pretended not to hear to make the people of the immortal King Ancient City and Dragon Manor anxious. Qin Yun, the seniors of Dragon Manor are here. They want to ask you how to get rid of the soul poison sacred insects, the immortal King City Master shouted again. What? What did you say? What did the seniors of Dragon Manor do? I can't hear clearly, speak louder. Qin Yun shouted. The immortal King City Master looked at the elders of Dragon Manor and shook his head. He can't hear clearly. Who knew that the Chu Imperial clan's barrier was so powerful that it could isolate sound? Can't this barrier be torn down? An old man from Dragon Manor asked anxiously. With the strength of our ninth heaven immortal kings, it is very difficult to tear it down. After being controlled by the Sun Spirit race, those bastards from the Chu Imperial clan steeled their heart to deal with Qin Yun. Now, they have successfully sealed Qin Yun. The immortal King City Master shook his head and sighed. Who told your Dragon Manor to not speak up for them? Who knew that the soul poison sacred insects were so powerful? The old man coldly snorted. How could you not know? You've known about the Sun Soul tribe long before our holy Sun ancient city did. When Long Xiaofeng was in trouble, we all knew about the soul poison sacred insects. It's just that we didn't have any evidence. The immortal King City Master curled his lips and said. So you're blaming us? The old man from Dragon Manor said unhappily. If not you, who should we blame? When the Chu Imperial clan threatened our immortal King ancient city, the Qin Imperial clan didn't dare to say anything. Your Dragon Manor is the strongest, but you wished for Qin Yun to be sealed so that he wouldn't harm your Imperial Dragon Princess. Now, Qin Yun has been sealed forever, the immortal King City Master sneered. The old man from Dragon Manor angrily snorted and didn't say anything. How about we tear down the immortal King ancient city? A fat old man said. He was also an old man from Dragon Manor. That won't do, the immortal King ancient city is very important. The immortal King City Master immediately screamed, don't act recklessly. No matter what, we must get Qin Yun out. Only this guy can completely expel the soul poison sacred insects. Dragon Manor's old man said. The immortal King City Lord curled his lips and said, I don't care, just don't destroy my immortal King City. Back then, I put Qin Yun under house arrest because I planned on having him help me expel the soul poison saint insects when something happens in the future. It was you all who looked on with folded arms, and refused to help us against the Chu Imperial clan. The few elders from the Dragon Manor were so angry that they stomped their feet. It was as if they wanted to tear down the immortal King City. City Lord, your immortal King ancient city has suffered a great disaster. Don't you want to get rid of the soul poison sacred bug in your immortal King's soul? The old man from Dragon Manor asked. Well, we'll think of a way in the future. Take your time, we're not in a hurry. The immortal King City Lord said, the immortal King ancient city's defense is very strong. Now that the city has been sealed, no one can enter, nor can they break through. We have time. Many of our outstanding dragon warriors have been poisoned. The old man from the Dragon Manor shouted, if this continues, it will delay them. Then think of a way to break the Chu Imperial clan's damned spirit formation. The immortal King City Lord said, in short, don't destroy my immortal King ancient city. At this time, Princess Xianxia and Elder Qin's puppet clones also arrived. Princess Xianxia, your dark royal clan has also been attacked by the Sun Spirit race's soul poison sacred bug, right? The old man from the Dragon Manor asked. That's right, the losses are not small, but this has nothing to do with me. Princess Xianxia said, in the Dark Royal clan, I'm not the only one who has the final say, let those powerful immortal emperors worry about it. Elder Qin asked, City Lord, how is Boy Qin inside? Did he tell you the method to expel the soul poison? The immortal King City Lord shook his head and said, the Chu Imperial clan's spirit formation is too strong. After our words are transmitted inside, it is very unclear. Elder Qin looked at the few elders from the Dragon Manor with a reproachful expression, shook his head and sighed. The Sun Spirit race had the Chu Imperial clan seal Qin Yun. They succeeded. Princess Xianxia said, Elder Qin, your Qin Imperial clan should be fine, right? We summoned many disciples back to the Qin Manor and did not allow them to go out, so not many disciples were infected by the soul poison sacred bug. Only a few were infected and they are already under control. Elder Qin said. You believe in Qin Yun's words, that's why you can prepare in advance. Princess Xianxia coldly snorted and said, that guy Qin Yun, what method did he use to actually expel the soul poison sacred bug from the depths of his soul? He really does have a way. The immortal King City Lord said, the soul poison sacred bug is not scary, as long as you know, you can take precautions in advance, protect your soul and stay away from the people controlled by the sun spirit race, you will be fine. Not necessarily, the people controlled by the sun spirit race are everywhere. Our dark royal clan, as well as the imperial divine palace, have all been infiltrated by those infected bugs. Princess Anya helplessly sighed and said, it's impossible to guard against. Those bastards from the Chu imperial clan, they ran away after scourging our imperial clan. The old man from the Dragon Manor said angrily. Senior from the Dragon Manor, what should we do now? Elder Qin asked. Elder, is that you? Qin Yun's voice suddenly came from the inside of the small hill. Qin Yun can hear the conversation outside from inside. He feels that it's about time, it's time to extort money from the Dragon Manor. Brat Qin, you can hear my voice? Elder Qin said in shock. Yeah, I can hear you. Qin Yun said, Elder, when will they let me out? The old man from the Dragon Manor very angrily shouted, Qin Yun, did you deliberately not hear what we said just now? You damned crafty little brat. Elder, what's barking beside you? Is it a puppy? Qin Yun asked. After Princess Anya heard this, she can't help but giggle. The immortal King City Lord also can't help but laugh out loud. Qin Yun, the old man from the Dragon Manor was about to flip out but he thought that Qin Yun was deliberately teasing him because he was dissatisfied with them. Elder Qin shook his head and said with a smile, Brat Qin, you should know about the soul poison sacred bug, right? You have a way to expel the soul poison sacred bug, quickly teach us. About this, do you have the Nether Moon Totem? Qin Yun asked. Nether Moon Totem and Nether Moon Mind are the main blood soul power, only. Then can we get rid of the soul poison sacred bug? Actually, Nether Sun power is also needed but Qin Yun did not say it. The elders outside looked at each other in dismay, at the same time they are very shocked. Qin Yun actually has the Nether Moon Totem and very strong Nether Moon mental power. We don't, the immortal King City Lord said, if we did, then it would be easy. About this, the power of Nether Moon can only resist the soul poison sacred bug. If I want to completely exterminate the soul poison sacred insects, I will need to cultivate a mental power divine technique. And that mental power divine technique requires mental power to transform into Nether Moon in order to cultivate. Qin Yun said again. Your mind transformed into Nether Moon? Princess Anya said in shock. When you were still a wimpy kid, my mind transformed into Nether Moon. Qin Yun chuckled and said. I was sealed when I was born. When I was sealed, your ancestor was still playing with sand. Princess Anya said in a very bad mood. The Dragon Manor old man asked, Qin Yun, don't tell me you have to come out? Qin Yun nodded and said, yes. You have to come out. Then we can only tear down the immortal King Ancient City. Qin Yun, just you wait, the Dragon Manor old man said. Big brother, don't act recklessly, the immortal King City Lord shouted. Qin Yun said, it's useless to tear down the immortal King Ancient City. You should not know that the Chu imperial clan's barrier was given by the Sun Spirit race, right? What? Elder Qin shouted in shock. Others are also very shocked. The barrier and formation they set up here hid many soul poison sacred bugs. Moreover, they are the golden kind, they are all very powerful. Qin Yun said. Brat Qin, did you get hit? Elder Qin said anxiously, according to the news from Divine Desolate, the golden ones are emperor-level soul poison sacred bugs. They are very powerful and are very difficult to resist in Divine Desolate. Chu imperial clan's powerful immortal emperor's soul was invaded by these emperor-level soul poison sacred bugs. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed, so it is those emperor-level soul poison sacred bugs. Of course I'm fine. To be honest, I understand the Sun Spirit race very well. Soon after, Qin Yun told him about what evil god told him about the Sun Spirit race. Hearing this, Princess Anya and the others exclaimed in surprise again and again because they did not know about the soul poison sacred bugs transforming into dragons. Brat Qin, how do you know so much? Elder Qin is very doubtful, we don't even know about this kind of thing. That's because my ancestor encountered this kind of thing. It's a long story, in short, I'm very good at getting rid of soul poison sacred bugs. Qin Yun said. Princess Anya sighed and said, so what? You can't get out, the Sun Spirit race's barrier must have sealed you. Even if you destroy this immortal king ancient city, you won't be able to get out. Qin Yan said, I can get out. But, my losses will be very great, so I don't want to go out. You are talking nonsense. We can't even open this kind of barrier from the outside, let alone you breaking it from the inside. Immortal King City Master said in shock. Qin Yan sighed and said, I really can go out, but it will waste a very powerful talisman tool of mine, so forget it. I'll wait for the barrier's energy to run out before going out. Anyway, it's very safe inside. Qin Yan, what do you want? Just say it, be straightforward. Dragon Manor's old man shouted. How could he not see that Qin Yan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to fish for some benefits? Just let me enter the Dragon Manor to cultivate. I want to become stronger. Qin Yan said, also, after I go out, I will use a talisman to help you expel the soul poison sacred bugs. I will charge extra for that talisman. The few old men and Princess Xianxia outside all secretly cursed Qin Yan's treachery. Qin Yan would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to fish up a lot, and they would definitely bleed a lot. I promise you, I will let you enter Dragon Manor. Dragon Manor's old man said, however, you must guarantee that you can expel the soul poison sacred bugs from our Dragon Manor's immortal emperor's soul. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. Even the Dragon Manor's immortal emperor fell for it. That soul poison sacred bug is indeed terrifying. Release poison and detoxification. The old man from Dragon Manor snorted, honest man, then what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and come out to swindle us, this is a great opportunity. Senior of Dragon Manor, I'll have to trouble you to sign a soul contract with the immortal King City Lord and agree to let me enter Dragon Manor. Qin Yan said with smile, I, an honest man, am afraid of being swindled, so I have to be on guard. If you are an honest man, then there are no bad people in this world. Princess Xianxia lightly snorted. Elder Qin's face is full of smiles as he watched the few elders of Dragon Manor sign the soul contract with the immortal King City Lord. Our Qin Imperial clan's disciples still have some ability. Elder Qin chuckled and said. Honest man, the soul contract must have been signed, hurry up and come out. Dragon Manor's old man snorted. Oh right, Dragon Manor seniors, I remember you said before that your Imperial Dragon clan would never beg anyone. Then, are you begging me now? Qin Yan chuckled and took out the floating cloud staff. Come out, stop dawdling. Dragon Manor's old man no longer has any temper. Although he wished he could pinch Qin Yan to death, he had no choice but to submit to Qin Yan. Qin Yan controlled the floating cloud staff to become very thick and large, then he controlled the floating cloud staff to become longer and longer. He wanted to break all kinds of barriers from the inside of the small hill. The floating cloud staff is some 9-sun sky-raising pagoda, it is also something that fell from the sun. After absorbing great power, it can become very big. At this moment, Qin Yan is controlling the floating cloud staff to absorb a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystal's power. Only in this way can the floating cloud staff have enough power to break the barrier outside when it becomes bigger and longer. You guys stay away. Qin Yan said. Elder Qin and the others have already gone far away. At this moment, they also saw that the small hill actually bulged up. The small hill originally had several layers of sealing barriers set up by the immortal King Ancient City. Now those layers have already been broken. They could all see a square stone pillar poking out from the inside. Immortal King City Lord, your prison is really bad. Dragon Manor's old man snorted, it can't stop Qin Yan at all. Can you blame us? Who doesn't know that Qin Yan has many tricks up his sleeve? Immortal King City Master shook his head and said, forget about us, even your Dragon Manor won't be able to seal him. How is that possible? The old man from the Dragon Manor said. The outermost spirit formation was set up by the Chu Imperial clan. It was a spirit formation from the Sunsoul clan. At this moment, it was pierced through by the floating cloud rod that was growing longer and longer. The floating cloud staff had absorbed a large amount of profound Saint Silver crystals, amounting to more than 100 million. Qin Yan doesn't feel any heartache for those sacred Xian silver crystals. As long as he can get out, he will be able to fish out a fortune from Dragon Manor. Not long afterward, the spirit formation around the Chu Imperial clan was also pierced through. A very strong power exploded forth. Qin Yan put away the floating cloud staff and walked out with a smile. The few elders from the Dragon Manor were all very astonished. Previously, they were helpless against those sealing barriers. However, Xianxia seemed to be able to easily open them. "What's the situation outside?" "What did the Sun Soul race do?" asked Xianxia. "The Sun Soul race wants to control the core power of the major powers and use them to rule the immortal desolate. Because we received a warning from the divine desolate in advance, we were prepared. However, their soul-poisoned sacred insects still infiltrated our core members." Elder Qin looked at the few elders from the Dragon Manor and said, "Because the Dragon Manor is the core, they suffered the most." Xianxia said, "Many people in the Immortal King Ancient City were affected?" The Immortal King City Master nodded and said, "They were all affected while fighting the Chu Imperial clan people." Xianxia curled his lips and said, "I already said that Chu Hai used soul-poisoned sacred insects on Xiafeng and even tortured her. That's why I killed him." "Xianxia, how much are you selling those talismans? Do you really have such powerful talismans?" the old man from the Dragon Manor asked. Xianxia took out a soul-sealing pearl and said with smile, "Those golden threads inside are sacred emperor insects. Do you see them? I caught them for fun, otherwise I would have already killed them." Xianxia being able to catch sacred emperor insects caused Elder Qin and the others to believe without a doubt. "Those talismans are very difficult to refine, but don't worry, I can make them. Seal the poisoned people, as long as they are unconscious, they won't be tortured for the time being. Then wait for my talismans," Xianxia said. "How much are you selling your talismans?" "Heavenly Master Qin, don't take advantage of this situation to get rich. This is not the style of an honest person. You must give everyone a reasonable price," the Immortal King City Master said. Xianxia thought for a bit and said, "The talismans I refined can be used 20 times, one talisman for one Emperor Essence Heavenly Pill. This is not too much, right?" The old man from the Dragon Manor said, "There are several hundred infected warriors in our Dragon Manor. We only need 20 to 30 pills, 20 to 30 Du and Heavenly Dan. This is not too much." "Not bad, the Dark Royal race can also accept this price," Princess Anya said. "Oh, that's right, I have a talisman called Soul Protecting Immortal Talisman." Xianxia took out a talisman and said with smile, "So long as you keep it with you, you will be able to resist the Sacred Emperor Insect's soul invasion." "How much?" Princess Anya asked. She is very worried that she will be attacked by the formidable Sacred Emperor Insect. 100,000 sacred Xian silver crystals for one talisman. This is a very generous price, Xianxia said with smile. "I want one." "Is it really useful?" Princess Anya doesn't believe it. Xianxia took out a sacred emperor insect from the soul-sealing pearl and demonstrated it on the spot. The sacred emperor insect cannot even approach the talisman. After Princess Anya bought one talisman, other people also took out their sacred Xian silver crystals and bought one after another. This is something that can defend against sacred emperor insect. 100,000 sacred Xian silver crystals is very cheap to them. After Xianxia came out of the prison, he entered a secret room inside the city master's mansion and asked Elder Qin to find Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuelan is not in the Immortal King Ancient City, rather she is in the Emperor Race Divine Palace. She went out earlier and informed Xian Rujing about the soul-poisoned sacred insect and sun spirit race. She and Long Qiafeng stayed in the Xiao Manor for a while. But when they wanted to go to the Immortal King Ancient City, the soul-poisoned sacred insect's attack broke out and the Immortal King Ancient City was sealed. Xiao Yuemei did not come alone, rather she came with another charming and pleasant woman. Both of them are wearing snow-white clothes and have a pair of ponytails. Mengshu. Xianxia saw Hong Mengshu and yelled in surprise. Hong Mengshu is petite and exquisite, her delicate face is tender and charming. After she arrived, she said with smile, "Brother Yun, long time no see." "Indeed." Xianxia said with mischievous smile, "Although long time no see, Yuemei often mentions you, big sister dreaming pig." "Brother, why did you ask me to come here? The situation outside is very chaotic, we don't dare to run around," Xiao Yuemei said. Xianxia took out the Gemini treasure mirror. Seeing Xianxia take out the Gemini treasure mirror, Xiao Yuemei realized that Xianxia wants to impart runes to her. She promptly took out her own mirror and handed it over to Xianxia with smile. Qin Yan recorded the runes of the soul protecting immortal talisman on the mirror and said with smile, "Uma, these are the runes of the soul protecting immortal talisman. After you get the talisman paper, you can use it to create the soul protecting immortal talisman. It will not be invaded by the soul poison sacred insect." "So awesome?" As expected of great master Qin. Hong Mengshu said with smile, "Brother Yun, you are still as awesome as before. Things that other people can't handle, you can handle." "Of course." Qin Yan stroked Hong Mengshu's ponytails with smile. "Xiao Yuemei likes to play with them very much." Hong Mengshu and Xiao Yuemei traveled the starry sky with Yu Shedian before, so their relationship is very good. After arriving at Immortal Desolate, Hong Mengshu joined Guanghan Palace. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, "That's very good, I am heavenly teacher Xiao." "Ha ha ha, sister dreaming pig, let's go and pretend to be great god." "Wait." Qin Yan grabbed her little hand and said with smile, "Yuemei, you still don't know how to drive out the insects." Qin Yan let her take out the mirror and poured in a great amount of absolute yang power. He told her to control the runes and release the absolute yang power into the soul to drive out the soul poison sacred insect. "Yuemei, you must keep the matter of driving out the insects a secret. Your old brother wants to take this opportunity to fish out some Emperor Essence heavenly pills, don't steal my business." Qin Yan said with smile. "Brother Yun, rest assured, me and Yuemei will help you fish out the insects. After we fish them out, we won't need them, we will give them to you." Hong Mengshu said with mischievous smile, "Now the demand is so great, you won't be able to fish it all by yourself, right? You two girls, be a bit careful, don't let the sun spirit race target you." Qin Yan pinched their charming faces and said with smile. "Got it." Xiao Yuemei is very happy, she pulled Hong Mengshu and skipped away. Inside the secret room, Qin Yan let Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi come out. Yu Xiaoling also came out to help make talisman paper. "Xiaoling, you are a high and mighty beautiful fairy. I made you do this kind of hard work, you won't blame me, right?" Qin Yan said with smile. "I will do whatever little husband wants me to do." Yu Xiaoling smiled charmingly and said, "As long as I can be together with little husband, I will be very happy." Yu Xiaoling is indeed a very beautiful fairy. She has a pair of beautiful fairy wings, pointed ears, blonde hair and blue eyes. Her tall and slender body is snow white and fiery hot. This charming fairy and Shui Tianzi, a natural-born beauty, together, one can captivate one's soul and the other can steal one's soul. Qin Yan feels that the two beautiful women should be Yu Xiaoling and Shui Tianzi. Qin Yan also participated in making talisman paper. The talisman paper used to contain his formidable absolute yang power is a bit higher. Fortunately, he has many good materials. Zi Qingqing and others are also first-rate experts in making talisman paper. Especially Yu Xiaoling, the flame she released is a very strong sun flame. Combined with sacred oil, processing the materials is twice the result with half the effort. After making the talisman paper, Qin Yun only need to carve a set of soul-protecting immortal talisman runes and then pour in the absolute yang power. The process is very fast. Half a day later, the immortal King City Master anxiously paced back and forth outside the secret room and shouted, "Qin Yun, are you done yet? Those Sun Spirit race bastards are very arrogant, they went to the Emperor race to discuss conditions." "What?" Qin Yun immediately replied, "What conditions did they discuss?" "They seem to have agreed to help expel the soul poison sacred insect, but in exchange, they might also want to fish out some things," the immortal King City Master said. Junhun Prince Jin Yun is hoping to help Dragon Manor expel the soul poison divine insects to enter Dragon Manor. He has several goals for entering Dragon Manor. One is to find that dragon girl. Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother has not contacted him for a long time, so he has no way of knowing the situation of that dragon girl. The second purpose was to cultivate in the Dragon Manor. According to Long Chiafeng's information, there are many secret techniques inside Dragon Manor that can make people stronger and even directly cultivate spirit. And the third goal is related to 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Princess Yi entered Dragon Manor for the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation. Qin Yan is very interested in the complete 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, so he wants to get it out. His last goal is related to the Black Bloodline Crystal. He must thoroughly understand it. After all, it is related to the immortal graveyard diagram. After Qin Yun walked out of the secret room, he asked, "Let's quickly go to the Emperor Race Divine Palace. Is the Sun Spirit Race attacking the Immortal King Ancient City?" "They are not attacking," the Immortal King City Master said. "Those guys know that we can guard against them in advance, so they have already given up on controlling those great powers. They must be planning to devour even more people from Immortal Desolate to cultivate a large number of powerful soul poison divine insects." Qin Yun cursed in low voice, "We cannot let them succeed." Previously, the Sun Spirit Race already had ideas about Qin Yun. They dispatched several hundred precious royal sacred insects, so Qin Yun will not let them off. "City Master, here are 3 soul-banishing immortal talismans. One is for you, take it first." Qin Yun handed over 3 talismans and said, "It can help dozens of people expel the soul poison." "Here are 2 Emperor Origin Heavenly Pills." The Immortal King City Master took out 2 Emperor Origin Heavenly Pills and gave them to Qin Yun. "City Master, go and expel the poison first." Qin Yun said. "I will arrange people to do it. I will go with you to the Emperor Race Divine Palace," the Immortal King City Master said. "My Immortal King Ancient City is on your side." "That's good." Qin Yun nodded, then took out the Devil Mirror to contact Xiao Yuemei. He asked her to make some powerful talisman papers to make soul-banishing immortal talismans. Shui Tianzi and the others are also making them in the 9 Yang Divine Soul. When the time comes, there will be a lot of them. Qin Yun did not want to see the Sun Spirit Race use the soul poison sacred insects to control the Immortal Desolate. Therefore, he had to destroy their plans in the Immortal Desolate. Princess Yi also went to the Emperor Clan Shrine to negotiate with the Sun Spirits. "Heavenly Master Qin, what do you think the Sun Spirit Race will do?" the Celestial King City Lord asked. After that, he teleported out of the city through a teleportation array. "I don't know. In short, they helped me expel the soul poison sacred worm. They must have a lot of reward." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "These guys, they poisoned themselves and now want to use the antidote to profit. If the Emperor Clan Divine Hall and the Dark Royalty really agree to it, then they would be too stupid." In front of the Emperor Clan Shrine's main entrance, many people came. Once Qin Yun arrived, he immediately saw those old men from the Chu Imperial Clan. There were several thousand people from the Chu Imperial Clan. They were standing behind a group of people wearing golden flame cloaks. The people from the Sun Spirit Race all wore clothes that emitted golden flames. It looked like a set of flame cloaks. The people with the strongest flame and deepest golden color seemed to have the highest status. There were only several hundred people from the Emperor Clan Shrine and the Dark Royalty's side. They all have vigilant expressions, worried that the other party would suddenly poison them. The Emperor Clan Shrine's 4 great elders, as well as several elders from the Dragon Manor. The Dark Royalty's several powerful immortal emperors, as well as Princess Yi. As for the others, they came to help increase their prestige. Although the Dark Royalty and the Emperor Clan have been enemies for many years, they have been miserably swindled by the soul poison sacred worm. They also want to fight against the Sun Spirit Race together. Qin Yun and the Celestial King City Lord slowed down. They did not quickly approach because they are worried that there are people from the Sun Spirit Race hiding nearby. On the plaza in front of the Emperor Clan Shrine's main entrance, an old man from the Chu Imperial Clan smiled complacently and said, "Your Emperor Clan has suffered a serious disaster. If you cannot expel the soul poison sacred worm quickly, the consequences will be unimaginable. You will be exterminated. So, you should quickly agree to our conditions. You want the 9 Dragons Heavenly Origin formation? Don't be delusional, we will not give it to you." The old man from the Dragon Manor coldly snorted and said, "Elder Long, you must not agree to them. My Qin Imperial Clan's Qin Yun can expel the soul poison sacred worm." Long Manor's Long Chafeng's soul was once invaded by the soul poison sacred worm but was easily expelled and killed by Qin Yun. Elder Qin said. "Elder Qin, don't talk big. Qin Yun is sealed in that prison cell and can't come out. If you want to get him out, you must first destroy the Immortal King Ancient City and then have many powerful immortal emperors join hands to break that spirit formation. That will take a lot of time." The old man from the Chu Imperial Clan laughed loudly and said. Elder Qin sneered and said, "Qin Yun has already broken the seal, he is in the Immortal King Ancient City. You bastards, you framed Qin Yun and wanted to seal him because you wanted to prevent him from expelling the soul-poisoned sacred worm, right? At this moment, a handsome youth wearing flaming clothes, his long hair is burning with red flames. He said with a faint smile, Qin Yun has been sealed by our sun spirit race's 10 heavens great array. It is impossible for an immortal king to break it. Furthermore, there are several hundred sacred royal insects in his prison cell. Princess Xianxia and Elder Qin both know about this matter. They have also seen the sacred royal insects captured by Qin Yun, so they are very calm. However, others are not like that, all of them are dumbstruck, their faces are filled with shock. The immortal emperors from the imperial clans and dark royal clans all know how powerful the sacred royal insects are. They all feel that Qin Yun is done for. Several old men from the Dragon Matter took out the soul-protecting immortal talismans that Qin Yun sold to them. Qin Yun has already come out, these are the soul-protecting immortal talismans he refined, they can completely restrain the sacred royal insects, an immortal king from the Dragon Matter shouted. Ha ha ha, truly ridiculous, completely. Restrain the sacred royal insects? Even the experts of the Divine Desolate and Sacred Desolate could not do it, how could a dog fart like Qin Yun do it? The young man from the Sun Spirit clan laughed loudly. The people from the Chu Imperial clan also laughed loudly. Don't place your hopes on Qin Yun. Quickly hand over the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. If you're too late, your Dragon Manor's dragon warriors will be turned into sacred royal insects, the old man from the Chu Imperial clan said with a smile. Qin Yun and the immortal King City Master suddenly landed. Elder Qin shouted, Qin Yun is here, everyone, protect him. Sure enough, Qin Yun landed. The immortal emperors from the imperial clans immediately gathered their power to protect him. The people from the Chu Imperial clan and the Sun Spirit clan were all shocked to see Qin Yun. What bullshit 10 heavenly origin formation? That lousy thing can't even trap a dog, yet you want to trap me? Qin Yun smiled lightly, stinky bugs of the Sun Spirit clan, are you all very happy that I'm out? Qin Yun, you. Those immortal kings from the Chu Imperial clan had personally seen Qin Yun enter the prison cell. Princess Xianxia asked, Qin Yun, have you made an immortal talisman to expel the sacred soul poison insects? Qin Yun took out several talismans and said, I spent a great deal of effort to make these soul-driving immortal talismans. He took out 6 talismans and gave one to Princess Xianxia, one to the 4 great elders of the Imperial clan and one to the Dragon Manor's elder Long. These are free of charge. Take them and give them a try. One talisman can be used about 20 times. Qin Yun said with a smile, if you think it's effective, come and buy it from me. The Imperial clan's elders all called out the people who were poisoned to test them on the spot. The young man leading the Sun Spirit clan said coldly, don't believe his nonsense. A mere lousy talisman can expel the sacred soul poison insects? Even if it's effective, it will only be temporary. Our sacred soul poison insects cannot be expelled. You should be the Sun Spirit clan's big boss Stinky Bug, right? Qin Yun said. Qin Yun, you're courting death. This is the Sun Spirit clan's Prince Junhun. The Chu Imperial clan's immortal emperor angrily shouted at Qin Yun, quickly apologized to Prince Junhun. Otherwise, once our imperial clans arrive, we will definitely make you die a miserable death. Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, a stinky bug is a stinky bug, how could he be a prince? You stinky bugs that poison others, the ones who should be killed are you. Qin Yun, you will die a miserable death. Prince Junhun coldly looked at Qin Yun and said with a deep voice, I will make your soul suffer countless kinds of pain. Qin Yun shook his head and said with a smile, people often say these kinds of words to me. And most of the people who say these kinds of words to me are already dead. At this moment, more than 10 poisoned Imperial clan's disciples were called out. Once they came out, the Sun Spirit clan's people immediately controlled the sacred soul poison insects to attack them, causing them to scream in pain. Quickly! Qin Yun anxiously shouted. Elder Qin immediately took out the talisman and stuck it on the head of a painfully screaming middle-aged man. Then, he activated the talisman. Not long after, that middle-aged man's soul's pain disappeared. As for the other Imperial clan's disciples, including the dragon warriors who were poisoned by the sacred soul poison insects, the sacred soul poison insects were immediately killed by the talisman. The effect is very clear. This caused the Imperial Clan's elders to be extremely happy. Sun Spirit Clan and Chu Imperial Clan's people are gnashing their teeth, their faces are filled with anger. I already said that my talisman is very effective. Qin Yin said with smile, it's just dealing with some stinky bugs, it's not difficult for me. Prince Junhun yelled, Imperial Clan, Dark Royal Clan. Listen carefully, Qin Yin's talisman is only effective temporarily, it cannot completely exterminate our Sun Spirit Clan's sacred soul poison insects. Sacred soul poison insects have very strong regenerative power, only we can completely exterminate them. If you believe his nonsense, the gains will not make up for the losses. Brat Qin, is this true? Elder Xiao said in low voice, if we can't completely exterminate them, they will indeed leave behind a great hidden danger. The other elders are also very worried because they don't know anything about the sacred soul poison insects. Chu Imperial Clan's elder said with smile, Long Zhuang, you should obediently hand over the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Prince Junhun will completely exterminate the sacred soul poison insects for you. Qin Yin suddenly took out a soul-sealing pearl, a sacred emperor insect is sealed inside. He wants to demonstrate how to completely exterminate the sacred emperor insect. Seeing the soul-sealing pearl, Prince Junhun's aura suddenly became extremely dreadful. The other Sun Spirit Clan's people also have faces filled with anger, it seems like they are going to fight. Because there are several hundred sacred emperor insects sealed inside Qin Yin's soul-sealing pearl. Seeing their reaction, Qin Yin realized that these sacred emperor insects are very important to them. The Imperial Clan's trust Qin Yin was certain that the royal sacred insect in his hand was very important to the handsome soul prince. Otherwise, the Sun Spirit Clan would not have such a reaction. Why are you all so nervous? The royal sacred insect in my hand was used to deal with me. Now that it's been captured by me, what else do you have to say? Qin Yin said with smile. Qin Yin, hand over the royal sacred insect. The handsome soul prince shouted angrily, Imperial Clan, if you protect Qin Yin, then wait for our Sun Spirit Clan's retaliation. Elder Long's face was filled with anger as he said with a deep voice, Sun Spirit Clan, don't you be too arrogant. It was clearly you who poisoned us, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly. The Imperial Clan was also suppressing a bellyful of anger. Many of their outstanding disciples had been poisoned by the Sun Spirit Clan and were nearly controlled by them. Right now, they were only willing to negotiate with the Sun Spirit Clan because they had no other choice. However, the Sun Spirit Clan was very overbearing. Not only did they not admit their mistake, they even felt that demanding the royal clan was a matter of course. Now, the Sun Spirit race was forcing the Imperial clans to abandon protecting Qin Yun and kill Qin Yun, who had the method to expel poison. How could the Imperial clans not be angry? You must understand how powerful the Sun Spirit clan is. Our Imperial clan has been sealed for many years and has completely declined. We are no longer the powerful Imperial clan from back then. An old man from the Chu Imperial clan said, quickly, submit to the Sun Spirit clan. They are a powerful clan from within the sun. They are much stronger than us. Bullshit. Elder Long said angrily. The handsome soul prince gnashed his teeth furiously as he looked at Qin Yun and shouted, Qin Yun, quickly release my royal sacred insect. Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, you all used that 10 heavens great formation to seal me and even mixed royal sacred insects into it. Could it be that you wanted to control me and obtain my sun soul? You went for wool and came home shorn, ha ha ha. There are actually people willing to submit to fools like the Sun Spirit clan? It must be said that the Chu Imperial clan is truly stupid. The elders from the Imperial clan felt very satisfied after hearing Qin Yun curse at the Chu Imperial clan and seeing him capture the royal sacred insect. As for the Chu Imperial clan and the Sun Spirit clan, they were incomparably furious. They were surging with killing intent. Qin Yun said, elders, quickly surround them and capture them all. These fellows poisoned our Imperial clan's outstanding disciples in order to control us. From this, one can see their intentions. It's only because they don't have full control over the Imperial family that they came here to negotiate and take away the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. After the handsome soul prince calmed down, he laughed and said, Qin Yun, do you really think your little trick can kill the soul-poisoned saint insect? You are too naive. Only you really think you can kill it. You don't know anything about the soul poison saint insects, so how can you be sure that they have been completely killed? Why can't I be sure? Qin said with sneer, I was once invaded by the soul poison sacred insect but now I am completely fine. There's also Qiafeng, she was poisoned by your soul poison saint bug, but isn't she fine now? Humph, that's because you're ignorant. Let Long Qiafeng come out, I will show you on the spot and resurrect the soul poison saint bug in her soul. The handsome soul prince said, Imperial clan elders, it's best if you don't trust Qin too much. If this guy can't completely kill the soul poison saint bug and you become enemies with our sun spirit race, then you will suffer in the future. Elder Qin said, Sun spirit race, you poisoned us and wanted to control our imperial clan. You have been our enemy for a long time. The handsome soul prince said with confident smile, all right then, believe Qin. You will be miserable in the future, ha ha ha. Qin said, let Qiafeng come out, let's see what kind of trick he can play. Elder Long nodded and sent people to call Long Qiafeng out. Not long after, Long Qiafeng came out. Xiao Yuelan, who was wearing a mask, came out together with her. Xiao Yuelan is not surprised to see Qin here. She knew that Qin would come out. Qiafeng is out. Qin looked at the handsome soul prince and said, please begin your performance. The handsome soul prince took out a pearl and frowned. The pearl suddenly released a very strong golden light. A ray of light suddenly shot towards Long Qiafeng and Xiao Yuelan. Qin let out a cold shout when he saw this. He spread his 5 fingers and released a very strong nether moon mental power to grab the golden light. It is actually a thumb-thick golden insect. After the golden insect was grabbed by Qin, it suddenly scattered and quickly returned to the handsome soul prince's hand. Everyone had seen the scene just now. The handsome soul prince actually poisoned Long Qiafeng in front of Elder Long Zhuang and Elder Long. Moreover, the Emperor Saint Bug he released is very big. Everyone is secretly amazed at Qin's power. He can actually quickly grab such a big Emperor Saint Bug at such a critical moment. The bigger the Emperor Saint Bug, the stronger it is. Moreover, it is formed from very strong soul power. If it was an immortal emperor who was not strong enough, they would have definitely been hit. Xiao Yuelan's killing intent surged, she said with cold voice, Sun spirit race's bastards, I will kill you all. Elder Long's anger also soared. He released his dreadful dragon power and enveloped the people from the Sun spirit race and Chu imperial clan. Qin looked at the handsome soul prince and said, what else do you have to say? You are simply unable to resurrect the soul poison sacred bugs. I can completely exterminate them, you just want the seniors to not believe me. An old man from the Chu imperial clan shouted, Elder Long, are you all idiots? Many experts of the divine desolate have their souls invaded by the soul poison sacred bugs. Even the experts of the divine desolate are unable to expel the soul poison sacred bugs. Yet this brat Qin is able to do it. Do you truly believe that he is so powerful? The immortal emperors of the sun spirit race are also releasing very strong power to resist the dragon race. The handsome soul prince is still fearless and said, that's right. Qin is not even an immortal emperor yet he is able to do what even the experts of the divine desolate cannot do. Only you idiots believe him. Suddenly, Qin took out a sacred royal insect from the soul sealing pearl. After the sacred royal insect appeared, it immediately ran back. Qin immediately took out a soul-driving immortal talisman. He activated the soul-driving immortal talisman and released a white power that landed on the sacred royal insect. Hoo! The white power released by the soul-driving immortal talisman turned into a light wind and enveloped the sacred royal insect. The sacred emperor insects, which looked like golden threads, suddenly disappeared without a trace after being blown by the white breeze. Also at this time, the handsome soul prince's brows twitched, his expression slightly changed. Earlier, he seemed to be enduring pain and now he is pretending to be calm. When everyone saw the sacred royal insect being exterminated by Qin's talisman, they all cried out in alarm. The power of the soul-protecting immortal talisman is truly capable of exterminating the sacred royal insect. Did you all see that? That stinky insect has been exterminated by my immortal talisman. Qin said with sneer. Sun spirit race people saw Qin exterminate a sacred royal insect, they all became very angry and glared at Qin. Xiao Yuelan sent sound transmission to Qin and said, Xiao Yun, after you exterminated that sacred royal insect, that prince seems to be in a bit of pain, but he endured the pain and did not show it." After hearing this, Xianxia also thought of something. That sacred royal insect must have been created by a sun spirit race royal family member. It is very likely that it was separated from his own soul. Ling Yin'er said, "Xiao Yun, the handsome soul prince released a large number of sacred royal insects to deal with you. He must want to seize your soul and body so that he can obtain your sun soul. This guy is too confident, he did not expect you to be able to restrain so many sacred royal insects. Indeed, it seems like he suffered a great loss." Xianxia laughed in his heart, "I have many of his souls in my hands. No wonder he and those sun spirit race people are so nervous." "The handsome soul prince is indeed very anxious," he hastily said. "Emperor race, dark royal race, I know you are very angry about the sacred royal insects. However, that was our unintentional action. Some sacred royal insects are not easy to control. The big shots of the emperor race and dark royal race are suddenly startled because they can see that the handsome soul prince seems to be afraid of something." "Handsome soul prince, what do you want to say?" Elder Long asked. "I can help you expel the sacred royal insects without any reward. As long as Qin Yun returns the sacred royal insects to me," the handsome soul prince said. Qin Yun is even more certain that the hundreds of sacred royal insects in his hands are the souls of the handsome soul prince. This caused flowers to bloom in his heart. The handsome soul prince said again, "I also have some understanding of Qin Yun, this person only cares about profit. Although he is a member of the emperor race, with his nature, he will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to open his mouth like a lion and demand a large amount of reward from you. 1 Emperor Origin Heavenly Pill, 1 Talisman. 1 talisman can save 20 people, this is not expensive, right?" Qin Yun said. "How is it not expensive? A guy like you is just looting a burning house," the handsome soul prince said with sneer. "The ones who poison me are you stinking bugs, yet you still have the nerve to criticize me." Qin Yun snorted. The handsome soul prince said, "I said it before, the spread of the sacred royal insects is our fault, we did not do it on purpose." "Oh? You had the Chu imperial clan spread poison everywhere in the emperor race sacred palace, you truly did not do it on purpose? Do you think the elders of the emperor race are fools?" Qin Yun laughed loudly and said, "Just now, you all wanted the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation." An old man from the dragon manor said in low voice, "Elder, we should let the sun spirit race expel the poison. The sacred royal insects were created by them, they can expel them relatively cleanly." Only a few people from the emperor race agreed to let the sun spirit race expel the poison. Elder Qin said with a cold smile, "These few brothers, have you all lived all these years in vain? The sun spirit race controlled the Chu imperial clan and had them poison the dragon manor so that they could control the core of our emperor race. You all actually believed the nonsense of the sun spirit race." Chapter 1735, Killing Stinky Insect. Xiao Imperial Race's elder Xiao also believes in Qin Yun, he repeatedly nodded and said, "I believe in Brat Qin's character." Elder Yuan looked at the handsome soul prince with sneer and said, "Sun spirit race people are so determined to seal Brat Qin and even used hundreds of emperor-grade saint insects on him. Their goal is very clear. Qin Brat can resist hundreds of emperor-grade saint insects, isn't this enough to show that he can restrain them?" Elder Qi said again, "That stinky insect prince wants the emperor-grade saint insects in Qin Brat's hands, it is very clear that they are his lifeline." Ha ha ha, the handsome soul prince gritted his teeth, his eyes are completely red. Xiao Yuan said in cold voice, "The ones who attacked our imperial race are sun spirit race, do you think they will be kind enough to help us detoxify? After they failed to take control of the imperial race, they want to obtain the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, they never had good intentions. They wanted to poison me just now, everyone should have seen how big that soul poison saint insect is, right?" Long Qiaofeng also furiously said. Elder Long's fierce old face is filled with anger as he shouted, "We will never cooperate with those sun spirit race stinky insects. We will never yield to them. Whoever proposes to accept the sun spirit race detoxify will be kicked out of the imperial race. Our imperial race suffered a disastrous disaster. Dragon Manor's dragon warriors are suffering so much that they wish they were dead, yet these bastards from Sun Spirit race want to take advantage of this situation to extort the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. They have such evil intentions, we can never trust them. The handsome soul prince's expression is unsightly. He looked at the dark royal race and yelled, "Dark royal race, don't tell me you want to buy Qin Yun's talisman? You and the imperial race are enemies. Did you forget that Qin Yun killed 2 of your Xianxia?" The elders of the dark race royal family were also discussing. Princess Anya said in low voice, "Elders, don't agree with this handsome soul prince. This person cannot be trusted. Don't tell me we should trust Qin Yun who killed 2 of your Xianxia." The handsome soul prince saw that the dark royal race elders are wavering and laughed loudly. Qin Yun suddenly took out a few royal sacred insects and used the soul-protecting immortal talisman to release talisman power to exterminate them. "Ah!" The handsome soul prince suddenly screamed. Seeing this scene, everyone was slightly shocked. The death of those emperor-class insects actually caused the handsome soul prince so much pain. On the emperor clan's side, a large group of people all cheered, feeling incomparably delighted. Qin Yun said with a smile, "What bullshit sun spirit race, you even call yourself a prince, what an idiot." After saying that, he took out another sacred emperor insect to kill. The handsome soul prince screamed again. "Qin Yun, stop." An elder of the sun spirit race shouted angrily, "My sun spirit race is one of the strongest races in the 9 suns. You will regret offending a disciple of our imperial family." Qin Yun said with a smile, "The 9 suns are about to be finished. You are just a bunch of stray dogs that escaped from the 9 suns to the 9 desolate. What's there to be arrogant about?" As he spoke, he killed a few more sacred emperor insects. The handsome soul prince rolled on the ground in pain. His handsome face was contorted in pain. "Serves them right. Our clansmen were tortured by them with the soul-poisoned saint insects." Elder Qi laughed loudly and said, "Brat Qin, take your time. We want to see how this stinky insect prince is tortured." You will all die," the handsome soul prince roared in deep voice. But then he immediately screamed again. Because Qin Yun killed another 2 sacred emperor insects. Qin Yun said with smile, "The ones who will die are you bastards." The Chu imperial clan betrayed the emperor clan and almost caused the emperor clan to be controlled by the sun spirit race. Your sun spirit race is the main culprit, you are all finished. At this time, more and more powerful immortal emperors came out from the emperor clans. Qin Yun took out many soul-protecting immortal talismans and handed them to the immortal emperors. He shouted, "Put these soul-protecting immortal talismans in your pockets and you won't be afraid of those stinky insects. Seniors, don't let those sun spirit race stinky insects escape. Surround them and kill them. Exterminate those scourges of the immortal desolate and spread the might of our emperor clan. Everyone, rest assured, as long as you are a disciple of the emperor clan, I, Qin Yun, will help you expel the soul-poisoned sacred insects for free. I don't want a single D-origin heavenly pill." Qin Yun felt that even if he sold the talismans, he would at most earn a few dozen D-origin heavenly pills from the emperor clans. It would be better if he did it for free. At that time, the elders of the various clans would definitely gift him some D-origin heavenly pills to express their gratitude. This way, not only would he gain fame, he would also gain profit. Within the emperor clans, his reputation would also greatly increase. They would say that he is a loyal and affectionate person. In the future, he plans to stay in the emperor clans for a period of time. Creating a good reputation is not bad for him. Kill. Elder Long exploded with a roar. He has long since had enough of the sun spirit race. At this moment, he is holding back a lot of anger. The powerful immortal emperor dragon warriors of the Dragon Manor are also the same. After obtaining the soul-protecting immortal talismans, they attacked with ease. Although there are only a few dozen imperial dragon warriors, their aura is incomparably terrifying, as if they can destroy heaven and earth. The several thousand Chu imperial clan people understand the imperial dragon warriors very well. When they saw the several dozen imperial dragon warriors charging over with vast aura, they immediately scattered in all directions. They are simply unable to withstand a single blow. There are also a dozen or so immortal emperors among the sun spirit race's old men. Their attacks also shot out rays of light. Those rays of light contain very strong mental attacks, as well as soul power. They also contain very strong soul-poisoned sacred insects. The imperial dragon warriors that are fighting all have soul-protecting immortal talismans on them. When the attacks of the Sun Spirit race's immortal emperors landed on them, it was as if they were blown away by a gale. They did not cause any damage at all. Smelly insects, die. An Imperial Dragon warrior met the attacks of several soul-poisoned sacred insects head-on. After rushing over, he furiously slashed down with his war saber and killed a Sun Spirit race old man. When everyone saw this scene, they became even more convinced that Qin Yun's talismans were powerful. They were actually able to block such a large amount of soul-poisoned sacred insects. And Qin Yun is slowly killing the insects, killing the royal-level sacred insects in his hands. The handsome soul prince is being protected by several old men. He is screaming miserably again and again. With the death of one royal-level sacred insect, the handsome soul prince feels as if a trace of his soul has been extracted by someone. This kind of pain is like a piece of flesh being cut off from his body. Qin Yun is killing them one by one. It is as if he is slowly cutting off the flesh of the handsome soul prince. The battle is extremely intense. All kinds of sound waves burst out. However, the handsome soul prince's miserable screams are especially sharp. Everyone is now paying attention to the handsome soul prince's painful appearance. Because in everyone's opinion, it is very delightful, very refreshing. After all, they all hate the people who planted the soul-poisoned sacred insects. All the clansmen of the various races have suffered. They have also seen the miserable screams of their clansmen. And this handsome soul prince is one of the main culprits, Elder Qin said with smile. This smelly insect prince just said that Brat Qin will die a horrible death, that he will make Brat Qin suffer the pain of his soul. I didn't expect that not long after, the smelly insect prince would experience it himself. Qin Yun chuckled and said, most of the people who say such things to me end up like this. I have seen many of them. The elders of the Imperial race and the elders of the Dark Royal race are all amazed by Qin Yun's ability. One must know that before, they truly plan to lower their stance and negotiate with the Sun Spirit race because detoxification is the most urgent matter. Since Qin Yun can expel the Sun Spirit poison, they don't need to be afraid of the Sun Spirit race and can directly start killing. The Dark Royal race is only watching from the side. They do not plan to attack. If they attack and kill the Sun Spirit race, they will definitely be remembered by the Sun Spirit race in the future. Princess Anya has no choice but to submit to Qin Yun. She is also urging the elders to give the order to quickly attack. However, those elders all refused with the reason that their strength is not enough. This is the territory of the Imperial race. With the strength of the Imperial race, it is enough to exterminate the Chu Imperial clan and the Sun Spirit race. Roar! Suddenly, a burst of roar came from the dense golden fog in the sky. The dragon-transforming smelly insect is here. Qin Yun shouted in alarm. The Imperial Dragon warriors with soul-protecting immortal talisman can come out. Everyone else, quickly retreat into the divine palace. Brat Qin, what is coming? Elder Xiao said in shock. Qin Yun said anxiously, after the soul-poisoned sacred insect invades the soul, it will control a large number of people to find the mother insect. The mother insect will eat those poisoned people and continuously become stronger. Finally, it will transform into a very ugly dragon. In short, the people poisoned by the soul-poisoned sacred insect will either be controlled by the mother insect or become food. The strong will become the tool, the weak will become the food. Qin Yun knows a lot about the soul-poisoned sacred insect. This made the Imperial race elders feel a lot more at ease. What he knows is what he heard from the evil god. Roar and roar continuously came from the sky. Qin Yun took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon, poured in his formidable absolute yang power and aimed at the handsome soul prince. Boom! After the handsome soul prince was hit, his body was penetrated by the formidable absolute yang power. As he screamed, his body turned into fog, and the 200 to 300 emperor-level sacred insects inside Qin Yun's soul-sealing pearl also disappeared. Prince, an old man from the Sun Spirit race furiously roared. Qin Yun killed the handsome soul prince and it looks like he did it very easily. One must know that the cultivation of the handsome soul prince is not low. He is an immortal emperor. Qin Yun is ecstatic in his heart. He feels that his absolute yang power can completely restrain the Sun Spirit race. The Sun Spirit race is a life form of pure yang and Xiao Yun. You cultivate nether sun, it can restrain pure yang. Ha ha ha. Ling Yun'er laughed and said, in front of the Sun Spirit race, we are invincible. Qin Yun laughed mischievously. then pulled Xiao Yuelan and Long Qiafeng into the imperial race divine palace. Princess Anya also followed behind him. Xiao Yun, come with me to the Dragon Manor. I will take you to help the dragon warriors detoxify. Long Qiafeng said. Qin Yan took out a few soul-expelling immortal talismans and handed them to Xiao Yuelan. He said, Yuelan, go find Yenying and little Malian and let them expel the poison from our people. If it's not enough, I'll make more later. All right. Xiao Yuelan took the soul-expelling immortal talismans from Qin Yan's hand and rushed towards Xiao Manor. Qin Yan followed Long Qiafeng to the Dragon Manor. Princess Anya followed behind them without saying a word. They are finally going to enter the Dragon Manor. Qin Yan thought that he would have to fight the Emperor Dragon List to enter, but now he doesn't need to. Imperial clan's savior, most of the poisoned ones are the dragon warriors of the Dragon Manor. Furthermore, the soul-poisoned sacred insects are very strong. After all, the Dragon Manor is the core of the Imperial clan. As long as they capture the Dragon Manor, the Imperial clan will be finished. The Chu Imperial clan is also targeting the Dragon Manor. They won't waste their energy on the other clans and focus on the Dragon Manor. That's why the Dragon Manor's elder Long is very angry. He is currently massacring the Chu Imperial clan and the Sun Spirit clan. Qin Yan followed Long Qiafeng and quickly rushed towards the Dragon Manor. The Dragon Manor is very big. It is not surrounded by high walls, there are many huge dragon-carved pillars surrounding the Dragon Manor. Those dragon-carved pillars are formation pillars. Qin Yan can see the runes on the dragon-carved pillars from the distance. They are all dragon transformation runes. What disappointed him is that he did not see any dragon heavenly rune. Dragon heavenly rune is the key to setting up the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Qin Yan also plans to find a way to obtain a complete dragon heavenly rune in the Dragon Manor. The gate of the Dragon Manor is currently very tightly guarded. After Qin Yan arrived with Long Qiafeng, he was interrogated and waited for Elder Long's message to arrive before they could enter. The Dragon Manor is truly worthy of being the core of the Imperial clan. The inscription masters in the Dragon Manor made a kind of mirror. When the mirror shines on a person's head, they can see whether or not they are infected by the soul-poisoned sacred insects. If you were infected with the soul-poisoned saint worm, you wouldn't be able to enter the Dragon Manor. Qin Yan, Long Qiafeng and Princess Anya are not infected, so they can enter smoothly. The other clans of the Imperial clan also use the tools refined by the Dragon Manor to detect whether or not their clan members are infected. If they are infected, they will be isolated. If they are not isolated and wait for the soul-poisoned sacred insects to grow inside a person's body, they will spread the soul-poisoned sacred insects and infect a large number of people. They are very vicious. There are mortal dragons and half-dragons infected by the soul-poisoned sacred insects in the Dragon Manor. Long Qiafeng said. Half-dragons have imperial dragon bloodline inside their body. Long Qiafeng is a half-dragon and Princess Anya also has dragon bloodline inside her body. Logically speaking, she is also a half-dragon. Qin Yan nodded and said, if an immortal dragon is infected by the soul poison, I can also expel it. He looked at Princess Anya behind him and said with a smile, Princess Anya, aren't you kept as a hostage in Dragon Manor? You look very free, not like a hostage at all. I have signed a soul contract with the elders of the Imperial Dragon race. I have a certain range of movement, so I won't run away. Princess Dark Knight snorted. I say, why are you always wearing a mask? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, take it off. Isn't your first wife the same? Princess Anya said. That's because she is so beautiful. Wearing a mask can reduce a lot of trouble. Qin Yan said with smile. I'm wearing a mask because I'm too good looking. You don't know that I have been wearing a mask for many years. Even many elders of the Dark Royal family have never seen my face. Princess Anya said coldly. No matter how pretty you are not as pretty as Qiafeng. She is not wearing a mask. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, you don't even have eyes when wearing a mask, don't tell me you don't have a face. Princess Anya snorted, Qiafeng is indeed very beautiful, but I am definitely not worse than her. I don't take off my mask because no one is worthy of seeing my peerless beauty. Qin Yan extended his hand to take off Princess Anya's mask but she dodged. If you act recklessly again, believe it or not, I will break your hand. Princess Anya delicately shouted. Xiaoyun, let's go. Long Xiaofeng pulled Qin Yun and quickly walked forward. She said, all the poisoned clan members are on a very large battle stage in front of us. Princess Anya also urged, Qin Yun, what time is it? Why are you still being so improper? Qin Yun said with smile, what are you afraid of? I can get rid of those soul-poisoned sacred insects anyways. Not long after, they arrived at the side of the Dragon Manor's battle stage. There are many powerful old men here. They are all old immortal dragons in human form. They are here to take care of and comfort the poisoned youngsters. Several hundred young Dragon Manor geniuses have been poisoned. They are the initial targets of the Chu Imperial clan. If Dragon Manor doesn't know about the poison, then after a period of time, those old dragons will also be infected and the Sun Spirit race will be able to control the entire Dragon Manor. The young geniuses on the battle stage are all very calm, the soul-poisoned sacred insects have not been activated. After Qin Yun arrived, a handsome youth suddenly shouted from within the sealed battle stage, Brother Qin. Brother Qin, quickly save me, I am going to die. Qin Yun feels that the person who shouted is very familiar. After he looked over, he saw that it is a handsome youth with 2 strokes of beard. This immediately evoked his memory. Long Yutsong? Qin Yun said in amazement. He met a friend in the Dragon King Manor, he also met Xian Rujing at that time. At that time, Qin Yun used the name Long Yutian to impersonate Long Yutsong's younger brother. Brother Qin, you still recognize me? Very good, very good. Long Yutsong is separated by the barrier, he has a very excited appearance, quickly save me, I know you are very capable. At this time another youth crawled over while shouting, Brother Qin. Brother Qin, you are finally here. Do you still remember me? Long Baoxing, of course I remember you. You even gave me several tens of thousands of sacred Xian silver crystals. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. You help me get rid of those damned bugs, I will give you several tens of thousands. Long Baoxing yelled, you helped Princess Xiaofeng get rid of the soul-poisoned sacred insects, I know you can do it. The immortal dragon and half-dragon on the battle stage heard Long Baoxing's words, they immediately stood up and looked at Qin Yun with pleasantly surprised expression. Big brother Qin, from now on you are my big brother, a youth suddenly ran over and yelled, Big brother, do you still remember me? You saved me in the forest, I am the captain of dragon race, you killed a dragon tiger and many dark dragon warriors. I remember. Qin Yun said with smile. Long Baoxing yelled, Big brother, I am not a woman, will you not save me? Don't worry, after you save me, I will find someone to turn me into a woman and serve you forever. Qin Yun is startled, Long Xiaofeng lowered her head and lightly laughed a few times. Enough, enough, don't disgust me. I promised your elder that I would save you. Qin Yun is very speechless and said, don't be anxious, line up properly and come one by one. Qin Yun looked all around, he did not see Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother but he knows that she is still inside the Dragon Manor. After the youngsters lined up properly, the old dragon outside opened a gate and let them come out one by one. Qin Yun is only holding a talisman for show, he is actually directly releasing Nether Sun and Nether Moon's power to drive out those soul-poisoned sacred insects. After driving out those soul-poisoned sacred insects, the dragon warriors will be tested again to see if they are completely detoxified or not. Seeing that Qin Yun was able to easily expel the soul-poisoned sacred insects with a single talisman, many of the older and younger generations of the Dragon Manor were secretly shocked and filled with admiration. Many people praised Qin Yun as the savior of the imperial clan. Long Baoxing and Long Yutsong are standing beside Qin Yun while grinning. Many old dragons of the Dragon Manor did not want Qin Yun and Long Xiaofeng to get too close. But now they don't dare to say anything. If not for Qin Yun this time, their Dragon Manor would have been exterminated. So seeing Long Xiaofeng beside Qin Yun, they don't have any objection. On the contrary, they feel that Qin Yun is a lot more pleasing to the eye. Very soon, Qin Yun helped several hundred young dragon warriors drive out all the soul-poisoned sacred insects. They are all very grateful to Qin Yun. Qin Yun contacted Xiao Yuelan and found out that there are still some people from other clans who have not been detoxified. He immediately rushed over with Long Xiaofeng. The battle outside the Emperor Race Divine Palace's gate also gradually weakened a lot. Chu imperial clan has been completely defeated, majority of their older generation have been killed and the sun spirit race has been completely exterminated. Although there are many soul-poisoned sacred insects in the sky, after Immortal Desolate Sacred Master and Nether Sex reinforcements arrived, they joined hands with the Emperor race and quickly killed them. Many people from the various major powers have been harmed by the soul-poisoned sacred insects. After they found out that Qin Yin can drive out the poison, they immediately brought people and rushed over. Qin Yin ran around the Emperor race divine palace and helped all the poisoned Emperor race disciples expel the poison. After being busy for more than half a day, he is very tired and decided to rest in Qin Manor. Xiao Yuan accompanied him to rest in a small wooden building in Qin Manor, eating delicious snacks made by Xiao Ying. Qin Fan arrived with Princess Anya. Princess Anya saw that Qin Yin can detoxify the dragon warriors of Dragon Manor, so she went outside to find the Dark Royal race's elders. Qin Yin saw that she came over and thought that she might be here to buy the soul-driving immortal talisman. He asked, Princess Anya, are you here to buy the soul-driving immortal talisman? No, our Dark Royal race's elders don't plan to buy the soul-driving immortal talisman from you. Princess Anya said. Oh? Qin Yin is somewhat amazed. Then what are you doing here? Xiao Yuan said, could it be that you are here to seduce my family's young husband? Welcome, welcome. Princess Anya lightly groaned and said, I came to tell him that the Dark Royal race wants to join hands with the Sun Spirit race. Be careful. Qin Yin's expression slightly changed, he said with a frown, why would your Dark Royal race's elders want to join hands with the Sun Spirit race? The members of the Sun Spirit race's royal family signed a contract with the Dark Royal race. They will never poison anyone from the Dark Royal race and will also help expel the poison. The reason why the Sun Spirit race did this is to make the Dark Royal race promise not to join hands with the Imperial race. Princess Anya said. Qin Yin nodded and said, if the Imperial race and the Dark Royal race join hands, the Sun Spirit race will have no place to live in the Immortal Desolate. It can be considered a wise move. Therefore, the Dark Royal race will not buy your soul-protecting immortal talisman and soul-driving immortal talisman. Princess Anya said. It doesn't matter. Qin Yin said. Let me tell you another piece of news, Dragon Manor doesn't have the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. You must have sneaked into Dragon Manor for the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. After Princess Anya finished speaking, she walked out of the small wooden building. Qin Yin is very surprised, Dragon Manor doesn't have the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Princess Anya, wait. Qin Yin immediately stopped her and asked, speak clearly. Dark Nights past Qin Yin is indeed rather disappointed, but he did not enter the Dragon Manor just for the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. To him, the most important thing is to find Dragon Lady and complete the floating cloud heavenly seal. Princess Dark Knight, you are willing to stay in Dragon Manor as a hostage, is it because of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation? Xiao Yuan asked. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't even bother to enter Dragon Manor. Princess Dark Knight said, right now, I am just busy for nothing. The Imperial Dragon Clan's trash did not protect the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation at all. Qin Yin said with a frown, the Imperial Dragon Clan did not protect the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation well and lost it. Then they seem to brag about it often. Princess Dark Knight coldly snorted and said, they are just bluffing. Our Dark Royal race was really deceived by them. Xiao Yuan looked outside and said in a low voice, do the other clans of the Imperial race know about this? I don't know. I won't speak carelessly, I'm just telling you. If you leak this matter, it's your problem. Princess Dark Knight said. If the Chu Imperial clan had known that the Imperial Dragon clan did not have the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, they might have had other plans. Qin Yin and Xiao Yuan could tell that Princess Yi was extremely disappointed. Her tone of voice revealed a very disappointed tone and she looked very weak. Princess Dark Knight, how do you feel now? Xiao Yuan asked. What can I feel? Of course I am extremely disappointed. And I still have to stay in this damned place for many years, humph. Princess Dark Knight said in a very bad mood. It's fine, even without the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, my little husband is still here. With him as your goal, won't it be fine if you chase after him? Xiao Yuan said with a charming smile. You. Are you really his first wife? Princess Dark Knight cursed in low voice, you woman, you are really sick. What's the use of me chasing after your little husband? Xiao Yuan said with charming smile, don't look down on my little husband, he is a very awesome inscription master. That damn 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, he will definitely be able to create it. I don't believe it. Princess Yi glanced at Qin Yun and said in a tone filled with contempt, there are so many inscription masters from the Imperial and Dark Royal clans. Furthermore, they have spent so many years and still failed to create the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. What makes him think that he can do it? Xiao Yuan said, don't forget, Dark Royal race and Imperial race can't deal with that soul-poisoned sacred insect but my little husband can. The 9 dragons heavenly original formation is different from the soul-poisoned saint worm. Princess Anya snorted, take care of yourselves. Goodbye. Princess Yi does not believe that Qin Yun can create the 9 dragons heavenly origin array. Qin Yun patted Xiao Yuan's butt and said with a smile, Yuan, why are you so interested in this Dark Knight princess? She is the daughter of the Dark Royal race's clan king. When she was born, she was sealed for some reason. Now that the seal has been broken, she is also the only clan king's child left in the immortal desolate. Xiao Yuan said, don't you find it strange? There is nothing strange about it. Qin Yun said. Why was she sealed? Moreover, did you notice that she has a special feeling for the imperial race? Xiao Yuan gently rubbed Qin Yun's arm and said with a smile, my guess is that Princess Yi was born from the Dark Royal race's clan king and Dragon Manor's dragon. Qin Yun is somewhat astonished, he looked at the direction Princess Yi left in. This is impossible. Qin Yun shook his head. I heard that the Dark Royal race's clan king and Imperial race's clan emperor are both half-dragons. And Dragon Manor doesn't seem to be on guard against Princess Yi. I guess Dragon Manor knows about Princess Yi. Xiao Yuan's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity. Qin Yun pinched her butt and said with a smile, Yuan, you are so gossipy. Xiao Yuan said with slight anger, Xiao Yun, there must be a special reason why Princess Yi is looking for the 9 dragons heavenly origin array. There must be some secret between the Imperial race and the Dark Royal race that is related to the 9 dragons heavenly origin array. Forget it, let's rest first and then enter Dragon Manor to take a look. Qin Yun said, I will bring you into Dragon Manor and quickly find that dragon girl. Xiao Yuan said with a smile, Xiao Yun, we haven't been intimate for a long time, I miss you. I miss you too. Qin Yun laughed mischievously, then picked up Xiao Yuan and kissed her. He went outside and released the floating cloud pagoda. After the couple entered the floating cloud pagoda, they impatiently began their passionate and sweet world of two people. The next morning, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan walked out of the floating cloud pagoda wearing blue and white clothes. A few elders are sitting in the hall of the small building. The 4 great elders and Elder Long have also arrived. The strongest was Elder Long. He could also be considered the great clan elder, but he rarely showed his face. Only during battles would he appear with the powerful Imperial Dragon warriors. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan arrived at the hall and saluted the elders one by one. Then they sat to the side. Elder Long said with a smile, Brat Qin, you selflessly detoxified the Imperial race disciples, we are very grateful to you. No problem, we are all on the same side. Qin Yun said with a smile. I heard you want to enter Dragon Manor, right? Elder Long asked. Qin Yun nodded. He looked at Xiao Yuan beside him and asked, can I bring you along in? Of course you can. My Dragon Manor will give you certain privileges and allow you to bring people in. Elder Long nodded. And then took out a small bottle and threw it to Qin Yun. Qin Yun received the small bottle. He knows that there must be Emperor Essence heavenly pills inside and immediately expressed his thanks. 10 Emperor Essence heavenly pills is my thanks to you. Elder Long said with a smile, Brat, you can earn a lot by selling talismans in the future, so I won't give you too much. Soon after, the 4 great elders also gave Qin Yun 10 Emperor Essence heavenly pills each. Qin Yun is a very awesome inscription master, they are now very sure of this point. In the future, if they need help in this aspect, they can also ask Qin Yun for help. Therefore, giving Qin Yun some Emperor Essence Heavenly Pills now is not a loss. Qin Yun is very grateful to these elders. Brat Qin, our Dragon Manor had some misunderstanding with you before. I hope you don't mind. Elder Long said. He is also a very forthright old man. It's nothing, it's all in the past. Qin Yun said with a smile, to be honest, Xiaofeng and I are only friends, there's nothing between us. Let nature take its course in matters of the heart. Elder Xiao said with a smile, this brat Qin has many beautiful women accompanying him. Elder Xiao is an old granny who has lived for so long, she can naturally see the kind of feeling Xiao Xianqin has for Qin Yun. Qin Yun coughed dryly a few times and changed the topic. He said, Elder Long, I received news that the Dark Royal race and the Sun Spirit race have joined hands. Speaking of this matter, the elders all slightly nodded their heads, their expressions also became solemn. It seems like they already knew about this matter. Did Princess Anya tell you? Elder Long said. Qin Yun nodded and said, yes. Why would she tell us these things? Elder Xiao said, Brat Qin, you don't know Princess Anya's origin. This girl has more than half of Imperial race bloodline in her body. So it's like that. Qin Yun looked at Xiao Yuelan in shock. Xiao Yuelan's pretty face smiled slightly proudly. This is something she had already guessed before. It can be seen that her intuition is very sharp. Princess Anya is the younger sister of our emperor and the Dark Royal race's clan king. Elder Long sighed and said, this Princess Anya still has great affection for the Imperial race. Xiao Yuelan said, why? I heard that she was sealed since she was young. Elder Long nodded and said, she is the only one born from the bloodline of the Imperial race and the Dark Royal race. That's why she was sealed. Qin Yun said with a frown, why did the emperor's younger sister give birth to such a daughter with the Dark Royal race's clan king? The Dark Royal race's clan king successfully swindled the feelings of the emperor's younger sister and brought her back to the Dark Royal race. Originally, the Dark Royal race's clan king wanted to kill this special baby girl, but later on, the emperor's younger sister used her life to protect Princess Anya. As for the process, we are not too clear. In short, the emperor's younger sister's death was exchanged for Princess Anya's life. Elder Long said with a sad sigh and continued, later on, Princess Anya was also sealed. She only broke the seal recently. Xiao Yuelan said with a frown, but I still don't understand, why did you seal Princess Anya? She has both the Dark Royal race and the Emperor race's bloodline, she is not welcomed anywhere. Whether it is the Emperor race or the Dark Royal race, none of them want her. Neither of them can accept that she has the bloodline of another race. Elder Xiao said. I understand this, but why did you seal her? Can't you let her live? Xiao Yuelan is still very curious. Qin Yun also seems to have noticed something. Elder Long deliberately avoided the question and did not answer directly. The other elders also seem to know something. Because there is a prophecy that the person with the bloodline of the Emperor race and the Dark Royal race will lead the two races. Elder Long said. Xiao Yuelan said, doesn't this involve the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation? She is looking for the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, could it be that she wants to become stronger? Elder Long is slightly alarmed and nodded. In order to not let the prophecy come true, you destroyed the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation? Xiao Yuelan said again. The four elders are very shocked and looked at Elder Long. Elder Long sighed helplessly and said with a nod, yes. This prophecy is true, all of us are afraid. The four elders' expression greatly changed. They never knew that the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation was gone and it was destroyed by the Imperial Dragon race themselves. Xiao Yuelan saw that she guessed correctly and felt a sense of accomplishment in her heart. She said again, why don't you just kill her? We can't kill her. Elder Long said, legend has it that Princess Anya's mother used a secret technique to kill herself and formed a very powerful divine curse to protect her daughter. Whoever wants to kill Princess Anya will suffer misfortune. Sigh, motherly love is great. Qin Yun sighed. Is the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation really destroyed? Xiao Yuelan still doesn't dare to believe it. Chapter 1738, Dragon Lady. Elder Qin shook his head and said, Elder Long, is it really okay for you to destroy the Nine-Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation? We didn't even know about it. Your clan kings all know, they also participated in the destruction of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Elder Long said. The 4 elders have nothing to say now, they can only sigh in regret. Brat Chin, Yuelan, don't go around talking about this. Elder Long warned, we don't have the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, it won't have much effect on our imperial race but it will have a very strong deterrent effect. Qin Yan doesn't know much about the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, he only knows that it is very useful to the dragon race. His past life immortal King Fu Yun also did a lot of research on the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. He created a formation that is very close to the true 9-dragon heavenly origin formation but it is still a bit lacking. We won't go around talking about it. Xiao Yuelan said. Princess Anya also knows that the Dragon Manor doesn't have the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. She promised me that she wouldn't tell the Dark Royal race. Elder Long said. Elder Qin said, Brat Qin, if you have time, hurry up and make soul-driving immortal talisman. Several great powers are in urgent need of it. All right. I will immediately make it. Qin Yan nodded and said. He also entrusted the 4 elders to help him purchase powerful talisman papers and then call Xiao Yuemei back. Xiao Yuemei is still in the Immortal King Ancient City, she has also been called back. After obtaining a large amount of talisman papers, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei joined hands and produced several thousand soul-driving immortal talisman in a few days. Then they handed over the talisman to Xiao Hua and asked him to sell it. Qin Yan obtained several dozen Emperor Origin heavenly pills from Holy Sun Ancient City. With enough Emperor Origin heavenly pills, his soul-driving immortal talisman became much cheaper. In order to increase the reputation of the inscription gate, he asked Xiao Hua to arrange for Lu Jiayan and others to help people expel soul-poisoned sacred insects for free. This is mainly to attack the Sun Spirit race. In order to help people expel the soul-poisoned sacred insects faster, Qin Yan specially set up a large array in the square outside the Archrace Divine Hall's entrance. Entering the array would allow one to expel the soul-poisoned sacred insects quickly. The great formation was built by the inscription gate, the Emperor race is in charge of it. Qin Yan will pour his absolute yang power into it from time to time. As a result, the reputation of the inscription gate and the imperial clans gradually gained great prestige in the Immortal Desolate. Those who had been poisoned by the soul-poisoned Saint Bug, after being detoxified at the entrance of the Emperor clans, would treat the Emperor clans with the same respect as the God clans. Immortal King Ancient City's Immortal King ranking also recovered. Qin Yan and Long Qiaofeng lost a lot of points to Chu Hai. Now, their points had recovered, and they all had nearly 200 points. In the past 10 days, the points of the people ranked at the top of the Immortal King ranking are getting higher and higher. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan didn't fight much on the Immortal King ranking and gradually fell out of the ranking. After Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan obtained the D-Essence Heavenly Pill, they will be able to enter the Dragon Manor. Therefore, they plan to cultivate in the Dragon Manor's Emperor Blood Pool. They now know the benefits of entering the Dragon Manor, because in the Dragon Manor, they can absorb more energy from the Monarch Mountain. With the help of Mount Monarch's energy, he could quickly refine the Dyuan Heavenly Pill. If his bloodline was pure enough, he could absorb a large amount of Mount Monarch's energy, making him stronger in all aspects. Because of this, the dragon warriors of the Dragon Manor were generally stronger than the other clans. Because of Qin Yun, the Sun Spirit race in the Immortal Desolate didn't succeed. They couldn't use large amount of people to raise saint insects. The Sun Spirit race's strength is that they can use saint insects to devour a large amount of people and then produce batches of powerful dragon transformation saint insects. Now, the Sun Spirit race can only use immortal beasts to raise dragon transformation saint insects. However, immortal beasts are very strong. In order to capture immortal beasts, the Sun Spirit race suffered heavy casualties. Qin Yun is inside the Dragon Manor, holding the compass, he is looking for Dragon Lady of the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal. He tried to contact Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother but he didn't succeed. He also doesn't know what she is doing. He asked Elder Long only said that Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother is in seclusion cultivation. There are many small mountains in the Dragon Manor. Powerful immortal Emperor Dragon warriors are all in the caves of those small mountains. Late at night, the world is pitch black. The sunstorm finally passed. The golden mist enveloped the immortal desolate for so many days. Apart from the sun spirit race, no one knows what other terrifying things it brought. In short, many people feel that the appearance of the sun spirit race is only the beginning of the true storm. Next, there will surely be even more powerful things appearing. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan stealthily entered a small mountain range at night. There is a world inside the Dragon Manor. It is as if there is an independent space inside. It is very spacious. The space inside is much larger than the entire Emperor Race Divine Palace. Qin Yun is holding the compass. He excitedly brought Xiao Yuelan to a small mountain. That dragon lady is an immortal emperor? Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. He transmitted his voice to Xiao Yuelan. It should be. You were a mortal king floating cloud in your past life. That dragon lady followed you very early on. She also didn't die later on. Xiao Yuelan said, now that the sun has descended with so many resources, she must have become even stronger. She said that she hates me and hates me very much. After we meet, will she beat me up? Qin Yun is somewhat worried. She is stronger than me. This mountain range is inhabited by immortal emperor realm dragons or half-dragons. It is normal for Qin Yun to be worried like this. We will know once we go in. What are you afraid of? This is the Dragon Manor. Xiao Yuelan pulled Qin Yun and used mysterious penetration divine ability. The barrier around the small mountain is very strong. It can actually block divine ability power. Xiao Yuelan is unable to bring Qin Yun in. No, I can't go in. Xiao Yuelan said with a frown. Xiao Yun, how about this? You hide, I'll knock on the door. In a cave on the small mountain, the stone door is tightly shut. Xiao Yuelan feels that knocking on the door should be useful. Qin Yun thought about it and agreed to Xiao Yuelan's request. Xiao Yuelan took off her mask. Her beautiful face is illuminated by the moonlight. It is even more beautiful and moving. Qin Yun completely concealed his aura and stood beside the door. If the door opens, Qin Yun will follow Xiao Yuelan in. Xiao Yuelan walked over and gently knocked on the door and shouted, "Is anyone there?" Not long after, the door slowly opened. The one who opened the door is indeed a woman, but she is wearing a mask. That mask is exactly the same as Princess Anya's. Princess Anya. Xiao Yuelan is somewhat astonished. You are Qin Yun's first wife? You are indeed very beautiful. Princess Anya finally saw Xiao Yuelan's beautiful face. Unfair, you saw me, I also want to see you. Xiao Yuelan reached out to grab Princess Anya's mask. Princess Anya immediately reached out and grabbed Xiao Yuelan's wrist. She said with a sneer, "You are still not my match." Qin Yun, who is beside her, is secretly astonished. Why is Princess Anya in this small hill? What is her relationship with that dragon girl? I want to find the owner of this cave. Xiao Yuelan is also very puzzled. She is very certain that Princess Anya is not that dragon girl. That dragon girl is an immortal emperor, Princess Anya is not. Furthermore, Qin Yun used the compass several times to check the location of the dragon girl. One time, Princess Anya was right beside him, but the compass did not point towards her. In other words, Princess Anya and that dragon girl have a mysterious relationship. What's your name? Princess Anya seems to not know Xiao Yuelan's name. Xiao Yuelan. At this moment, a slightly cold and proud voice came from inside. It also has a bit of gentleness. Let her in. Qin Yun immediately arrived beside Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan released some aura interference to prevent Qin Yun from being detected. Then, she brought Qin Yun into the cave. After entering the depths of the cave, they arrived at a bright and spacious stone room. There is a large chair here and a woman wearing a black mask is sitting on the chair. The woman is wearing a simple red tight-fitting outfit. She is dressed for battle. She looks like she is very good at fighting. Furthermore, she is tall and slender. This is the dragon girl Qin Yun is looking for. Not being able to see her appearance made Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan very curious. I say, why do you always hide your appearance? We are all women, there is no need to hide. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, there are no stinky men here. Yuelan, there is a stinky man beside you. Do you want me to capture him and beat him up? The dragon girl said with a chuckle, her laughter is filled with anger and coldness. Qin Yun immediately appeared and said, don't do anything. Xiao Yuan said in a low voice, "Elder sister, do you know me?" "Of course I know you. I saw you when you were still a little girl." The dragon girl said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be this bastard's woman now." "Xiao Yun's past life and this life, he is a good person." "Elder sister, you must have misunderstood him in his past life." Xiao Yuan sighed and said, "I know that you all more or less misunderstood him in your past life. For example, Yu Ji, Yu Yu, Yu Qin, Bing Xing, Fang Yueyao and so on. It is indeed you who misunderstood him and he treated you well." The dragon girl said. "The Yu Ji she is talking about is Xianxia Yu's past life and Yu Qin is Xiaoxian Qin." The dragon girl slightly paused and then said, "However, his past life truly let me down. None of you know this." Qin Yun very sincerely said, "Elder sister, my past life is my past life, this life is this life. My past life let you down, it was my past life's fault. I am willing to make up for it in this life. Your past life and this life are all because of you." The dragon girl lightly groaned and said, "Whether you are called Floating Cloud or Qin Yun, you are still that bastard." "Alright, where did I let you down?" Qin Yun asked. "I won't tell you." The dragon girl curled her lips and said, "You can't even remember my name, what are you talking about?" Qin Yun helplessly looked at Xiao Yuan and said, "I don't have the memories of my past life, of course I can't remember your name." "My name is Long Yu Qing, do you remember?" Qin Yun closed his eyes and tried very hard to recall. Then he shook his head and said, "I don't have any impression at all." "Humph, heartless guy." Long Yu Qing delicately groaned, suddenly arrived beside Qin Yun in a flash and vigorously pinched his handsome face. "Io, it hurts." Qin Yun shouted. "Your body is so strong, you can't be pinched to death." Long Yu Qing gritted her teeth and said, then extended her other hand to pinch Qin Yun's other cheek. It seems like Long Yu Qing is very satisfied with pinching. "Yuan, save me!" Qin Yun shouted. Heavenly Dragon God statue Qin Yun wants to resist but he doesn't dare. He is worried that he will anger Long Yu Qing. He wants to resolve the conflict with Long Yu Qing as much as possible. Only like this can she restore the floating cloud heavenly seal. And Xiao Yuan wants him to use Dragon Claw hand on Long Yu Qing, she wants to kill him. Qin Yun is extremely speechless in his heart. What time is it? Xiao Yuan is still so improper. Quickly let go of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yuan shouted. "I won't let go, what can you do to me?" Long Yu Qing seems to be very happy, her seemingly delicate and soft lily-white hands are forcefully pinching Qin Yun's face. "Humph." Xiao Yuan coldly snorted and used Dragon Claw hand, she stretched out both of her hands and directly grabbed Long Yu Qing's upper body. After Long Yu Qing felt that she has been grabbed by the Dragon Claw, she was first startled and then shouted, "Damned Yuan, you are hurting me. You are also hurting my little husband." Xiao Yuan has a proud expression and said with smile. Princess Anya can no longer watch, she immediately walked over and hugged Xiao Yuan, wanting to pull her away but Xiao Yuan's hands are firmly holding on to Long Yu Qing. Long Yu Qing let out a delicate cry and shouted, "Both of you stop." She also let go of Qin Yun's face. Xiao Yuan also let go of Long Yu Qing, then caressed Qin Yun's handsome face with a face full of heartache and said with slight anger, "Xiao Yun, this dragon lady is really fierce, let's ignore her, let's go." Long Yu Qing is also very angry, she shouted, "Let's go, you two scoundrels." Xiao Yuan glanced at Princess Anya, suddenly made her move and ruthlessly grabbed Princess Anya's butt. She said with low snort, "Who told you to hug me just now, we are even now." Princess Anya didn't react, she never expected that Xiao Yuan would be such a bad woman. She also doesn't know how to deal with Xiao Yuan. Even Long Yu Qing is helpless against Xiao Yuan, after all, they don't want to hurt Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan glanced at Qin Yun with a slightly proud expression, her beautiful eyes flickered with a smile. She just took advantage of Princess Anya and Long Yu Qing. Qin Yun is also very speechless towards this rogue woman of his. "Little husband, let's go." Xiao Yuan pulled Qin Yun out of the cave. "Wait." Long Yu Qing snorted and said, "It's rare to come here, do you really want to leave like this? Who told you to bully my husband?" Xiao Yuan said somewhat angrily, "Xiao Yun's past life and current life are very complicated. You don't understand at all. In short, this guy is ashamed of me, I hate him. Long Yuqing also said very angrily. Qin said, Young Lady Long, if you have something to say, just say it clearly. I will try my best to make up for my mistakes in my previous life. Princess Anya watched quietly from the side. She is also very surprised that Qin actually had a past life. Without the memory of his previous life, he was still so powerful in this life. This was what surprised the princess the most. Long Yuqing tenderly snorted and said, I won't say it, I want you to remember it yourself. Then we have nothing to talk about. Xiao Yuan pulled Qin and was about to leave. Wait, we can temporarily let go of this grudge. Long Yuqing stopped them and shouted. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Yuqing, do you still have feelings for Xiaoyun in your heart? Long Yuqing immediately said coldly, No, don't talk nonsense. I hate him to death, I don't have any feelings for him. Really? Xiao Yuan charmingly smiled, we are both women, I don't really believe what you just said. Damn Yuan, if I have the chance, I will take care of you. You scratched me so hard. Long Yuqing coldly groaned and said, Don't think that I won't dare to attack you. Xiao Yuan faintly smiled, Come, I will stand here and not move. Come and take revenge. Long Yuqing stamped her feet and tenderly scolded, Yuemei is still the best, she is much cuter than you. Of course. Xiao Yuan said with smile, I also think that little sister is cuter than me. Qin said, Yuemei has also joined the imperial race, do you want to see her? I won't see her. Long Yuqing replied. Xiaoyun, the more she says she won't see you, the more she wants to see you. Xiao Yuan said. You came here to find me, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Long Yuqing sat down and said coldly, I saw that Qin helped the imperial race expel poison, that's why I am willing to talk to you. Qin took out the floating cloud heavenly seal and said, Young Lady Long, my floating cloud heavenly seal is still missing the third part. Do you have a way to help me restore it? No. Long Yuqing said resolutely and decisively. Really? Qin sighed and said. If you want to restore the floating cloud heavenly seal, you need the heavenly dragon god statue as the seal head. I am the heavenly dragon god statue, the heavenly dragon god statue is me. Long Yuqing said, I can't transform back into the heavenly dragon god statue now. What's going on? Qin said with frown, I heard Yuemei say that I once infiltrated the dragon race's territory and stole the heavenly dragon god statue, is that right? Indeed. Furthermore, you even sealed me inside the heavenly dragon divine sculpture for so many years. You even lied to me and said that I could become very strong inside. I foolishly believed it. When Long Yuqing mentioned this matter, she was filled with anger. So that's the reason. Xiao Yuan said with smile, didn't you say earlier that you would wait for Xiaoyun to remember? Not only this. Long Yuqing said, he promised me something but he did not do it, he could have done it. What is it? I will do my best to help you in this life. Qin asked. It's too late now. Long Yuqing said. It's not too late. Qin shook his head and said. My father is dead, completely dead. Can you save him? Long Yuqing's voice suddenly became filled with sadness, and you could have saved him but you didn't. Qin became silent. He doesn't know much about the matters of his past life but thinking that it is related to the life and death of Long Yuqing's father, it is indeed very hard to explain. Xiaoyun, let's go. Xiao Yuan said in low voice and pulled Qin to leave. Qin doesn't know what to say, he feels very sad in his heart. My mother is not dead but I don't know where she is. If you can help me find her, I can forgive you. Long Yuqing suddenly said. Are there any clues? Qin asked anxiously. There are no clues. Long Yuqing let out a long sigh and said, I was sealed in the heavenly dragon statue for many years. Back then you used the floating cloud heavenly seal to forcibly open a passage to the 9 nether realm, causing serious damage to the floating cloud heavenly seal and then splitting it into 3 parts. The floating cloud heavenly seal was seriously damaged? Qin looked at the square seal in his hand and said in amazement. After many years, it repaired itself. The seal spirit was placed in the heavenly law altar, the seal body was placed in the great dragon desolate domain, and I was kept in an abyss by you. In short, I spent many years in solitude before fusing with the heavenly dragon statue and obtaining freedom. Long Yuqing is also filled with resentment when talking about this matter. Because she was sealed in a statue for many years. That kind of loneliness and solitude made her feel fear just thinking about it. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan can now understand the resentment in Long Yuqing's heart. Princess Anya, who is at the side, has a deep understanding of this matter. She was also sealed. Young Lady Long, I asked Grandma Qi Yang to find you, Why didn't she answer me? Where is she now? I am very worried about her. Qin Yun asked. She is fine, she is in seclusion. I told her not to answer you. Long Yuqing said, she knows that you are related to her son's death and she can't do anything to you, so she chose to avoid you. Qin Yun secretly clenched his fists, his eyes are filled with shame. He really wants to return to his past life and make up for this regret. My grandfather doesn't know about this matter. If he knew, you would be dead. Long Yuqing groaned and said, my grandfather hated you from the start. Qin Yun let out a long sigh and said, I know. Young Lady Long, I will do my best to find your mother and make up for my mistake. Xiao Yuan asked, Yuqing, is your mother human or dragon? Can you tell us more about her? She also wants to help Qin Yun find Long Yuqing's mother. I don't know. Long Yuqing let out a long sigh, I really don't know what my mother is like. I only have a very deep impression of my father. I only followed my mother for a period of time when I was young and then I was taken away by my father. Qin Yun said, do you know her name? Long Yuqing shook her head, I also don't know. Xiao Yuan said with a frown, then how can we find her? I only know that she is still alive. It is a very special feeling. I have been looking for her for many years. Long Yuqing said. You can ask Grandma Qi Yang. Qin Yun said. Grandma also doesn't know, Grandma, she doesn't really like my mother. Long Yuqing shook her head and said, in short, no matter what, I have to find my mother. I can feel her love for me. Qin Yun glanced at Xiao Yuan shook her head. Qin Yun, why are you in such a hurry to restore the floating cloud heavenly seal? Long Yuqing asked. I want to go to the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range's immortal graveyard. There are many secrets related to me there. Qin Yun sighed and said, and my and Yuelan's mother in this life, after she died, her soul was also taken to the immortal graveyard. It's that evil place again, you worked hard for that place for many, many years in your previous life and provoked many enemies. Long Yuqing sighed and said, are you going to walk the same path as you did in your previous life in this life? Qin Yun feels that Long Yuqing doesn't know that he is the king of gods. No matter what, this is what I must do. Qin Yun said with bitter smile. It's not that I don't want to help you restore the floating cloud heavenly seal, it's just that I can no longer transform back into the heavenly dragon god statue. I have completely fused with the heavenly dragon god statue and obtained its formidable power. You sealed me inside the heavenly dragon god statue in your previous life so that I could fuse with it. Long Yuqing said. Then did my previous life tell me how to restore the floating cloud heavenly seal? Qin Yun asked. I don't know. In short, when I was sealed inside the floating cloud heavenly seal, I would sleep for a period of time from time to time. Long Yuqing shook her head. Qin Yun's expression is filled with helplessness as he said, it seems like I have to meet him. Meet who? Long Yuqing asked. Your grandfather, immortal desolate dragon emperor. Xiao Yuan replied, she can guess what Qin Yun wants to do. Aren't you afraid of being killed by him? He hates you very much. Long Yuqing said. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Xiao Yun is the great savior of the imperial race, immortal desolate dragon emperor won't dare to kill him, right? For great dragon gods, if it was in the dragon matter, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Qin Yun shook his head and said, I'll have to face him sooner or later. Although I don't have the memories of my previous life, I have to explain it to him now. Xiao Yuan said, Xiao Yun, let's go find Elder Long. With him leading us, it should be much safer. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Long Yuqing looked around and sighed, if I could leave this damned place, I would go with you. What? You can't leave this place? Xiao Yuelan is somewhat astonished. She looked at the stone room and said with a frown, You've been sealed? That's right. Long Yuqing sighed helplessly, I've been sealed again. This time, the one who sealed me is the Imperial Dragon clan. Qin Yan looked at Princess Anya and asked, Is it related to Princess Anya? It's related to me, but it's none of your business. Princess Anya said, I will help Yuqing leave this place. Xiao Yuelan arrived beside Princess Anya, patted her perky butt and said with a smile, Princess Anya, why is Yuqing locked up here? If you touch my butt again, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Princess Anya is somewhat angry and lightly shouted. Xiao Yuelan's lily-white hand extended out like lightning and gently pinched Princess Anya's butt. She said with a charming smile, I touched it again, come and beat me up. Come on, come on. Princess Anya has already raised her hand, wanting to hit Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan's face is not afraid, she moved her face closer and said with a charming smile, Come and hit me. Princess Anya stomped her feet in anger and then reached out to grab Xiao Yuelan's upper body. She actually used Dragon Claw hand. Xiao Yuelan also did not expect Princess Anya to use this move. Ah, you're bad. Xiao Yuelan laughed angrily and said, Little husband, she bullied me, quickly bully her back, otherwise you'll suffer a loss. Qin Yan can already imagine how Xiao Yuelan usually does bad things in the Guanghan Palace. Princess Anya snorted. She also has no way to deal with Xiao Yuelan. To be honest, she really can't bear to hit Xiao Yuelan's beautiful and flawless face. Princess Anya, well done. Long Yuqing said with smile. After Xiao Yuelan broke free from Princess Anya, she returned to Qin Yan's side and said, Xiao Yun, you must capture her. It has always been rumored that Qin Yan is a big sex fiend. I also thought that he was really such a person. I didn't expect that I misunderstood him. The worst is his wife. Princess Anya snorted coldly, it's a miracle that Qin Yan hasn't become bad with you. Qin Yan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Princess Anya, why does Yuqing being sealed here have anything to do with you? Xiao Yuelan rubbed the place where she was scratched and asked. This is a secret, I won't tell you. Princess Dark Knight said, Yuqing, don't tell her either, she will be curious to death. Xiao Yuelan smiled proudly, I guess it has something to do with Princess Anya's background. You're just guessing. That's not the reason. Princess Anya was shocked and quickly denied it. Princess Anya, we already know about your background. Xiao Yuelan said, you want to find the 9 Dragon's heavenly origin formation to make yourself stronger, right? Princess Anya snorted, Elder Long, why is he so talkative? Long Yuqing said, the Imperial Dragon clan also knows about the matter between me and the Heavenly Dragon statue. That's why they want to seal me and not let me run around. Xiao Yuelan's beautiful eyes turned and said with smile, could it be that the Heavenly Dragon statue has a great connection with the 9 Dragons' heavenly origin formation? Is the Imperial Dragon clan worried that the 9 Dragons' heavenly origin formation will reappear? You guessed wrong, it's not. Long Yuqing said. Then what's the reason? Xiao Yuelan is very curious. I won't tell you. Damn Yuelan, don't think you're smart, you don't know anything. Long Yuqing's tone is slightly proud, she said with smile, alright, quickly go find my grandfather. Xiao Yuelan ran over, hugged Long Yuqing's arm and said coquettishly, Sister Long, tell me. I was wrong just now, I shouldn't have treated you like that, I'll let you catch me. Big Sister Long, quickly tell me. Xiao Yuelan acting coquettishly also broadened Qin Yan's horizons. He has never seen Xiao Yuelan act this delicate and pitiful. Is this still my Yuelan? Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. Long Yuqing is wearing a mask, although he can't see her expression, she is definitely very shocked at the moment. Princess Anya snorted and said, you know too much, it's not good for you, it'll even harm you. Xiao Yuelan immediately ran to Princess Anya's side, hugged her arm and shook it, Big Sister Anya, tell me. Who told you to touch my butt? Princess Anya is very upset about this matter. That's because I like you, my beautiful big sister Anya, you must be very beautiful, so I like you. Xiao Yuelan said with a sweet smile. Long Yuqing looked at Qin Yan and is somewhat speechless. Qin Yan spread out his hands and smiled helplessly. This is related to the secret of the heavenly dragon statue. Princess Anya also can't stand Xiao Yuan acting coquettishly. She sighed lightly. Don't talk nonsense, the heavenly dragon statue is here, this matter is very confidential. Xiao Yuan promptly nodded. Qin Yan said, what exactly is the heavenly dragon statue? Is it very important to the dragon race? Long Yuqing looked at Qin Yan and asked, do you really not remember anything? Big sister Long, Xiao Yan really doesn't remember anything. He only knows a little bit about his past life through us. Xiao Yuan said, this guy's past life must have known a lot of secrets. Long Yuqing said, he told me about the heavenly dragon statue in his past life. Princess Anya looked at Qin Yan and said, what exactly was the background of your past life? How did you know so many secrets of the divine desolate? Qin Yan didn't mention that he is the king of gods, he only shook his head, if only I knew about my past life. Long Yuqing said, heavenly dragon statue is a divine position. Qin Yan, do you know what a divine position is? Qin Yan's expression revealed shock, he nodded and said, I know. That is the deity position of the divine wilderness. How do you know about the god's position? Princess Dark Knight was a little confused. Not many people know about this. I'm connected to the star god. I dismantled 2 sun altars before and changed them into star god altars. I learned about it from star god. Qin Yan said. In the divine desolate, many great powers know that Qin Yan and star god are in cahoots. The heavenly dragon god statue is the heavenly dragon god's divine position. Princess Yi said, the heavenly dragon god is one of the 4 great dragon gods. Yu Qing has fused with the heavenly dragon god sculpture, so she will be the heavenly dragon god from now on. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan deliberately revealed shocked expressions, but they were not that surprised in their hearts. Because Qin Yan is the king of gods, his past life's immortal king Fu Yun must have known about this matter. That is why he stole the heavenly dragon god statue and sealed Long Yuqing inside. Long Yuqing was sealed in the god position and it took her many years to fuse with it. Generally speaking, a deity position would not appear outside of the divine wilderness. Even if they appeared, it would be difficult to fuse them. However, this is not an absolute matter. Xie Wufeng fused with the sword god's deity position and this is also his fortuitous encounter. Long Yuqing obtaining the heavenly dragon god's deity position was clearly deliberately arranged by Qin Yan's past life. For great dragon gods? Qin Yan said with a frown, I once offended a dragon god, I don't know which one, that was in the past. It was also at that time that he understood a few things about the divine desolate. There are actually 4 dragon gods in the divine desolate. The dragon god Qin Yan offended before was also quite capable. He was able to create a very good altar but he destroyed it. As far as I know, there is only 1 dragon god in the divine desolate. In other words, the other 3 dragon gods have not returned. And I will be one of them. Long Yuqing said. Is this the reason why the Imperial Dragon Clan sealed you? Qin Yan said with a frown, why did they seal you? Because they don't want me to run around so that I won't lose this important deity position. Also, they are worried that I will really be able to find the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and help Princess Anya obtain formidable power. Long Yuqing looked at Princess Anya. Xiao Yuan said, then how did you 2 get to know each other? Princess Anya said, I was looking for the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, Yuqing was also looking for it. That's how we met. I thought that I would help the dragon race find the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation but now it seems like they don't need it and are very afraid. Long Yuqing sighed and said. They even deliberately destroyed the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to guard against me? Princess Anya said with sadness, why bother? I don't have the heart to destroy or rule the 2 races, I just want to become stronger. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan learned the reason why Long Yuqing was sealed here and felt that fate is playing with people. No wonder Princess Anya came here, it seems like she came to accompany Long Yuqing. I am also looking for the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation but I don't want to get it from the Imperial Dragon Clan. Qin Yan said, Grandma Qi Yang said that the reason why the immortal desolate dragon emperor hates me is also related to the disappearance of the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. I promised Grandma Qi Yang that I would help the dragon race create another one. Long Yuqing lightly groaned and said, you don't understand anything, don't randomly agree. How can the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation be so easy to create? Why is it not easy to create? Xianxia asked. There are a total of 9 true 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. If one is destroyed, there will be one less. Princess Xianxia said, as far as I know, the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is born from heaven and earth. Xiaoyuan said, this is no big deal, my little husband will definitely be able to create it. Even if it is not for you, just because the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is very powerful, he will still be able to create it. Xianxia's inscription technique is indeed very good, but he can't create the true 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Long Yuqing shook her head and said, after I fused with the heavenly dragon god statue, I inherited some memories related to the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. That was before. My little husband will definitely be able to create it. Xiaoyuan is very unconvinced. She knows that if Xianxia and Xiaoyue may join hands, they can refine a very rare inscription spirit. End of chapter 1740. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.